Volume 3. Chapter 201, Armed to the Teeth. Chapter 201, Armed to the Teeth. Zuo Mo was dazzled by the talismans in front of him. Noticing the change in Zuo Mo's eyes, Hong Yang was very proud. He took out a pair of silver wings the size of his palm. Look, this pair of thunder-flowing light wings are intermediate 4th grade. It is the upgraded version of thunder wings. As fast as lightning and famed for its speed. This pair of thunder-flowing light wings was forged by Jindan experts. Other than its peerless speed, its consumption of Ling power was made to be very low. At full speed, it would use 1 Jing of Ling power every 2 hours, and if it was at 80% of its speed, it would only use half a Jing every 2 hours. Such a fine item, it only is 60 piece of 4th grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo did not hesitate in nodding. I'll take it. Do you want to taste the extreme speed? Zuo Mo was too familiar with the advertisement for thunder wings. Even more, this was thunder-flowing light wings, an even better version. It was much faster. Lightning sparked around the palm-sized wings extremely beautifully. Hong Yang was joyous. Before he could speak, he heard Zuo Mo add, 4 pairs. 4 pairs. 240 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Hong Yang felt like a blooming flower, a feeling of happiness spreading through his body. This trip was worth it. Big customer. Definitely a big customer. Look, the presents, the spending, this was the biggest whale among whales. Hong Yang was excited, completely excited. He perceptibly discovered just how full Zuo Mo's wallet was. It was as though he was shot up with chicken's blood. He felt the blood in his body burning as though it was exploding. He suppressed the impulse to shout. He sounded the horn of battle. 10,000 appearances gloves, referring to everything in the universe. Low 4th grade, not extremely fine, but very practical. Wearing these gauntlets, it means having the power of 10,000, one sword strike will be able to break open a mountain, unable to be stopped. If it was just this, I would be ashamed to take it out. Its biggest benefit is it uses almost no Ling power. Even Juji can wear it. 20 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi, a beautiful price. Buy. Putting it on to try, Zuo Mo did not hesitate in nodding. 4 pairs. He thought of the 3 golden armor guards wearing the gloves. Adding on their exaggerated red broadswords, they could just charge through his enemies. Zuo Mo couldn't help but be excited. 7-star sword boots, intermediate 4th grade, the 7-star step method is wondrous, unable to be predicted. As long as you are wearing it, you can easily avoid all kinds of attacks, your steps traceless, the best item for short-range movement. Other than that, it has a 7-star sword formation. If you step in a 7 stars pattern, the formation would take form automatically, making your attacks undefendable. Each pair is only 74 4th grade Jingshi. Buy. Zuo Mo's eyes were bright, as he unhesitatingly nodded. 4 pairs. Hong Yang completely got into the rhythm, despite having never been as excited as he was now. Same heart necklace. This is a rare upper 4th grade talisman. It can be called great craftsmanship. It is able to let your mind connect to 6 others. The best aid to melee fighting. 150 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo's eyes could not move away. He instantly nodded. Buy. This was truly a good thing. He instantly got the 3 golden armor guards to come over. He put on the same heart necklace, and cast the corresponding spell. He instantly felt 3 clear intangible connections. His mind moved, and one of the golden armor guards suddenly went forward 3 steps. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. With this necklace, his offensive strength was elevated. This is Snake Pupil Belt. The battle was not finished. When Hong Yang went back to his residence, he was still somewhat dazed. What he had experienced today had been like a dream. Zuo Mo had almost cleared out all the talismans in his ring. He had never encountered a customer as rich as this one. It was too scary. Thinking about the little pile of mini boxes in his ring, the feeling of surrealism became even stronger. This time, he really made a profit. Zuo Mo saw the golden armor guards armed to the teeth, and grinned. All 4th grade talismans that dazzled a person's eyes. The present golden armor guards could be described by one phrase only: deadly weapons. Gong Sun Cha and Chun Yu Chang were dumbstruck. Was this Xiuzha? It was 3 display racks for talismans. Any place that a talisman could be hung on the body of the golden armor guard, Zuo Mo did not leave it empty. Hands holding the crimson fire broadsword, bodies covered in golden armor, feet encased in 7-star sword boots, hands wearing 10,000 appearances gloves, waist tied with the snake pupil belt, and thunder-flowing light wings on the back. Red, green, gold, silver, with Zuo Mo's terrible sense of beauty, there naturally was no beauty here. Everyone's first thought when they would see this was only be nouveau riche. So rich. It was like those rich country bumpkins plating their teeth in gold, wanting everyone to know. Even Gong Sun Sha and Shun Yuchang felt disdain. But other than that, it evoked deep fright. The thick killing intent spilling from the 3 golden armor guards made one have to directly look and judge the terrifying power contained under this ugly grandeur. But Gong Sun Sha and Shun Yuchang also received many talismans, mostly for life-saving and escaping. The 2 of them did not have any fighting power at all. If they had offensive talismans, they wouldn't even be able to use a fraction of its power. However, the husbandry and butchery jade scrolls and life-saving talismans made the 2 smile. Especially Gong Sun Sha. After he received the white medal, it was hard to progress as jade scrolls were hard to find. Other than talismans, Zuo Mo had bought large amounts of materials from Hong Yang, especially some 4th-grade materials. However, this furious shopping spree had emptied him of Golden Crow Fire. But Zuo Mo did not care. He could gather Golden Crow Fire at any time. It wasn't difficult for him. With this batch of talismans, to say of nothing else, their offensive power had multiplied. He had the confidence to face anyone under Jin Dan. However, what he felt demotivated by was the golden armor guards seemed born to fight. Compared to himself, they did not seem to need to practice to easily use the talismans to reach their full potentials. Zuo Mo gaped. Deeply struck, Zuo Mo could only slowly adjust. Like the 7-star sword boots, if he needed to activate the sword formation, he needed to do 7 steps after the other in the correct locations. When the fully armored golden armor guards appeared on the desolate wood reef the next day, they caused a small disturbance. Any Xiuzha that saw them couldn't help but have a stunned expression. Hong Yang didn't dare to stay long, leaving the next day. Pu Yao coldly looked at the gradually shrinking black water lake. The black water lake was only a quarter of the size it had been originally. Those human-like monsters were continuously transporting black water from the lake to the altar. The old-fashioned and crude altar was now completely black without any glow. Almost there, Pu Yao muttered. He blew out black air. Those human-like monsters once again landed in the lake water. After that, he waved his sleeve. Large amounts of materials were added to the lake water, many of them ones that Zuo Mo had bought from Hong Yang. The black lake water started to bubble, like a boiling pot of porridge. Pu Yao's right palm opened slightly, a red-black flame appeared at the center of his pal. Hiss! His hand did not move, but the red-black flame suddenly turned into a fire dragon and charged at the altar. The red-black fire flamed as it surrounded the altar, the flames flickering and enchanting. Pu Yao inhaled deeply, his hands reaching out. His hands changed movements. His slightly closed bloody eye suddenly widened, commanding lightly, "Rise." The altar that was shrouded in fire rose at command and started to fly towards the black lake, only slowly landing as it reached the center of the lake. As it carried the flames that were so red they were almost black, it floated at the center of the lake. Pu Yao's expression was solemn, his eyes focused, not daring to slip, as his hands changed shape again. It was like the fire was poured on oil, spreading across the surface of the black water. In a blink, the entire black water lake was shrouded in flame. Pu Yao finally released a breath. He reached out his hand, the black water lake dramatically shrinking until it became palm-sized. Then the mini lake flew into his hand, the surrounding flames silently burning. After being forged for many more months, the nether pool could form. A deep exhaustion came from his body. Pu Yao felt unspeakably tired lightly inside. The present him was so weak. Zuo Mo's excitement had not faded. He had never bought so many talismans before, and so many 4th-grade talismans. The feeling of being so rich was so good. Not bad, you are at Ningmai. Pu Yao suddenly appeared, he seemed slightly exhausted. Then let's continue with the earth energy. Zuo Mo felt as though a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. Drawing out earth energy. He finally understood what was extreme grief born of extreme joy. It was alright though, this had benefits for him, so Zuo Mo comforted himself in this way. Pu Yao's actions were unusually fast. In a blink, the earth energy inside Zuo Mo's body was cleanly swept away. Zuo Mo dropped to the ground, paralyzed, his body occasionally convulsing. Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo on the ground. His face showed pleasure, before he disappeared. Zuo Mo's mind was blank. It was 4 hours later when his numb mind finally recovered. Why was the feeling this time was stronger than before? Was it a side effect of breaking through to Ningmai? Before, he had assumed that he had gradually adjusted to the pain of earth energy being forcibly drawn out, he hadn't thought the pain would suddenly increase. Without any preparation, Zuo Mo instantly became a tragedy. A female stared at the large river in front of her. Behind her was a silent and solemn, well-organized troop. Have you found out? Yes. A middle-aged man said respectfully, the location of stars in daytime is Sky Moon Jia. It was not long ago, about a year ago. 1 year ago, the female sighed lightly. I'm very curious which Darren it is. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with a fanatical heat. A Darren that could escape from the Yao Forging Tower, it definitely is a Darren that managed to survive the 1,000-year Great War. 1,000-year Great War, a long time ago. Miss. Nothing, I'm just reflecting. The female smiled. Our generation is very lucky. Yes. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be excited. Have there been any suspicious targets? The female asked. Not yet. The middle-aged male gave a realistic plan. We have already found the Jia rivers to Sky Moon Jia. We only need to lock the Jia rivers, and we will have plentiful time to slowly investigate. Alright, it is a stupid method. Yes. Our previous infiltrators were impeded by others, so. Nothing, stupid methods are more effective sometimes. The female waved her hand. Yes. Glancing at the Jia River, the female said, depart. Yes. Translator ramblings, so I mixed up a thread from the Novel Updates forum with the Novel Translation subreddit. The discussion about parents was in the general category here. Darren is the general term used to refer to officials and people of status and power. I'm going to use it a lot because honorable personage, or sir are not enough to cover the meanings. Going greetings to Panjandrum/VIP is also quite awkward. Zuo Mo throws around his money and has terrible sense about appearances. Time travel and dimensional travel are very common plot devices. It erases a character's mistakes, give them foresight and knowledge, and usually sets them up to win when they lost in their previous life if the character is born back in time. There is also being reborn in another person's body. In dimensional travel, knowledge from one's modern life becomes an aid if they are reborn in historical times, and they have a small edge if they are born in a different world. Sometimes the rebirth element is almost unnecessary except for the author to easily relate something in the modern world to the setting of the novel without having to explain or show how something works or happens. In novels where the character ends back at a certain point in their life, it is to change a major event that may be their fault. The struggles that character encounters are almost always solved through advanced knowledge and the author seems to be unable to think of a plausible solution. If a character ends up in another person's body, it becomes an opportunity for the author to compare how their characters contrast in dealing with situations. The great majority of the time, the new owner of the body does much better. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Territory Intrusion. Chapter 202, Territory Intrusion. Zuo Mo played with the beast service card in his hand, as a multicolored butterfly flew around him. Chun Yu Cheng named this multicolored butterfly Rainbow Mark Butterfly. It was the most outstanding ling beast he had ever raised up until now. Zuo Mo could feel an extremely weak presence come from the Rainbow Mark Butterfly. The thoughts were very weak, and there were many images that were indistinct. This was a characteristic unique to low-level ling beasts. The higher the grade of the ling beast, the more intelligent it would be. High-level ling beasts were not much different than Xiaozha. This Rainbow Mark Butterfly was only 3rd grade, and its intelligence just forming. Naturally, there would be many messages that Zuo Mo could not understand. However, it could accurately understand Zuo Mo's orders and was very obedient. The beast pool had been constructed to make Jingshi. He had never thought that he wouldn't lack for Jingshi now. So the batch of ling butterflies had been turned from a business product into for their own use. The Rainbow Mark Butterfly was the most outstanding of the 3 ling butterflies. It had 3 spells: Rainbow Pupils, Illusion Poison, Poison Change. He ordered the Rainbow Mark Butterfly to cast the Rainbow Pupils. The Rainbow Mark Butterfly lightly fluttered its wings, a rainbow light landed on Zuo Mo's body. His eyes were suddenly covered in a layer of faint 5-colored light. Zuo Mo felt the world in front of him change. Everything he saw was gray-white. The silently masticating Rainbow Mark Butterfly communicated before Zuo Mo understood. The so-called Rainbow Pupil was to detect poison. It could detect the danger of poisonous items. Zuo Mo did not cultivate poison, so the spell was not very useful for him. The only place he could use it was in dan making. Compared to Rainbow Pupil, Illusion Poison was much more interesting. Illusion Poison was to use poison to create illusion. Zuo Mo was very interested. He instantly thought of the uses for this spell. If he secretly fortified a few places of his formation with illusion poison, then no one would detect it. However, the spell most important to Zuo Mo was the 3rd spell, Poison Change. Rather than calling it a spell, poison change was more like a talent. According to Chun Yucheng's explanation, if he kept on feeding the rainbow-marked butterfly poison, especially high-grade poison, when it reached a certain level, it could cause the rainbow-marked butterfly to transform and enter a higher grade. As the grade increased, the intelligence of a Ling beast would increase, and there was a possibility of the addition of a spell. It was a pity that Zuo Mo did not have any interest in poison, much less high-grade poison. Suddenly, Zuo Mo smacked his forehead. How did he forget that? Didn't his inky black lava white fire have a deadly poison? That was the poison obtained by processing a 4th grade inky black lotus seed. The grade of the inky black lotus fire was too low. Zuo Mo had decided to use the golden crow fire as the primary one. It was perfect for him to split the fire apart. The poison for the rainbow-marked butterfly, the fire for Lil Pagoda. Even though the grade of the inky black lava white fire was not high, but it was still a fire seed, and quite pure. But before that, Zuo Mo still needed to do one thing: forge the blue ice sword. The blue icicle crystal could only be forged with a cold fire. The grade of the golden crow fire was higher, but the attribute was not correct. The blue icicle crystal sword billet was about half a chi long, its body shaped like a prism. When the light reflected on the facets of the prism, it was very beautiful. 3 days later, the blue ice sword took form. The entire body was like a blue icicle, the tip of the sword extremely sharp. The body of the sword was made out of countless facets. As it floated in the air, a mist naturally formed around the sword. Zuo Mo's mind moved. Pew, the blue ice sword entered the ground, only leaving behind a sword-shaped hole. There was a circle of clear ice cracks around the hole. It could be seen just how cold it was. Zuo Mo's forging skill was not high and the blue ice crystal was just lower 4th grade. The grade of the inky black lava white fire was also too low. He had barely managed to forge a 4th grade flying sword. He didn't care that much. The 5 essence sword set emphasized the cooperation between the different qualities of the flying swords. Taking apart the inky black lava white fire, however, had taken Zuo Mo quite a bit of effort. The poison from the inky black lotus had long ago merged into the flame. Zuo Mo did not have the strength at his cultivation level to take it apart. However, he thought of a clever solution: let Lil Pagoda deconstruct it. The present Lil Pagoda only needed a bit to break through to 4th grade, its control greatly increased. It could control how to decompose what was put into it. The inky black lava white fire was quickly taken apart. The inky black lotus poison was separated out. What surprised Zuo Mo was that this ball of inky black lotus poison was an invisible substance. When he used Ling power to carefully surround this deadly poison, he was instantly alarmed. His Ling power was quickly consumed. As expected from a 4th grade inky black lotus poison. This discovery made him hesitate. Could the rainbow-marked butterfly tolerate such a strong poison? But quickly, he could feel the rainbow-marked butterfly's anticipation and joy. The rainbow-marked butterfly lightly flapped its multicolored wings, and a circle of light surrounded the poison. The ring of light continuously shrunk until it disappeared. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. A line of black had appeared on the wings of the rainbow-marked butterfly, but there was no other change. Lil Pagoda absorbed the fire seed, but there were no signs of another breakthrough. Alright, he could not be too greedy, Zuo Mo mumbled. He started to absorb the golden crow fire. The atmosphere of the desolate wood reef was nervous and fretful. Everyone's face was slightly heavy. A few days ago, several Xiuzha had escaped from the Jie River. They had encountered a group of very strong Xiuzha. That group killed everyone they saw. Many Xiuzha didn't even have the time to flee before they were killed. Instantly, the desolate wood reef became tense. These injured Xiuzha had no strength to fly over the endless ocean, and could only stay on the desolate wood reef. Those Xiuzha that had originally planned to travel to Little Mountain Jie through the Jie River didn't dare to move recklessly, and waited to see what would happen. The number of Xiuzha on the desolate wood reef increased, but no one dared to cause a disturbance. Other than the intimidation of the 3 golden armor guards, they also understood, if there really was a powerful enemy, the formation on the island was their strongest defense. Without the beast pool, Chun Yucheng was idle. His face was full of worry. There's more than 600 Xiuzha on the island, and more than 20 Ningmai. If something happens, that wouldn't be good. Shi Xiang is also in seclusion. What are you afraid of? Gongsun Cha was unconcerned and said heartlessly, worst case, we can just flee. What do you think the people in the Jie River are? Killing everyone they see. They really have no regard for the law. Chun Yucheng was righteously indignant. Gongsun Cha teased the gray butterfly and said lazily, who knows, probably a group of people who couldn't think things through. Suddenly, the crowd on the island shifted. The two instantly stopped what they were doing and stood up. Far away in the sky, there were many black dots. Chen Yucheng inhaled sharply, his face pale, voice trembling as he pointed at the black dots in the sky. What is that? Gongsun Sha also was motionless at his spot with a shocked expression. The dense crowd of black dots flew at the desolate wood reef at astonishing speed like a black cloud rolling over the sky. With a suffocating presence, they silently moved to a distance 20 li from the desolate wood reef. Yao Ma. Someone trembled out those two words. It was as though a spark had been thrown into a pot of oil. The deathly silent desolate wood reef suddenly exploded. Yama, Chen Yucheng felt his legs sore and weak, dropping to the ground. There were hints of terror in Gongsun Sha's eyes, but the terror was quickly changed to curiosity. Was this Yama? It wasn't just him that had this thought. In reality, this thought uncontrollably flashed across many people's minds on the desolate wood reef. Other than the somewhat strange dark green skin, the Yama in the sky didn't seem much different than Xiuzha. On their foreheads, they all had a piece of crystal, the color and shape varied. Their bodies were mostly slender and were very handsome regardless of sex. This is Yama? Wow. Gongsun Cha scared. He rubbed his chin. Oh, almost as handsome as me, that's not very good. However, he quickly became speechless. The Yama in the sky quickly moved forward 3 li. Everyone was intimidated. People now found that the dark green-skinned Yama in the sky were in well-organized ranks that seemed to have been measured with a ruler. During the flying process, the entire troop did not have any hint of disorder, they were so synchronized that it was frightening. When several dozen people were so, everyone would find it to be nothing, but when thousands of people were so organized, an invisible pressure formed. It was as if there was 1,000 catty rock on everyone's chest. All the noise stopped, like someone had cut their throats. Really the elite. Gongsun Sha's eyes glowed as he muttered. He then looked in sympathy at the panicking Xiuzha on the island, and couldn't help but sigh, and there go the rabble. The contrast between the two sides was too strong. Of the thousands of people on the other side, no one was speaking, it was deathly silent. The Xiuzha on the island was panicking like a crowd of headless chickens. Prepare to run for your life, Gongsun Sha said to Chen Yucheng. What about Xixiang? Chen Yucheng asked, his expression blank. Find him. Gongsun Sha said. I'm here. At some unknown time, Zuo Mo appeared behind the two of them. Escape, Gongsun Sha spread his hands at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo grimaced. He hadn't thought that he would encounter this just after he came out of seclusion. He knew that Gongsun Sha was right. Even though the island had 600 Xiuzha, it was just a grab bag of random cultivators. Looking at the military troop that was so terrifyingly organized, a hint of helplessness rose in Zuo Mo's heart. The difference in power was not something a formation could bridge. Is it really Yao Ma? Chen Yucheng was still somewhat lost. Gongsun Sha looked in curiosity at Zuo Mo. Yao, not Mo, Zuo Mo nodded, mostly Ghost Attendant Yao and some Night Stalk Yao. Ghost Attendant Yao? Night Stalk Yao? Gongsun Sha had an interested expression. To them, Yao Ma was a very distant monster. The most basic Yao are called Little Yao, about our Lianqi. The next level is Ghost Attendant Yao, like our Zhuji. The Night Stalk Yao are equivalent to our Ningmai, Zuo Mo explained simply. That scared me. Then can't we hold this place? Chen Yucheng said excitedly. Gongsun Sha shook his head but didn't speak. Zuo Mo grimaced, probably not. Yao Ma emphasize killing and have endured fighting since they were born. They live more harshly than we do. Also, you can also see their organization. Our side only has scattered soldiers and heroes, we are not a match. But then what do we do? Chen Yucheng's little face became pale again. Flee. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and said hatefully. His heart was filled with sorrow. The good days of sitting and taking in money had reached an end. Translator ramblings, we have civilians who can't fight, people who can fight, and then, the military. Numbers is its own kind of battle strategy. The Yao finally show up after so much foreshadowing. Ironically enough, translation is actually low on my list of priorities for when I have the spare time, considering that it takes up the majority of my spare time. Translating is after when I don't have novels to read, finish reading the news, run out of lives on Candy Crush and lots of other things. Some days, I translate a few words and I get distracted. Then there are the translation breaks before fights. My biggest break was a whole week not translating because I didn't want to translate the Linging Sect chapters with Chang Hong and Zuo Mo's fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203 Date Seed Ship. Chapter 203 Date Seed Ship. Miss, the position of this island is extremely good, it is perfect for guarding the Jie River, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Is that the formation of a Xiuzha? The female did not reply. She was staring at the hoop of light that was like a sun above the island. Yes, Mississippi. He opened his mouth, but perceptibly swallowed his words. Oh. The female said faintly, check first if there is any suspicious targets among them. If not, push them out. Yes. The middle-aged man instantly complied. You really are kind. A male beside the female said in a sarcastic tone. He was like a crane among the chickens, his entire person like a burning flame, a flame-red crystal on his forehead. Sweeping a glance at the rebellious male, the female was calm. Yanfeng, shut your mouth. Yanfeng smirked. The Xiuzha on this island are just rabble. Give me 500 troops, and I can sweep them clean. If you let them go, isn't it letting them off easy? The female was not moved. Our job is to find someone. Yanfeng suddenly became excited. Mushi, you forget that they are Xiuzha. Our enemy. The more we kill, the less enemies we have. Mushi's tone became cold. Sir Yanfeng, please watch your tone. You are speaking to your direct commander. If you overstep again, you will be treated according to military law. Yanfeng was so angry fire came out of his eyes. The last bit of intelligence allowed him to keep his control. He knew the woman in front of him would do as she said. The composition of Yao was extremely complex. There were many species. Different than the reproduction of humans, Yao were born from nature, formed from the Ling energy of the world. Like Mushi, she came from the largest clan of Yao, the Wood Clan. They were all formed from flora. Yanfeng came out of desolate western mountain Skyfire branch. The reproduction of the Fire Clan was not as prosperous of the Wood Clan. They did not have many Yao, but they were natural fighters, their personality explosive and brave. The Wood, Fire, Gold, Water, and Earth clans were the 5 largest clans of the Yao, but there were other little clans as many as sand. Due to the abundance of Yao, every decade, some small clans would be born. Due to this, Yao society was very accepting and very transparent. This type of transparent and complete government was like an enormous squid that reached its tentacles into every corner. It was also this governance that had born from countless great minds and strong elders that allowed the Yao to quickly recover. For example, Mushi was the most accomplished of the youths of the Wood Clan. Even though her cultivation was not outstanding, but she had started her duties very early. Yanfeng rarely found an opponent that could match his offensive power and was even stronger than Mushi, but due to his infighting within the ranks, he was punished and placed under Mushi's command. In reality, the two once had been classmates, but they had always been at odds. Zuo Mo found he actually wasn't nervous. He was slightly surprised. It seemed that fighting and killing really hardened people. However, Pu Yao's words instantly made him nervous. They have come to find you. Find me? Zuo Mo gaped. Stars in daytime, you alerted them. Pu Yao was very calm. This made the nervousness in Zuo Mo's heart decrease. Stars in daytime, what does it do? Zuo Mo asked a question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Not much. Some strong Yaoma would try to borrow the power of the stars to recover from serious wounds, and this forms the stars in daytime. Pu Yao said. It was you? Pu Yao smiled coldly, none of my business. He then frowned. But these things are slightly irritating. Aren't you a Yao? Should you be of the same kind as them? Zuo Mo couldn't really grasp Pu Yao's attitude. However, if it wasn't Pu Yao, who was it? Was it the gravestone? Pu Yao did not like Xiuzha. Zuo Mo could understand this, but he could not understand that Pu Yao didn't even like the Yao. They don't have any connection to me. Pu Yao's face was cold. Zuo Mo saw that Pu Yao didn't seem to want to mention this matter, and perceptibly changed the topic. Do you have any good suggestions? Your luck seems pretty good. The arrivals are the Wood Clan. Pu Yao glanced at the organized ranks of Yao troops in the sky. They don't like fighting. Wood Clan? Zuo Mo was very curious. Zuo Mo might have openly spoke about the little Yao before, but that was buying and selling at the same time. Zuo Mo was very unfamiliar with Yaoma. Seeing that he could not avoid a conflict with the Yaoma, it was beneficial for him to know a bit more. A large clan, but it has many cadet branches. Formed from flora. Pu Yao introduced shortly. Oh, Zuo Mo nodded, not understanding. What was formed from flora? But he knew that Pu Yao definitely did not have the patience to explain. Suddenly, Zuo Mo detected a strong consciousness ripple. He couldn't help but jump. Such a strong consciousness. The consciousness ripple came from the other side and swept the sky above the entire desolate wood reef. Before this, Zuo Mo had been very confident in his consciousness. He had almost never encountered a Xiuzhe who had a stronger consciousness than he did. But the strength of this consciousness was far above his. They are searching for you. Such a pity, just Night Stalk Yao, they believe they have the skill. Pu Yao smirked. He seemed to understand what Zuo Mo was thinking. It's very normal. They only cultivate the consciousness, it isn't something a half-ass like you can compare to. Pu Yao's interest was unknowingly stirred. Yao cultivate the consciousness so the division for spiritual power is much finer than the Xiuzhe. Starfire, Manifestation, Spirit Seed, Yin Spirit, Yao Mansion, 6 Revolutions, and Sky Channels. You are just at Manifestation. Among them, the most powerful have finished Spirit Seed. Even though their spirit is weak, but it can easy to kill you. Manifestation? When the starfire is full, it manifests, seed born in the heart to become planted in the spirit births the yin spirit opens the Yao Mansion, spiritual manifestation. Oh, your leaf hand is a manifestation. The consciousness can become tangible? Zuo Mo asked. Of course, it's so simple, do you really need to think about it? Pu Yao's face was full of disdain. However, you just entered manifestation, you're very far off from spirit seed, but what is called seed born in the heart? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask, his head bloated. You'll know when it is time. Pu Yao had used up his patience. Then now? Solve it yourself. Pu Yao said impatiently before disappearing. They are going to attack. Gongsun Sha pulled Zuo Mo back. The attacking posture of the other size was so obvious even an idiot could see. Zuo Mo couldn't help but become nervous. Pulling Gongsun Sha and Chun Yuchang, he pushed his voice low, prepared to escape. Where? Chun Yuchang's face was puzzled. Gongsun Sha suddenly opened his mouth, towards the Jie River. The Jie River? Little Mountain Jie? Zuo Mo was very surprised, isn't that heading for the net? The endless ocean is vast and borderless. We need to fly multiple months to see land, there is no place to hide. Gongsun Sha was very calm, a hint of heat in his eyes. When it's time, these people will all scatter. We'll go the opposite way and break through. They definitely wouldn't have thought of it. They just came from Little Mountain Jia, Little Mountain Jia definitely has fallen. If we go to Little Mountain Jia, we have no escape. Chun Yuchang was frightened by Gongsun Sha's suggestion, so frightened he woke up. This is not certain. Gongsun Sha shook his head. If Little Mountain Jia has fallen, what would come definitely wouldn't just be this little amount of Yao. This is a little? Chun Yuchang pointed at the organized and solemn Yao army in the sky, and shouted. To us, it seems like a lot. But if they want to attack Sky Moon Jia, it is far too few, Gongsun Sha said quickly. Zuo Mo instantly reacted. You mean they are a little troop that snuck in? Possible. Gongsun Sha said. What did they sneak in for? I don't know, they probably have a target? Zuo Mo suddenly thought of what Pu Yao had said. Did these people really come to find him? No, to find the Yao Ma of the stars in daytime. He continued to weigh the choices in his heart. Truthfully, Gongsun Sha's suggestion was very dangerous, no, it was extremely dangerous. But Zuo Mo felt that the success of that suggestion was very likely. From this, it could be seen that he was in support of Gongsun Sha's suggestion. Chose which one? He was just a little Xiuzhe that had just broken through to Ningmai and hadn't seen much. Facing a choice that would determine life and death, he couldn't help but hesitate. Yet the other didn't give the time to hesitate. The sky above the other side's troop was suddenly dark. Strong Ling power ripples were like a harsh wind that swept past. Damn it! Zuo Mo jumped in fright. The other side was going to attack. The Ling power ripples passing through the air were the same as Yang Fiend hard lightning, but the terrifying presence it gave off was hundreds of times stronger. He didn't doubt that their attack would flatten all of Desolate Wood Reef. If he didn't run now, when could he run? He grabbed Gongsun Sha and Chun Yuchang, not caring for anything else, and suddenly jumped into the water. A gold light flashed, and the Buddha sound hoop landed in Zuo Mo's bosom, the presence of the formation on the Desolate Wood Reef weakening. The Desolate Wood Reef instantly exploded. He ran. Zuo Mo ran. Run! Everyone, run! At this time, with a large sound, a bolt of lightning twisted and struck the Desolate Wood Reef. Dong! A muffled sound hit everyone's heart. Those shoujo with weak cultivations bled from their mouths and nose. Everyone couldn't help but turn their head. The desolate wood reef with its layers of formations was like paper in front of the lightning, cleanly wiped out. More than 10 of the shoujo that moved too slowly were swept by the after ripples and torn to countless pieces, not even having the time shot before their souls were destroyed. In the ocean, Zuo Mo didn't have it good either. The blood inside his body was roiling, his ling power almost spiraled out of control. Gongsun Sha and Chun Yu Cheng's faces were pale. The power of the one attack was so powerful that it even passed into the ocean. At the border of life and death, Zuo Mo became calm. A date seed appeared on his hand, a talisman ship was carved on it. This date seed ship had been taken from Nan Ningzi's body. However, it required too much ling power, so he hadn't found out how to use it. In seclusion this time, after finishing forging the 5 essence sword set, Zuo Mo had spent a lot of effort on the talismans that he did not understand. He hadn't expected that he found some methods, and including this date seed boat. At this time, he didn't dare to hold anything back, the ling power in his body furiously flooding towards the date seed boat. A little date red wooden boat with an old aura appeared in front of everyone. Zuo Mo's hand moved. They felt the scene in front of them blur and then they were inside the ship. The ship was dry and clean. The water outside the ship seemed to be stopped by an invisible power, unable to enter. Zuo Mo hurriedly directed the date seed ship to sink to the bottom. The thick water could stop the search from the other's consciousness. If they could flee to a place that the other could not detect them, they would be temporarily safe. Translator ramblings, little more stuff on Yao society and military. Don't speculate too much since this is just the tip of the iceberg. Zuo Mo knows nothing. He's just the mouthpieces for Pu Yao. I told Lemire's I'm going to reply to their comment from yesterday. So, yes, this is a Yao military unit that has attacked what is essentially a civilian outpost. But the status of these two sides are not equal. It is hard to say that the shoujo all fail because of this one encounter. This is the military, so there is training and organization on one side. What they are facing is country bumpkins that are civilians. The Yao military win due to numbers and organization, but they can't be the only side with armies. The story will be a whole less realistic. Mushi has clearly trained for her position through school, and she is an officer. The rest are trained soldiers sent on this special mission, so they probably are not regular foot soldiers. Remember that the shoujo are fleeing Sky Moon Jia, and the ones that are passing through Zuo Mo's island aren't the big sects but the lower classes. They have no organization that they belong to, so not one of them would stay to fight. That is what causes this instant defeat in this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204 Improvement. Chapter 204 Improvement. The dateseed ship submerged at a fast rate. In a blink, it had reached 10 li under the surface. Through the windows on the ship, the outside was pitch black. The surroundings were silent, the noise from the outside was completely blocked. Everyone finally relaxed. The Yao army used one attack to destroy any of the hopes they had left. Silly Bird shook the water off. She looked like a chicken in soup broth, with all of the drooping features. Even the proud Silly Bird was scared half to death by the hard lightning that had come from the sky and became much more docile. When Zuo Mo had come out of seclusion, he had taken Silly Bird and the others with him. Chun Yu Cheng collapsed on the ground, heaving. By comparison, Gongsun Sha was much more composed, but there was still a hint of fear lingering in his eyes. Of everyone, the only ones that could truly maintain their calm were the 3 golden armor guards. As usual, they held their swords and stood like statues. Zuo Mo had recovered from the nervousness. Seeing everyone was complete and whole, his mood became much better. Just having escaped death, no one in the ship had any interest in talking, all of them catching their breaths and calming their minds. After a while, Zuo Mo found his mind had relaxed greatly and stood up, and began inspecting the dateseed ship. During his seclusion, even though he had figured out how to activate the dateseed ship, but he hadn't studied it. Right now, the dateseed ship was their life-saving talisman. He didn't dare to leave it up to chance. He walked around the cabin of the ship, closely inspecting it. Chun Yu Cheng and Gongsun Sha saw his actions and perceptively chose not to speak. This was... Zuo Mo carefully inspected the formations carved on the dateseed ship and was very shocked. A Jingshi talisman. The dateseed ship was a 4th-grade talisman, and it was even a rare Jingshi talisman. Jingshi talismans were talismans that could use Jingshi as a source of power. Those were usually large-sized talismans. The 1,000-wing boat that Zuo Mo had seen in Dongfu was a classical example of a Jingshi talisman. Historically, only large sect would forge Jingshi talismans. The materials that were needed were not something a normal shoujo could afford. There were some Jingshi talismans for single-person use, but not many. Compared to the Ling power inside Jingshi, the Ling power inside Xiuzhi was much purer and easier to control. This date seed ship was a Jingshi talisman. It could carry 100 Xiuzhi, able to fly either in air or in the water. Zuo Mo's interest was stirred up. This was the first time he had seen a Jingshi talisman. He instantly started to study the formations on the ship. Jingshi talismans where formations were used most purely. Xiuzhi only had to make some simple commands, and it could work on its own. In a short period of time, he found the locations to put in Jingshi. The cabin was empty, and did not even have tables or chairs. The place to insert the Jingshi was on the ceiling. The ceiling of the cabin had a depiction of the Big Dipper, the 7 stars connected. Each star was the place to put in Jingshi. Zuo Mo took out 7 third-grade Jingshi from his ring to insert in the positions of the Big Dipper. When he shoved the last piece of Jingshi in, everyone felt the cabin light up. A date-colored red light emanated from the ship. Wow, Jingshi talisman? Gongsun Cha was surprised. And, a Jingshi talisman that I got from Nan Mingzi. Zuo Mo stared at the formations on the ship, calculating inside without turning his head to answer. Through the consciousness leaf hand, he could clearly see the seals running through the ship. The more he saw, the more admiration he had. Before this, he had never seen a Jingshi talisman before, so he never had seen Jingshi talisman formations before. The formations were like a gigantic mesh going through the entire date seed ship, like they were the channels of the ship. Ling power flowed out from the 7 Jingshi into the channels and activated the formation. He quickly found the differences between the date seed ship and the talismans he had studied before. The Ling power that came out of the Jingshi was very steady. Normal talismans consumed the Ling power of Xiuzhi. The Ling power would have a variety of changes and would not be so steady. There were advantages and disadvantages to both methods. Jingshi talismans did not consume the Ling power of the Xiuzhi. As long as there was Jingshi, it could keep working. The disadvantage was that its uses were set, and it was less flexible to adjusting to sudden changes. Normal talismans were the exact opposite. Due to consuming the Ling power of the Xiuzhi, it could not compare in how long Jingshi talismans could be used. However, they could do many things and were very good at adjusting to sudden changes. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly moved. If the two advantages could be put together, that would be great. Once the idea popped up into his head, it could not be erased. After studying for a while, he started to actually ponder if the flash of inspiration he had was realistic or not. The space inside the date seed ship was enough for him to set up large amounts of formations. The smaller the space was, the harder it was to set up formations. Forging experts could set down multiple formations in a flying sword the size of a finger. Zuo Mo was far from reaching that level. Space was very important for him. The bigger the ship was, the easier it was for him to make modifications. There were a total of 3 formations on the date seed ship. One was a space formation, one was a Ling shield formation, the last was a water movement formation. Zuo Mo paid more attention to the Ling shield formation. Its defensive ability was average. He decided to change the micro-light formation to a 7 bright micro-light formation. Zuo Mo only needed to put 7 bright light formation into the micro-light formation, and the defensive power of the shield would increase by at least 50%. This technique of interlocking child formations was something he had comprehended from the Skyring Moonshine formation. The structure of the bright light formation was simple and easy to carve, so Zuo Mo quickly finished the 7 bright micro-light formation. The Ling shield over the ship gradually changed, the light becoming more intense and the shield thicker than it had been before. Zuo Mo nodded in satisfaction. It seems his skill in making formations had improved once again. Before, this wouldn't have been so simple. Strengthening the Ling shield meant that the consumption of Ling power would increase correspondingly. However, Zuo Mo did not worry about this. Right now, he lacked for everything except Jingshi. Ge has lots of Jingshi. He suddenly hit his head. Right, how did he forget his greatest advantage? Chun Yu Chang and Gongsun Cha were frightened by Zuo Mo's action. The two exchanged looks of puzzlement. Jingshi. Right now, he had piles of Jingshi. Before, he had been thinking of carving an offensive formation on the ship that could be controlled by a person. That way, they didn't need to leave the ship, but they could fight against their enemies. When Zuo Mo realized his advantage, he suddenly reacted. He had made a mistake. Since it was hard to control Jingshi talismans precisely, rather than think of ways to increase the control over it, it was better to give the talisman a formation that did not need to be controlled, like a cloud lightning net. He only needed it to protect the ship. As to increasing the maneuverability of the Jingshi talisman, he could slowly study it. The high consumption of the cloud electrical lightning net was nothing for Zuo Mo, who wanted to keep his life. The more he thought, the cleverer he found the idea. Even though there were still big gaps, but it was the most realistic plan at present. No matter what, his little life came first. He took out a large pile of materials and started to carve formations inside the cabin. What is Xixiang doing? Chun Yucheng asked. Gong Sunsha looked over. I don't understand, but he seems to be setting up formations. We should run, not setting up formations now. Chun Yucheng said hurriedly. I don't know, Gong Sunsha was also puzzled. He could see what Xixiang was generally doing. Even though he didn't know why Xixiang was putting up formations now, but he believed in Xixiang's judgment. Currently, the only thing he was so shocked by was the fact that Xixiang seemed to be playing with the Jingshi talisman. Could Xixiang modify Jingshi talismans? He knew it was much harder to modify talismans than to remake them. After a talisman was successfully forged, it was one complete entity and had reached an equilibrium. Modifying was equivalent to first breaking the equilibrium and then setting a new equilibrium. Had Xiang's skills with formations reached such a level? The golden armor guard stood silently. Silly Bird had recovered from the fright, raising her bird head and stepping her unique bird walk. Zuo Mo was very careful. Bright light formation was only an enhancing formation, and did not have much effect on the equilibrium of the talisman. However, Cloud Lightning Net was a third-grade formation. It was very strong and needed large amounts of Ling power. Zuo Mo needed to add a few more channels to conduct Ling power to satisfy the Cloud Lightning Net. The Cloud Lightning Net was not difficult for Zuo Mo. The difficulty laid in setting the seals to channel the Ling power. The formations on the Dateseed boat before had been very complete. In order to add more seals to increase Ling power pathways, he needed to change the entire structure. This was the most difficult part. If he wasn't careful, he could most likely cause the Ling power pathways to intersect and then collapse. Zuo Mo was very clear about this, so he continuously modeled it in his head before proceeding. 4 hours later, he finally thought it through and started to move. What he did first was increase the number of Jingshi. The Ling power expenditure of Cloud Lightning Net was very large. 7 pieces of Jingshi was not enough to satisfy its needs. Zuo Mo added another 21 pieces of Jingshi. On the ceiling of the ship cabin, 28 stars shone. To save his life, Zuo Mo did not care how much Jingshi he had to spend. Right after, he started to set up the Cloud Lightning Net, and added more Ling power channeling seals. This modification took 12 hours. When he finished, he was exhausted. However, he finally finished. Hiss hiss. Sounds came from the date red Ling shield. Immediately after, countless fine lines of miniature lightning appeared on the surface of the Ling shield, swimming like little snakes. Fine lightning appeared at astounding speed and gathered. In the blink of an eye, a net appeared on the Ling shield. A net constructed of arm-thick lightning. It was like a silver net had covered all of the Dateseed ship. The lightning net slightly trembled, the sound slowly weakening until the hisses had disappeared. What was wondrous was that, even though they were in the water, the lightning net on the Ling shield showed no signs of dissipating, but was as dense as any other object, silently covering the Ling shield. The presence of the Dateseed ship instantly changed. Translator ramblings, a Jingshi talisman for a Jingshi grubbing zombie. I think the foreshadowing for Zuo Mo needing an escape off an island was pretty obvious compared to what Fong Xiang has done to lay foundations for previous fights and incidents. Nan Ningzi came right after Zuo Mo landed on the island, and gave Zuo Mo his ship. Zuo Mo was surrounded by the ocean, and how to travel on the ocean. A ship. You guys actually asked about the golden armor guards but not Silly Bird. The pets should not be forgotten. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205 War Chess. This chapter has been brought to you by me, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Coming early today. Normal time for next chapter. Chapter 205 War Chess. Where are we heading? Chun Yucheng asked uncertainly. Jia River. Gong Suncha's face was relaxed, half lying on the bottom of the cabin, relaxed and idle. How do you know? Chun Yucheng looked worriedly at Zuo Mo Xixiang, who was still working on the Dateseed ship. Xixiang had been working for several hours and showed no signs of stopping. Ha! Xixiang might look careful and conservative, but if he's pressured, he's vicious and decisive. Gong Sunsha said unconcernedly. What happens if Little Mountain Jia has been taken by the Yama? Chun Yucheng's face was slightly pale. The strong offensive power of the Yao army had almost destroyed his soul. No way about it. It's all up to luck. Gong Sunsha stretched out his waist and laid down completely. With a hiss, a silver light suddenly flashed outside the ship. Just having laid down, Gongsun Sha instantly sat up, eyes looking outside. When he saw the lightning outside the Ling shield, he first stilled, and then had joy on his face. Chen Yucheng, who was in a fragile state of mind, was half scared to death by the noise. How's the power of that thing? Gongsun Sha pointed outside the ship, and asked Zuo Mo, who had finally stopped and walked over. Better than nothing. Zuo Mo sat down in exhaustion. My skill in formations isn't enough. This lightning net doesn't have any dead ends, but it is way too loose. Don't have high hopes about the power. Gongsun Sha nodded, and then asked, how far have we traveled? This boat goes 100 li every 2 hours, how long has it been? 12 hours. Then it's 600 li, Zuo Mo said. Seems no one has chased after us. I wonder what this Yao army is looking for. This is an unexpected calamity. Chen Yucheng sighed. Zuo Mo naturally could not say the Yao army was searching for him, but seeing Chen Yucheng's worried expression, he knew this docile person had been frightened too deeply today, and hurried to comfort him. The two shitty had two completely different personalities. Chen Yucheng was docile, and somewhat lacking in courage, only interested in animals. Gongsun Sha was the exact opposite. He was cunning and daring, calm when there was trouble, and had a devious and dark character. He didn't have much interest in butchering. Follow the flow. Gongsun Sha inserted and then raised his delicate face, his eyes shining. Shixiang, there's nothing to do now. Why don't you get them to practice their cooperation? Zuo Mo understood that Gongsun Sha meant the 3 golden armor guards. Cooperation? Gongsun Sha's words reminded him. The blow that the Yao army had given them was too strong. The troops that were so organized they were almost insane, so neat that it seemed almost impossible, and that lightning attack that they couldn't even hold their heads up against. Zuo Mo felt that he wouldn't forget it in his life. The shock and panic of the Xiuzha was the perfect definition of the word rabble. Every time he thought of it, he felt coldness seep uncontrollably from his heart. The Yao army gave all the Xiuzha on the desolate wood reef a lesson. Even the stupidest person could see the difference between the two, and could feel the difference in power. Zuo Mo suddenly had a feeling that the era of individual power was nearing its end. However, he quickly threw the problem to the back of his mind. A big problem like an era ending, it wasn't something a little Ningmai like him could relate to. But he agreed greatly with Gongsun Sha's suggestion. However, while he agreed, how to accomplish it was the true problem. I don't know how. We can slowly try. Gongsun Sha's decisive tone made Zuo Mo look at him. He grinned. It's better than losing our lives. For some reason, Zuo Mo felt Gongsun Shidi's delicate face was like the raised head of a snake, vicious and cold. But when he turned his eyes towards Gongsun, Shidi's smile was so sunny and timid that Zuo Mo felt he was mistaken. Okay. He nodded. Before having seen the Yao army, Zuo Mo might have found it extraneous, but right now he didn't hesitate. This was useful. Very useful. For him, starting from a blank slate wasn't a new experience. Before, as long as he could make Jingshi, he would work with all his effort. Now, Zuo Mo discovered that his little life was more important. His belief suddenly turned, anything that could save his little life, he would definitely put everything in. The two crowded together and started to discuss. Both were greenhorns, the mood was vibrant, but quickly, the discussion reached a standoff. Words had no proof, especially when the two had divergent views, no one could persuade the other. At this time, Gongsun Sha did not care what Mo was his Shixiang. His face was flushed as he argued, his expression ferocious, he no longer looked like a weak and bashful young master. If we each have a troop and can really fight, that would be nice. Zuo Mo sighed, then who was right, it naturally can be seen. Yes. Gongsun Sha's face was also bitter, holding his head and sighing. Talking soldiers on paper, it is useless. A voice suddenly came inside Zuo Mo's mind. Want to try? I've got a way. Pu Yao suddenly came out. What way? Zuo Mo's mind became alert. Pu Yao might like to boast, but he occasionally had some real skill. Pu Yao looked at him. Actually, this kind of thing has been played since a long time ago, like Seal Soldier Battleboard, like puppet chess. What is that? Hearing those two new terms, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be curious. It is a kind of war chess. War chess? There's many ways to play, like one-on-one, or many against many. Pu Yao seemed to suddenly sink into his memories, refocusing after a while. I remember it was quite fashionable back then. You have those? Zuo Mo looked suspiciously at Pu Yao. No, Pu Yao shook his head. The most important part is the rules. It is very easy to make them. He threw a ball of light at Zuo Mo here. These are the rules for all kinds of war chess games that I played before, and how to make them. When did you become this kind? Zuo Mo's gaze became even more suspicious, but his hands were not slow at all, rapidly catching the ball of light. I don't want you to die this quickly. Pu Yao looked scornfully at Zuo Mo before disappearing. The date-seed ship silently slid along the bottom in the pitch-black water. For everyone, this was a very long period of boredom. Chun Yucheng seemed to be accustomed to this kind of boredom. He continued to busy himself in his experiments. Zuo Mo occasionally took out the golden crow fire. He seemed to be forging something. So boring. Gongsun Cha yawned. He seemed to be the only person that didn't have anything to do. He had thought about teasing Silly Bird to relieve his boredom, but Silly Bird ignored him, proudly strutting her bird walk in the cabin. Lil Black climbed around the cabin without exhaustion. Lil Pagoda floated in the air, spinning in its spot. The 3 golden armor guards were like 3 statues, not having moved a finger in days. Originally, Gongsun Sha had been worried they might meet some water element ling beasts. In the legends, there were many terrifying ling beasts in the endless ocean. However, their luck seemed to be exceptional and they traveled smoothly. But these days were really so bland. Done, Zuo Mo suddenly stated, making Gongsun Sha jump in fright. He crowded over. What's done? What is this? Chess? Something called a war chess, Zuo Mo said uncertainly. I don't know if I made it correctly. Come, let's try. Gongsun Sha, so bored he had almost fallen asleep, instantly jumped up. Okay. Zuo Mo took out a jade scroll, recording down some of the rules that Pu Yao gave him and threw it to Gongsun Sha. Interesting. Gongsun Sha took the jade scroll. After a look, he became alert. Zuo Mo also started to read the rules. Reading it in detail, he was instantly frightened. F*******. This was that complicated? The dense paragraphs of rules made his head feel numb. He heard Gongsun Sha's voice full of enthusiasm. This bit is interesting. Yes, oh, I understand. Zuo Mo could only force himself to keep reading. An hour later, when Zuo Mo's eyes were unfocused and his brain faint, he suddenly heard Gongsun Sha say, so interesting. It's really too interesting. Zuo Mo raised his head in shock. He saw Gongsun Sha look excitedly at him and say, let's begin. If I know there was something as fun as this, I wouldn't have learned how to butcher. What Zuo Mo forged was puppet chess. It was simpler. The size of the Seal Soldier battleboard was bigger, requiring better skill at forging, and had more complex rules. Basically, puppet chess was made from a set of little illusions. In a circle 1 zhang wide, miniature mountains and rivers were perfectly depicted. There were even clouds in the sky that slowly changed. Suddenly, these white clouds started to rain. Under the rain, the water in the river suddenly grew. A shoujo wearing Taoist robes suddenly charged into the sky from the river, slowly scanned the surroundings. Seeing there was not anything, the person went back into the river. Exquisite. Truly too exquisite. Gongsun Sha gaped, his eyes changing from excited to scorching. Zuo Mo was also shocked by such exquisiteness. Even though he had made it from beginning to end, but he had never thought of the result of the end product. This wasn't some chessboard, it was like a complete little world. Everything inside would naturally cycle on their own. So wondrous. Zuo Mo's mind became blank. Quick, how to play? Gongsun Sha urged. Zuo Mo refocused and handed him a piece of 3rd-grade Black Days crystal. Put your mind into it. He also took up a piece of Black Days crystal and flooded it with his consciousness. He felt the scenery in front of his eyes change, and he seemed to be looking from the sky. His eyes unconsciously looked down. Yao! 9 Yao were arranged in an organized square. He could clearly feel the connection between him and the 9 Yao. He was even able to use the eyes of any of the Yao to see everything in the surroundings. At the same time, the information of the 9 Yao flowed through his mind. His mind moved, and a Yao suddenly stepped 3 paces forward, leaving the troop. He instantly controlled it to do many strange and awkward poses. So interesting. Very interesting. Zuo Mo was in shock. Translator ramblings, what to do when you are bored. Play games. This is a road trip to a place they don't know. Pu Yao is very good at hiding since he found a spot inside Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. He managed to evade Xin Yan and the others, then the people at the sword test conference, and now the Yao. At this point, it's pretty obvious that he doesn't like the Yao that much. At the same time, as a commentator pointed out, he doesn't respect Zuo Mo as an equal, considering how he just takes Zuo Mo's resources and uses them without permission. From our perspective as readers, we frequently side with Zuo Mo since we have the most knowledge about his state of mind, and there is a tendency to desire the main character to improve and win all the time. However, in a world where power is might, Zuo Mo is not at a strength that Pu Yao can respect, even if he is greatly weakened now. From Pu Yao's perspective, Zuo Mo's primary skills in the consciousness and body cultivation is due to him giving/selling the knowledge to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo is akin to a leech that Pu Yao needs at this point to survive, but Zuo Mo is still so weak that Pu Yao dismisses him. His mindset has not completely adjusted to his present situation, and he is refusing to admit some truths. The change in Pu Yao's mindset will be an interesting one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206. What was that? Chapter 206. What was that? Zuo Mo was very depressed. In the first 2 matches, he had won. The third round was tied. They also tied for the 4th and 5th. After the 5th round, he never won again. In total, they had battled for 10 matches. 5 losses, 3 ties, and 2 wins. That wasn't a good result. The more they played, the greater the gap between them became. He was very surprised. Gongsun Shidi, who looked shy and weak, was very aggressive. In the last few matches, not soon after the match had started, Zuo Mo was killed off. Zuo Mo lost so badly that even Pu Yao couldn't keep looking. "I'll go." Pu Yao jumped out, took over control, and started to fight against Gongsun Sha. Gongsun Sha was instantly obliterated. The strong ability to command that Pu Yao displayed made Zuo Mo intoxicated. Pu Yao, who seemed quite feminine, was extremely aggressive when he was in command. "You guys can slowly torture yourselves. Go will play on GE zone." Zuo Mo muttered inside. This person and this Yao were natural-born militants. In other words, they were born for the role. Especially when he saw the expressions of the person and the Yao, he shuddered. The light flashed in Pu Yao's bloody pupil, a cruel smirk on the corner of his mouth, his actions lightning. Gongsun Shidi, after being depressively killed for 20-something matches, his expression wasn't the least bit dejected. His face was like a plum blossom, slightly flushed, the light in his eyes continuously flickering. He was more excited the more he fought. These 2 perverts. Zuo Mo had long known of Pu Yao's perverseness. He hadn't thought Gongsun Shidi would also be so perverse when he played war chess. Did everyone's heart have a perverse chord? Shaking his head, Zuo Mo smacked his lips. All the war chess games that Pu Yao gave were for commanders, and were all Yama. Shouja, if they were not the enemy, they were cannon fodder. That made him very unaccustomed to it. Okay, who made it so that they were war chess games for Yama? Zuo Mo completely threw the last thought behind his head. He decided to continue his own cultivation. Speaking of cultivation, he was studying formations. He had seen many kinds of formations already. The soul-tethered talisman that was so rare, Jingshur talismans, he had all that. Adding on the aid of his consciousness, his comprehension of formations was much deeper than normal Shouja. He had many skills. He cultivated Ling power, spiritual power, and also body cultivation on the side. He also knew many spells. Such variety was not a good quality. In reality, all of these were not his true cultivation path. His primary cultivation was formations. The direction of this originated in Pu Yao's statement, "The core of all spells is formations." From the uncertainty in the beginning, to the gradual understanding, to the rock-hard determination of present, Zuo Mo had never stopped studying. Even though he was far from the level Pu Yao had spoken of, he was full of confidence in himself. For example, the microformations in dan-making were the products of his continuous investigations. He didn't know if anyone else studied them, but the microformations had brought enormous profit for him. Without the microformations, there was no golden crow fire. There were many paths to increasing one's strength, but not every path was suited for him. Since people were skilled at commanding, then this matter will be given to those skilled in that. It was the wisest choice for him to do what he was most skilled in. He put his attention back on the date seed ship. In his view, there was a lot of room for modifications, especially to Zuo Mo, who was skilled in microformations. As it was related to his life, he had to think hard. In the cabin, 3 people all had different expressions. Chun Yucheng propped his head on his hand, his eyes lost. He had maintained this position for a long time, occasionally muttering. Gongsun Sha was extremely energetic, his eyes focused on war chess, completely ignorant of the piece of Black Day's crystal that was floating in the air with no one else present. Zuo Mo climbed up and down, his body covered in wood shavings, all kinds of tools and talismans occasionally on his hands. Lil Pagoda skipped behind him, not letting go of one piece go to waste, all sucked into the tower. Not far away, Silly Bird looked in disdain at Lil Pagoda. Lil Black silently waved its antennae as it climbed around. A long time later, when the formation in front of him had finished, Zuo Mo finally released a breath and stretched. Without any requirements, without any limitations, as long as he could think of it and he had enough materials, he would try it. This kind of experimentation that he had never had before made him feel unspeakably comfortable. He had done everything he could think of to modify the dateseed ship. Some were forging methods, some were dan-making methods, some were formation setting methods, including the formation discs that he hadn't used for a time. They were all put to use on the dateseed ship. The dateseed ship was completely transformed. The shuttle-shaped dateseed ship became even sharper, especially the bow where 7 blue spikes were arranged in a row. These 7 blue spikes had been obtained from the 4th-grade blue-spiked crocodile that Zuo Mo had killed on the desolate wood reef. The blue jade-like spike was covered in cinnabar seals all over. The body of the ship was thinner and longer than before, like a swordfish. It made the ship look more dangerous and intrusive. The direct result was that its speed in the water suddenly increased. In 2 hours, it could travel 150 li, having increased by 50%. Zuo Mo added a control formation to the Ling shield outside. It was almost attached to the body of the ship now, like a skin rather than the round bubble it had been before. The lightning net seemed to be engraved on the Ling shield now rather than on its exterior. It was possible to see a thread of lightning occasionally swim by silently on the Ling shield. Zuo Mo had cut off anything like the masts. Those things were more for decoration than practicality. But even so, Zuo Mo was still not satisfied. He studied the water movement formation that the dateseed ship had now, and found that this water movement formation was the reason the dateseed ship was so slow in the water. Compared to flying in the air, the speed of travel in the water made him feel it was as slow as a turtle. For example, the thunder-flowing light wings that he had bought from Hong Yang could reach 1,500 li in 2 hours at full speed. Even the 3rd-grade Lucky Cloud that did not pursue speed but was famed for its elegance could easily surpass a speed of 300 li every 2 hours. Having never possessed a water movement talisman before, Zuo Mo naturally could not be satisfied with the speed of the dateseed ship. A 4th-grade dateseed ship that couldn't even catch up to a 3rd-grade Lucky Cloud, wasn't that a joke? He completely forgot the resistance in the water was much stronger than flying in the air. When he realized this problem, it was when he had increased the speed of the dateseed ship to 200 li every 2 hours, because he discovered that, no matter how he altered the water movement formation, he could not increase the speed of the dateseed ship. He suddenly recalled a move that he had practiced before in the Li Water Sword scripture, flowing water, but other than being traceless and hard to discover, flowing water also was fast. It wasn't an extremely fast, but a comfortable and smooth, natural flow. He had practiced Li Water Sword scripture in the water before. In the water, flowing water was much faster. The crux of flowing water was to change with the water flow, like water flowing from high up down. If he could turn the dateseed ship into the water drop sword, that would be good. This daring idea suddenly flashed through his head. This idea made him excited. After thinking for a long time, he finally found a solution. He had just finished it now. He used several hundred little formations to successfully model a situation similar to flowing water. The speed of the dateseed ship was increased to 400 li every 2 hours. Zuo Mo did not know the market. If he knew the 4th-grade water movement talismans on the market were all around 100 li every 2 hours, that even the upper 4th-grade talismans were about 200 li every 2 hours, he certainly wouldn't have been stubborn to increase the speed of the dateseed ship. Such terrifying speed was not without its limits. Due to the high number of formations, it was extremely difficult to control. Zuo Mo found it very hard to control himself, and had to let Lil Pagoda take control of the formations. These formations mostly were related to water, and Lil Pagoda was the best hand at controlling the 5 elements. The other point was the consumption of Jingshi had multiplied, especially when they were traveling at full speed. It would use 10 Jing of Ling power every 2 hours, which was 10 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi, 10 times that of the thunder-flowing light wings. But in Zuo Mo's perspective, this was worth it. If he couldn't keep his little life, then no matter how much Jingshi he had it was useless. The present dateseed ship finally reached the level of life-saving in his heart. But before he could rest, suddenly, a feeling of danger came into Zuo Mo's mind. Zuo Mo's heart beat heavily. He couldn't help but look outside. In the black water, a dot of light suddenly lit up far away. This dot of light was extremely small like a hair, but in a blink, it was the size of a sesame seed. Such fast speed. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. He suddenly remembered the endless ocean that countless people talked about, which had no border, was the playground of strong Ling beasts. Run! Connected to his mind, Lil Pagoda instantly light up. The jinxure of the 28 stars in the ceiling of the cabin lit up, the cabin so bright it seemed like day. Vroom vroom vroom. The ship slightly trembled. Under its maximum speed, the pressure that the ship was under was very terrifying. The sudden change alarmed the other two. Chun Yu Chang raised his head in confusion. The excited lush on Gongsun Cha's face had not retreated. Gongsun Cha reacted first, the lightning speed of the date-seed ship frightening him. So fast. When did the ship become this fast? He wasn't nervous, his face curious as he walked next to Zuo Mo. It isn't the time to discuss this, Zuo Mo said in a deep voice. Something has locked onto us. What? Gongsun Cha's face was curious. However, when his gaze turned to the outside, his face suddenly changed. Not far away from the ship, a pair of vicious eyes about the size of a lantern stared at the date-seed ship. When the two people looked at its body, the two couldn't help but inhale. An enormous shadow appeared in their vision. Black water that flowed relentlessly was like a mountain that was clearly separate from the surrounding river. The pair of indifferent and vicious eyes were as bright as moons in the black water. The three felt as though they had fell into a glacier, their entire body cold. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo goes overboard and the sea monsters show up. Gongsun Cha is a little bit obsessed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207 Moon Eye Blackwater Beast. Chapter 207 Moon Eye Blackwater Beast. What is that? Gongsun Cha asked woodenly. Don't know, Zuo Mo's answer was similarly wooden. The pitiable Chun Yu Chang just fainted. This is a Moon Eye Blackwater Beast, Pu Yao drawled. Having just sadistically killed Gongsun Cha for more than 20 rounds, he was in a pleasurable state, his attitude exceptionally harmonious. Moon Eye Blackwater Beast? They mostly live in the bottom of the endless ocean. They have large bodies, but they are all looks and no substance. They don't have anything good on their bodies. The only things are the moon beads and the blackwater. Pu Yao only glanced once, before becoming scornful. Moon bead. Blackwater. Zuo Mo's heart leaped. He had never heard of the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast before, but he wasn't unfamiliar with the moon bead in Blackwater. The uses of Blackwater were very broad, it was not cheap, and moon beads were not just expensive, there were very few of them on the market, and were some of the best materials for forging. However, he didn't dare to have any greed now. The presence that this Moon Eye Blackwater Beast had was too intimidating. What grade is this guy? Any weaknesses? He asked. 4th grade. As to weaknesses, I don't know. Pu Yao added, I'm not familiar. The speed of the date-seed ship was at maximum, yet that Moon Eye Blackwater Beast was easily keeping up. As expected of a natural water element beast. His date-seed ship was not a match for this kind of water movement speed. He stopped the ship. In any case, he couldn't escape from the beast. What reassured his heart was this Moon Eye Blackwater Beast was a 4th grade Ling beast. What gave him a headache was that they were in the water. Zuo Mo might have defeated a blue-spiked crocodile, but that was on land and not in the water. If they had been in the water, Zuo Mo wouldn't have even been able to escape. Water element Ling beasts could use all of their offensive power in the water. One ship and one beast faced off. Zuo Mo and the others didn't dare to move rashly. The Moon Eye Blackwater Beast seemed curious about this object that it had never seen before. Inside the ship, Zuo Mo cast a spell on Gongsun Cha. You're in command of them. After playing war chess, Zuo Mo realized Gongsun Shidi's talent in this area. Since he really couldn't make anything of them, it was better to give them to Shidi. Gongsun Cha stilled, but he instantly took over the command of the 3 golden armor guards. In his consciousness, when the 3 golden armor guards appeared, a shocked expression uncontrollably floated onto his face. He had always assumed that the golden armor guards were living people. Now he discovered that these 3 mysterious experts were puppets. He quickly managed to calm down. Gradually, his breathing started to speed up. He felt his body was uncontrollably shaking. It was not fear nor terror, but excitement. This was his first fight where he was in command. Even though his subordinates were 3 golems, when he thought of the upcoming battle, he felt his body temperature rising, even his blood was burning. He suddenly closed his eyes, his rushed breathing slowly calming. When he opened his eyes again, he looked much calmer, but the light in the deepest part of his eyes was like a blade's edge. Zuo Mo also threw away all other thoughts. Other than engaging in a fight, there didn't seem to be other options. The other side was a 4th grade Ling beast in the water, but on his side were 4 Ningmai. Zuo Mo felt there was a chance. What he was worried about was they would create too much noise and attract other Ling beasts. That would not be good. Just as Zuo Mo pondered when to attack, Gongsun Sha suddenly ran to Chun Yucheng, who had fainted, and furiously shook him awake. Shixiang, where's your Ling butterfly? Ling butterfly, Chun Yucheng's face was confused. After a while, he managed to react, and hurriedly took out the beast service card. Ling butterfly! Gongsun Sha looked helplessly at the confusion and panic on Chun Yucheng's face and could only softly comfort him. Shixiang, don't panic, just summon your Ling butterfly. Oh. It might have been that Gongsun Sha's comfort was effective. Chun Yucheng calmed down slightly and summoned the Ling butterfly. The blue Ling butterfly appeared in front of him, nimbly fluttering its wings. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Every time the blue butterfly flapped its wings, he could feel a rich stream of water element power. It seemed that the deep of the endless ocean was the place the water element blue butterfly could be most effective. But Zuo Mo did not understand. Why did Gongsun Sha get Chun Yucheng to summon a blue butterfly? The blue butterfly was only a third-grade Ling butterfly, definitely not a match for the big guy outside. Also, while the deep of the endless ocean had rich water element power, it really was not a habitat for butterflies. Shixiang, I remember your Ling butterfly has 2 water element spells. Which 2? Gongsun Sha asked rapidly. Water movement, and water power. Chun Yucheng reflexively responded. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood what Gongsun Shidi wanted to do. Gongsun Sha did not waste time, pointing at the 3 golden armor guards and saying, Shixiang, get the Ling butterfly to use the spells on these 3. Oh. Chun Yucheng hurriedly commanded the blue butterfly. The blue butterfly lightly moved its wings, and 2 water blue spells hit one of the golden armor guards. After continuously casting 8 spells on the 3 golden armor guards plus Zuo Mo, the blue butterfly appeared tired. The wings were moving slower than they had been before. When the 2 spells hit Zuo Mo, he felt his Ling power become lively. The changes in the water flow outside the ship became much more clear, even though he didn't know what the effect would be. It was the correct decision to give Gongsun Shidi control of the golden armor guards. If it was him, he wouldn't have thought of Chun Shidi's Ling butterfly. With these 2 spells, the gap between the 2 sides had become a little bit smaller. Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha looked at each other, and instantly understood what they wanted. Attack first. 3 blue lights suddenly charged at the Moon Eye Blackwater beast. Once they attacked, Zuo Mo had no thoughts about luck. The 3 blue spikes moved first. 4th grade blue spikes, after being forged in golden crow fire, the body of the spikes were filled with characters. It was the strongest killing move of the Dateseed ship, but compared to the enormous body of the Moon Eye Blackwater beast, the 3 blue spikes were not even toothpicks. The Moon Eye Blackwater beast did not show any signs of dodging. The 3 blue spikes disappeared into the black and roiling black water. Boom! The black water, which had been slowly flowing, suddenly rippled ferociously like boiling water. The lantern-sized eyes brightened. Hiss, the 3 people on the ship felt an ear-piercing sound. Zuo Mo's attack had wounded it. The Moon Eye Blackwater beast was enraged. Everyone felt the landscape darken. A wave of black water gathered towards the Dateseed ship from all directions, tying it up tightly. The strength of the black water was extremely high. The ship started to creak as the black water pressed against it. The black water tightly covered the Ling shield like a wall. 3 golden figures with a long red tail heavily struck the water wall outside. Ding ding ding. 3 muffled sounds that were like lightning. The 3 golden armor guards were forcibly bounced back. The seemingly soft-looking black water was as hard as steel. The full power blows of the 3 golden armor guards were not able to move the Moon Eye Blackwater beast. Zuo Mo was shocked. He was very clear about how powerful the 3 golden armor guards were. Each golden armored guard's strength was above his. The attack of the 3 of them at full power was not able to harm the Moon Eye Blackwater beast one bit. If it was said the 3 blue spikes made Zuo Mo joyful, then his heart stilled with this attack. So the restless blackwater around the Moon Eye Blackwater beast was its strongest weapon. Blackwater was one of the most famous heavy waters in the world. With such a large amount of blackwater, it didn't need any other spells. It only needed to control them, and the power would be terrifying. Controlling blackwater. This was the area that the Moon Eye Blackwater beast was truly strong in. Gongsun Sha also had a shocked expression. The 3 golden armor guards suddenly stopped and suddenly leapt outside again. Zuo Mo also managed to react. Throwing all thoughts to the back of his head, the 5 essence sword set he had already prepared was waiting to attack. Suddenly seeing the actions of the 3 golden armor guards, his own movement slowed. The 3 golden armor guards rushed outside. In the middle, the gloves on their hands lit up. 10,000 appearance gloves. The 3 golden figures were like 3 meteors, striking 3 times. Bam bam bam. The 3 blows were all at the same spot. Boom. Zuo Mo's consciousness clearly watched the water wall that the 3 golden armor guards attacked only slightly rippled, but behind the water shield, the blackwater body of Moon Eye Blackwater Beast suddenly shook, a portion of the blackwater almost flowing out of its body. Gongsun Cha's attack was too beautiful. Zuo Mo suppressed the impulse to roar, and took the opportunity to attack. He didn't use the 5 essence sword set on his hands, but went with the flow and activated the lightning net outside the Ling shield of the Dateseed ship. If this was earlier, lightning of this degree was nothing to the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast. But the clever attacks of the 3 golden armor guards caused the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast to lose control of the Blackwater for a very short instant. The relatively weak lightning moved in at this time. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless little bits of lightning flooded the Blackwater. The Moon Eye Blackwater Beast was in a slight panic. The blackwater that had been wrapped around the Dateseed ship furiously pressed inwards. Under the heavy pressure, half of the fine lightning was quickly destroyed. However, the state of the 2 sides switched. The devious Zuo Mo attacked it again, and 3 blue spikes soundlessly entered the blackwater. Arg! The Moon Eye Blackwater Beast gave a strange howl. Zuo Mo's eyes blurred, everything shaking. Turning his head over, blood flowed out of Gongsun Cha's nose and mouth, his face ferocious. The killing intent was so intense in his eyes that Zuo Mo's heart shook. A red sword energy passed through the black water, aiming straight at the 2 lantern-sized eyes of the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast. At the same time, another golden armor guard paced several steps and moved up. Bam! The blackwater wall shrunk back, blocking the red sword energy. Pew. The blackwater that hurried back was slightly weaker than usual, unable to block such a sharp sword energy. Another water wall. The sword energy which had not expended its power hit the surface, causing ripples and was blocked. Before the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast could release a breath, the golden armored guard that had moved up smashed heavily into the wall. An expression of scorn appeared in the vicious eyes of the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast. Smash? They couldn't smash through the water wall. Just as the golden armored guard was going to hit the wall, suddenly, 7 silver sword energies lit up by his side, the silver light flowing. 7 silver sword energies forcefully crashed on the water wall. The 7-star sword formation of the 7-star sword boots. The rippling water wall instantly collapsed, the 7 silver sword energies pointing straight at the eyes of the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast. For the first time, the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast had an expression of fear. At this time, it could do nothing except push all the blackwater in front of it. It needed to stop the 7 silver sword energies. It was so panicked that it did not notice that, at some unknown time, a golden figure had sneaked behind it. Face covered in blood, Gongsun Cha seemed insane, the corners of his mouth coldly rising, his eyes black as they were reflected in the blackwater, a dash of red flashing past. Translator ramblings, Gongsun Cha's first time in command. There isn't a very concrete description of this animal, so I always end up picturing it as a whale. Zuo Mo easily gave up command, and this chapter really shows how Zuo Mo is someone who can easily admit that he isn't good at everything and people are more talented than he is. He is very practical and he has good judgment about other people. Pu Yao is perverse because he enjoys inflicting pain on Zuo Mo and behaves contrary to what Zuo Mo expects. Gongsun Cha is perverse because normal people rarely are happy after being dealt devastating losses 20 times in a row, and would not be excited for more. Zuo Mo's desire for Jingshi is not perverse because he values things like his life over Jingshi. Also, he has not done anything malicious or wrong to make Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208 Blood Void Movement. Chapter 208 Blood Void Movement. Zuo Mo looked at the soft and shy Gongsun Shidi, who was half collapsed on the deck, face pale, and found it hard to think of him as the battle-crazed guy just now. As he took out medicine for Gongsun Cha, he thought, this guy is really an extreme militant. Even now, he felt it was slightly unreal. The entire battle was clean and crisp, without any big tribulations, it was done. Zuo Mo didn't even get to use his 5 essence sword set and the Moon Eye Blackwater Beast was killed. He had felt the effectiveness of the golden armor guards would not be as great with him as they were on Gongsun Shidi's hands. But the difference was a bit too big. On land, 1 golden armor guard was enough to deal with a Moon Eye Blackwater Beast, but in the water, for 3 golden armor guards to kill a Moon Eye Blackwater Beast, that needed luck. He hadn't thought that Gongsun Shidi was so strong. Pity about the pair of moon beads. Zuo Mo's heart hurt. The last ambush by the golden armor guard had sliced the eyes of the Moon Eye Blackwater Beasts in half. What landed in his hands were 4 half-sphere moon beads. Their value had greatly decreased. He had taken a lot of blackwater. The blackwater was not as valuable as moon beads, but it was still a rarity. Even more, it was worth it just to discover Gongsun Shidi's terrifying talent at battle, but in troubled times, what was most important was strength. As Gongsun Shidi's talents were continuously uncovered, their strength was increasing. Zuo Mo was already considering if it was possible for Pu Yao to make a few more golden armor guards. However, Gongsun Shidi's strength was a bit lacking. The shout from the Moon-Eye Blackwater Beast had almost taken his little life. In Zuo Mo's view, the direction that Gongsun Shidi should develop in was as a battle general, being skilled at commanding in battle, and not pursuing individual power. But his individual power was too weak, even weaker than Chun Yuchang. If he was the least bit careless, he could lose his life. Having seen the Yao army, Zuo Mo naturally realized that people like Gongsun Shidi were actually very strong. These days, hiring a sword show of some strength wasn't hard, that just needed Jingshi. But hiring a Xiuzhe who would command, that was not simple. Even more, Gongsun Shidi was the closest of all, they had gone through tribulations together and was very reliable. How could he get Gongsun Shidi to command in battle but not lose his little life? Talisman? Even the best talisman would be scrap metal in Gongsun Shidi's hands. He basically could not use them to their full potential. Practice some life-saving spell? At this time, would it be too late? Gongsun Shidi might have talent at commanding, but his talent at cultivation seemed very average. Zuo Mo ran into trouble. Suddenly he hit his head. How could he forget Pu Yao? This 1,000-year-old antique should know at least something. You want to turn him into a battle general? Pu Yao's eyes as he looked at Zuo Mo were slightly shocked. Such a perceptive matter, was it something that this greedy zombie face could think of? Didn't this guy only ever pursue money? I feel he has great talent in the area. Zuo Mo asked in response, don't you think so, His talent is barely acceptable. Pu Yao did not refute it. But what do you want a battle general for? Do you want to start conquering land? Zuo Mo looked at Pu Yao like he was looking at an idiot. Did he get his head knocked? Just these few people, they couldn't even get protection money, let alone conquering land. However, thinking that he had something to ask of the other, Zuo Mo decided it was better not to say such hurtful words. He said, one good man, 3-person sect. Gang fighting has more technique involved than fighting by oneself. Anyways, I feel that this road has a brighter future for him than a butcher. For some unknown reason, Pu Yao released a breath. See, he said so. This brat couldn't have such far-seeing eyes. This is so good, why does it have to be hidden? Zuo Mo was not very happy. You bumpkin. Pu Yao scornfully twisted his mouth. Each time he scolded like this, he felt great. Also, he found that as long as Zuo Mo had something to request of him, Zuo Mo wouldn't be angry if he swore at him. He saw the displeasure in Zuo Mo's eyes become even heavier, but the other forcefully suppressed it. Pu Yao was very smug. Oh, this feeling isn't bad. Let me first teach you a lesson. With Xiuzhe, those that are purely commanders are battle generals. Yama do not have pure things. Pu Yao's voice was full of scorn. For Yama, they have to fight as soon as they are born. Commanding in battle is a technique any high-level Yama must learn. Of course, not every Yama can become a strong commander, but the rate of their occurrence is much higher than your battle generals. Do you know what is most important for a commander? Pu Yao asked. I don't know, Zuo Mo shook his head in confusion. He had never heard before what Pu Yao was saying now. Giving commands. Pu Yao gave a very normal answer. Oh, Zuo Mo seemed to have understood slightly. On the battlefield, the situation would change constantly, and is very complex. How can the people in command let their orders reach their subordinates? As he kept on going, Pu Yao became serious. Xiuzhe use seals, they first forge seals beforehand to give them to the Xiuzhe they command, and pass orders through the seals. Mo use the Mo matrix. They can mutually feel each other through the Mo matrix. As to Yao, I shouldn't have to say anything. Consciousness? Yes. Pu Yao nodded. What Yao primarily cultivate is the consciousness, and are born naturally powerful in this area. You should first consider this problem. As to protecting his life, Pu Yao tilted his head to think, battle generals usually would have the protection of experts, and they would hide in the troops so they cannot easily be discovered. Zuo Mo had an impulse to spit blood. After speaking for so long, it was basically equivalent to saying nothing. Having the protection of experts, where could he get experts to protect? There was only these few people, where would he hide? We are on one ship now. Zuo Mo's eyes were not friendly as he smirked. I wonder if Sky Yao are nutritious and suited to a Ling beast's appetite. Pu Yao naturally would not be scared by this degree of threat, and laughed loudly in response. Seeing that Zuo Mo showed signs of rage, Pu Yao finally stopped his carefree laugh. If you are talking about saving his life, it's not that there are not ways. Pu Yao snickered, like the Mo matrix. Look at how convenient it is. Carving it on once, benefits for a lifetime. He doesn't need to cultivate at all. The Mo matrix would automatically temper his body. In the future, he would be a juggernaut that cannot be killed. Zuo Mo smirked. Boast. Continue boasting. Cook got tricked by you last time, got this Mo matrix carved, how come GE didn't become a juggernaut? It's not possible to become a juggernaut in one day. Pu Yao smiled. Or a Yao seed. Cultivating the consciousness, that's the best pairing for a battle general. The consciousness isn't bad, but it isn't useful in protecting his life. Also, if he starts practicing, it would take a long time. Zuo Mo shook his head. Also, in the future, he might not be in command of a Yao army. Didn't you also say that Xiuzhe used seals? You see, you refused the two areas I'm most skilled in. Pu Yao waved his hand, his expression similar to saying, see, it's not that I'm not helping you. Ye just knew that you weren't reliable. Zuo Mo hatefully said. Humph, fine. He can't become a battle general, no one can play war chess with you. Pu Yao froze. Zuo Mo was secretly overjoyed. As expected, he hadn't guessed wrong. Seeing Pu Yao sadistically kill Gongsun Sha for 20-something rounds, Zuo Mo was very shocked. He had never seen Pu Yao be interested in a matter like he was in this. Pu Yao had taken out a huge variety of war chess games. Zuo Mo had knew then that this guy had definitely been obsessed with this path. Especially when he saw Pu Yao's smug expression after he had sadistically killed Gongsun Sha 20-something rounds. He knew that this guy had found a new amusement, so he tried this approach. Pu Yao was depressed. It wasn't that he was unclear as to Zuo Mo's little calculations, but just as Zuo Mo expected, it had been long and difficult before he had found someone who could play with him. If he lost a person to play with due to this, it was a loss. To a Sky Yao that had no goal or ambition, amusement was very important. He said slightly helplessly, oh, I remember, there is a very obscure life-saving method. What? Zuo Mo hurriedly asked. Blood void movement. What spell is that? It's not a spell, it's a talisman. Oh. Multiple hours later, Zuo Mo looked at the 3 necklaces in front of him with a satisfied expression. There were 2 jade tablets on each necklace, each tablet carved with complex and old characters. Zuo Mo's craftsmanship was much better now, and the characters he carved were more smooth and fine. Deviously laughing, he ran next to Gongsun Sha, whose face was pale. Shi Xiang, what is it? Gongsun Sha became wary. Shi Xiang's expression was troubling. Nothing big. Zuo Mo nickered. He pulled Gongsun Sha's hand, rubbed it a few times. Okay. Gongsun Sha stilled. He suddenly saw that his little hand was dripping blood. Below his fingers, there was a jade bottle that was already half filled with blood. Gongsun Sha's pale face suddenly became white as paper, his eyes rolling as he fainted. Shen Yuchang propped up his chin, looking in the distance, his gaze wandering as he muttered to himself. This formation should belong to the wind element power. Does wind element power affect the reproduction rate of Ling butterflies? He was completely ignorant that someone was beside him, and did not detect that the other hand which he had on his leg was dripping blood. After half a bottle, he still had not detected it. An hour later. When did my hand get wounded? Oh, where did I think up to? Zuo Mo took out 3 bottles of blood, one of them his own. He had split the blood of the 2 bottles in half, each portion put into one of the jade tablets. On the warm jade tablet, the bright red characters were exceptionally grand. No one would think of blood. It did not look any different than normal cinnabar. The 3 necklaces with the jade tablets were the weapon to save lives, blood void movement. 3 people, 1 person apiece. When any one of them experienced a life-saving threat, they would automatically move beside their fellow, as long as their fellow was also wearing the blood void movement necklace as well. He had originally planned on finding a life-saving method for Gongsun Sha, who had the lowest cultivation, but hadn't thought that he would get such a big benefit out of it. Zuo Mo mixed the 3 people's blood void movement together. This way, no matter which one of the 3 of them encountered danger, they would move to one of the other 2. Having handled a large worry, Zuo Mo's mood was great and he woke Gongsun Sha up. Come, let's play the war chess. The confused Gongsun Sha did not know that he had been sold by Shi Xiang to a Pu Yao who was sharpening his blades. Translator ramblings, more knowledge about large-scale warfare. No one in the ship is normal. Lil Black might be the most normal entity on there. Zuo Mo finally found some of Pu Yao's weaknesses. He is bored and lonely. I've used the display posts shortcode to get a listing of recent chapters for the table of contents. However, it has a maximum display of 100 posts. Is there a WordPress guru that knows if there is something I can do to make an easy table of contents, possibly with the archive shortcode? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209 Ma Fan. Chapter 209 Ma Fan. Where are we? Chun Yucheng curiously poked his head out of the ship. After traveling for more than 3 months underwater, the three felt very suffocated. Little Mountain Jie, Zuo Mo said uncertainly. None of them had ever been to Little Mountain Jie and had never paid any attention to information about Little Mountain Jie. The fresh air made the trio's chests instantly become refreshed and expand. They all poked their heads out of the cabin to greedily suck in the air. On both sides of the river were endless series of mountain peaks. But quickly, the three completely shut up. They looked dazedly at the mountain peaks at the two sides. Smashed rocks and broken trees laid everywhere. Occasionally, there were corpses and pieces of clothing. The mountains which had originally been green were now barren. It can't be this bad, Chun Yucheng's voice drifted out as if it was sleep-talking. Gongsun Sha was the first to respond. His face was not very good, lowering his head and saying to himself, war has begun. Zuo Mo only looked, not knowing what to say. This area must have experienced fierce fighting. Thinking about the Yao troops above the desolate wood reef, Zuo Mo didn't need to guess to know who had accomplished such destruction. His heart couldn't help but feel fear. If he hadn't escaped in time, this would have also been his outcome. Let's be careful. The road probably won't be safe. Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha exchanged a look, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The Dateseed ship flew into the sky and floated in midair. Where should we go? Gongsun Sha asked a very realistic question. We can only take one step and look one step. Zuo Mo's face was expressionless, but his voice was full of helplessness. We aren't familiar with Little Mountain Jie, so let's first find someone to ask where the other Jie rivers of Little Mountain Jie are. Are there even still people in Little Mountain Jie? Gongsun Sha's words made Zuo Mo's breathing uncontrollably stop. He turned around, and saw a matter-of-fact expression on Gongsun Sha's soft face. For some reason, a cold chill seeped into his heart. His first response was, he definitely could not bully Gongsun Shitty in the future. This guy was definitely vicious and devious. But Zuo Mo clearly wasn't a nice person either. Then our days are at an end. Just wait for others to come back to clean us up. Gongsun Sha giggled, and didn't speak. Holding up his chin, he was thinking of something. Luckily, Gongsun Sha's words were not proven right. On the third day, they encountered living Xiuzha. But when they saw the messy battlefield, Zuo Mo could only say, let's wait. The Dateseed ship shrunk back into the clouds, and secretly gazed at the fighting below. The two groups of Xiuzha were fighting, talismans and flying swords all over the air. Most of the people had a cultivation of Ningmai, only a rare few in Juji. Chun Yucheng only looked for a little while before turning to think about his husbandry. He wasn't interested in fighting and killing. Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha were so bored they were yawning. Why don't we do another round of war chess? Gongsun Sha asked. Zuo Mo swept him with a look and shook his head. No, business first. Gongsun Sha had become their strongest offensive force now. In the 3 months, this militant had improved with astounding speed, becoming more vicious and experienced in the art of commanding. The number of Ling beasts that had been ruined could not be counted. In his hands, the 3 golden armored guards could be called specters of war. Of course, Zuo Mo's wallet had also become fuller. Having seen the strong Yao army, having seen the strong Ling beasts under the water like the Moon-Eye Blackwater beast, especially after seeing the grand performances of the 3 golden armor guards under Gongsun Shitty's command, the fight in front of them could not stir their interest. Thinking it over, Zuo Mo still decided to not wait, go get them to stop. Alright, Gongsun Sha clearly didn't have any interest in opponents of this level. The two seemed to have completely forgot one of them was Ningmai and the other Juji, while the 2 groups down there were mostly Ningmai. The 3 golden armor guards that had been holding their swords moved, and disappeared from Gongsun Sha's side. Ma Fan carefully maintained his distance from the others. 50 zhang to 100 zhan was his best attack range. In this range of distance, his sword scripture could reach its maximum power. Compared to the great majority, his luck was pretty good, and he had found the remains of a sword scripture. This sword scripture did not have a name, and the contents were nearly all lost, but the remains were enough for him to survive until now. It really was troublesome. He carefully controlled his rhythm, occasionally glancing out of the corner of his eye at his fellows. Luckily, this group's situation wasn't bad. His heart relaxed slightly. Before this, he had always been alone. When he had encountered the Yao army passing by, seeing that battle that had no meaning, he understood that it was not possible for one person to survive in these troubled times. He had joined this little group. But how many times had he fought after joining this group? He didn't quite remember. After the Yao army left, Little Mountain Jizz society had collapsed and turned to chaos. Out of nowhere, he saw 3 golden lights out of the corner of his eye. There was an ambush. His heart shocked, he didn't hesitate in turning and running. His feet moved continuously, and his entire person was covered in a pile of fake and real illusions. The illusory movement method that he relied on to save his life. The opponent 60 zhang away from him had suddenly lost his opponent, his face full of shock, not understanding the situation. The 3 golden lights were like 3 sharp arrows that pierced straight into the people fighting. Pia pia pia. The rapid blows sounded out like rain hitting a banana leaf. The sounds rang in Ma Fan's ears as he ran furiously, his scalp prickled. It was troublesome now. He was still quite confident in his speed. The sword scripture that he cultivated might have been incomplete, but the strongest parts were the illusory movement method and the 3 sword moves. The illusory sword method had saved his life a few times already. He rejoiced inside that he had luckily saved some energy before. Otherwise, he would meet his death today. Just as he was thinking, the thundering crashes suddenly stopped. A strong feeling of danger appeared. Oh! Hiss crack! A golden figure appeared in front of him out of thin air, the speed so quick that he didn't even manage to see the person's features. Troublesome. His feet changed direction and ran in another direction. Hiss crack! Another golden figure appeared in front of him. Trouble. At the same time, a hiss crack sounded behind him. I surrender. He raised both of his hands. However, the other clearly did not pay attention to him. His neck hurt, his vision darkened, and then he was unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he released a breath. He hadn't died. However, when he completely opened his eyes, his heart went back up again, a gold fighter. He suddenly remembered what had happened before he was unconscious. This was really troublesome now. He finally managed to see what the golden people looked like. Their entire body was covered in golden scale armor. Under the sun, the dense golden scales rippled with golden light. The eyes under the golden scale armor were cold and murderous. Ma Fan did not doubt that if he dared to make a wrong move, the golden scale warriors would use that exaggeratedly large flame red broadsword to slice off his head. Wait, heavens! His eyes blanked for an extremely short moment. Flames surrounded the exaggerated red broadsword. The golden scale warriors had thrust the sword into the ground. The soil around the tip of the sword slowly became black. 4th grade. This was a 4th grade broadsword. Ma Fan had worked alone for so long. From this experience, he had developed a great understanding of the market for these kinds of things. Naturally had his own methods for judging talismans. This broadsword was not ordinary. This was not what shocked him. Even if there was the addition of the golden scaled armor that looked to have high defense power, he wouldn't feel shocked. What shocked him was what was on the 3. No wonder they could catch up to him. The thunder flowing light wings, one of the most famous 4th grade flying talismans that could be brought on the market. It had appeared countless times in his dreams. If he had the thunder flowing light wings, if they were added to his illusory movement method. Oh, he had the confidence he could escape from any Xiuzha under Jindan. His eyes flashed across the hands resting on the hilt of the sword. A light blue pair of gloves embroidered with a little elephant. 10,000 appearances gloves. The best love of body Xiu. If you had those, you could tear animals apart with your bare hands. His thoughts wandered. A moment later, he remembered the crashes that had come behind him before he had become unconscious. To have been smashed by a guy wearing 10,000 appearances gloves. He shook and woke up. But when his eyes flashed across the snake pupil that was so cold and emotionless on the belt that the golden scaled warriors were wearing, his body uncontrollably tensed again. Snake pupil belt. His eyes unconsciously landed on the pair of feet closest to him. The slightly delicate boots were slightly strange being paired with the glittering golden armor. But, when Ma Fan's gaze landed on the little sword on the shoes and the big dipper surrounding it, he only had one thought in his head. It really was troublesome now. Don't just look. Just sit up. A very young voice came from behind him. He hurriedly rolled up. He saw an expressionless face. It really was expressionless. The entire face seemed to be paralyzed. He had never seen such a strange face before. The thin body, with this wooden face, it looked like a zombie. However, this zombie was covered in valuable talismans. Ma Fan instantly woke up. He had heard before that many elders would have all kinds of strange habits and preferences. But the young Xiaozha next to the zombie was quite delicate, a slight smile on his face. He looked very friendly. "What are you called?" The zombie opened. "Ma Fan." "As in troublesome?" Having expected the other's response, Ma Fan hurriedly explained, "Ma as in sesame, Fan for ordinary." "Oh," the zombie slightly paused. "Why are you guys fighting?" Zuo Mo pretended to be profound. "Elder, they want to steal our ling grains." Ma Fan didn't dare to conceal. "Ling grains?" Zuo Mo was very surprised. He had made his living from farming ling grains for several years but had never heard people fighting over ling grains. "Yes." Ma Fan perceptibly detected the disbelief in Zuo Mo's voice and explained, "Elder may not know. After the Yao army passed through, for some reason, the ling energy in the Jia has gradually decreased. Not only has cultivation has become difficult to progress, but after a period of time, our stages may actually go down." Zuo Mo hurriedly channeled his ling power and found that it was as Ma Fan had said. The surrounding ling energy was very thin. He had the Mo matrix which would automatically take in ling energy from the surroundings, which was why he had not detected it. Also, Gong Sun Cha was obsessed with war chess and Chun Yu Cheng with his animals. The golden armor guards did not need to cultivate, so their procession had not discovered the change in the ling energy. Zuo Mo suddenly shuddered in shock. Translator ramblings, Ma Fan, is very similar to the Chinese term for trouble. Fong Xiang seemed really fond of this pun in this chapter. Little Mountain Jia is a small Jia and so is Sky Moon. There are intermediate-sized Jia and large ones like Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Zuo Mo is on a whole new map but he is still in the beginner stage. Some also call this part of the story one of the best parts, not my personal favorite. I really marvel at how short World of Cultivation really is compared to a lot of the stories going on at the moment. Some stories might take 1 to 5 years depending on how fast a person writes. In terms of sheer productivity, Chinese web novel writers are pretty crazy, especially those who do it part-time. There are hundreds of people churning out novels more than hundreds of thousands of characters every year, but part of it are writing differences. Chinese authors narrate and describe using more adjectives and idioms than English writers. Something that means shocked can be a 4-character term and all of this adds up. In this story, I'm going to get sick of translating how soft, feminine, shy and bashful Gongsun Cha's face is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210 Collapse of Order. Chapter 210 Collapse of Order. For the longest time, ling grains had always been used to improve the body and as an aid to increase cultivation speed. Other than that, only those Xiaozha who were heading to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia would use them. Due to this, the price of ling grains was low and very steady in the long term. Otherwise, Zuo Mo would have already become rich. But right now, the ling energy density of Little Mountain Jia had become low, and the importance of ling grains had instantly become evident. Jingshi, Lingdan and ling grains were the only items able to supply ling energy. The ling power contained in Jingshi was rich, but the impurities it contained needed to be purified and could not be used in the long term. Lingdan was made with all kinds of ling herbs and ling materials, so the cost was too high. The ling energy in the ling foods were not just easy to absorb but did not harm the body. If used for a long time, it could even slowly change the body. Ling grains were the most widely used and basic ingredient in ling foods. Even normal Xiaozha that did not know how to make ling food could easily consume it. Many thoughts appeared in Zuo Mo's head. Little Mountain Jia's ling energy had become thin after the Yao army had passed through. Without a doubt, it was the fault of the Yao army. However, even though he knew this desolation was caused by the Yao army, Zuo Mo had to sigh with amazement at the strength of the Yao army. Little Mountain Jia might be a small Jia, but to be able to change the ling energy of a Jia, this power was enough to make him look up with reverence. Other than admiration, he started to think of the related problems this matter would cause. Long ago when he had been farming ling grains, due to listening to the sound tablet frequently, he gradually learned how to follow the threads through the complex and numerous news reports to find the useful information. He knew he was only a little character. If he was going to survive in this troubled world, he needed to learn how to avoid dangers. If the situation worsened, Little Mountain Jia would become a place like Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. A place with no ling energy was a terrible place for Xiaozha, and Little Mountain Jia would quickly become the playground of the Yama. Zuo Mo didn't know what the Yama had done, nor did he know if the change of ling energy could be reversed. If this change could be reversed, that would be good, but if it could not be, then the situation of the Xiuzhi would be terrible. Under an environment without any Ling energy, the offensive power of the Xiuzhi would dramatically lessen, and the Yamo would become fish in the water. If this became the case, the disadvantages of the Xiuzhi would continuously increase. The Yamo would only need to corrode one Jia at a time, and the Xiuzhi had to retreat. Damn it! Zuo Mo felt his heartbeat was increasing. Alright, he was worrying for nothing. Those large sects wouldn't stand aside. Thousands of years ago, the Xiuzhi had won over the Yamo. They could do it again this time. Zuo Mo comforted himself so. His thoughts turned back to himself. The great affairs of the world were nothing to him. It was more practical to focus more his efforts on his little life. The price of Ling plant farmers was going to grow. At least, he didn't have to worry about starving. This thought flashed through his head. The order of Little Mountain Jia would completely collapse. He had to quickly leave this place. He had deeply experienced the ineffectiveness of individual strength on the front lines of battle. He couldn't affect the battle, he couldn't even decide his own life. In troubled times, lives were nothing. Ma Fan's heart was fearful. The zombie elder had become silent. He felt the air in front of him had solidified, an invisible pressure making him tremble. He could clearly hear the increasing rate of his heartbeat. His mouth was drying. Why don't you all leave Little Mountain Jia? The zombie elder suddenly asked. Zuo Mo finally spoke, and Ma Fan no longer felt he was suffocating. Elder, it's not that we do not want to leave Little Mountain Jia, but the Jia River towards Skywater Jia has been under someone's control. If we want to pass, we needed to pay enough Jingshi and Ling grains. Zuo Mo instantly realized. He couldn't help but think that these people were much more vicious than he was. Little Mountain Jia only had two Jia rivers, one to Sky Moon Jia, one towards Skywater Jia. Blockading the Jia River towards Skywater Jia, Little Mountain Jia instantly became a dead end. No one would dare to go to Sky Moon Jia. No one has tried to kill their way out? Ma Fan grimaced. Controlling the Skywater Jia River is the strongest sect in the Jia, Clear Sky Sect. Hearing this, Zuo Mo shook his head. This wasn't the way to do business. To do business, there was a relationship of mutual gain. What was traded was Jingshi, but what this Clear Sky Sect wanted was lives. Half of the responsibility for the collapse of order in Little Mountain Jia could be blamed on Clear Sky Sect and what they were pushing from the shadows. The Xiuzhi that could not escape Little Mountain Jia and could only continuously fight and steal both Jingshi and Ling grains from other people. Everyone would think that when they had stolen enough, they could escape this place. As for the people remaining, there was only one outcome. Zuo Mo didn't feel anything guilt about profiteering from war, but what Clear Sky Sect had done was enough for him to feel cold. Clear Sky Sect's actions of pushing people to the edge of death was like playing with fire. If they were not careful, they could also fall in. However, from the outside, it was also possible to see their absolute confidence. Of course, Zuo Mo was not so carefree as to worry about the life and death of other people. Clear Sky Sect was blockading the Jia River, and so was stopping their road to leave Little Mountain Jia. Would Clear Sky Sect allow him to leave? Not possible. Clear Sky Sect had no relationship with him. Would they let go of the chance to get rich? As to making it through by force? That was even more unlikely. Gongsun Sha might have been very relaxed in directing the Golden Armor Guards to sort out the 10 or so Xiuzhi, but the power that large sects like Clear Sky Sect had was not something so few people that they had could face. Give Jingshi? Zuo Mo did have Jingshi, but he felt that in other people's eyes, he was definitely a fat sheep. If it was him who saw such a fat sheep, there was no reason not to squeeze everything he could. How could they be content with just Jingshi? Zuo Mo quickly vetoed that plan. Then, there was only one remaining way: kill his way through them. If he was going to kill, it wasn't possible with just the three of them. Then, he needed to expand the strength he had. He needed a power that the other could not dismiss. Clear Sky Sect definitely would not get in a conflict with him to the point both sides were wounded and suffered significant losses. It was very simple. Zuo Mo had nothing, but Clear Sky Sect was waiting and raking in Jingshi. Ma Fan would never think that his few words had caused so many thoughts to flash through Zuo Mo's mind. Zuo Mo asked for some of the general information regarding Skywater Jia River. As expected, the Skywater Jia River was unable to be penetrated under Clear Sky Sect's management. It also killed off his last hope. Originally, he had thought about passing under the water of the Jia River by the Dateseed ship. Zuo Mo was going to ask Gongsun Shidi's opinion, but when he saw Gongsun Shidi's excitement and fanaticism, he already knew the answer. This extreme militant. Muttering inside, he found Pu Yao. Is there a way to make them listen to me? Pu Yao's bloody pupil flashed and he snickered, there's very many.
What you Xiuzhe use the most is Jinji.
Jinji? Zuo Mo asked curiously. This isn't strange. Pu Yao said.
This is mostly used on Xiu slaves, but some strict sects would use them on their disciples to stop the disciples from betraying them.
So scary. Zuo Mo shook.
He could not imagine that he needed to be implanted with Jinji when he entered a sect.
Do you want that method? Yes. Zuo Mo only hesitated for a beat before deciding to take it.
If it wasn't their death, it was his, there was nothing to say. First, get past the Jie River. Jinji were not moral, but it was the most effective method right now. There was no time for him to waste.
Zuo Mo didn't want to be still in Little Mountain Jie when the Yao army returned.
Pu Yao was strangely brisk this time, teaching Zuo Mo several kinds of Jinji. It was not that easy to use Jinji, especially to Zuo Mo who was only first stratum Ningmai. He spent some effort before he barely managed to learn it. This was due to his exceptional consciousness.
Otherwise, Jinji were not something he could use.
The pitiful Ma Fan became the first experiment. Just as Zuo Mo was trying his best to put down Jinji on the unconscious Xiuzhe, Pu Yao revealed an amused expression in the sea of consciousness.
You must also have great anticipation.
His chin was propped up in his hand, his eerie bloody eye deep as a bloody sea, as he lightly said to the gravestone.
So practical. Really makes one admire him more and more.
He is destined not to walk your path, you stupid self-destructive F********. The gravestone was silent and motionless.
When the last Jinji was put in, Zuo Mo was exhausted. He put Jinji in all the Ningmai.
In total, there were 16 people.
The remainder is all down to you.
Finishing, Zuo Mo, whose consciousness and Ling power had all been used up, instantly took a piece of Jingshi and entered meditation.
No problem.
Gongsun Sha raised his handsome and feminine face, smiling and revealing his teeth. An excited light was in his eyes. At the side, Ma Fan felt a burst of coldness start at his tailbone and climb up his spine.
Sky Moon Jia, Desolate Wood Reef.
Miss Yen Yu of the 13th Corps has already reached the Jie River towards Bright Wave. The Jin Bao Zhang of the 6th Corps has reached the Jie River to South Beauty Jie. On the road, the two troops have not found any suspicious targets. The middle-aged man respectfully reported.
They've moved pretty quickly. Mushi said faintly. The net has already been cast.
The remainder is to slowly search.
Be more attentive. Yes. The middle-aged person sternly responded. He hesitated and then said, Miss, we found signs of MO activity. MO? At the side, Yanfeng's expression changed slightly, and he shouted. Mushi's gaze slightly narrowed. She raised her head to ask, have they determined who it is? To be able to go through the blood jet cracks, it can only be MO under Brigadier. The shock on Yanfeng's face did not disappear. Which Moon MO Colonel? Why did he come? Does he have the same goal as us? Why is it not possible?
Mushi glanced at Yanfeng.
You've missed a possibility. For example, a true MO Brigadier that has sealed their own power.
The face of the middle-aged person changed.
Instantly make an investigation.
Mushi said decisively. Even if he is a true MO Brigadier, do not worry. It would be best to establish communication with him.
Maybe he could help us.
Yes, the middle-aged man accepted his orders. Seeing the worry on her subordinate's face, Mushi smiled.
Don't worry too much, no matter if it is a Moon MO Colonel or a true MO Brigadier, they have the same enemy as us.
Mushi's features could only be called clean, but this smile seemed to have a special power to make others calm down. Mrs. Wright, the middle-aged man said with a smile.
Translator ramblings, it's karma, that's what it is. Sky Moon Jia is now completely closed off. Thank you for your comments.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 211 Trash and Poor Ghosts. Chapter 211 Trash and Poor Ghosts. Zuo Mo looked at the dozen or so unfamiliar faces in front of him.
Some of the people were terrified, but more of them were rebellious. He was thinking about ways that he could control this group. Presently, Little Mountain Jie was like a cage, a gladiator stadium. The surviving Xiuzhe were not average.
From today onwards I am your boss, the big boss. Zuo Mo's opening did not stir any reaction.
Scorn was in most people's eyes.
Zuo Mo had just a one-stratum Ningmai cultivation.
In front of these people, he didn't have any qualities that he could be proud about.
Zuo Mo didn't pay any mind to this, and kept on speaking. I believe you have all had a taste of the Jinji. I don't want to spend more time talking.
My goal is very simple, to go through the Jie River. As for you trash and poor ghosts, you have nothing to be squeezed out, so I don't have much interest in you. The words were nasty to hear, but many people's wariness lowered. The expressionless person in front of them did have the qualification to say this. That dateseed ship was clearly a rare Jingshur talismans, a row of 7 cinnabar patterned blue spikes as sharp as teeth, clearly from an crocodile maw. They could smell faint traces of blood from the teeth. The long and elegant body of the ship was surrounded by a ling shield that occasionally flashed with lightning as it wrapped tightly around the ship. Each person couldn't help but drool when they saw the grand talismans and flying swords the 3 golden armor guards were wearing. If it wasn't that they had Jinji in their bodies, these people who have leapt at the opportunity regardless of the risk. Even the richest person in the group was too embarrassed to open his 100 treasures pouch when facing such a grand scene.
I hope everyone can have happy interactions. Of course, with your present skill level is hard to make me happy. Zuo Mo was full of scorn and disdain. Look at all of you fighting so messily, even worse than wandering bandits, no finesse at all. From today onwards you all have to remember one thing, gang fighting requires high finesse and is skilled work. You are all very lucky, Zuo Mo pointed at Gongsun Sha beside him. Mr. Gongsun here is the best and most famous battle general of Sky Moon Jia. He will personally teach you this profound skill. Gongsun Sha smiled shyly, but his face didn't blush at all. Chun Yu Chang gaped. This boast was somewhat. When the other people's eyes landed on Gongsun Sha, all the scorn and disdain completely flew away, only leaving behind terror. Very good, Zuo Mo was extremely content. It seemed that Gongsun Shidi had already established enough authority with these people. Just like when one did business, after pushing for the lowest price, he needed to give the other an incentive to motivate the other person. You will be completely transformed, and you will begin a completely different life here. You do not need to worry about ambushes in the middle of the night, you do not need to think about where to escape for safety. Zuo Mo waved his arms, you don't need to worry about anything. The only worry you need to have is whether or not you can satisfy Mr. Gongsun. Zuo Mo made the last conclusion in an unconcerned tone. The Jia River will fall under our feet. Zuo Mo, feeling very good about himself, moved the group to the side as he and Gongsun Sha started to discuss. How long would it take to train these people to have offensive power? Zuo Mo asked Gongsun Sha. Don't know, Gongsun Sha spread his hands, we are all novices. Zuo Mo had a headache. Gongsun Shidi was right. Everyone here were novices, no one had any experience. Gongsun Sha added, according to the rules of the wargame, a new troop needs to be trained for over a year to form the most basic offensive maneuvers. Also, the wargames you made were all Yaoma style, not Shouja, so I have to slowly experiment. We don't have that much time, Zuo Mo shook his head. He didn't believe the Yaoma would give them a year. Gongsun Sha thought for a moment, then we can only increase the intensity of the training, or there are ways that we can use numbers to make up for lack of power. Numbers, it seems that we need a temporary base, Zuo Mo said solemnly. Zuo Mo chose a mountain valley. Before, there was a little sect here, but the people had left, so the valley did not belong to anyone. The reason he chose this place was because there were Ling veins here before. The reason that the Ling energy of Little Mountain Jia had become thin was definitely due to a problem with the Ling veins. Zuo Mo wanted to personally see what the Ling veins had become. They had encountered several groups along the way, which they completely taken down. At the beginning, it was the Golden Armor Guards. Later, Gongsun Sha commanded the Shouja they had just imprisoned. Compared to the high efficiency of the 3 Golden Armor Guards, these Ningmai Shouja of average strength were extremely inefficient. The novice Gongsun Sha also made many mistakes, but he was not discouraged. Zuo Mo knew that it couldn't be rushed, so he slowed down. In any case, there was still the Golden Armor Guards and the Dateseed ship in reserve. He didn't need to worry about the problem of safety. It was hard to find the chance for battle. If he didn't use it, it was really a waste. Gongsun Sha quickly displayed his talent as a commander. Going from the complete chaos at the beginning to a full-fledged organization took only a span of 10 days. Over the span of more than 10 days, the troop had quickly expanded to 40 people. 28 Ningmai, 12 Juji. Zuo Mo quickly discovered that setting down Jinji was not harmless. Each Jinji required him to put a bit of his consciousness inside the body of the other. Each Jinji Zuo Mo set would weaken his consciousness. This was not something that could be avoided. There were no free meals in this world. It was only a weirdo like him that could even set Jinji before he reached Jindan. Luckily, they did not meet large groups of Shouja on the road. According to Ma Fan, there were countless little groups in Little Mountain Jia, and several that were several hundred strong.
Zuo Mo found it strange why the larger groups did not attack the Jie River. Later, he found out the Clear Sky sect that guarded the Jie River was supported by a Jindan.
Zuo Mo was frightened.
No wonder the Clear Sky sect had the confidence to monopolize the Jie River. They had a Jindan at their back. This information instantly made Zuo Mo reconsider the difficulty of breaking through the Jie River.
Ningmai had 3 strata.
The most important difference was the difference in the amount of Ling power inside the body. The peak of the first stratum, Ling power, was about 10 Jing. The peak of the second stratum was approximately 30 Jing, and the peak of the third stratum would shoot up to 90 Jing. Of the 28 Ningmai subordinates that Zuo Mo had, only 3 had reached the second stratum.
The remainder were all first stratum Ningmai.
Usually, a Ningmai third stratum called individually deal with 10 first stratum Ningmai, or 3 second stratum Ningmai.
Of course, this was in theory. Real life was more complex, when taking into account spells, flying swords, talismans, and offensive tactics. But if a Ningmai faced a Jindan, they could only escape.
What counterattack? Winning by pitting the weak against the strong, it definitely could not appear. The difference between Jindan and Ningmai was not just the difference in Ling power, but also the difference in understanding Ling power. During the process of entering Jindan, Xiuzhi would experience a deeper comprehension of the world and Ling power. The same spell before and after Jindan would be drastically different in power.
The only way that Ningmai could face Jindan was to overwhelm them with numbers. As to how many people were needed for victory, both Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha didn't know. Zuo Mo could only ask Pu Yao. Gang fighting? That isn't easy to say. Pu Yao rubbed his chin. It depends on the skill of the other side, their talisman, and the cooperation of your side.
If it was those Yao soldiers?
Zuo Mo asked.
If it's a normal Jindan, then a troop of 100 Night Stock Yao. If the quality of the commander is not too bad, there shouldn't be a problem, Pu Yao mused.
Zuo Mo released a breath.
Good, at least it wasn't completely hopeless. He naturally knew that the group of people he had could not reach the skill level of the Yao army, but he could expand in numbers.
If 100 people did not work, then 200, 300.
What he was most worried about was that even numbers would not be enough to make up for the difference.
Why is the Ling energy of Little Mountain Jie becoming thin? Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao.
There are many possibilities, like Yao worms that eat Ling or black-line mushrooms.
Eating Ling is a characteristic of Yamo.
Is there a way to reverse it? You can request someone that is at least Yuanying to act, and wait 10 years for recovery.
Yuanying, Zuo Mo was speechless.
The strongest Xiuzhi that he had encountered up until now was in Jindan. To renew the Ling veins, it actually needed Yuanying. That was a death sentence. Something only someone in Yuanying could accomplish. Zuo Mo didn't feel he had any chance of success. However, he still decided to establish his base in this mountain valley.
The environment around it was good.
Zuo Mo received a large number of Yaoma military training methods from Pu Yao and dumped them on Gongsun Sha. Pu Yao was actually kind enough to remind Zuo Mo those were old antiques from thousands of years ago, and they should only be used as a reference.
Zuo Mo wasn't used to Pu Yao's sudden change in attitude.
But when Pu Yao drew out the earth energy, Zuo Mo, who had become unfamiliar after a period of time, instantly experienced what was life worse than death. Even though he knew it was beneficial for his body, he still wanted to cry.
Drawing out the earth energy, when would it end?
Ma Fan nervously stood in front of Gongsun Sha. In his eyes, the delicate and shy young master's deviousness was enough for any Yaoma to die of humiliation. No one dared to disobey his commands. Even the most vicious and rebellious of them all, Lei Peng, was as docile as a kitten in front of him.
Perform every skill you know once. Do not leave anything out. Gongsun Sha's order was not complicated.
Yes, Ma Fan slowly learned how to live under Gongsun Sha's command. It was very simple.
What Gongsun Sha said, then he would do it. If he managed to complete the demand, then everything was wonderful. Ma Fan started to perform his spells one by one.
Luckily, he had no sect or family. He only knew so many spells and quickly finished performing. Gongsun Sha was very interested in his illusory movement method and the 3 sword moves, and had made him repeat them several times. Ma Fan had been very worried. What if Big Boss wanted his sword scripture, and wanted him to give it up? However, he quickly found his worry was unwarranted. After Gongsun Sha recorded it down, he was sent back to training. On the second day, Ma Fan trembled as he took a jade scroll the smiling Gongsun Sha handed him. After just one look, his little face was the color of dirt.
Translator ramblings. Jinji, in this story, is an energy construct.
Jin is a ban, ji is a system if it is used as a noun, or restriction when used as a verb along with other definitions. I think ward actually could work as its term, except that it is used against people in this story by being implanted in their souls, which isn't something that shows up when I do a Google search. It acts here more like a curse or an oath where if Zuo Mo dies, they die too.
Desolate Wood Reef is tiny.
In scale, think North America as Sky Moon Jia, and Desolate Wood Reef as Hawaii in the middle of the ocean. Now imagine Zuo Mo and the others turning there and crossing the Pacific Ocean to land in Australia.
That would be Little Mountain Jia.
I'm being generous with the distances over the water because it took Zuo Mo several months to get to Desolate Wood Reef through flight, and he reached Little Mountain Jia by water also in a few months. Remember, Wu Kong Sword Sect alone had 4 Jindan, and there was also Tianzongzi. Dongfu is not the biggest town in Sky Moon Jia, so other towns may have even more Jindan. Little Mountain Jia only has 1 Jindan now, and there were not many before the Yao came, so Little Mountain Jia is either poor, small, or both. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 212 Gu is pragmatic. Chapter 212 Gu is pragmatic. Pu Yao felt this was extremely amusing.
Truthfully, he had been in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness for this long, and there hadn't been one thing that was amusing as what was happening right now. In the thousands of years he lived, he had not encountered something more amusing than this. A Zhuji Xiuzha who had never studied anything in the area, he was also a butcher, had started to study how to become a battle general. He had never heard of something like this, even during the Great War from thousands of years ago. He was very familiar with battle generals. In the camp of Xiuzha, without almost any exception, there were 2 ways that battle generals were trained. The first was a battle general that was specifically nurtured by large sects, and the other were battle generals that underwent countless battles and had gradually comprehended the skills.
The majority were from the first method.
In that 1,000-year war, almost 70% of the famous battle generals in the Xiuzha camp had been from the large sections. They learned all kinds of knowledge from when they were young. Even the spells they learned were specialized to command in battle. The second kind was the other 30%. In reality, if one considered all battle generals and not only the famous generals, the difference would be larger. Not having been taught from birth and having to climb up step by step from the lowest level, battle generals formed by the second method were all geniuses. The price they paid were much higher than the first kind. It looked as though that Gongsun Sha had great hope to become one of those. Yet reality was always cruel. Being of low status and wanting to become a battle general, these individuals had to meet one condition: having great individual power. Disregarding the talent to command, the battle generals that were the second kind had talent in cultivation that was comparable to any other Xiuzha. The reason was very simple. If they had no strength, they would not survive through battle.
If they couldn't survive, how could they climb up?
Wanting to become a battle general but being of low status, they had to repeatedly climb over mountains of corpses in order to accumulate fame and experience. Then there would be compliance to his orders. No one in little groups of 7 or 8 would be willing to put their lives in the hands of an individual that could die anytime, much less larger troops. This was also why Pu Yao thought that Gongsun Sha hadn't had a chance. Gongsun Sha was only a butcher, a Zhuji butcher. Pu Yao could easily see that Gongsun Sha's talent in cultivation was very average. Even if he had many Lingdan and talismans, he wouldn't accomplish too much in cultivation. But Pu Yao did not immediately dismiss his ability to become a battle general, even if he had to learn on his own. The most important reason was Zuo Mo's support.
His talent wasn't in question.
If Gongsun Sha had been in a large sect from birth, and he ultimately became a battle general, Pu Yao would not find it strange. After playing war chess for so many days, Gongsun Sha had improved quickly. What really surprised him was that Zuo Mo trusted Gongsun Sha so much.
Even Pu Yao had to admit that Zuo Mo's eyes were wondrously accurate. In his mind, Zuo Mo's talent wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't the best.
However, over these 2 years, even with the stumbling and tripping, Pu Yao found to his shock that Zuo Mo's progress was far outside of his predictions. Part of it was that he had been involved, but the speed of improvement of core disciples from large sects would rarely reach Zuo Mo's level, and they would receive more aid than Zuo Mo. But Zuo Mo's physical talent really could not be called great. This was what Pu Yao marveled at. As he kept on thinking about it, Pu Yao felt that it was all caused by Zuo Mo's viewpoint.
Zuo Mo's viewpoint and mentality were very strange, and very different from normal people. No matter if it was cultivation, battle, or interpersonal relationships. It was easy for others to see him as the classical utilitarian. Clever, greedy, and money-grubbing, but he would sometimes do something that Pu Yao would find stupid and irrational. Yet these idiotic actions would usually produce good results. Originally, Pu Yao did not have a good opinion of Gongsun Sha's prospects, but considering Zuo Mo, he was suddenly filled with interest and anticipation. It was so amusing.
Compared to Puyao's attitude of idling and watching from the sidelines, Zuo Mo was so busy his feet never touched the ground. He had been nagged by Chen Yuqing to the point that he had to build a beast pool. They wouldn't stay for very long in Little Mountain Jia, but it wouldn't be too short. If they used the time well, they could produce a few batches of ling beasts. Chen Yuqing had been studying for a long time on the date seed ship, and he had many ideas. However, without the beast pool, all ideas were nothing.
Shi Xiang, build a beast pool.
Chen Yuqing's words were like a ghost haunting Zuo Mo's ears constantly.
After repeated requests, Zuo Mo complied.
His wealth was large.
A beast pool was expensive, but not too expensive. However, the work was not easy.
No one could help him, especially when Chen Shidi had a pile of ideas he wanted to suggest.
To realize these ideas, he needed to modify the beast pool.
The modifications meant that the work he had to do increased dramatically. It meant that he needed to reconstruct it. Even more, Chen Yuqing Shidi's ideas would occasionally change. Each time Zuo Mo wanted to slack off, Chen Yuqing's haunting voice would float to him again.
Shi Xiang, just change a bit, just change a bit. When the beast pool was finished, it was like there was a pin in Zuo Mo's behind. He ran away as far as possible. When an obedient person started to torture other people, it would make them feel hopeless. Chen Yuqing Shidi began to work on the beast pool, Gongsun Shidi was working on the group of Xiuzha, and Zuo Mo started to work on himself. His studies into formations needed a large amount of time. He also added another job for himself. He found the ling vein, and gathered some of the black line mushrooms that ate ling. He was very interested in them. Other than that, cultivation was something that could not be missed. His consciousness had shrunk dramatically after setting down the Jinji. Thinking about the tactic of battle by relying on numbers, he deeply felt that increasing his consciousness was his most important priority at the moment. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation became something he needed to do every day. After his consciousness manifested, his sea of consciousness transformed. The enchanting flames in the sea of consciousness had disappeared. The number of stars in the sky had increased to 10. The sword river still was the same. He had not increased his sword essence. Looking at the stars in the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo suddenly recalled the time that he forged Lil Pagoda, and the stardust that the stars had produced which continuously permeated his consciousness. In the void above his consciousness, the 10 stars hung. Other than the one star that was somewhat bright, the rest were dim. Thinking about the speed that the stars sprayed out stardust, Zuo Mo felt it would take years for the stardust to permeate all of his consciousness. That is star source. Puyao sat on the gravestone and raised his head to look at the 10 stars above his head. What is star source? This question had always been buried in Zuo Mo's mind. Seeing that Puyao seemed to have intentions of explaining today, he played along and asked. Star source is the origin of the spiritual power, Puyao slowly said. You can also think of them as the crystals formed from ling power. Don't you Xiuzha like to talk about how many jing of ling power? 10 star spiritual power? Zuo Mo asked in response.
Or you can see them as the springs that birth spiritual power. 10 stars mean that you have 10 springs that can produce spiritual power. But one time, I saw that these stars could spray out silver stardust.
What is that? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask in curiosity. What did you say?
Puyao suddenly opened his bloody pupil, his spine straightening, changing from his lazy attitude.
Zuo Mo felt slightly terrified under Puyao's bloody gaze.
Inside, he wondered if the other had started to go crazy again.
Is something wrong? Zuo Mo weakly asked.
After a beat, he saw Puyao say dazedly, the second consciousness. He forcefully shook his head as he refocused. He looked deeply at Zuo Mo. The stardust that you saw is a purer form of spiritual power.
We usually call it spirit dust.
These 10 stars, bright and dull, are different. The brightest star can produce the most star spirit dust, the speed that it produces spiritual power is the fastest.
Zuo Mo didn't really understand. Puyao didn't attend to him, and kept on talking.
What Yao cultivate are the laws of the world. All objects in the world all contain the laws of the world, all objects in the world can cultivate their spirit.
Stars are just one of them.
The path of the stars is profound and cryptic.
There are very few Yao that walk the path of star spirit cultivation. Hearing this, Zuo Mo suddenly had a slightly bad premonition. What spirit cultivation are you? What I chose is Skyfire spirit cultivation.
Puyao smiled, his teeth showing.
Zuo Mo interjected, then why am I star spiritual cultivation?
Because what you cultivate is embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, Puyao snickered. I hadn't thought that this embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is actually a star spirit cultivation.
I was fooled by the name.
He muttered in a small voice, I had expected it was trash, hadn't thought that it was actually high level, such a loss. And fire suddenly shot up from Zuo Mo's heart. He was enraged, pointing at Pu Yao's nose as he swore. You trash, you gave something you hadn't tested for Yi to cultivate. You actually wanted to use trash to con Yi, Yi isn't finished with you. Don't be like this. Pu Yao wasn't angry, and said, chuckling, in any case, you didn't lose. Look, you even managed to cultivate to 10 stars. In 2 years, you've gotten to manifestation. This speed is very fast. You, Zuo Mo pointed, hearing Pu Yao's heartless words became so angry his finger trembled. Do you want to know how to cultivate next? Seeing the situation, Pu Yao crisply turned to temptation. Yes, Zuo Mo did not hesitate in answering, all his anger flying away. Pu Yao was not shocked in the slightest by Zuo Mo's 180-degree turn in attitude. This guy was very pragmatic. That's right. Pu Yao smiled. I can tell you, and I can give you even more help. But I have a small request. Say it. Zuo Mo was very familiar with Pu Yao's conduct as well. I want the golden core of the Jin Dan of Clear Sky Sect. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. When he managed to respond, he instantly jumped up. Are you crazy? Jin Dan. Go get it yourself if you want it. Run to a little Ningmai like myself to say you want the golden core of a Jin Dan, humph, the other can turn me to dust with one slap. Finishing, he turned and left, waving his hand. If you want to play by yourself, GE won't play with you. Pu Yao's expression was calm, and not angry, at a 5th grade sword scripture. Zuo Mo pretended not to hear, and continued to walk forward. At a 5th grade movement method. Zuo Mo was not moved at all, his steps not changing. I'll make 7 more golden armor guards for you. Zuo Mo decided to ignore him. And another move of little thousand leaf hands. Zuo Mo instantly stopped his body, and turned to walk towards Pu Yao. What to do? Translator ramblings, Pu Yao reflects on Gongsun Cha and Zuo Mo. Chun Yu Cheng is not included since he hasn't shown much yet and that isn't Pu's area of specialty. But Pu Yao is also selectively blind about his own role in Gongsun Cha's development even as he acknowledges influencing Zuo Mo's development. Wild battle generals had to accumulate knowledge and experience through fighting which eliminates all but the most talented so they can outcompete those that were trained by sects and did not have to fight so hard. Gongsun Cha is getting abused daily by a wise and experienced Yao battle general. That is a lot of experience that most people won't get on a very high level. It's akin to getting a chess grandmaster to play with all his power daily against a child. Zuo Mo's support using Jinji is enough at this point to force compliance from the ranks, which means that Gongsun Cha's learning environment right now is better than any sect since he has motivation through his desire to survive this place. Pu Yao and Zuo Mo also know each other very well now. Zuo Mo is getting better at negotiating with Pu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213 Ma Fan reaching target. Chapter 213 Ma Fan reaching target. Ma Fan felt very troubled. No matter if it was his Ningmai second stratum cultivation or the nameless scripture he cultivated, they made him one of the top practitioners in this group. But to someone as afraid of trouble as he was, this prestige wasn't a good thing. He became one of the important prospects to be nurtured. The requirements for his training far surpassed everyone else's. Everyone looked at him with gazes full of sympathy. That's right, it really was sympathy. The training for everyone was extremely strict, so the training regime of an important prospect, Ma Fan's, could only be imagined. However, other than sympathy, they did not feel any joy at his misfortunes. They didn't even have the power to save themselves. Everyone in the camp put all their strength into furiously training. If they did not complete their training, their outcome would be extremely tragic. On the first day several people did not obey. But now when everyone saw the somewhat feminine, delicate, and shy youth, they could not control the deep terror that came out of their heart. The terrified screams that meant a fate worse than death haunted their ears. The inhuman state of the people who didn't listen frequently haunted their thoughts. Whenever they thought of it, these people that were used to seeing storms of blood couldn't help but tremble. Devious, vicious, and cold-blooded, he thought of a life like grass. These words were not enough to describe the seemingly harmless and beautiful youth in front of them. Even the most rebellious person was docile and obedient in front of him. This handsome youth might be strict, but if you could successfully finish your training, nothing would happen. He would never try to punish you for unsubstantiated reasons. He didn't take your talismans or scriptures. After discovering this point, everyone competed to be first, afraid of being slow, and having to taste the terrible torture that was worse than death. Ma Fan felt his life was hopeless.
Each day was endless training. Heavens! How can this be completed?
It hadn't been long since he had broken through to the second stratum of Ningmai. The Ling power in his body was around 15 Jing. The content of his training focused on only one thing, one of his sword moves.
That's right, just the one move.
Of the 3 sword moves that he knew, the strongest was the illusory shadowless sword of destruction. The power of this move was very high. Most important was that it did not cause Ling power ripples when it was cast. Without a sound or wind, it never attracted the eye, but it was surprisingly powerful. In reality, after learning it, he had only used it in combat 2 or 3 times before now. He usually was afraid of trouble, and rarely engaged in combat. If he saw the situation was not right, he would quickly use the illusory movement method to escape. His training content was just this move.
However, it wasn't so simple.
Gongsun Cha had 2 demands. The first was that he could use this killing move when he was using the illusory movement method. The second was that he had to be able to cast this move 3 times or more in the span of 15 minutes. And in 1 hour, he had to be able to use this move 7 or more times. When he first received the training regime, it was normal for his face to be ugly. With his present cultivation, if he cast illusory shadowless sword of destruction, he couldn't do it when he was in motion, and could only cast it 4 times. After casting it, he needed to rest for a while before casting again. This clearly short of Gongsun Cha's demands. Ma Fan didn't know how Gongsun Cha had thought of such a fatal demand.
Wasn't it just asking for his life?
He had once gathered his courage to request Gongsun Cha to change it. What he received was Gongsun Cha's light words, "Cultivate well, for putting your life on the line is better than losing it." When Ma Fan heard this, and his heart instantly became cold. With no other solution, he could only train with his life on the line. From the time he had started his cultivation, he had never cultivated so hard before. Using the illusory movement method at the same time as the illusory shadowless sword of destruction, this was something that he had never thought of before. With no sect, to be able to become a Ningmai second stratum, Ma Fan's talent in cultivation was not low, and his intelligence was not bad. Of course, even he could see that if he could use his movement method and sword move at the same time, the power of the move would increase greatly. But with his personality of avoiding trouble, if he thought of this in the past, he would have gave up after trying a few times.
But now, the blade hung above his neck. If he retreated slightly, his little life would be gone.
There was no room to change his current trajectory. He could only push forward. His Ling power was so expended that he almost spat blood, his body was sore and soft that it felt like his skeleton was coming apart. For the sake of his little life, he must cultivate. 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 He had cultivated to the point that he wanted to throw up when he saw a flying sword.
He actually succeeded.
A flickering figure fluttered uncertainly in the air, and without warning, several explosions suddenly occurred in the air.
Boom!
The ground 50 zhang away from him seemed to have been struck by something invisible, suddenly exploding open, sending dirt flying. The people who had been training nearby were alarmed, and put out their Ling shields. Pia pia pia, the flying dirt hit the Ling shields like rain.
Those with weaker cultivation even felt their Ling shields shake. Everyone was shocked. When they looked at the ground, they saw 7 deep holes in a row, each hole that was 2 zhang deep. Crashing down through the air, yet still so powerful, if this was someone's body. Their eyes as they looked at Ma Fan instantly changed. This guy definitely had been holding back before. However, some with nimbler minds had happy expressions. Right now, everyone was on the same rope. Ma Fan getting stronger was good for all of them. At least, the probability of keeping their lives was now higher. Gongsun Cha also had a surprised expression that he hadn't thought that Ma Fan would be the first to achieve his demands. In his plan, Ma Fan was the primary attacker, or rather, it was better to say he was the ambusher. With the unpredictable illusory movement method, and the undetectable but powerful illusory shadowless sword of destruction that could kill with one blow, wasn't he born for ambushing? It was a pity that while the illusory body movement method was hard to follow, but it was easy for people to guard against, lowering the abruptness of an ambush. If there was a movement method that could completely conceal him, then Ma Fan's power would be even greater. Gongsun Cha felt he needed to think thoroughly about how to use Ma Fan to his greatest potential. He may look confident and calm in front of these shouja, but in reality, his mind had been tense from the beginning. He was a beginner, and had not been trained. Zuo Shixiang trusted him, so Shixiang certainly wouldn't blame him for making mistakes in the beginning. However, though Gongsun Cha might look soft, he was actually very proud. Would he permit himself to make mistakes at such an important time? All of his days were spent on these shouja. He had long stopped his own cultivation. He disliked failure.
Ma Fan looked in disbelief at the 7 deep holes in front of him on the ground, his mind blank.
He did it, he really did it. Was this really something he had done? Dazedly landing on the ground, his mind was wandering.
He had never thought that he could really do it, but he gritted his teeth and persisted in training because he was forced to, but when he really met the goals which he never could have possibly conceived of before, a different emotion filled his heart. Looking at the flying sword in his hand, a seed called confidence gradually sprouted in his heart. Right now, do not create new stars.
You cannot bite off more than you can chew.
You should spend more time to temper these 10 stars, so they will be as bright as your brightest star. The stars are the source of your spiritual power, and the brighter they are, the more spiritual power they produce, especially stardust. The brighter the star, the more pure the stardust they spray out.
This alone will be more beneficial to you.
In meditation, Zuo Mo's mind had retreated to his sea of consciousness. He sat cross-legged facing the stars, a ethereal strand of starlight dropping from one of the stars and entering Zuo Mo's forehead.
As Zuo Mo breathed, the starlight brightened and dimmed pleasantly.
Bathing in the starlight, Zuo Mo channeled the spell and communicated with the star. Communicating with the star was the first step in tempering it. After this, Zuo Mo needed to find a star home, take in star power, and then use it to nurture the stars in his consciousness to increase the star source. This time, Pu Yao's teachings were extremely detailed, answering all his questions patiently. He also didn't drag his heels on what he had promised Zuo Mo, and paid up front. After communicating with the star in his sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo stopped his cultivation.
Absorbing star power had to be done at night.
He spent some time on reading through the good things he had gotten from Pu Yao before he started to think. The stage of Jindan was a stage that every Shouja dreamed about that time. At that time, the Ling power of the Shouja would form into a golden core, hence the name. The golden core was the best parts of the Ling power of a Shouja. Even the source of their life was inside it. A Shouja that lost their golden core would die. In other words, to obtain the golden core of a Jindan, one had to kill them.
Kill a Jindan. That really was a crazy idea.
But behind this crazy idea, Zuo Mo had his own considerations. He would definitely have a battle with Clear Sky Sect.
This Jindan was an enemy he would have to meet. Zuo Mo didn't have any thought of being so lucky as to avoid it.
To pass through the Jie River, they had to defeat this Jindan.
That was the lowest goal.
Right now, it was just increasing from defeating a Jindan to killing a Jindan. It sounded shocking, but in reality, there wasn't much of an increase.
After a Jindan was defeated, they would definitely flee. It was better to kill them.
If the other escaped, they would never face him directly again. It wouldn't be difficult for the Jindan to wait in the shadows to kill him. If the other went to invite a few of his Jindan friends, then this little Zuo Mo would definitely die. Taking a few hundred people to scheme against a Jindan, Zuo Mo felt that he had a slightly probability of victory.
But if it was 2 Jindan, Zuo Mo guessed he wouldn't even be able to escape.
Thinking about it now, no matter if he agreed to Pu Yao's demands or not, he definitely could not let Clear Sky Sect's Jindan live. Zuo Mo's heart was scared. It was lucky that he had agreed to Pu Yao's request. Otherwise, if he had let the other go after the battle, he would have caused himself many problems.
After thinking it through, the rock in Zuo Mo's heart instantly landed. People were like this.
If they heard the great reputation of the other, it was easy to be intimidated and scared. However, once they understood that there was no other path, even against a god, they would take off a few pieces of flesh. The effect that Zuo Mo's personal power could have in this battle was pitifully small. It wasn't even as high as the 3 golden armor guards. Luckily, he was never a person that relied on brute power to eat.
He had a daring idea. Translator ramblings, Ma Fan's sword technique is so long, for long words plus a preposition. Might be the longest name so far in the story. Zuo Mo is starting to plan. This is great motivation for him. Also, the girl that sent the paper cranes is not showing up anytime soon. Think long into the future, but she will come back. I've also discovered that I misspelled 12 in the previous chapter. I guess you guys don't read chapter titles? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, A Mountain of Problems. Chapter 214, A Mountain of Problems. The art of multiple people fighting less, that was gang fighting. Gang fighting, that was fighting in groups. In Zuo Mo's understanding, it was ridiculous to depend on a person that had been only studying Ling grains 2 years ago to study battle tactics. However, if it was about gang fighting, he still had some real experience. There were many disciples in the outer sect, of course, there were those that were bullies.
Adding on that the little factions were like trees in a forest, while fights didn't happen every day, there would be an occasional one. Having seen many gang fights, the winning side always had certain qualities. First, more people was better. This was the most basic tenet of gang fighting. Gang fighting, if there weren't enough people, it would be embarrassing to call it a gang. More people won over fewer people, that was the most common outcome. The second was bravery and viciousness. Bravery was not being afraid. The other side had more people, but their side dared to put their life on the line. The people who were not afraid of putting everything into a fight dominated everything around them. Other people didn't dare to get close. Even experts wanted to stay alive. As to viciousness, it meant being unconditional and attacking. Once an attack started, one could not attend to their own back and be timid, the blow coming from the vicious had to reach rock bottom. After flipping over several people, the other side would be discouraged. Next was cooperation. The essence of group fighting was using more people fighting fewer people. Then how could the smaller group win? That required cooperation. A group of cooperative people defeating disordered rabble 3 times their number was very normal occurrence. The last was that the weapons were appropriate. Look at Linging sect, they were the epitome of this. However, even the best talismans and flying swords depended on the people using it. Idiots with talismans were still idiots. After concluding all this, Zuo Mo's thoughts became nimble. It took time to increase numbers, and it was a task that could not be hurried. Regarding bravery was vicious, Zuo Mo felt that it was pretty hard to attain. This group of people would be very unwilling, and were only forced to follow due to his Jinji. Cooperation could be considered, but this was Gongsun Cha's problem. If he interfered, he might not have any positive benefit to the situation. What he could only work on weapons. He may have some talismans, but it wouldn't be better than what these people had searched for and schemed for themselves. He could only think about other objects. He actually did find something. Yin Fire Bead. The power of the Yin Fire Bead did not have to be said. He had never tried it on a Jindan, but there definitely was not a problem with people under Jindan. If one wasn't enough against Jindan, then 2. If that was still not enough, then everyone could throw them together. Each person throwing 8 or 10, surely even Jindan couldn't bear it. He thought uncertainly. However, he did feel that it was possible. In the past, he had always been worried that the matter of him knowing how to making beads would be revealed. Now that it was a matter of life or death, he threw those concerns to the back of his mind. If it spread, then there was a possibility of people targeting him, but that was a matter for the future. If he couldn't leave Little Mountain Jia, then there was no future. This idea made his mind jump. He inventoried the Yin fire beads that he had, there were 10 or so. He shook his head, discontent with this number. For Ningmai, Zuo Mo felt 10 was enough, but the other was Jindan. That was a Jindan. Just thinking about it, Zuo Mo felt respect rise, and his desire for battle decreased. Other people may not know the strength of Jindan, but how could Zuo Mo not know? He had suffered greatly under Xin Yen Shirshu's hands and had a clear understanding of Jindan. If it was just him alone, Zuo Mo definitely would not be able to wound Xin Yen Shirshu even with things 10 times more powerful than Yin fire beads. This was because he basically could not throw them and have them touch Xin Yen Shirshu's body. But if it was gang fighting, Zuo Mo thought there was a small chance. In a battle, there would be many talismans and flying swords flying. Before the Yin fire bead was activated, it was not eye-catching. If the other was not on their guard, it was easy to get tricked. Zuo Mo brought this problem up with Pu Yao. Of all these people, only this guy had fought Jindan experts before. Your idea is somewhat interesting, Pu Yao had an interested expression. Seeing Pu Yao's expression, Zuo Mo knew that it had potential, but this requires Yin fire beads. Where can I get more Yin fire beads? You need to find a place with Yin fiends. Pu Yao didn't have a solution, find someone familiar with the area and ask. Hearing Pu Yao say so, Zuo Mo knew that there was no place with Yin fiends nearby. Otherwise, with Pu Yao's abilities, he could have immediately pointed to the location. He could only go ask the Shouja of Little Mountain Jia and see if any one of them knew if there were places with Yin fiends. When he walked into the camp, he was shocked by the heated atmosphere. 20-something Ningmai cultivating together, the presence was shocking, his little heart beating rapidly. After a long while, he recovered. Seeing Gongsun Cha talking with Ma Fan in the corner, he hurriedly ran over. When he neared, he heard Gongsun Cha lecturing Ma Fan. Your pathing just now was not correct. You have to remember your role. You have no set location, so you cannot stop. You need to be more nimble. Understand? More nimble. Swimming between them, search for chances. You also need to notice to retract your presence, you need the enemy to not notice your existence.
Notice the opportunities. Do not deliberately search to kill with one move. You are the main attacker, yes, but you have fellows. They are not just decorations. At this time, your best chance is to attack.
Yes, you cannot kill him, but he will reveal openings and will give your fellows opportunities.
Other than killing enemies, you need to learn how to make opportunities for your fellows.
If you decide to attack, don't do those unnecessary flourishes.
You have to be more straightforward, use more force. One move, you only have the chance for one move. Zuo Mo had never seen Gong Sun Sha so fierce.
That's right, full of fierceness. This guy who usually looked shy and weak was bellowing a whole bunch of stuff out. Seeing Ma Fan's nervousness, not daring to miss a word, Zuo Mo's heart was suddenly full of sympathy. After the lecture, Gong Sun Sha waved and indicated for Ma Fan to continue cultivating.
Everyone is working hard, Zuo Mo said with feeling.
Gong Sun Sha nodded, and, when they can sell their lives, that will be almost enough.
Ma Fan, who had been preparing to leave, staggered and almost fell. Zuo Mo mumbled in response, and asked uncertainly, "Do you need help?"
He had completely thrown everything on Gong Sun Sha's shoulders. Even he was slightly ashamed. Seeing Gong Sun Sha so busy his feet didn't really touch the ground, who would not feel a bit of shame?
Gong Sun Sha tilted his head to think and asked, "Can you make a kind of talisman?" "What talisman do you want?" Speaking of talismans, Zuo Mo felt his bravery rise.
These spectacular and eye-dazzling things in the camp, he could understand if they were by themselves, but he didn't understand when they were put together.
But if it was about talismans, he was good at that. Zuo Mo completely forgot that he was also self-taught in forging talismans.
In total, Xin Yen Shirshu hadn't thought him that many times. Having just felt some shame, Zuo Mo instantly found a place he could express his value and make up for his deficiencies, his mind becoming alert. Oh, talismans like the necklace. Gong Sun Sha took off the same heart necklace on his neck.
Zuo Mo scratched his head.
He understood what Gong Sun Sha meant, to pass orders. Pu Yao had spoken about this problem with him. The Yao armies used the consciousness to pass on commands, the Mo armies used the Mo matrix to pass on commands, and Xiuzhe used seals. The same heart necklace could connect the user to 6 of the fellows, which meant commanding 6 other people. Clearly, 6 people could not satisfy Gong Sun Sha's demands.
Zuo Mo agreed with that. Facing Jin Dan, it probably needed several hundred. How to direct all of them then? The battlefield changed every second. If they could not respond immediately, then there was only death.
Zuo Mo hadn't expected that he couldn't solve the problem of the Yin Fiends, and instead found another problem out of his trip to the camp. However, he understood the importance of the matter could not be delayed. He immediately passed on the matter of the Yin Fiend grounds to Gong Sun Sha and rushed away with the same heart necklace. However, before he left, a batch of Jingshi and Ling grains was scraped off him. He had to rejoice now that Master had gotten large amounts of supplies for him when Wu Kong Sword Sect had sent him to the desolate wood reef. They were used to great effect now. High-intensity training like this consumed enormous amounts of Jingshi and Ling grains.
Zuo Mo was doubtful if he could manage it if there were 100 or more people. However, this was not the time to think of it. The most pressing problem was what Gong Sun Sha had thrown over. Large-scale group fighting. Xiuzhe used seals to pass commands. If it was forging, Zuo Mo dared to try, but if it was making seals, he could do nothing. However, Zuo Mo was not a conservative person. This world would always have ways. Even more, he had a model on his hands. The effect of this same heart necklace was not any different than seals, but it was a talisman. Zuo Mo started to think of how to replicate the same heart necklace. The number of people the same heart necklace could command was much lower, and could not reach Gong Sun Sha's demands. However, he thought of a method. 7 people to a troop, the leader of the troop in command. The troop leader would wear 2 necklaces, one to direct the troop members, the other receiving orders from the rank above. That way, wouldn't everything be connected? Of course, the usability of this method had to wait for the objects to be made before it could be tested. The same heart necklace was an upper 4th grade talisman. Theoretically, it was beyond of Zuo Mo's ability. But thinking that he had patted his chest just now, there was actually no one except him that could solve the problem. To be able to qualify as upper 4th grade, the forging skill of the same heart necklace was very high. There were more than 100 formations in the little necklace. These formations were either by themselves, or they were connected with others. That was the focus of Zuo Mo's study. Only by familiarizing himself with these formations and chewing through all of them, he could understand how the same heart necklace could connect minds. Only by understanding the theory could he then copy it. This wasn't a small task.
However, as it related to his wealth and little life, Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't slack in the least. He would even eat this necklace if needed, much less just study it.
All in. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo projects his own fighting experience into large-scale warfare and discovers there is not a lot he can do at the moment. But he has a direction now. How do you kill someone who is faster and more powerful than you are? Drown him in people.
Gongsun Sha, as shown in previous chapters, is going to be an important character. The chapters in the future be partially from his point of view or on what he is doing. Zuo Mo is important and the primary focus, but he's just one person who isn't going to be able to level up and kill the Jindan by himself.
Teamwork, and a whole lot of talent, sweat and luck. Poor Ma Fan.
I wonder if his parents thought he was trouble, so that's what they named him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 215, Sustained Battle Through Battle. Chapter 215, Sustained Battle Through Battle. He had lost again.
Gongsun Sha looked at the devastated landscape, his remaining shreds of troops grimaced. He didn't remember how many times he had lost. The skill of the mysterious war chess opponent was extremely high. He didn't know anything about the mysterious opponent.
He couldn't even find any traces of this mysterious person usually.
But he knew, this mysterious person that he had never met really existed.
Because the other would play war chess with him.
Even though the other would use Zuo Shixiang as a cover, the skill of the two individuals were so drastically different that Gongsun Sha could easily detect it.
Gongsun Sha intelligently did not ask.
It wasn't too hard for him to accept that the soul of an elder which had not extinguished was living inside Zuo Shixiang's body.
Thinking about Zuo Shixiang's sudden rise in the last 2 years, it added some support for his speculation. However, the feeling of defeat was still terrible. He wasn't content.
Even though he knew this was the normal and most rational outcome, and he was able to learn many things from each loss, but he just wasn't content.
He disliked defeat, or it was more accurate to call it hate. This unwillingness flashed through his heart and was buried deep down. Anger was not useful.
The war chess was different than real battles, but this was the only place right now where he could learn how to command. There was no room for him to pick and criticize. Also, that mysterious elder was clearly an expert at war chess. The wondrous tactics and the frightening offensive power. Each time the battle was at its fiercest, he would have a feeling that the person opposite him was a large man with a heavy and flaming hammer. What the other was most skilled in was dictating the battlefields, the offensive zones.
It could not be rivaled. He would often see the other begin killing in all directions with an unreasonable and arrogant attitude.
The balanced situation, once the two sides started to kill each other, would herald Gongsun Sha's defeat.
His territory was like a crisp cookie.
First, it was his borders that would crack. The gaps would grow bigger and turn into a situation where his entire defensive line would break. Brutal, forceful, charging forward. Many times, Gongsun Sha would be puzzled. In his mind, the commanding ability of the mysterious person was much higher than him, and he would be a better candidate to lead the troops. Zuo Shixiang did not use the powerful one but threw such an important and troublesome matter to a beginner like him. He pondered it for a while before throwing the question to the back of his mind. Having finally found something that made him feel interest, and having such challenging battles ahead of him, he felt excited just thinking about it.
So amusing, so interesting.
Having sorted out his emotions, Gongsun Sha burrowed back into the camp. In the war chess games that Zuo Mo had made, if the forces were not Yao, they were Mo Xiuzhi were the rarest. Other than the most classical Xiuzhi combinations, there was nothing that he could reference.
In comparison, the combinations of Yao Ma soldier types were much richer and extremely detailed.
Sometimes, he would wonder.
Was that elder inside Zuo Shixiang's body an old Yao Ma? This guess was not unsupported.
Other people might not be able to see the true face of the golden armor guards, but having been in command of them for so long, how could Gongsun Sha not know? These 3 golden armor guards were the white-scaled attendants of the Yao guards. White-scaled attendants were a low-level soldier type frequently seen in the war chess. He had used them multiple times. The reason that he could use the golden armor guards to their maximum potential was due to the inspiration and help that the war chess gave him. However, what he did not understand was the power of the 3 golden armor guards far surpassed normal white-scaled attendants.
Gongsun Sha completely did not care whether the mysterious person was Yao Ma or not. There were enough problems for him to have a headache about already. No matter if it was Xiuzhi or Yao Ma, there had to be great consideration taken in the combinations of soldier types. Like the classical sword seal, sword Diana combinations of the Xiuzhi. The combinations of the Yao Ma were more variable and rich.
But Gongsun Sha only had 28 Ningmai and 26 of them were sword shio. Of the last two, one was a saber shio, while the other was a Diana. Completely all battle shio, but there were no shioja that could take a support role. On paper, this kind of battle force was very strong. In reality, for group battle, the structure of this kind of force was extremely terrible. The effect of everyone was the same, that meant that the group lacked depth, diversity, and was therefore unable to complete formation transformations. Sword shio had the strongest offensive power, but it did not mean they did not have weaknesses. Compared to other shioja, sword shio lacked the endurance for long battles. Sword shio were heavy on offense and light on defense. Their other flaw was their defense was too weak. Large-scale battles were different than individual battles. Sword shio were the kings of individual combat. Their strong and sharp attacks and their fast speed allowed them to be at an advantage in short individual battles, to pressure the enemy to the point of suffocation. In individual battles, sword shio only needed to consider how to kill off the enemy before the enemy could threaten their weakness. But in group fighting, especially on large scales, sword shio usually needed the protection of other shioja at their sides so they could release their strong offensive power. If a troop only had sword shio, the enemy only needed to stop their first wave of attacks. Large-scale sword shio fatalities would only follow this as the sword shio began to tire. Okay, in reality, he didn't need so many transformations. Gongsun Sha could only tell himself this. In any case, after leaving Little Mountain Jie, everyone would split up. Zuo Shixiang had told him this multiple times. The reason was very simple. They couldn't support such a large group. On this matter, Zuo Mo did not lie. If one wasn't in charge, they did not know the price of food and supplies. Zuo Mo felt the pressure already with 40 people. Especially in Little Mountain Jie, where the only things that could replenish Ling power were Ling grains and Jingshi. Yet the intensity of training could not be lessened. They were racing for time against the Yao army. The later they left Little Mountain Jie, the higher the danger. Jingshi had side effects and could not be used in large amounts, so the expenditure was not as high as Ling grains. Zuo Mo quickly could not support it any longer. It's not going to work if we keep going like this, Zuo Mo said decisively. The Ling grains I have are only enough to support us for another half a month. Half a month, Gongsun Sha looked at Zuo Mo. What should we do? Battle to feed battle. Zuo Mo did not hesitate to say. We can only do this. Gongsun Sha felt helpless. These 40 people were still far from what he demanded. However, he had no solutions to the problem that Zuo Mo stated. However, he instantly thought of the necklace he had mentioned before. Have the talismans been made? I've grasped the method, Zuo Mo spread his hands, but there aren't enough materials, but... With that, Gongsun Sha completely cut off his thoughts about the same heart necklace, assembling the 40 people and departing instantly. Zuo Mo actually wanted to go with them, but thinking about Chen Yucheng, who was still at the beast pool, he decided to stay and protect the base. The 3 golden armor guards were also kept behind. Of course, he said, since it was a true battle, then it should be treated as real one. To guarantee safety, Zuo Mo had set up formations around the mountain valley. Most of those were illusory formations. Right now, his skill with formations had grown. Little illusory formations and little killing formations were interlocked. The power wasn't high, but to distract the enemy, it was more than enough. In fire beads, seal soldiers, golden armor guards, adding on the illusory traps, his safety was quite secure. Gongsun Sha took his 40 subordinates and slowly progressed. In terms of prosperity, Little Mountain Jie could not compare to Sky Moon Jie. Naturally, there were not as many experts here as Sky Moon Jie. However, if it was in terms of harshness, Sky Moon Jie could not compare with the present Little Mountain Jie. 28 Ningmai, in Sky Moon Jie, it was not an insignificant force, but in the present Little Mountain Jie, it wasn't anything. The reason was very simple. Those shioja of lesser strength had already died. Those that could survive until now were all ones with some skill and intelligence. Under such cruel conditions, the peak of Zhuji was the bottom line of survival. Ningmai first stratum was normal, Ningmai second stratum was enough to become the elite of a small troop, and Ningmai third stratum was enough to enter the rank of experts. As for Jin Dan, there was just one. These individuals, similar to the golden armor guards, their cultivation was between first and second stratum of Ningmai, but their true power was far beyond normal Ningmai second stratum. The Yao guards forged from ancient dragon bone, golden crow fire, and the nether pool, could normal people compare? 3 sword shio formed a combat unit. 3 combat units, 1 at the forward position, 2 at their sides, formed a triangle. They were the front-line guards. Gongsun Sha picked the sword shio that could fly the fastest. The other 10 combat units maintained a distance between each other. Ma Fan was alone as he weaved through these units. 3 people to an unit was Gongsun Cha's response to his lack of means. The 3-talent formation was the simplest formation, but these people still had not familiarized themselves with it yet, and this was just the simplest formation. In large-scale battles, what was crucial was the tactics. But just 40 people. If this was on a large-scale battlefield, they wouldn't even form the smallest and most basic combat unit. To command such a small group, what was most important was formations and cooperation. Formations was something unique to Xiuzhi. From the most basic 3-talent formation to the super-large formations that required tens of thousands of Xiuzhi to set up, they could all increase battle strength. Take for example the 3-talent formation. In the formation, the 3 people's energies would be merged, and they could communicate, increasing the connection between them. It was a very practical and useful formation. Some higher-level formations would have killing moves unique to them. If they were activated, they were so strong the sky would change color. However, it was not so easy to make a formation. Everyone inside the formation needed to accurately remember their position and the variations. This group hadn't even grasped the most basic 3-talent formation. The difficulty of such formations could be imagined. Formations might be able to increase battle power, but they were not for all purposes. In battle, the situation could change in an instant. What it tested was the perception abilities of the commander, their quick response, and the cooperation between their comrades. Gongsun Cha stood at the very center of the troop. Several of the most powerful were beside him. Ma Fan wandered around nearby. Glancing at Ma Fan, Gongsun Cha was very satisfied. Out of everyone, Ma Fan was the one most important to him. Other than his strong battle power, he had comprehension that was stronger than other people, and he could always quickly understand Gongsun Cha's intentions. So Gongsun Cha did not hesitate to make him part of the corps, and custom-made a battle tactic centered on him. Just at this time, the front passed on news. There was a situation. A flash of faint red rose and left Gongsun Cha's soft and delicate face. His first battle had come. Translator ramblings: Gongsun Cha is the first person to find out that Zuo Mo has someone else helping him. I like how he doesn't even press. Since they are all on the same side, more help is better than nothing. I hope sustained battle through battle is self-explanatory. What Gongsun Cha wants to do is fight, win, and then put resources into expansion so they can fight and capture more. They do not have enough resources at this point to expand on their own, and this is a risky strategy because you have no backup if you lose a few battles because the army will run out of resources and manpower. Essentially, don't do this unless you have nothing to lose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Gongsun Cha's First Battle. Chapter 216, Gongsun Cha's First Battle. It had been so hard to think of the Yin fire bead, but the result was that he couldn't find Yin fiend grounds and 4 Yin beads. It had been so hard to understand how to forge the same heart necklace, but the result was that there weren't enough materials. Luckily, that same heart necklace wasn't damaged, and had been given back to Gongsun Cha. Zuo Mo was depressed, but he still did what he had to do. He needed to cultivate his consciousness. There was no way around it. Jinji was a good thing, but it consumed consciousness and it was an eternal consumption. As to practicing sword scriptures, Zuo Mo didn't have that much interest. His 5 essence sword set had been forged. Even though there was a distance until it was perfect, but he was very content with the present progress. The power of the 5 essence sword set was very high. At the time, his idea had been very original, but now, he discovered he had made a fatal mistake. The sword formation was formed, but there was no accompanying sword scripture that he could cultivate. Of the 5 sword essence, other than Li Water Sword Scripture and Ice Dragon Sword Scripture, he only had the appearance but not the substance of the other sword essences. Basically, his 5 essence sword formation was a paper tiger. This made him very discontent. Anyone would not be happy. Spending so many good materials, putting in so much effort, but having made such useless things. However, he temporarily did not have a solution, so he could only put it away. He didn't practice the move of little thousand-leaf hands that Pu Yao gave him. All of his spiritual power was given to Jinji in this while. He didn't even need to think about body cultivation either. Any earth energy he gathered would be given in tribute to Pu Yao in the end. It had been a long time since he had done body cultivation. Even though he knew that drawing out the earth energy was good for him, but at this point in time, it really wasn't worth the cost. He put the most time on formations. To break through Little Mountain Jia, there were only 2 paths. One was increasing his own strength. If he could reach Jindan, the other Jindan would not block him. However, was it possible? Completely impossible. The other path was what he was doing now, increasing the strength on his hands. Everything to do with commanding the group, he threw to Gongsun Sha.
He believed in this battle maniac.
He would definitely express the desire for battle which was concealed under those feminine and delicate features.
The remaining question was, what could he do?
Zuo Mo didn't want to wait around when it came to his own little life, and put all his hopes on Gongsun Shidi. Therefore, an extremely weighty and meaningful question was put in front of him: how could he increase the power of a group quickly?
Talismans, he threw that away. He didn't even have enough materials to make the same heart necklace, much less anything else.
He did have a lot of materials, but that was only if he considered only himself.
If he included everyone, there really wasn't enough.
Like the grandiose talismans of the Golden Armor Guards, there wouldn't be enough money even if Zuo Mo sold himself.
Lingdan, Zuo Mo quickly threw away this method. Zuo Mo himself had never encountered Lingdan that could increase cultivation. Slightly less effective were those support-type Lingdan. He could make a batch, but against a Jindan, it wasn't enough. What was left? Formations. Zuo Mo's topic of study was the Mo matrix. In the beginning, he hadn't thought of the Mo matrix at all. It was completely due to being forced by the lack of Ling grains that he had an extraordinarily daring idea. He could carve Mo matrices on all these Xiuzha. The thin Ling energy in the air, after automatically gathering under the power of the Mo matrix, was very substantial. Even more importantly, they would be able to use the Ling power of the Jingshi and not have to worry about the impurities of the Jingshi harming their bodies. In comparison, the Ling power in the Jingshi was much richer than in the Ling grains.
Of course, his rational mind suppressed this insane idea.
Right now, they were at war with the Yama.
If he took a group of people with Mo matrix carved on them out, there would be only one outcome: being killed for being Yama. He had never felt how valuable the Mo matrix was before.
Now, he had a deep experience of the benefits of the Mo matrix. If he couldn't carve the Mo matrix, then he could go back a step. Didn't Puyao say that the essence of the Mo matrix was formations? As long as he could find the formations that could purify the impurities in the Ling power, and the formations that could automatically gather Ling, wouldn't the problem be solved?
He had a ready example of the Mo matrix. Due to the Mo matrix being on his body, and his extremely sensitive consciousness, he could clearly feel every change inside the Mo matrix.
The simple-looking Mo matrix was far more complex than he had imagined.
Zuo Mo's skill in formations was not low now, especially after having studied the micro-formations in dam-making.
The formations in the Mo matrix had some similarities to those.
Other than formations, there were many pictures that seemed decorative, yet were extremely similar to formations. If he wanted to understand which were useful, and which were not, it would take 3 to 5 years. But in Zuo Mo's hands, this became a very simple matter. He only had to use his consciousness to sweep across, and then he could clearly detect it. However, this was just the first step. Even though he had gotten rid of many of the distractions, but the remainder was still hard to work out.
Not every formation would have a visible effect, but once they were removed, the entire Mo matrix would lose its effect.
Other than that, there were some semi-formation constructs. These semi-formation constructs would form a very special kind of formation with Zuo Mo's flesh and blood. This was probably these constructs that merged the formations with flesh and blood. Luckily, this degree of difficulty wasn't enough to scare Zuo Mo. The Yao army was like a guillotine hanging over Zuo Mo's head. Thinking of breaking through Little Mountain Jie was enough to motivate him.
The present Zuo Mo seemed more like a production Xiuzha.
Alright, he had always been a production Xiuzha, Zuo Mo smiled in self-disdain. He probably would have never thought that his actions made Puyao jump in fright. Puyao naturally had his own aims when he had carved the Mo matrix and added the Yao seed for Zuo Mo. But he never would have expected Zuo Mo to progress so quickly. In the sea of consciousness, Puyao's expression was heavy as he kept a close look. Does this guy know just how terrifying the things he was studying right now were? Gongsun Sha's luck was not too good. He had encountered a troop of about 60 people. A troop of 60 people could be considered to be quite organized. It wasn't easy to support such a troop. This time, the groups that were still active all were not ordinary. Little Mountain Jie didn't have any low-hanging fruit left. The two sides did not exchange pleasantries. Gongsun Sha did not feel he needed to say anything. This was a habit he had formed during war chess. Puyao didn't like to chit-chat with his enemies before starting to fight. Having encountered an opponent that used everything, it could be imagined what habits Gongsun Sha had. On the other side, the people felt that they had twice as many people, and the chance of victory was high. Also, a group of 40 people definitely had some supplies, and probably wouldn't be that poor. So the two sides did not speak and the battle instantly heated up. Gongsun Sha was slightly nervous at the beginning, but when he saw the other side rush forward in messy groups, he smiled.
A very warm and sweet smile. The combat units closest to the front retreated slightly.
The other side clearly had many of the habits from individual fights. Many of the Xiuzha attacked at the same time, sword energies flying high. Since there were many of their fellows in the surroundings, they were even more brave, and naturally did not keep anything back when they attacked. Several dozen sword energies gathered like a roaring dragon. Of the 3 combat units that were ordered to retreat, one of the units were half a beat slower, and instantly were shredded to pieces. Seeing that 3 people had died, the group became even more brave, charging forward towards the people who were retreating.
Having lost 3 people, Gongsun Sha didn't even bat an eyelid.
Just as the forward combat units were retreating, the 2 combat units on the second row moved forward.
6 sword energies suddenly erupted between the 2 combat units that were retreating. Pew pew pew.
The 4 sword show that had been charging at the front, and were struck at full force.
Blood sprayed out.
The sudden change made the Xiuzha at the front panic for a beat, their charge slightly pausing. At the same time, the 2 combat units that had been retreating suddenly reversed direction, 6 sword energies leaving their hands.
Another 3 unlucky souls were hit.
Before they could respond, the 3 combat units that had been silently moving forward 50 Zhang did not hesitate to start a third wave of attack. 9 sword energies sent out with full force turned into a net. The other side had charged too fast, their group densely packed together.
The results were astounding. 5 Xiuzha were killed.
The head of the other side changed expression. With one attack, the losses were 3 to 12, this made him slightly panic. The 3 waves of attack on the other side clearly had been planned. It was like a tide, one wave after the other, not giving them any chance to think.
Expert.
He smelled danger, but what calmed him down was that the speed on both sides had slowed down.
The following battle would be prolonged combat.
His side had the advantage of numbers and a higher possibility of victory.
Charge and scatter them. Then hold on to them. Kill. He shouted, his voice ringing out. He had confidence in his Ningmai second stratum cultivation.
Coldly snorting, he took his flying sword and entered the chaotic fray. The distance between the 2 sides narrowed. No one had the space to charge.
Gongsun Sha did not move.
There was a combat unit protecting him. 4 people were standing outside the battle, yet no one seemed to notice him. Having seen the good results from the 3-section wave killing charge, his expression did not move, but the hands hidden in his sleeves were tightly fisted. He had copied this from the mysterious person in war chess. However, the mysterious person was much more effective when he used it. Gongsun Sha had suffered greatly under this maneuver, always collapsing when he encountered it. Even though it was a weaker version, it was enough to cause the enemy to suffer losses. The scene was extremely chaotic, but he was already used to even worse scenes in war chess. His mind had never been as clear as now.
He quickly found the head among the enemies.
His mind slightly moving, Ma Fan, who seemed to be aimlessly swimming around, started to silently cover the other like a large bird.
Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo finds something he can do. Gongsun Sha finally gets to command living soldiers. Zuo Mo finds his way back to formations.
He is essentially reverse engineering the major ability of the Mo which other races do not possess, which is the ability to absorb and purify Ling energy. This helps them survive in harsh and Ling-lacking environments. Ya would not be hampered in Little Mountain Jia at present, but the Xiuzha would definitely die if the Ling energy keeps on decreasing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 217, Killing Moves in Ma Fan. Chapter 217, Killing Moves in Ma Fan. Mag Fan did not fly quickly and was very steady.
Seeing the chaotic battlefield slowly grow larger in his vision, his mind slightly wandered. Truthfully, he admired Gongsun Sha very much. This person that looked even younger than him was a beginner among beginners. It could be seen from the terrible and disorganized training at the start. Ma Fan had assumed that his little life had been in danger now that he had landed in the hands of a greenhorn and hadn't expected Gongsun Sha to quickly fulfill his role. The messy training had quickly become neat and organized. These days, everyone had shifted from their rebelliousness and terror-induced submission, and gradually showed true respect and compliance. Everyone had climbed over mountains of corpses. They might never had heard of these methods before, but they could tell if it was useful or not. In a group like this, as long as you could continuously lead everyone to victory, and everyone's lives had some guarantees, no one would rebel. Ma Fan was the first person to realize that the tactics Gongsun Sha had set up were useful. Before everyone else had understood this, he had started to rigorously train until he could meet Gongsun Sha's demands. In secret, everyone called Gongsun Cha Lil Miss Gongsun because he looked feminine and delicate like a woman.
This also included a portion of maliciousness and slander. No way around it.
They couldn't defeat him, so they could only vent in private. Of course, no one dared to say the name in front of him. Lil Miss might be feminine, but he was a vicious female. Staring at the chaotic battle, the words that Gongsun Cha had keep on filling into his ears appeared in Ma Fan's mind.
You have to notice the distance between the enemy's troop. You have to notice the offensive rhythm of the enemy. After each strong attack, there would be an extremely short time where their Ling power cannot catch up. This is when the enemy is the weakest. You have to notice the important targets of the enemy. You need to have battlefield awareness. All of this was extremely strange and unfamiliar to him. Such a troublesome Lil Miss, reflexively muttering, he already reached the border of the battle. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the leader of the other side. He was extremely eye-attracting, pressuring down a combat unit by himself.
Ma Fan did not go immediately to give aid. The three people were on the disadvantage and seemed very bad off, but the three-person formation had not become messy, and they could support themselves for a while. Just to this time, he noticed there were some people whose Ling power was boiling. It was clearly the early signal for strong sword moves being cast. Usually, the stronger the sword move, the longer it took to prepare. However, the combat unit they were facing evidently were also preparing a big move. No matter which side, the Xiuzha all instinctively chose to distance themselves. The collision between great moves were very strong, and could affect others. A light flashed through Ma Fan's eyes. Rather than retreat, he slowly neared the two sides. Taste yes, Crimson Rainbow Sword. A crimson sword light rose with a howl. Haha, me too, Great Ling Sword Axe. A blue sword energy that was half sword and half axe appeared and heavily sliced down. Bat Ghost crying. 7 or 8 black sword energy shaped like bats made flapping sounds as they drew out a strange curve and headed to the three people. The three members of the combat unit did not panic, maintaining the three-talent formation. At the beginning of the battle, they had been panicked, but as they gradually familiarized themselves with the wondrous energy connection unique to the three-talent formation, their cooperation grew, and their confidence also grew. The great moves of the other side did not make them lose focus. Even usually, one-on-one, they were not afraid, much less now, when they had the aid of the three-talent formation. The leader of the three was Lei Pang. Before he was tamed by Lil Miss, this guy had been the most vicious and rebellious of them all. Now that someone had ran in front of him and boasted, he instantly got angry. His copper bell-sized eyes stared angrily, his fan-sized large hands opening. Pointing at the three people in front of him, he hatefully spat out. Get them! The other two people were also full of murderous intent. Everyone had made their way through rivers of blood. Who didn't have some fire? Who didn't have killing moves? One of them had a serious expression, his hands were covered in balls of blue light. The blue lights became darker and smaller until they were just covering his hands. But this blue light was very concentrated and seemed like water. The two hands punched out, two bright blue fist energies leaving his hands, growing as they moved. A concentrated energy covered the landscape. Sky Wave Fist. Zhongru was the only Diana of the group. To be able to establish himself in this group, he naturally had his unique qualities. As he attacked, it instantly showed his exceptionalism. At his side, his fellow that was called Nian Lu coldly snorted. He raised his hands up towards the sky, his figure spinning on the spot. His speed increased until his figure became a blur. Above his head, a lotus flower formed with astonishing speed. Flower bud, open, bloom. The faint sword essence was like the sway of the lotus flower, making people uncontrollably attracted to it. Suddenly, a snowy white lotus flower petal tipped in pink fell off. After that, the flower petals fell off, one after the other, until all of them fell off. One flower petal was one sword energy. 7 or 8 white sword energies with a hint of pink, 80% serenity, 20% enchantment, formed. Nian Lu's ultimate move, Lotus Flower Fall. Lei Pang naturally did not want to be left behind. He was holding a black saber in his hands. With both of his hands, he raised the black saber above his head, and breathed. A heavy strike. A black saber energy shot at the three opposite them. A vicious and brutal energy was like a ferocious tiger opening its jaws. Abyss Beast Soul Eating Saber. Killing move against killing move. Blue, red, white, black, multicolored streams of energy flew everywhere. The face-off between 6 Ningmai had caused the region between the two sides to become turbulent and distorted with Ling power. No one dared to near. If they were sucked in, even their bodies may not remain. Lei Pang and the two wavered slightly. Of the opposing three, two had begun bleeding from their mouths and noses. Without a doubt, Lei Pang and the others had slightly won. A saber xiu, a sword xiu, a diana xiu, this kind of combination was unique among the 40 people. The faces of the enemy three were uncertain, and a desire to retreat began rising. This kind of full-force collision did not have any technique. The difference in strength could be easily seen. The shoujo with the crimson rainbow sword moved his eyes. Since their side had more people, why should the three of them take the risk? He was just going to call for his fellow to come over when he had a feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but turn his head. A person, carried by countless flickering images, silently appeared beside him. Ambush! His expression changed. Just as he was going to speak, the voice that reached his mouth was shoved back by the afterimages that filled his vision. A flying sword hit his Ling armor without a sound. Destructive Ling power furiously flooded his body. Illusory shadowless sword of destruction. The 4th grade Ling armor on his body was like paper, instantly breaking into pieces. It was as if he was hit directly with a large hammer, his body flying like a sandbag towards the other shoujo, but this shoujo changed expression and wanted to catch his fellow. Careful! Before he finished, under the body of his fellow that was flying over, a silent light flashed. When he could respond, a flying sword that gave off no light was 3 zhang away from him. Damn it! He hurriedly put up his flying sword. The swords impacted, ding, a small sound of collision. His body shook, the blood in his face suddenly leaving his face. His eyes were full of disbelief, his eyes slowly becoming empty. The remaining shoujo was also pale, and wanted to retreat. Pew! A white sword energy that had a hint of pink at the tip passed through his chest. His pupils suddenly expanded. He saw the smear of cold smile at the corner of Nian Lu opposite him. Ma Fan's ambush had shocked the entire field. He had successfully bought time for the Lei Peng's group to breath. Nian Lu had made an ambush, and the panicked enemy had fallen. Ma Fan suppressed the roiling of the Ling power inside his body. Having continuously cast illusory shadowless sword of destruction, twice while flying at high speed, he couldn't help but feel a lack of strength. He didn't go to see if the other had lived or not, hurriedly starting his illusory movement method and disappeared. From the collision of the two sides' killing moves, to the 3 people losing their lives, the sudden change shocked many people. Ma Fan took the chance to escape. His illusory movement method was most skilled at confusing the enemy. The more chaotic the battle, the more beneficial it was to him. Ma Fan's entry slowly caused the balance of battle to tilt towards their side. The monstrous training regime of the past while had started to show its power. The combat units started to help cover and aid each other. Everyone slowly became more used to cooperating with Ma Fan. The more tense the situation, the more advantageous it was for Ma Fan to attack. He was accurate each time. Without knowing it, the advantage grew on their side. Bao De felt that this fight today was terrible. Their side clearly had the advantage in numbers, but as they fought, they grew more tired. He felt as though they had entered quicksand and were unable to use their strength. It wasn't evident in the beginning, but as they fought, the feeling of weakness became even more clear. The other side was 3 people, all clearly Ningmai first stratum, but they managed to stop him. The other side's tactics were very soft, not daring to face him straight on. He felt he wanted to spit blood. Every time he was going to defeat the 3, that person who came out of nowhere would come and disturb him, making his rhythm pause. Because of this pause, the advantage he had managed to build up would disappear and he had to start from the beginning. After fighting for so long, he saw the hints. The 3 were cooperating very well. One offensive, one distracting, and one defensive, and the offensive and defensive would frequently change positions. At the beginning, he had assumed he could quickly get rid of the enemy, but they had managed to stand up until now. He felt quite embarrassed, and his attacks grew stronger, but he hadn't assumed it got more annoying the more he fought. Other than the 3 he was facing, he still had to watch out for the annoying guy that appeared out of nowhere and was as irritating as a fly. He dared to disdain the 3 in front of him, but didn't dare to underestimate Ma Fan. That guy was Ningmai second stratum. F******, this was no way to fight. Translator ramblings, this is the first chapter that Zuo Mo doesn't appear. A blow-by-blow accounting of a fight won't happen frequently in this story, but this one was probably because Feng Xian wanted to highlight the changes in the people and their shift in perspective as well as what Lil Miss is doing. Gong Sun Cha is an important character for Feng Xiang, and giving side characters development can be difficult if the author just sticks exclusively to the point of view of the protagonist and his area of influence. The 3 talent formation in this chapter is just a triangle with each person at the corners who then move around in sync in predetermined steps. However, it is actually the name of a true battle formation used during the Ming Dynasty. See the Baidu page. It was used because it could increase firepower and decrease damage at the same time.
Thank you for all your comments.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 218, Spoils of Victory. Chapter 218, Spoils of Victory. The entire battle gradually lost meaning.
Seeing that their own side was at a disadvantage, the leader did not hesitate to find a solution: surrender. With a rattle, everyone surrendered.
Gongsun Cha's face was shocked, but the other Xiuzhi looked as if this was completely normal. What would they do if they didn't surrender? Escape? In the present Little Mountain Jia, unless they were Jin Dan, any Xiuzhi would be targeted if they were alone. Fight to the death?
Then the group would be crippled. A crippled group either would be killed or swallowed by someone else. Surrendering was a loss of face, but at least they were not losing their lives. This leader long knew the importance of this. Moreover, this group clearly did not have many people but were very strong. Rather than being swallowed by another group, it was better to go with this kind of group. Their days would be better. These days, weren't people just looking for a way to survive in Little Mountain Jia? This loud and noisy battle ended like this. When Zuo Mo saw Gongsun Cha come back with a large group of captives, he was very shocked. As expected of a crazy battle maniac. This efficiency was frightening. Before he could be happy, when he saw the 30-something captives, he grimaced inside. His consciousness would have to bleed greatly again. Bao De was the head of this group. When he heard the head of the other side was going to set in Jinji in his body, he couldn't help but shudder. Compared to those with no sect, he had come out of a little sect and knew more things than normal people.
Wasn't it only Jin Dan that could set down Jinji? Was there a Jin Dan elder here?
His heart became scared.
In Little Mountain Jia, Jin Dan were an invincible existence.
Then he became puzzled. If Jin Dan wanted to gather people, then he only needed to stand in the open and people would flock to him. There was no need to engage in fighting, everyone would have already surrendered. But when Zuo Mo appeared in front of him, he was stunned. The person putting down the Jinji was a guy that had just broke through to Ningmai first stratum. He was instantly discontent. Jinji meant that his little life was on that person's hands. If he did not comply, the gentlest punishment was his cultivation would decrease, the most serious would be the destruction of his soul.
His little life was grasped within the hands of a guy that just broke through to Ningmai?
However, he also knew his present situation.
He didn't understand. Was there someone behind this guy who supported him? Otherwise, why would so many people that were stronger than him obey him? He thought inside, but he didn't dare to show the discontent on his face. No way about it.
The losers could not be brave.
Becoming other people's prisoners, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts.
When he saw that Gongsun Cha who was standing silently by the side with a light and soft smile, he instantly discarded all his thoughts.
Zuo Mo was very familiar with Jinji now.
Quickly, all 30 people's lives were in his hands. However, after putting down 30 Jinji, he lost a lot of energy, looking somewhat drooping.
How many people died? Zuo Mo asked.
12, all the Zhuji died.
Gongsun Cha's mood wasn't good.
Even though they had achieved victory, and the primary backbone was not damaged, but he was not satisfied with this result. Zuo Mo sighed, his mood slightly down. At least we won. Gongsun Cha didn't have much confidence when he said this. The mood became slightly heavy. The troubled world was like a copper cauldron, no one could escape.
Zuo Mo decided to change the topic. Did you find Ling grains?
No, Gongsun Cha shook his head.
Zuo Mo almost spat blood.
Originally, he wanted this group to use battle to feed battle, to steal Ling grains from other people to lighten his load. Who could have thought that they had come back with 30-something people but no Ling grains? He had just expended large amounts of consciousness and now had to care of 30-something more mouths. He had really lost.
Aren't there any gains you made? Zuo Mo was like a tomato after the frost, as he asked weakly. We've gotten some items.
But I don't really understand their functions, so Shi Xiang can pick. Gongsun Cha blinked his plumflower-sized eyes that sparkled as he said innocently. From the numbers, Gongsun Cha had gotten many things. Piled up together, it was a little mountain. Flying swords, talismans, jade scrolls, and materials. They all dazzled the eyes.
Zuo Mo glanced and was quite surprised.
The great majority were not worth anything, but there were some good ones.
This had been the collections of Ningmai Xiuzhi. They had some good items. Zuo Mo's eyes were very experienced and acted quickly.
After flipping and picking, he divided the little mountain into several piles. He pointed at a pile of flying swords and talismans, saying, "This batch isn't bad.
Go and divide it among them. Only if they are properly equipped can their battle strength increase. Gongsun Sha was full of admiration.
Shi Xiang was really someone who could do great things. He had followed Shi Xiang for this long, and his eyes were not as experienced as Shi Xiang, but he could generally detect the quality. The flying swords and talismans in this piles were all pretty good. If they could be sold, that would be an enormous sum of jingshi.
He hadn't expected Shi Xiang to take it out. This generosity, this breadth of mind. To get the horse to run, we have to feed the horse grass, Zuo Mo said meaningfully. The admiration in Gongsun Sha's heart reached a peak. It seemed that he was still too new. His level was not enough compared to Shi Xiang, but think of it as wages. They have to put their lives up. It won't be right if they do not get anything. Zuo Mo smacked his lips and rubbed his chin. In any case, this batch can't be turned to jingshi and will only take up space. When Gongsun Sha heard the last part, all the admiration instantly dissipated. This was more like Shi Xiang. For some reason, he found he had relaxed, his entire body easing itself of tension. Oh, right, Zuo Mo picked out a jade scroll from the piles of jade scrolls. There's not much in this batch of jade scrolls other than this one. This one has some content related to battle generals. You take it to use as reference. A bit of relation to battle generals?
Gongsun Sha instantly became excited and took the jade scroll. The materials are useful, Zuo Mo said to himself as he looked at the little piles in front of him.
The rest can only be given to Lil Pagoda. We can store the jade scrolls, open them to all of them for free?
Oh, they don't take up space. Speaking of jade scrolls, he suddenly remembered something. I have a 5th grade movement method here.
I probably won't have the time to practice it. Give it to someone to use.
The stronger they are, the safer we are.
As to how to divide it, you can think. Okay.
Gongsun Sha was slightly surprised that Shi Xiang could take out a 5th grade movement method but did not hesitate in nodding. He agreed with Shi Xiang's words. After dividing up the spoils, Zuo Mo told Gongsun Sha again to look for fiend grounds.
Everyone knew that time was tight and didn't waste words. Gongsun Sha took the pile of talismans and flying swords and left.
Zuo Mo summoned Lil Pagoda and pointed at the pile of talismans and flying swords as he took up a jade scroll to read. This jade scroll was the only thing that he was interested in of this entire batch of spoils.
There wasn't much high-level content in the jade scroll.
What it was were some basic methods of making puppets. Now that Zuo Mo was somewhat skilled in formations, it was much easier to learn about puppets, and it wasn't hard to read.
He had never encountered puppets before.
Seeing them now, he found them novel. There were several places that were very unique. To his joy, he found that the puppets could solve the problem of his manpower. Low-level puppets did not have intelligence and could only accept the simplest and most basic commands.
Those high-level puppets were not much different than people.
Puppets that were forged with secret methods were not breakable, were as fast as the wind, and functioned as the best subordinates.
No wonder so many people liked puppets.
Of course, these subordinate-type puppets were very hard to forge.
But Zuo Mo did not think of those puppets.
His eyes were set on the easily made low-level puppets. These guys didn't have any great use, but they could barely manage to do some rough and menial labor. He suddenly thought of an idea. With Little Mountain Jess so chaotic right now, the population drastically decreasing, the mines that had existed before wouldn't have grown feet. The Ling veins would have been corroded, but what about the ore veins? He became more excited the more he thought, his brain extremely clear. Now that it was this chaotic, there was no one that was willing to spend time mining. If the ore veins were not infected and did not belong to anyone, and he went to mine them, no one would care. As for manpower, he could use puppets. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and started to calculate. It was not very hard to make the simplest puppet, and what it consumed were very low-level materials.
He had the power to make them. Deep in thought, Zuo Mo did not notice Lil Pagoda greedily sucking in talismans and flying swords.
When the last talisman flew inside Lil Pagoda's body, Lil Pagoda suddenly stopped moving.
Rewards based on achievements?
Lei Peng thought he had heard it wrong, laughing scornfully.
Don't dream. Food that's been swallowed, who would throw it back up? Even more, our group has Jinji, who wouldn't listen? Who would be so dumb to spend on us?
Nian Lu said in a rush, but it's true.
Happening this afternoon.
Supposedly, there is a 5th grade movement method.
Ha ha. You're killing me. Lei Peng pointed at Nian Lu and then turned to say to Zhong Ru. Listen. 5th grade movement method? My ass.
5th grade movement methods are not lettuce, and given easily to a sheep.
I say, old Nian, you should understand the market.
A 5th grade movement method, that's enough for those F****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Zhongru said, cross-legged like an old monk in meditation, dignified. He pretended to not listen. Dhyana show were very rare in Little Mountain Jia. They cultivated the body and their abhina. What Zhongru cultivated was not some high-level dhyana scripture, and so he had not formed an abhina yet. However, his cultivation was rock solid. He usually had few words, his personality silent and calm. In battle, he was like a whole other person, abnormally ferocious. The three of them all had different personalities. Lei Peng was fiery like a fire, similar to a bandit. Nian Lu was of a lively temperament, optimistic and easygoing. Now that Lei Peng said this, Nian Lu felt disbelief rise as well. 5th grade movement method, it was enough to become the ultimate spell for a little sect. Who would give something like this for free? Fortunately, time did not pass slowly. It quickly reached noon. All the people, including the 30 that had just been captured, were gathered together. Everyone knew Lil Miss definitely had important things to announce. Translator ramblings, Gongsun Cha's respect for Zuo Mo flew up into the sky and bombed back down. Bao De represents his fellows in being discontent at being led by someone less powerful in cultivation. However, even if at one-on-one, Zuo Mo will probably be able to beat him. I totally mangled the translation, but I have no idea what is another way of saying you get rewarded based on how much service you did / how many people you killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Rewards Conference. Chapter 219, Rewards Conference. In secret, whenever everyone ever discussed Lil Miss's feminine and delicate face, they couldn't help but be slightly scornful of it. However, when Lil Miss was sitting in front of them, everyone couldn't help but straighten their spines, their eyes straight forward. People like Lei Peng, who had already spent some time under Lil Miss' command, had experience of what to do. In front of Lil Miss, it was best for their eyes to look at their nose to be pointed at their heart. Do not go looking at Lil Miss' eyes. You would always find they were freezing. Reward based on performance. Lil Miss' voice was not loud and was feminine as usual. Lei Peng stilled. Had old Nian been speaking the truth? They were really going to reward based on performance? His heart quickened and he couldn't help but move his body. It wasn't just him. Everyone could not disguise the joy on their faces. There were Jinji in their bodies, so their lives were in Zuo Mo's hands. They had originally assumed that they would be cannon fodder, and the thought had never crossed their minds that they would be rewarded. Let's start. Everyone's expression landed in Gongsun Cha's eyes. His heart was very clear, the corners of his mouth rising. He decided to throw out a heavy bomb at the beginning. This is a 5th grade movement method. Boss decided to take it out as a reward. V-room. Everyone's eyes turned to stare at the jade scroll in Lil Miss' hands. So hot they almost melted the jade scroll. The temperature in the room instantly rose. 5th grade movement method. That was 5th grade. Any spell, when it reached 5th grade, the value was not comparable. No matter if it was in Sky Moon Jia or in Little Mountain Jia, only core disciples could cultivate 4th grade spells. This was an unwritten rule. And 5th grade spells? The majority of sects did not possess a 5th grade spell. Now a 5th grade movement method was in front of them, a place they could touch. Breathing was rushed in the room. Without knowing it, excitement climbed onto everyone's faces. If it wasn't for the Jinji, half of the people would definitely go up and steal. Gongsun Cha was very satisfied with everyone's performance. Fair reward and punishment was a governance that every stable troop must have. Gongsun Cha was not worried this crowd of brutes would betray, but it had been a problem for him to increase their motivation. This is an intermediate 4th grade flying sword, called Black Lock, pure in quality. It is slightly oriented towards the water element. It is the best flying sword of this rewards conference. The flying sword was about 1 chi long, the body narrow and black, glistening with a blue light. Once it was taken out, a slightly sword essence rippled like waves across the entire room. Hiss. Inhale sounded below. This group all had good eyes. The quality of the Black Lock sword was not average. Intermediate 4th grade. Most of these shoujo were in Ningmai, but only 5 or so of them had 4th grade flying swords, and of those people, all their flying swords were low 4th grade flying swords. This 9 Dan Ling armor, intermediate 4th grade, it is the best protective talisman of this conference. What element? The Ling armor has 4 formations: vitality, evil removing, tranquil mind, and illusion break. In places rich with wood element power, it can automatically absorb wood element power to repair the Ling armor. Gulp.
As they swallowed, everyone stared at the Ling armor.
This was something good.
If they had this Ling armor, it was like getting half of a life. It was like Gongsun Sha did not notice everyone's eyes. One by one, he introduced all the talismans and flying swords.
In the room, the heavy sound of breathing was like thunder. Everyone's faces were red and excited. Many people had pulled open their clothing, a layer of sweat on their foreheads. However, they did not detect it, their eyes tightly locked on the talismans and flying swords in front of Gongsun Sha. The light given off by the talismans and flying swords merged and reflected off each person's eyes.
Lei Peng's forehead was full of sweat. His throat was dry, his copper bell-like eyes staring wide, afraid he would miss a talisman. When the last talisman was finished being introduced, his heart finally rested.
Reflexively, he released a breath.
His ears suddenly heard the sound of breathing. He jumped in fright at his loud breathing. It was over. If he angered Lil Miss, it would be terrible. He grimaced at the first thought that came into his head. But when he saw the breathing of the people around him, he managed to realize that it wasn't just the sound of his own breathing, but everyone breathing out together. The slightly sounds of breathing, under such silent environments, would stand out so clearly. The room quickly became silent, extremely silent, everyone's hearts rose again. Everyone knew what was coming next was the most important.
There were only this many prizes, who would get it? How would it be divided?
There was a lot involved was this. That would determine what landed on their own hands was good or trash.
Those with the most achievements will pick first, one apiece.
Lil Miss was extremely clear in this silent environment where the drop of a pin could be heard.
Ma Fan is first.
A blush suddenly rose on Ma Fan's face like he had been drinking. In the admiring and jealous eyes of everyone else, he stood up and did not hesitate to pick the 5th grade movement method. Even though everyone had mostly guessed already, but they couldn't help but have disappointed expressions.
One of those was Lei Peng. 5th grade movement method.
Seeing it slink away in front of his eyes, this feeling wasn't just terrible.
But that was just jealousy. No one could say anything to Ma Fan picking first.
The effect that Ma Fan had in this battle could not have been done by anyone else. Before everyone had digested the disappointment from the 5th grade movement method being picked away, Lil Miss opened again. Lei Peng, Zhongru, Nianlu, your group is up. You can pick 1 4th grade, 2 3rd grade.
Lei Peng's head rang, and then blanked. It was his turn.
He didn't know how he stood up.
Nianlu and Zhongru's faces were also full of disbelief. It was like a dream.
Even Zhongru, the most composed of the three, didn't manage to keep his composure. The three people looked at each other. After a while, they found it hard to decide who would get the 4th grade talisman. Seeing the situation, Gongsun Sha decided to decide for them. Straws, set down the order, and take turns in the future. This method was very fair.
No one had an objection.
The sweat on Lei Peng's forehead grew even more dense, his heartbeat racing because he drew first.
The second was Zhongru, the third was Nianlu. He really was shameful, couldn't even calm down.
He criticized himself. But he was not slow in picking. He did not hesitate in picking the 9 Donling armor.
Sighs rose in the surroundings.
Clearly, there were several that wanted this Ling armor. For some reason, when he heard the sighs, Lei Peng felt every pore of him was in pleasure, and extremely smug.
He instantly put on the Ling armor. Zhongru picked upper 3rd grade vambraces, and Nianlu picked an upper 3rd grade boots.
Even though they didn't pick something 4th grade, these two were also very good among the 3rd grade. The two people were unable to keep their hands off. Gongsun Sha measured achievement based on combat unit. Each combat unit could pick 1 4th grade item, and 2 3rd grade. The 4th grade items were quickly divided. Those ranked behind didn't even get one, and could only stare. But everyone basically got one talisman. As to the Xiozha like Baoda who had just turned from captive, they could only stare.
Gongsun Sha didn't plan on rewarding them.
The remaining talismans were put to be used as rewards for the groups that were exceptional in training. Gongsun Sha also clearly stated that once the reward was given, it was the person's personal property.
Other people could not take it. Like the 5th grade movement method. Ma Fan picked it, so it could not be given to someone else. If anyone else wanted to learn, they had to ask Ma Fan. As to how to pass it on, or whether to pass it on, that was Ma Fan's business. No matter if it was Zuo Mo or Gongsun Sha, they would never have predicted the effect this rewards conference would have. Gongsun Sha still supervised the people in training. The last battle had revealed many insufficiencies. The 3-section wave killing charge, if it was a well-trained troop, if it was his mysterious opponent, they would only need to use it once to destroy the enemy.
He hadn't just been unable to destroy the enemy, but had sunk into prolonged fighting. This made Gongsun Sha, who usually demanded highly of himself, very dissatisfied.
Lil Miss was dissatisfied, so everyone didn't have good days.
However, what Gongsun Sha was puzzled by was just how unexpected these people were in training. Everyone seemed to have been shot up with chicken blood, howling as they furiously trained. And when Gongsun Sha fulfilled his promise by rewarding the talismans to the group that had finished training, he found to his shock that they completely did not need his supervision. There was not a novice among this group of people. They all knew the importance of talismans.
Who would dislike having one more talisman?
On the battlefield, one more talisman was one more guarantee on their own life. There was no danger of dying in training.
This kind of good matter, if it was in the past, everyone would disdain to attend, but in the cruel little mountain Jie of the present, no one had heard of it. No one fell behind.
Not having gotten any ling grains, and having some more mouths to feed, the pressure of Zuo Mo to supply ling grains instantly increased, especially in the recent days where this group had suddenly started to furiously train for some reason.
The consumption of ling grains multiplied. Zuo Mo felt the pressure multiply. He put 120% of his effort into studying the Mo matrix day and night.
Once he had an idea, he would immediately try it out, not caring for the consumption of materials. Seeing the amount of ling grains decrease, he felt even more pressured. His progress was not bad. He had eliminated half of the useless constructs.
Less than 1/3 of the constructs were remaining.
But this 1/3 included more than 70 formation-like constructs.
Zuo Mo did not have the time to do theoretical analyses. The time was tight.
He decided to use the stupidest and most effective method.
Try one by one. He started to crazily try one formation after another.
In the span of a few days, his room was full of failed products like a little mountain. Not having closed his eyes for 7 days and nights, he didn't even meditate. When his ling power was used up, he would grasp a jingsher to absorb ling power. He looked quite fragile. After 7 days and nights, even if his spiritual power had reached the stage of manifestation, he had reached a limit.
However, Zuo Mo forgot all the labor, all the exhaustion. He dazedly looked at a peerlessly ugly thing on his hands. Translator ramblings, mad scientist Zuo Mo is back.
Gongsun Sha really wants to motivate his soldiers to train hard, and Ma Fan is the teacher's pet.
Do you guys ever go back to read previous chapters of this story?
I'm still going to revise the beginning chapters anyways, but I'm very curious if any of you ever reread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 220, The Fatal Rotten Metal Silver. Chapter 220, The Fatal Rotten Metal Silver.
Bao De really had his vision broadened in these past days. The troop in front of him was different than any other that he had been a part of before. 3 people to each squad, that 3-talent formation, that was a pleasure and a pain, enough ling grains, and there were rewards for the people placed under Jinji. He looked at these old-timers who were now like children fighting to be first. There was no conspiracy, everything was done in broad daylight, it was so simple it could not be any more straightforward, but the troop had transformed by such a direct method. The longer he stayed, the more he felt just how powerful the boss of this group was. It wasn't a power that people could see at a simple glance, but a calm power hidden behind fog and mist. Even though everyone was afraid of Lil Miss, Bao De had been a leader, and he could tell who was truly in charge.
With such finesse, he wouldn't be an ordinary person in the future.
To follow such a boss, the future wouldn't be too hard. But boss was a little guy around 20-something that had just entered Ningmai first stratum, the luck. No matter how many thoughts swirled in Bao De's mind, his training amount would not lessen compared to the rest. His past identity as the leader and his Ningmai second stratum cultivation did not give him any privileges. What made him feel helpless and depressed was the fact the other 2 people in his little troop were furiously training.
It was just a few talismans, was it worth all this?
Having been a leader, Bao De naturally wouldn't care about just third-grade talismans. Yet he did not want to get into conflict with his teammates, due to dragging them down, and had to furiously train as well.
There was no way around it.
Lil Miss rewards were based on combat units, other than being like Ma Fan, who was a combat unit on his own. Adding on that Lil Miss was staring from the side, he did not dare to slack.
Do not offend Lil Miss in any circumstance. This was the most widespread phrase in the camp. However, wasn't that boss?
Bao De saw boss holding a strange object and walk into the camp out of the corner of his eye.
He secretly paid attention.
However, with his distraction, the 3-talent formation that had been flowing smoothly came to an abrupt halt. With the pause, the rhythm of the entire team was disturbed. The 3 people had to stop. Seeing the dissatisfaction in the 2 people's eyes, Bao hurriedly apologized.
He could offend anyone except his teammates. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died on the battlefield. Gongsun Cha saw Zuo Mo hold something strange and couldn't help but ask in curiosity, Shixiang, what is this? Ling processing, Zuo Mo stopped.
He raised the ugly object in his hands in front of his face.
What should he call this? It could barely be called a talisman. But there were many kinds of talismans. This thing, which category did it belong to? Treasure box?
A strangely shaped box, the box was covered in holes and crack, patched with shapes of various colors and sizes, which made it hard to look at.
Ling processing formation. Zuo Mo pondered and decided to change its shape for next time. Otherwise, it would be hard to even name such an object. A bit ugly, Gongsun Cha gave a fair review. Seeing the unfriendliness in Shixiang's eyes, he hurriedly tried to move on. What's the use of this? Speaking of the use of this object, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be smug. Oh, not that much. It can just process the Ling power in the Jingshi, and get rid of impurities.
Get rid of the impurities in the Ling power of Jingshi, Gongsun Cha first stilled but he quickly responded.
His eyes suddenly widened, his voice unconsciously raising, get rid of the impurities in the Ling power of Jingshi? Gongsun Shidi's reaction made Zuo Mo even more proud, exactly. Gongsun Cha's eyes lit up, his voice tinted with excitement, it can replace Ling grains? Exactly. Zuo Mo felt his body was unspeakably comfortable. He snickered. I tried already. The effect is pretty good. Taking it here was to find someone to try it out.
Without another word, Gongsun Cha stood up, swept the people training, and saw Lei Pang and the other two who had just finished.
He beckoned, Lei Pang, you three come over.
Hearing the summons of Lil Miss, the three hurried over.
Gongsun Cha turned around and asked Zuo Mo, Shixiang, how do you use this?
Oh, put your hand on top of this, and start your scripture.
Zuo Mo put his palms on the two round formations on top of the box. Gongsun Cha said to Lei Pang, you try.
Oh, Lei Pang said with confusion. He didn't understand what this garbage in front of him, but he still complied in putting his hands inside the round formations and started his scripture.
Ha! Lei Pang gasped, Ling power.
A stream of Ling power was absorbed through his palms and quickly flowed along his channels. Such pure Ling power. He was overjoyed. Such pure Ling power, it meant that he didn't have to spend so much energy on processing Ling power.
Endless Ling power burrowed through his palms into his body. In a quick while, he felt the empty channels inside his body feel full. Only now did he suddenly realize the use of this thing. Why was Little Mountain Jie so terrible right now?
The most important reason was that the Ling energy in the air had become thin, so thin that it could not be absorbed into the bodies of Xiuzhe.
Everyone knew that the Ling power of Xiuzhe was obtained from the world of nature.
The Ling energy in the air was the most important source. After these Ling energy were taken into the body, they were processed and turned to even purer Ling power to be stored in the channels of the Xiuzhe. The Ling energy becoming extremely thin in Little Mountain Jie meant that the biggest source of Ling energy for Xiuzhe had been cut off.
Xiuzhe were forced to find other ways, like consuming Ling grains.
The Ling power contained in the Ling grains were easy to absorb, and were not harmful. The Jingshi that people usually used contained more Ling power than Ling grains, but due to the impurities in the Ling power of Jingshi were more domineering than the impurities of the Ling energy of the air, it was much harder to absorb. If it was used in the long term, it would damage the body.
Only some large sects had secret methods to resolve the impurities in the Jingshi. Secret method.
When Lei Peng's hands left the box, his mind seemed to be wandering, his expression slightly strange. Nian Lu looked in puzzlement at Lei Peng. It was very rare to see Big Peng have this expression.
He couldn't help but look again at that extremely strange and hideous box. This garbage had a use?
When his hands left the box, his expression was also strange, muttering something continuously in his mouth like he had seen a ghost. After Zhongru tried, his expression could not disguise his shock.
No matter what waves had been stirred up in the three people, Zuo Mo and Gongsun Cha were very satisfied with the result of the experiment.
The remainder was to slightly modify the appearance. It really was too ugly, even Zuo Mo himself found it hard to tolerate.
Gongsun Cha's sparkling eyes tightly locked on the extremely ugly box.
He was very clear what this object meant for them. As long as they had this, there was one less chain that was on their necks. In the present Little Mountain Jie, the price of Ling grains had been inflated to a ridiculous price. In reverse, due to the lack of goods, the utility of Jingshi was much less. It was common to see Jingshi that had been thrown away. The rare Ling grains had become the most common currency in Little Mountain Jie.
But there is a problem.
Zuo Mo's words pulled Gongsun Cha back.
He jumped, what problem?
If we are producing in large quantities, we need lots of rotten metal silver. Zuo Mo's tone was slightly bitter. I still have some, but it is just enough to make a few.
Gongsun Sha stilled, and thought it was unfortunate. He hurriedly asked, is this rotten metal silver very rare? It is a very common third-grade material. Zuo Mo spread his hands. I've used a lot, so there's not much left.
This problem, Gongsun Sha thought, and then raised his hands, indicating for everyone to gather. Everyone stopped their training, looked at each other, before gathering. Their expressions were all puzzled. Lil Miss had never interrupted their training before.
Who knows where there is rotten metal silver? Gongsun Sha asked. Many Xiuzha were confused. What was rotten metal silver?
Suddenly, a person raised their hands. I know.
That person was Bao De.
Where?
Gongsun Sha stared at Bao De.
When he met Lil Miss' sharp eyes, a cold sweat ran down Bao De's body. However, he had been a leader before, and suppressed the shock inside, pretending to be calm. This one doesn't know about the finished product, but this one knows a rotten metal silver mine.
Mine. Zuo Mo's eyes brightened.
Where? Bao De swallowed and obediently responded, a place about 300 li from here, called Stone Mountain Beach. Before, it was the location for a sect of Spell Sword Sect, now it's possessed by a group.
Zuo Mo turned to look at Gongsun Sha. Gongsun Sha instantly understood what he meant. He wanted the mine.
Gongsun Sha was slightly puzzled. Even if they had the mine, there was no one to do the mining.
However, since Shi Xiang said he wanted it, then it meant he had a way.
He turned to stare at Bao De.
How many people are there? What are their origins? Bao De hurriedly said. About 60 or so people.
The head, Xie Shan, is vicious and cruel.
Ningmai third stratum. His subordinates are all above Ningmai.
They heard that Spell Sword Sect had Ling grains, so they massacred Spell Sword Sect and took over Stone Mountain Beach. He then carefully said, if boss wants it, you can buy it at very low cost from Xie Shan's hands.
This one has some relationship with him.
No need, Gongsun Sha waved his hands, and then said, continue training, to hurry the people away to cultivate.
Bao De's words were choked up in his throat. However, he perceptibly went to train. What do you plan on doing? Zuo Mo asked in curiosity.
He knew that Shidi definitely had an idea.
We can beat them until they are crippled, Gongsun Sha said unconcernedly. There is no reason to give them any jinsher.
They want to take food from our mouths, humph.
Zuo Mo shook his head helplessly. Gongsun Shidi's battle mania was acting up again.
Xie Shan's group was really pitiful. He couldn't help but feel sympathy, but when the words reached his own mouth the only thing that came out was, hurry,
Translator ramblings, incremental progress. Lacking supplies is a rational event after being a mad scientist for a week. Thank you all for your comments about my question. It's motivating to hear what you guys say.
There was a very wide range of response from reading it, to reading some parts, to not reading. I would rather translate than edit, which is why edits are so slow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 221, What is Puyao doing? Chapter 221, What is Puyao doing? Zuo Mo quickly made the new product.
Compared to the broken box, the new product was like a piece of art. It was a meditation mat woven from black morning glory, pure black and smooth to the touch.
Hair-like strands of rotten metal silver forming the formations were in exquisite and complex patterns. If the mat was flipped over, there were 5 openings that Jingji could be put in.
Zuo Mo had originally planning on making them even smaller to make it much easier to carry, but in the end, he still decided to make them into meditation mats. His technique of weaving mediation mats was very good.
The meditation mats were named Black Processing Meditation Mats.
On the foundation of the Ling processing formations, he had added mind concentration and calm heart formations.
The effect of the Black Processing Meditation Mats drastically increased.
In one go, Zuo Mo had used all the rotten metal silver to make 5 Black Processing Meditation Mats. With the 5 Black Processing Meditation Mats, both Zuo Mo and Gongsun Sha steadied their heart. The 5 Black Processing Meditation Mats were not a lot, but if they were used in turns, it could barely suffice. After giving the 5 Black Processing Meditation Mats to Gongsun Sha, Zuo Mo didn't care anymore. His gains this time was not just the Ling processing formation. The Mo matrix on Zuo Mo's body was a low-level Mo matrix called the Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix. The biggest effect of this matrix was that it could automatically temper his body. But even as one of the simplest Mo matrix, after being analyzed, it was found to be composed of hundreds of little micro-formations.
Zuo Mo had never seen the majority of these microformations and didn't know their effects. But after this time, after finishing his analysis and trying to forge, he had a direct understanding of these unfamiliar formations. Of the many formations of the copper rhinoceros Mo matrix, there were 3 formations that Zuo Mo felt were most useful: Ling gathering formation, Ling processing formation, and body tempering formation. There had been a detailed introduction about the Ling gathering formation in the Kunlun Preliminary Formations Jade Scroll. But the Ling gathering formation that Zuo Mo had found this time was different than any kind of Ling gathering formation he had ever seen. It was even more outstanding at gathering Ling. The entire formation naturally formed, and was so exquisite that Zuo Mo had sighed countless times at the wonders of nature. This isn't bad. Pu Yao appeared out of nowhere, and stared at the Ling gather formation that Zuo Mo was carving now. Zuo Mo had long gotten used to Pu Yao's ghostly appearances. His hand didn't even tremble. Of course I know it is a good thing. Zuo Mo did not disguise the pride he felt. He glanced at Pu Yao out of the corner of his eyes. With GE's skills, how can the things that GE makes not be good things? Oh, not bad, not bad. Finishing, Pu Yao faintly nodded before disappearing. Zuo Mo, who had wanted to show off, felt his punch had missed and his chest felt suffocated. However, he was also puzzled. Pu Yao, the guy who did not rise early unless there was something to do, he had just ran over to say that this was not bad? There was a problem. Definitely was a problem. Yet, Zuo Mo couldn't think of where the problem was. He did not think on it and instead started to work with the Ling gathering formation in front of him. The Ling gathering formation he had obtained from the copper rhinoceros Mo matrix was exquisite and tiny. The difficulty of carving it was slightly high, but the use was also very broad. He could carve this Ling gathering formation on talismans and flying swords. Talismans and flying swords could continuously gather Ling energy from the air. Over time their intelligence would grow. Any material, if they were put in places with thick Ling energy, after being soaked in Ling energy, the qualities of the material would gradually be changed for the better. Zuo Mo had an even more daring idea, to carve the Ling gathering formation on the body like the Mo matrix. This way the body could constantly take in Ling energy from the surroundings. Even though the amount of Ling energy taken in each day would be small, but after accumulating for months and years, this amount would be terrifying. This point, Zuo Mo, who had a Mo matrix, had a direct experience. If it wasn't that his channels were not able to store Ling power before, he would have broken through to Ningmai long ago. Even now, his cultivation speed was far faster than normal Xiuzha. The body tempering formation was using Ling power to continuously temper the blood, flesh, bones, and tendons of the body. Other than Diana Xiu, other Xiuzha would rarely cultivate their body, but in Zuo Mo's experience, a strong body was not a bad thing. Even more, no time had to be spent on this. It could automatically temper the body. Would anyone refuse? Most importantly, the 3 formations that he had analyzed and separated out did not look anything like a Mo matrix. No one would connect it to a Mo matrix. In these days where Yaoma were roaming about, this point was especially important. After making the black processing meditation mats, Zuo Mo instantly felt the pressure decrease. He hadn't found how to use the 3 microformations right now. He already had the Mo matrix on his body. He didn't need the 3 formations. He decided to cultivate his spiritual power. According to Pu Yao, the road he was on was star spiritual cultivation. To Zuo Mo, star spiritual cultivation was slightly novel. Pu Yao's suggestion was to first strengthen the 10 stars, and he had given the related methods. Zuo Mo only had to absorb star power, then feed it back to the stars in his sea of consciousness to enlarge his source. It was coincidentally night now. He walked out of the room and raised his head to look at the sky dotted with stars. He split his legs apart, forward and back, his body like a coiled snake raising its head, his mouth slightly open, his hands pushing on the air by the side, making an extremely strange and awkward pose. His mind empty, the consciousness leaf hand spread its 5 fingers and faced the far stars like a sunflower. His breathing slowly disappeared. A thread of starlight fell off the star above Zuo Mo's head. It was like a silver mist, thread after thread swallowed in Zuo Mo's mouth. Zuo Mo felt his mind have a mysterious connection with the star above his head. A vast and ancient presence, from a deep and unknown place, crossing countless eras, and came to him. For some reason, his heart felt moved. A faint silver mist burrowed into Zuo Mo's mouth, and effortlessly entered his channels. The Ling power in his channels were as quiet as a virgin, not having any enmity against the star power that had been absorbed into his body. These threads of star power made one circuit around the channels inside his body, and then entered the space between Zuo Mo's brows like a sparrow returning to its nest. In the void above the sea of consciousness, thread after thread of silver mist entered a dim star.
Pu Yao looked at the star above his head and then took away his gaze. He opened his hand. On his palm, there was a puddle of black water. In the center of the black water, there was a miniature altar floating.
Nether pool. Finally formed.
Pu Yao said to himself, hopefully this will work. Finishing, he threw the puddle of black water towards the ground. The hand-sized nether pool expanded in a blink to a black pond about 1.5 mu large. On the altar floating in the center, an enchanting black flame jumped.
Pu Yao flew onto the altar.
The black fire surrounded him and burned silently.
The black water in the nether pool roiled as if there were countless serpents restlessly swimming under the surface.
Pu Yao closed his bloody pupil, his expression solemn. He suddenly shouted, "Rise!" The altar under Pu Yao's feet suddenly had an astounding power to attract all the black water in the pool flooding towards the altar. The black water quickly flooded the altar, reaching up to Pu Yao's feet. Pu Yao did not move, allowing the black water to creep up over his feet. In a blink, the black water was above Pu Yao's head. An enormous ball of black water stood on the altar. The scene seemed extremely unbalanced. Compared to the black water ball, the altar was pitifully small, making one worried that the enormous black water ball would crush the altar into pieces. Yet this crude altar was as steady as rock. The black water covering Pu Yao flowed restlessly and sped up. An hour later, the speed the black water ball was spinning at was at an astounding level. The hissing of high spinning speed was not sharp, but still frightening.
Having finished his cultivation, Zuo Mo noticed the abnormality in his sea of consciousness.
When he saw the scene in front of him, he was very shocked.
What was Pu Yao doing?
The spinning of the black water ball was still increasing.
Zuo Mo sensitively noticed that as the spinning increased, the black water ball started to show signs of instability. What does this guy want to do? Zuo Mo muttered, not daring to move his eyes away.
The spinning speed of the black water ball was still increasing. The signs of instability were increasing. The spherical black water ball was majorly distorted.
It seemed the situation wasn't good. Zuo Mo was slightly worried.
Just as the black water ball seemed to be on the verge of collapse, light suddenly shone on the altar, and a heavy presence that was filled with vitality covered the sea of consciousness.
Wait a moment. Zuo Mo's eyes widened.
He was too familiar with this presence.
Earth energy.
This was earth energy. Having been slightly worried, Zuo Mo instantly felt discontent. So this guy had stored the earth energy he had drawn out in the altar. Thinking about the pain he had endured when the earth energy had been drawn out, he gritted his teeth.
Other than anger, he became even more curious. What was Pu Yao doing?
Clearly, the Yao method that Pu Yao was conducting was something he had aimed for a long time ago. No matter if it was the nether pool, or the earth energy that the other had drawn out, Pu Yao had prepared for a long time. There were many methods in the world, especially the methods of Yao Mo.
Zuo Mo was too lazy to guess. He definitely would not guess it.
He decided to sit and wait for Pu Yao to finish. With the help of the earth energy, the high-speed spinning black water ball quickly stabilized. The stable black water ball started to increase speed again. The altar continuously provided earth energy. Zuo Mo's eyes became even more unfriendly.
How much earth energy had the guy drawn out of him?
Suddenly, Zuo Mo raised his head and made a sound of surprise. The ever-accelerating black water ball suddenly started to change. With speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly became clear. In the span of a few blinks, the black water ball became a peerlessly clear water ball.
He could clearly see Pu Yao inside the water ball.
Through the high-speed water, Zuo Mo saw Pu Yao and instantly jumped in fright.
Pu Yao's entire body was as black as ink, the skin exposed to the outside looked as though it had been dyed black.
The two red crystals on his earlobes became even more alluring in contrast to the deep black.
Zuo Mo almost did not recognize Pu Yao.
He started to become nervous, pain made its way onto Pu Yao's face. Pu Yao had never shown this kind of expression before.
What was this guy doing? Did something happen? Zuo Mo thought uncertainly.
Earth energy continuously burrowed from the altar into the water ball and then into Pu Yao's body. The earth energy seemed to be able to lessen Pu Yao's pain.
Pu Yao's expression slowly steadied. The black on his body started to fade.
The speed of the water ball slowly slowed. When the black completely faded, the water ball also stopped. Through the round ball of water, a handsome and enchanting male stood. He opened the narrow right eye that was not covered by his hair.
Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo learns from nature. Pu Yao makes an appearance after some time away. Zuo Mo finally realizes that Pu Yao's been scheming against him for a long time.
The only method I've found at the moment that doesn't require editing links in every post is the one below.
It has all the posts I've ever made since I'm using the archive shortcode. Other shortcodes have post limits, so this is the only unlimited one. Opinions. MJP, your theory on the last chapter post about the 3 alien races fighting for control of the universe is amazing. Zuo Mo wasn't totally unaffected by Luo Li's slaughter of the Xiao slaves, but in his mind, he can't do anything, so he turns to focus on his own upcoming battle.
Human is usually the default species in fantasy novels, and I'm really happy you thought the Xiaozhe as a whole is an alien race because I've tried my best not to use human to refer to them.
Fong Xiang does the same. The human beings are enslaved part is just a little shaky. It hasn't been shown yet, but even Xiaozhe and Yama can be slaves. If you are captured by a group, you either join them or you get sold. Being free is not the default state, but wholesale slavery is prohibited because the realms do have a government like Kunlun who won't allow other sects to become too powerful in their own territory. So Kunlun allows the sects in its territory to enslave the natives of a Jie, but usually not the Xiaozhe that live in its territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Lil Pagoda's leveling up. Chapter 222, Lil Pagoda's leveling up.
Pu Yao stepped out of and off the altar, the water ball collapsing behind him.
His expression was not too good. What did you do? Zuo Mo probed. None of your business.
Pu Yao's expression was dark, his tone unfriendly.
Seeing the sign, Zuo Mo knew that he couldn't get anything out of Pu Yao and went on his own business. Gu was busy.
He started to make puppets for the stone door beach that would soon enter his hands. He had deep confidence in Gongsun Shidi, who was a battle-crazy maniac. He didn't know exactly where the confidence came from. When he thought about it, Gongsun Shidi was just a beginner, but Zuo Mo's confidence in his did not lessen because of this. Was this a psychological shadow from having lost in war chess several times? Zuo Mo muttered in his heart.
There were many ways to make puppets.
The most commonly seen and crude method was to use paper and bamboo to make puppets. High level used things like corpses. After death, corpses would be buried in the ground. Yin and corrosive energies would permeate for long times and birth some qualities. But in the eyes of large sects, they still avoided using corpses. However, that was not difficult or hard to find. They only needed a suitable corpse, forge it for a bit, and the power would be significant. Most of the corpses used would rarely be human since no one wanted their own corpses to be ruined after death. They were mostly animal corpses. However, Zuo Mo didn't have the territory needed to find so many animal corpses. The corpse method was not suited to him. He decided to make the simplest paper puppet, with bamboo as the skeleton, the paper as the body. Paper puppets could not be greatly relied upon, but they should manage in mining.
Zuo Mo decided to make one to try first. He took out a second-grade rain consort bamboo and second-grade yellow paper. After a while, he finally folded out a paper person. This was the first time he had done this, so his skill was crude, and the paper figure looked very awkward. Zuo Mo did not care.
He took up the cinnabar brush and patiently painted characters on the paper person. After a while, the body of the paper person was covered in squiggly characters.
Zuo Mo put down his pen in satisfaction.
Bending down and pushing it in front of his face, he opened his mouth and blew a breath full of Ling energy onto the paper person. The cinnabar seal suddenly lit up. The paper person creaked as it moved, and swayed as it struggled to stand up. The paper person was about 1 chi high. As it walked, the creak of the paper and bamboo was endless.
Zuo Mo's mind moved.
The paper person awkwardly raised both of its hands, making him worry that it would scatter into pieces at any moment.
Whoosh!
A belt of palm-sized yellow paper suddenly flew out of the arm of the paper person. Different than the awkwardness of the paper person, the yellow paper that flew out was very nimble, accurately grasping a fist-sized rock. The paper belt shrunk back with the rock and flew in front of the paper person.
Interesting. Zuo Mo looked at the paper puppet and found it more interesting. He controlled the paper puppet to do all kinds of movements. After a while, the paper person plopped to the floor, and would not get up no matter how Zuo Mo urged it. Zuo Mo hurriedly inspected the paper person and found the Ling energy of the paper person had been used up. This couldn't work.
If they stopped after just this little bit, the paper puppets didn't have any value at all. He needed a way to increase the Ling power of the paper puppets. Zuo Mo stared at the paper puppet in front of him, thinking inside. What he used were all low-level materials. They could not store much Ling power.
This was a problem with all low-level puppets. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the Jingshi talismans. His eyes lit up.
Jingshi talismans use Jingshi as the source of Ling power and could be used in the long term. After thinking it through, he felt that this characteristic of Jingshi talismans fit his needs.
He wasn't going to depend on these paper puppets to fight or kill.
They were only doing some hard labor.
A steady source of Ling power would completely fulfill their needs.
After thinking it through, he instantly made modifications. Inside the body of the paper puppet, he used thin bamboo to weave a cage that Jingshi could be held and then added new characters along the bamboo skeleton.
The newly modified paper puppet was full of energy.
After playing around for several hours, it showed no signs of exhaustion.
However, Zuo Mo quickly found a new problem.
The paper puppet did not know exhaustion, but after so many hours, Zuo Mo was tired from commanding it. The new problem was very important.
These paper puppets were going to be used in mining. He couldn't always stay in the mine and direct them.
That wouldn't be as efficient as him mining by himself. To get the paper puppets to mine by themselves and not need his control. If he could do this, even if the efficiency was low, he would be able to offload the heavy duty of mining. In any case, he could fold some more paper people. But quickly, Zuo Mo realized that this problem was beyond his abilities. To make the puppet able to perceive, that meant that the puppet needed to have intelligence. There were many ways to create intelligence, but no matter which one, it wasn't something an Ningmai could do.
Did this idea have to be discarded? Zuo Mo furrowed his brows and no.
There were more and more for him to do. It would be best if he could split himself in two.
Split in two.
Like a bolt of lightning, he suddenly thought.
Lil Pagoda.
Something to replace him and connected to his mind, that was Lil Pagoda. Lil Pagoda was even able to control a formation as complex and large as the Skyring Moonshine Formation. A dozen or so puppets would be a piece of cake.
Right. Lil Pagoda would be perfect as the supervisor. Zuo Mo instantly felt confidence. Where was Lil Pagoda?
Scanning the surroundings, he didn't find the shadow of Lil Pagoda. His mind moved, wanting to communicate with Lil Pagoda, but found that the connection between him and Lil Pagoda seemed to be blocked by an invisible force.
Zuo Mo jumped in fright and started to search. He quickly found Lil Pagoda in the corner of the room.
Lil Pagoda was silently floating in the air, surrounded by an invisible pressure. Silly Bird proudly walked its bird walk around Lil Pagoda in circles, occasionally revealing its concern. Lil Black had climbed onto the ceiling, the two antennae on its head continuously waving. Seeing Silly Bird and Lil Black guarding Lil Pagoda, Zuo Mo's heart felt very warmed. However, the warmth was quickly smashed to pieces by the roll of eyes that Silly Bird had thrown over. Silly Bird took back its gaze, raised up her bird head, and continued to calmly strut its walk. Compared to the rebelliousness of Silly Bird, Lil Black was much warmer and obedient, climbing down from the ceiling, climbing up Zuo Mo's pants until it reached Zuo Mo's palm. The two antennae on its head waving and fawning.
So good. Zuo Mo purposefully took out a Lingdan and put it in front of Lil Black. Lil Black started to happily chomp.
Silly Bird responded with a roll of the eyes filled with scorn and disdain, completely unmoved.
Zuo Mo was very irritated.
At this time, a 5-colored light suddenly appeared on Lil Pagoda's body.
Lil Pagoda was leveling up.
The displeasure in Zuo Mo's heart instantly was thrown away, his eyes unblinking. Silly Bird also stopped walking and stared at Lil Pagoda, the concern in her eyes completely undisguised.
Lil Pagoda was Zuo Mo's soul-tethered talisman.
In the recent past, Zuo Mo had feted large amounts of talismans and flying swords.
Zuo Mo was not surprised it was leveling up. Zuo Mo knew pitifully little about soul-tethered talismans, and the grades of normal talismans were useless for Lil Pagoda.
In any case, he only needed to know that Lil Pagoda was becoming stronger. Zuo Mo comforted himself. Lil Pagoda had 5 levels, and the light released by each level was different. The 5 colored lights merged and cycled. Inside the 5 colored lights, Lil Pagoda spun, the lights becoming even brighter. In a while, Lil Pagoda was covered in the blinding 5 colored light, and was unable to be seen. The 5 balls of colored light dimmed and brightened like it was breathing. Reflecting off Zuo Mo's face, it was possible to see the nervousness in his eyes.
This leveling up, what change would happen to Lil Pagoda?
After several cycles, the 5-colored ball steadied.
Zuo Mo closed his eyes. He could barely make out that Lil Pagoda was changing.
The steady ball of light slowly dimmed until all the light was gone.
Lil Pagoda's body had become even rounder, the tip of the power almost a ball now.
The eaves were even wider and smooth, giving people the feeling of chubbiness. The little gourds under the eaves were bigger and rounder.
Zuo Mo gaped. These days, did pagodas also get fat?
Lil Pagoda shook its body, the chubby 5 levels of eaves opening and closing like 5 little hands that were also waving.
It didn't seem to have woken up, somewhat dizzy.
However, it quickly found Silly Bird guarding it at the side. The eaves of the 5 levels opened, and Lil Pagoda shook the 5 colored chubby gourds on its body as it skipped over to Silly Bird. Then it spat out a gray bead. Silly Bird skillfully picked up the gray bead and swallowed it. A tragic and pain-filled voice suddenly shook the skies. "You people! I say, this is why has it been so long since this stuff had come out, you guys secretly ate it." Zuo Mo furiously pointed and swore. He felt his heart was being carved with a knife. Heavens! The gray bead that Lil Pagoda had spat out a material that was not in the 5 elements. With Silly Bird's swallow, Zuo Mo felt the sky and earth turn. He seemed to see a flood made out of countless tincture enter Silly Bird's mouth like a whale swallowing water. Pain. Pain of the flesh. Lil Black, who had been chewing happily, froze, the antennae that had been waving freezing in the air. It slowly retreated, step by step, as slow as a turtle. When it found that Zuo Mo did not seem to notice it, it shot away from Zuo Mo's body like a black light and disappeared. Zuo Mo instantly understood, and gritted out, "Lil Black, so you were involved too." Lil Pagoda timidly hid behind Silly Bird, the chubby body shivering. Only Silly Bird was not scared, glancing at Zuo Mo, her eyes filled with disdain and scorn. She picked up Lil Pagoda and proudly stalked her bird walk away. On the feathers above her but was Lil Black that bounced with the strides. Zuo Mo was so angry he almost spat blood. Gongsun Sha took back his dissatisfied gaze. The new additions to the troops, training until they could barely fight, it was not easy. In war chess, the setup for this was training took at least 1 year. Other than that, it would take more than 2 real battles. That can only be considered just having formed, and was far from a mature troop. As to a troop of 100 battle elite, that was hundreds of li away. However, the troop in front of him, while far from the troop in Gongsun Sha's heart, but it had started to take the shape of a troop. Like in the areas of organization, like the still immature cooperation. There wasn't much technique in training, but it wasn't as though there were no tricks, such as real combat. Real battles were always able to quickly increase the strength of the group. Gongsun Sha stared into the distance, his eyes dark, a cold and cruel smile floating at the corner of his mouth. In this 100 battle hell of Little Mountain Jia, did he have to worry there was no chance for actual combat? Translator Ramblings, a comedic chapter today. I don't know what Zuo Mo expected from his menagerie. He is a terrible role model by certain standards, so it is almost his fault Silly Bird and Lil Pagoda turned out this way. The apples does not fall far from the tree. Pooh failed at what he was trying to do and Gongsun Sha starts building a troop. I got a few comments back about the drop-down menu. Any more? Archive format equals option. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Another Transaction. Chapter 223, Another Transaction. From today onwards, I do not need earth energy. Pu Yao's words were like a pardon. Zuo Mo felt a heavy weight had come off. The damned drawing out of earth energy finally ended. Thinking that he didn't have to endure the pain of the earth energy being drawn out, he felt very good. He suddenly thought about the scene in the Sea of Consciousness. Was it connected? He remembered that Pu Yao's face had been very terrible then. Then he noticed a rare hint of hesitation in Pu Yao's voice. Zuo Mo did not speak, waiting for Pu Yao's next words. Unexpectedly, Pu Yao did not immediately speak, but remained silent for a long time. Just as Zuo Mo almost couldn't bear it, Pu Yao finally spoke, "Let's do a business." "What business?" Zuo Mo's guard rose up, the shock in his heart growing stronger. Pu Yao's voice was full of sternness. The more Pu Yao acted out of the ordinary, the more careful he was. He needed to be careful every time he talked business with Pu Yao. "Help me analyze Mo matrices." Pu Yao's tone was light. "Mo matrices?" "Yes." Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo, "I have a use for them." "What Mo matrices?" Zuo Mo asked in puzzlement. Pu Yao thought and then said, "Higher level Mo matrices, I'll provide you with specimens." This was too general. Zuo Mo warily shook his head. "You understand Mo matrices better than I do, I can't help you." Even the Mo matrix on his body had been carved by Pu Yao. In terms of understanding of Mo matrices, Zuo Mo thought that he couldn't compare to Pu Yao. Zuo Mo found it strange that Pu Yao had turned and asked him to analyze Mo matrices. Pu Yao was not angry. Glancing at Zuo Mo, he said, "You are not wrong, but this only shows that I've lived longer than you. Even though I do not want to admit it, but you are the most talented person I've seen with formations. Right now, you cannot overcome me, but you have the potential, this is heaven-given talent." Seeing Zuo Mo keeping his silence, Pu Yao continued, "I am not in a rush.
I have enough patience. This can only be good for you. I can supply countless types of Mo matrices. What you have to do is very simple, just study them. Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix is one of the lowest Mo matrices.
The effects of those high-level Mo matrices are not things you can imagine.
Zuo Mo's heart moved.
Pu Yao had not lied about this. Of the 3 formations he had gained from the Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix, all of them were very useful, but were not high grade.
Take for example the body tempering formation.
No matter how strong the Ling energy was, the effect of its tempering would have a limit.
If he could receive even higher level Mo matrices, he could find even higher grade formations that were more complete.
Even more importantly, the process of analysis was a cultivation progress, and he could increase his understanding of formations.
Pu Yao had not finished his pitch.
He understood Zuo Mo's personality.
To get this guy to agree to something, it was not hard.
He only needed to give something that the other could not refuse.
That was what he was doing now. No matter if it is Shouja or Yaoma, I know at least a bit about all kinds of cultivation methods. I can guide you in your cultivation. Your cultivation is not pure. Ling power, spiritual power, body, you cultivate all of it. If you receive accurate guidance, you might be a miracle.
However, if you keep going like this, it would only become more heterogeneous, and in the end, you will achieve nothing.
Zuo Mo knew that Pu Yao's words were not empty threats.
Truthfully, he himself had already felt that his strength was too heterogeneous, yet he lacked true understanding of each kind of power. Or maybe I can help you solve the secret in your body.
The last bomb that Pu Yao lightly threw down was like a bolt of lightning. Changing features and erasing the mind, not many Yaoma use these. Only the cruelest of people would do such things.
He glanced at Zuo Mo. Changing features and erasing the mind, it basically cannot be undone.
Zuo Mo's heart sunk.
The temperature of the room was not low, but his body felt cold.
Your body has something else.
Pu Yao's words were shocking.
What?
The words jumped out of Zuo Mo's mouth. A very rare 5-element glass bead. Pu Yao said, sealed inside it is another person's power, or maybe something else.
There may also be a clue.
Pu Yao continued, if there is no trace inside, then use reverse shadow spirit silkgrass.
It is very hard for memories to be completely erased. There would always be some fragments left.
If you use reverse shadow spirit silkgrass, you can find these pieces. I know of a place you can find reverse shadow spirit silkgrass.
Zuo Mo was silent.
Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo and knew he needed time to digest this, closed his mouth and patiently waited. A long time later, Zuo Mo felt his mind start to move.
Staring at Pu Yao, his voice was raspy as he asked Pu Yao, how do you break the Jinji on the 5-element glass bead?
You to reach Jindan, or for me to recover my power?
How long would it take me to reach Jindan? Pu Yao had a careful expression. I cannot guarantee this. Okay, unexpected to Pu Yao, Zuo Mo agreed. Originally, he had wanted to ask Pu Yao why the other wanted him to analyze Mo matrices, but thinking about it, that didn't have anything to do with him. It seems that we will be in business in the long term.
Pu Yao's bloody pupil was a patch of peace, his gaze holding none of the underestimation and arrogance he held previously. The 3 formations Zuo Mo had discovered from the Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix had been an enormous blow to him. What had blown Pu Yao away wasn't how exquisite the 3 formations were but Zuo Mo's efficiency. The time that Pu Yao had spent on pondering Mo matrices was longer than Zuo Mo's lifetime, but he found that his pace was that of a turtle climbing compared to Zuo Mo. The astounding talent that Zuo Mo displayed in formation shocked him, and allowed him to see a thread of hope. The effect of the nether pool was not as good as he had imagined.
His situation was not good at the moment. Even more, he didn't have many choices. A series of factors forced him into a position of cooperation. Zuo Mo didn't know these reasons. He didn't need to know.
Just the secret in your body that Pu Yao had said was enough for him to agree to this transaction. This matter had always been an illness plaguing his heart. Zuo Mo was very practical, and he did not have high ambitions.
He liked a peaceful life.
Even if he knew that his consciousness had been erased, in the depths of his heart, he unconsciously did not hope for himself to enter a life of revenge. Adding on that he had no clues, this matter had been deeply buried inside his heart. His hard work and labors were not for revenge, but to survive. This was his reality. Yet no one could disregard their past, especially when he was told that there was a 5-element glass bead inside his body. His heart was instantly struck. Who put it there? What connection did the person have to him? He wanted to know. Pu Yao was very satisfied with the transaction this time. He was very clear to Zuo Mo's situation. To an expert who was able to massacre Gongsun Sha in the wargames, and having experienced the 1,000-year battle, Pu Yao's line of thinking was more far-sighted than Zuo Mo.
What did Zuo Mo need most right now? Strength.
The troop that Gongsun Sha had made could only be considered distant water, and distant water could not resolve nearby thirst.
The growth of strength had its necessary patterns.
Pu Yao knew this, but he naturally had his own reasons to dare to say such words. What he was relying on was not anything other than Zuo Mo himself. Zuo Mo's cultivation, due to different reasons, had been constantly suppressed by Pu Yao, and it was this suppression that caused him to be on the precipice of a boundary. His own situation made Pu Yao realize he had to change his strategy. You are at the doorway of a breakthrough, Pu Yao said straightforwardly. Your body cultivation is in mountain physique. Even though it is only one mountain, it is one step away from an abhina.
One mountain? Abhina? Zuo Mo became alert.
The mountain physique is divided into 3 strata, one mountain is the first stratum. You have cultivated to mountain physique, absorbed earth energy, your body cultivation has truly made it into the gate. Now that you have reached mountain physique, you are not far from an abhina.
Pu Yao said a little lie right there. Originally, Zuo Mo should have been able to achieve an abhina a long time ago.
However, he had deliberately stopped it, and so, even now, he still hadn't formed an abhina.
Pu Yao's face didn't blush as he said, abhina is the term used by Diana Xiu.
When cultivation of the body reaches a certain level, the self becomes enlightened, and the abhina forms from the self.
The abhina is born of the self, and so everyone's abhina is naturally different. Zuo Mo didn't really understand.
Oh, Diana likes talking so mystically.
You can understand it like this. What is body cultivation? It is to forge the body as though it is a talisman. When it reaches a certain stage, some abilities would naturally form. Each person's blood and flesh is different, so the abilities are varied. After Pu Yao's explanation, Zuo Mo felt he understood much more.
Talismans and flying swords, after they were tempered for a long time, they would naturally become more powerful.
I can form an abhina? Zuo Mo was slightly excited. He was very curious what his own abhina was.
Oh, pretty much, Pu Yao muddled, absorb more earth energy these next days.
That stuff is very useful.
In order not to have his lie seen through, he quickly changed the topic.
Other than an abhina, there is something else that can dramatically increase your strength. As expected, Zuo Mo was guided by his words. He was slightly shocked. What is it?
He never knew that he had anything on his body that could greatly increase his strength. That 5-element glass bead, Pu Yao said. 5-element glass beads are somewhat rare talismans. It can store Ling power, and turn Ling power into 5-element base source.
Turn Ling power to 5-element base source? Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He was reminded of Lil Pagoda.
Lil Pagoda was able to deconstruct talismans and materials into 5-element energy, but compared to 5-element base source, 5-element energy was the lesser variant.
5-element energy could form marrow, forming 5-element marrow. The little gourds hanging on Lil Pagoda's eaves were 5-element marrow. 5-element base source was the finest and best part of 5-element marrow. Yes, 5-element base source is something very good.
When you were injured last time, it was this bead that repaired your body.
5-element base source is very easy to absorb, and suitable for body cultivation.
I wonder who put it in. They were really extravagant, Pu Yao said with a smile.
Strangely, Zuo Mo suddenly felt his heart move.
This movement was very suddenly. He suddenly had a feeling this 5-element glass bead was very important to him. He could not say why he would have this feeling, but this feeling was strong, so strong to the point that he could not disregard it. He did not know who this 5-element glass bead belonged to, but the person who put this 5-element glass bead in him, it must be one of his closest people.
Was it his parents?
He raised his head, his tone decisive.
Don't use it. Let's cultivate an abhina. Translator ramblings, Pu has plans within plans.
Even if the gravestone had Zuo Mo take advantage, Pu still spun this to his advantage. Pets in the real world usually are domesticated and do as they are told most of the time. However, when these pets have human-level intelligence, where is the line between treating them like they are individuals or as though they cannot decide for themselves? A lot of pets in fantasy novels are just as intelligent as other individuals, but they are not acknowledged properly.
Many times, they are just transportation, or a deus ex machina.
What is frequently seen is the main character will spare the life of an animal, and this animal will follow them for the rest of their life.
In fact, these animals seem to have better conduct than the humans frequently. They aren't greedy and they are loyal and intelligent. But if they are so intelligent, why aren't they allowed to have a personality? The pet doesn't have to do what the main character or owner wants. If it is an exchange of services between individuals, why can't the other side be selfish and look out for their own best interest? Think of Zuo Mo's little zoo as individuals and you may find their actions more understandable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Pu Yao's Teaching. Chapter 224, Pu Yao's Teaching. Pu Yao said it easily, but an Abhina was not so easily formed. After being modified by earth energy, Zuo Mo's body could contain more earth energy. Zuo Mo spent all of his time absorbing earth energy. When the earth energy entered his body, it would turn into hundreds of thin streams that spread throughout every part of Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo felt his strength was very full, and the mountain peak diagram on his palms were becoming increasingly clear. According to Pu Yao, his body cultivation could be considered to have finally crossed the threshold. As he absorbed earth energy, Zuo Mo savored the difference between body and sword cultivation. Compared to those complex and profound sword scriptures, body cultivation was much easier. He only needed to continuously guide the earth energy to every part of his body and continuously temper it. Body cultivation was a test of his patience more than anything else. Zuo Mo guided the earth energy into the blood and bones, which previously had earth energy drawn out from before by Pu Yao. After multiple rounds of tempering, Zuo Mo was very familiar with his body, and it did not require any effort. There was some earth energy that could not be absorbed and swam between his blood and flesh. He was not rushed. Tempering was a labor of time, and it could not be hurried. The blood, bone, flesh, and tendons of his body seemed to breathe. When the amount of earth energy they absorbed reached a certain level, they would become full. Zuo Mo's knees slightly bent, his two palms were covered in a dark blue light. He continuously used his two palms to hit his body. With each blow his body would lightly shudder as though he was struck by electricity, becoming numb and itchy. Each blow would cause much of the earth energy to shatter into smaller dust-sized particles. Pia, Zuo Mo continued for 2 hours before he stopped. The earth energies that he had taken in today were all absorbed in. He stood up. His body, rather than being tired, was in unspeakable ecstasy. He knew that as long as he persisted, his body would become even harder and stronger, becoming as difficult to damage as a talisman. He suddenly seemed to like body cultivation. The offensive strength of body cultivation and dhyana shio could not compare to sword shio, but tempering the body bit by bit continuously built his confidence. Every pore in his body felt stronger every day, and continuously made him even hardier. Many dhyana shio would not use a talisman in their entire lifetime because they would use all their time on tempering their own bodies. Their bodies were not the least bit lacking compared to strong talismans. The bodies of dhyana shio after their death were the best for corpse forging, but no one dared to do so. Shouja who had dared to do so had all been killed without exception by dhyana shio. Mo was the best at body cultivation. That Avijra Profound Sutra that you cultivate might be low level, but it isn't bad to use when building your foundation, Pu Yao said coldly. Whenever he mentioned something related to the gravestone, he never had a good tone. From the core, humans are not suited to body cultivation. Because we do not have Mo matrices? Zuo Mo reacted quickly. Exactly. With the Mo matrix, the efficiency of body cultivation is multiplied. As for body cultivation, Ling power is not the best choice. Ling power is most skilled in transformations. The dhyana bunch were all people who didn't have any sword scriptures at the time, and had no choice but to mimic the Mo in body cultivation, and only achieved half the effectiveness. Pu Yao was full of scorn in his words about the dhyana shio. He continued icily, Mo understand body cultivation, but there is a world of difference there. Those slightly better body cultivation and Mo arts all have strict inheritance rules. The inheritance of Yao Ma is much stricter than Shouja. How do Yao Ma inherit? Zuo Mo was full of interest and asked in curiosity. The best inheritances in the Mo Jias are mostly in the hands of Mo above the level of general. They are warlords, ruling over large numbers of lower-level Mo in their territories. In any of the Mo Jia, inheritances represent strength. In order to learn an inheritance, one has to continuously give their loyalty to their master. In the future, if you encounter a Mo army, you have to be careful. Why? Are they even stronger than the Yao army? Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. In his experience, the Yao army he had seen that day was so strong that he didn't even any thoughts of resisting. The Yao army obeys commands as one, but in terms of obedience, no army can compare to the Mo armies. The military laws of the Mo armies are so strict that no one is above them. Any Mo general will have hundreds of subordinates that are willing to die for him. Brave, not afraid of death, and fanatical obedience. As long as the Mo general is not too dumb, any troop would have a headache when faced against them. They aren't afraid of death? Zuo Mo didn't understand.
He found it hard to comprehend this kind of loyalty. It was not that he did not believe in this kind of loyalty, but he felt that this kind of loyalty would only appear on a few select people. If a whole troop was not afraid of death, then it was too scary.
Because of MO skill inheritances.
Any kind of high-level MO skill inheritances will have its own unique intelligence awakening technique that can bestow thought.
What you people might say is that Mo are born from intelligence beasts.
In reality, to be able to be called a Mo, there is one condition, that their intelligence has been awakened.
Behind every Mo is their clan. But to become Mo, their intelligence must be awakened.
Only beasts that have their intelligence awakened can cultivate Mo skills. If they die, their clan would benefit, and will receive more opportunities to awaken the intelligences of more Mo.
These are the rules that any Mo general and any Mo Jia would abide by. Why don't people awaken some more? Zuo Mo asked.
Awakening a Mo intelligence comes at a price. Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo, and said, there are those that are naturally born intelligent, but the number is very low.
Those Mo are very talented in cultivation. But then, doesn't it mean that they forever have to be subordinates? They aren't stupid.
Pu Yao smiled icily and said, joining the army, there is a chance to receive low-level Mo skill inheritances. The military achievements they accumulate can be used to trade for better inheritances. Even though it cannot be the top Mo skills, but the inheritances they receive can be given to their clan members. If they can comprehend the technique to awaken the intelligence on their own, their clan will start to walk on the road to prosperity.
As though whether the clan can become a family, it depends on their fortune. How do Yao have inheritances? Zuo Mo was even more curious. The clans of Yao are even more complex than that of Xiuzha and Mo.
Over there, it is very easy to learn low-level knowledge.
Pu Yao had a reminiscent expression. Our reproduction is not as difficult as the Mo newborn Yao would be educated in their clans.
When they reach a certain age, they will all be arranged to enter a Yao art house, and learn higher-level Yao arts there. The best that graduate from the Yao art houses would have chances to follow more powerful Yao and learn even higher-level Yao arts.
Zuo Mo gaped as he listened.
He had always assumed that the world of Yao Mo was full of chaos and killing. But listening to Pu Yao, it seemed that they were even more peaceful than the Xiuzha Jia. Seemingly having guessed Zuo Mo's thoughts, Pu Yao smiled coldly.
Don't think of it as so beautiful. Machinations in the shadows are never lacking anywhere you go.
When he got to there, Pu Yao seemed to have thought of some displeasing matter, his face slightly ugly.
Zuo Mo twisted his mouth. Pu Yao was too ungenerous.
It had been thousands of years, but this guy was still holding a grudge. In the future, he could not offend the other. The guy really held grudges.
Pu Yao's introduction completely changed Zuo Mo's impression of Yao Mo.
Your strength is not powerful, and you've learned many things. Even though it is a bit chaotic, but it's not as though there are no benefits. Pu Yao continued, the Vajra Profound Sutra, it gave you as rough, but it's truly a Mo skill. As for Ling power, no matter if it is spells or manipulation, or control, you are not less than any other Xiuzha. There's nothing that needs to be said about spiritual power. Star spiritual cultivation, great and little thousand leaf hands, they are all the best of Yao arts. Also, you are skilled in formations. This is especially important, Pu Yao discussed like one learned in many areas of knowledge, no matter if it is Xiu spells, Yao arts, or Mo skills, at the core their essence is the laws of the world. If you do not understand formations and practice all three kinds, you will end up with a terrible mixture. Three kinds of power, they have changed and transformed over the long months and years, and now walk on different paths. However, formations are something that can connect all three together. When he got to there, Pu Yao became careful. I do not know what you will become in the future because there has never been a precedent. The formations of Xiuzha were the first to develop and the most complete, but Xiuzha do not know much of Yao Mo, so I've never heard of anyone having a breakthrough in this area.
Why? Zuo Mo found it very strange that Xiuzha would disregard this.
They had fought against Yao Mo for so many years, but why would Xiuzha still know so little about Yao Mo? Pu Yao wanted to roll his eyes and mock Zuo Mo for his ignorance about history, but upon further thought, he managed to resist it, and patiently explained, Jingxure and talismans are more effective.
As long as there are enough materials, the strength of a Xiuzha would quickly grow.
No matter if it is a Mo skill or a Yao art, even though it can be aided by external forces, but they're very limited and far slower than using Jingxure and talismans. Also, Mo skills and Yao arts are not suited for Ling power. The more they are practiced, the more heterogeneous it becomes.
Why are swords so strong?
Because they only cultivate Ling power, only cultivate the sword. They only need more Jingxure, better materials, stronger talismans, and flying swords. In reality, the path of Xiuzha is to steal, increasingly professional theft.
Zuo Mo didn't know how to reply.
Upon further thought, while he felt that Pu Yao's words were slightly ugly, but they held some truth. However, Pu Yao's tone turned and became full of scorn as he said, by taking advantage of outside sources in the long term, they comprehend less. Even though I do not know what the situation is like at present, but if I have not guessed incorrectly, the true experts of the Xiuzha are probably fewer in number than thousands of years ago.
Ha ha. Tilting his head, Zuo Mo didn't know.
Sky Moon Jia was a small place, he didn't know anything about the outside world. He unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders. Never mind them, let's first take care of ourselves.
Pu Yao snickered and didn't speak. After Pu Yao's guidance, Zuo Mo felt his own thoughts were clear and distinct. He had a general understanding of his future cultivation.
Ling power, body, and consciousness, they represented the three separate areas of Xiu spells, Mo skills, and Yao arts. The three were connected together by a single bridge, formations. His confidence had increased from when he had analyzed and identified the three formations from the Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix. At this time, he suddenly found some points that he had disregarded before. For example, the growth of his consciousness was enormously beneficial for control of Ling power.
Didn't his own fine control of Ling power come from his spiritual power, which was far above those of the same cultivation as him?
He suddenly had a feeling that his own Ling power would most likely change after his body cultivation improved.
He couldn't help but be full of anticipation. Translator ramblings, more of Pu, some Yama history and society, and Zuo Mo getting educated in what the world really is like. Zuo Mo was coming from a very well-protected place of his own ignorance and the small piece of life he was exposed to.
Losing memory is almost a better way of getting exposition in world building than having someone time travel where the author can just match and use modern-day terms. In summary, Zuo Mo has the best body cultivation similar to that of a Mo, the best spiritual teachings that a Yao can get, but his knowledge and education that a Xiuzha could have sucks by comparison.
It's just a little bit ironic.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 225, Breakthrough in Body Cultivation. Chapter 225, Breakthrough in Body Cultivation.
Before Zuo Mo had formed his Abina, Gong Sun Cha had already taken Stone Door Beach.
The high efficiency made Zuo Mo gape in awe.
The losses this time were smaller than the previous, and the Xiuzha captured were more numerous than last time as well. Included in this group was the head of the group, Xie Shan. When he saw the three-section wave killing charge that Gong Sun Cha had formed, he understood that the strength of the two sides were not on the same level. Even though there was not a large difference in terms of numbers, his rationality urged him to choose surrender. After he had surrendered and learned that the other had attacked them just for the rotten metal silver mine of Stone Door Beach, he was so depressed he almost spat blood.
If he knew beforehand, he wouldn't have hesitated in giving it to them. In the present little mountain Jia, who wanted a mine?
If there were no puppets or Xiu slaves, the cost to mining could not be imagined. Xie Shan could not understand, no matter how hard he thought, why this group of people would want the mine. However, while he could not understand the other side's intentions, he could clearly see the difference in power. The Xiuzha that had survived until now all had keen eyes, and a person that could lead a group couldn't just rely on his Ningmai third stratum cultivation. Xie Shan naturally had his own unique characteristics. He could see that the group was well trained, not a group of wandering and loose soldiers, and definitely had a deep background. However, when he was told that Jinji was going to be put into him, he was dumbstruck. When he saw Zuo Mo, he was dumbstruck again.
A guy of Ningmai first stratum. Zuo Mo was well versed in how to set down Jinji. It only took a little while for Jinji to be put into the bodies of this group of people. Naturally, Jinji were not infallible. If someone's cultivation reached Jindan, the Jinji would become ineffective.
In this group, the one with the highest hope of becoming Jindan was Xie Shan.
However, it was just a possibility. The difficulty of breaking into Jindan was much higher than entering Ningmai.
After entering Ningmai, Ling power would start a constant increase. Reaching the level of third stratum was mostly dependent on an accumulation of Ling power, but to break through from Ningmai to Jindan, it also required comprehension.
Zuo Mo did not worry in the slightest.
Of course, the most important reason was that worrying was useless.
The new camp was set at Stone Door Beach. Chun Yu Cheng's beast pool was also moved over. When the three golden armor guards appeared in Xie Shan's vision, Xie Shan finally accepted his fate. The cultivation of the golden armor guards did not seem as high as his, but the aura of danger that surrounded their entire body made his heart shudder. When he saw the Dateseed ship, the last bit of resistance in his mind dissipated. Not anyone could possess a Jingshi talisman.
In this period of time, other than body cultivation, Zuo Mo had done something else. He had carved the three formations from the copper rhinoceros Mo matrix onto the three golden armor guards. With these three formations, the golden armor guards would continuously absorb Ling power and then temper their bodies. Even though Pu Yao had not explicitly stated the origins of the golden armor guards, but Zuo Mo had guessed it. After he had asked Pu Yao, he was informed that the reason these three golden armor guards were so strong was due to having used such quality materials such as ancient dragon bone and nether water. It was not possible to buy ancient dragon bone when one wanted to, and all of the nether water had been used up in the previous matter. It was temporarily impossible to make new golden armor guards. Zuo Mo tried to think of ways to increase the strength of the golden armor guards. Even more, where else could he find such good experiment subjects like the golden armor guards? Zuo Mo didn't need to worry at all about making a mistake when he carved the formations. In Zuo Mo's view, the reason that the golden armor guards could not increase in strength was that they could not keep cultivating like Xiuzhi could. There were no real differences between golden armor guards and the puppets, they both manipulated the power they already possessed. The three formations that he carved onto the golden armor guards could continuously temper their bodies. With the continuous influx of Ling power, theoretically, there was a possibility that the three golden armor guards could improve. This was only a theoretical speculation. After moving to Stone Door Beach, the most important matter was to make black processing meditation mats. Zuo Mo made 100 paper puppets and threw them into the mining pit. The mine already showed signs of excavation. Rotten metal silver was not a valuable material, and was easy to sell. To any sect, this mine was a steady source of income. Lil Pagoda was set in command of using the paper puppets to mine. The difficulty of mining the ore was extremely low at this location, which was why paper puppets could be used. If it was a much more complex and dangerous mine, it would require higher level puppets. Quickly, rotten metal silver ore was continuously delivered to Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo used the golden crow fire to process the ore. Rotten metal silver was extremely malleable and had a metallic sheen. It would naturally form with unique holes that made it look like rotten pieces of metal. With the rotten metal silver, Zuo Mo immediately made large quantities of the black processing meditation mats. When the people under him personally experienced the benefits of the black processing meditation mats, everyone held their mats with a death grip, afraid someone would steal it. Everyone understood what this black processing meditation mat meant. As long as they had a black processing meditation mat, they did not have to fight anymore with other people for Ling grains, and did not have to worry that their cultivation would collapse one day due to lack of Ling grains and die. The enthusiasm of the troop towards training suddenly increased. With the black processing meditation mat, they could cultivate like they did before to increase their cultivation. For any cultivator, there was nothing that could move them more than this fact. In such a harsh environment, without any pressure from Gongsun Sha, everyone trained with their life. The black processing meditation mat allowed them to see the hope of leveling up. They were also completely won over by Gongsun Sha's battle tactics after 2 battles. No one wanted to die. Able to see hope, anyone was willing to put in their all. Earth energy continuously moved from the ground into Zuo Mo's body. The infection of the Ling veins did not cause the earth energy to also thin, but instead had made the earth energy even more dense and full of vitality. This kind of transformation was unexpected to Zuo Mo. However, he understood after thinking it over, and now that Ling energy was decreasing, Little Mountain Jie was developing in the direction of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie. This kind of environment was much more suited to Yao Mo. The increase in earth energy most likely was only one of reasons. Denser earth energy was more suited to Mo to cultivate their bodies. Zuo Mo's body had been continuously tempered and washed by the earth energy. In the last few days, he had gone over every part of his body, not even missing his hair and nails. Nurtured by earth energy, he did not look as thin and weak as he had previously. His figure became much broader, as he could feel the enormous strength contained in his body as he moved. This was purely the strength of his body of flesh. He had tried with the flying sword. If he did not use Ling power, the flying sword was unable to slice open his skin. Not just so, his bones and flesh were also tempered. Without using Ling power, he could easily punch granite to pieces. He didn't even exclude the skin on his face. Pu Yao had suggested that he did not temper his face, because it would increase the difficulty of regaining his original features. However, Zuo Mo still persisted in tempering his face. In the present situation, the first priority was surviving before anything else. Zuo Mo could feel that every muscle and bone in his body had reached the limit that he could reach at the moment. He instantly understood that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. He calmed down his mind, slowly absorbing earth energy. His body was extremely well adjusted to earth energy. Earth energy could easily pass through every part of his body. He felt the pleasure from his bones and flesh soaking in the earth energy flowing past his blood and flesh, making the blood and flesh tremble, and produce a tingly and itchy feeling. The tingly and itchy feeling increased like there was countless ants climbing in his body. Zuo Mo forced himself to not move. He tried to relax his body to absorb earth energy. His consciousness slowly sank into his body. His consciousness was much purer than previously. The size of the leaf hand had not changed, but the leaf hand was much denser than before. At the center of the palm of the leaf hand, some patterns had appeared that looked like the lines of a human palm. Every tiny change of his body, under his consciousness, became clear like they never had been before. The earth energy became increasingly dense, the amount of earth energy in Zuo Mo's body reaching an astonishing level. Even the channels which were full of Ling power felt the pressure from the earth energy. However, the Ling power in the channels would not so easily retreat. Seeing the earth energy and Ling power about to conflict inside his body, Zuo Mo's heart rose. He hadn't expected the earth energy to leave the channels of their own initiative. The attention of the earth energy went back to his blood, bones, and flesh. The plentiful earth energy started to slowly charge at Zuo Mo's blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. Zuo Mo uncontrollably started to tremble. If the charge before had been like the itch of ants, then it was like there was a saw slowly sawing his body. He didn't dare to move. He knew that this was the earth energy helping him reconstruct his body. If he could endure this moment of enormous pain, the benefits he would receive would be incomparable. Under the charge of earth energy, each muscle in his body slowly moved. The slightly slack muscles became even tighter and firm, and the connections of the muscles, under the stimulation of the earth energy, started to furiously grow. It was like the root of a tree that continuously grew and burrowed deep into the ground. Growth, what it changed wasn't just his muscles, even his bones were continuously compressed. The bones became even thinner, but they were multiple times stronger. Zuo Mo shook like dice, the enormous pain causing his eyes to redden, but he did not make a sound. The earth energy moved and occupied his eyes. His vision became a blur, unable to see anything distinctly. These days, after Pu Yao's teachings, he had a much deeper understanding about body cultivation. He knew the longer that he resisted, the more benefits he would get. The pain rolled like waves. His body was soaked in sweat, a puddle at his feet. He didn't know how long it had been, his mind was blank. There seemed to be a voice far away talking to him. But his mind was unmoving. He didn't heart one word. That voice, it seemed to sound somewhat like the voice that appeared in his dreams. After an unknown period of time, his wandering and uncomprehending mind slowly recovered. The scene in front of him slowly became clear. The bone-aching pain had disappeared like the pain just now had never existed. His body felt as though it was soaking in hot water, the pleasure coming from the deepest part of his body making Zuo Mo want to groan. But the sweat all over his body told him that the hell-like pain had not been a delusion. Zuo Mo suppressed the urge to sink back into the pleasure, instinctively raising his palm. When he saw his palm, he was dumbstruck. Translator ramblings, Gongsun Cha is an efficient henchman. Zuo Mo gets another breakthrough. Pu Yao didn't really lie, but his promise of more golden armor guards is obviously an empty one since he cannot really fulfill it right now. Xia Shan is the closest person we've seen to a Jindan who isn't a Jindan. Keep in mind that most of these people are middle-aged since they find Zuo Mo very young. If we go way back to the sword test conference, the competitors were all in Ningmai except Zuo Mo. However, they would most likely have all been in first stratum. The average power of the people he is encountering has been steadily increasing. He's moved up 3 stages in Ling power, which makes this a long read to his power-up. However, this makes each of his breakthroughs much more valuable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, The Stage of Two Mountains. Chapter 226, The Stage of Two Mountains. The previous withered palm seemed somewhat like metal now, with a barely perceptible layer of faint gold. Several golden lines were especially visible on his palm. Another mountain peak had appeared beside the mountain peak at the center of his palm. 2 mountains? Pu Yao suddenly came out, slightly shocked as he looked at the 2 connected mountain peaks on Zuo Mo's palm. Zuo Mo was also very shocked. He had thought that he would form an abhina this time, and had not expected that he would break through to 2 mountains. This is the stage of 2 mountains? Zuo Mo asked with slight curiosity. He continuously opened and closed his hand, feeling the great strength passing from his palm. Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo like he was looking at a weirdo. He could not understand how Zuo Mo had reached 2 mountains so quickly. He had never thought that this was his achievement. It was due to him continuously drawing earth energy from Zuo Mo's body, causing Zuo Mo's body to have been tempered multiple times that Zuo Mo had been prepped ready. Zuo Mo seemed to know the cause, but thinking that Pu Yao and the gravestone seemed to be at odds, he decided to muddle over it, changing the topic.
What is the benefit of the two-mountain stage?
His body, which had become robust-looking, had become thin once again. However, each muscle in his body had become stronger and firmer, hard as metal. His strength had multiplied.
He gently stomped his feet. Poof, his right foot seemed to have stepped into tofu, sinking to his calf.
He pulled out his foot, and saw the edges of the hole were very clean, like it was carved out using a mold.
The mountain represents strength.
The stage of two mountains represent that you can use two mountains of strength at maximum.
Pu Yao thought for a while and hadn't managed to find an explanation, so he threw the problem to one side. He was gradually adjusting to Zuo Mo, occasionally surprising him. How strong is one mountain of power? Is it to be able to move a mountain? Is that possible?
Zuo Mo said unconcernedly. Pu Yao's face was one of disdain.
How is that strange? If a Mo skill is at a significant level, moving mountains or flipping oceans is not anything. That Dongfu town of yours, wasn't it a town built by a sword show lopping off a mountain peak with one blow?
That's true, but I feel that I don't have such great strength, Zuo Mo argued as he looked at his poem.
How long have you cultivated? You want to move mountains and flip oceans?
Pu Yao's face was full of scorn.
When Shouja cultivate Ling power, don't they need to also coordinate with sword scriptures and spells? Mo are the same.
Other than body cultivation, Mo skills also teach you how to use the strength of the body. He paused and then said, the thinking of Mo is very strange. They feel that their body is the most primal source of all their strength, but also feel the body is a cage. You may have reached the stage of two mountains, but in reality, even if you familiarize yourself with Mo skills, you cannot use all of your power.
Even if your technique is there, your body would first be destroyed. So it's like that. Zuo Mo instantly realized.
Pu Yao's words were very reasonable.
Suddenly thinking of his goal for this time, he hurriedly asked, then have I formed my abhina?
Check, is there a place that is abnormal?
Pu Yao helplessly reminded. It really was hard work to teach a newbie. Abnormal?
Zuo Mo hurriedly calmed his mind and took an inner look at his body.
He quickly found the abnormality that Pu Yao was speaking of.
This abnormality was at his eyes, and not any other place of his body.
His eyes looked into the surroundings.
The thick earth energy seemed to have been attracted by an invisible strength, and tightly wrapped around his eyes.
This was.
He didn't dare to move rashly, using his consciousness to carefully examine the two balls of earth energy. What reassured him slightly was that his eyes did not feel any discomfort, but no matter how he worked, he could not affect the two balls of earth energy. After trying many times, he helplessly came out of his inner perspective.
Did you find it? Pu Yao asked with curiosity.
It's the eyes, Zuo Mo was slightly dejected. I tried, but didn't know how to use them, and don't know what they are used for.
Eyes, Pu Yao said, your luck isn't bad. There are many abhina regarding the eyes, and those are somewhat useful. An abhina cannot be taught, the abhina that each person forms is different. You have to slowly experiment, and make your own conclusions.
As to not able to use them, don't worry.
Many abhina cannot be used when they first form.
They need to slowly form, and stabilize before they can be used.
Your abhina may belong to this kind. Zuo Mo wasn't depressed.
He was very satisfied already with reaching two mountains.
Pu Yao said in a deep voice, don't worry about the abhina. It is not easy to find Mo skills, but don't you have a Dhyana under your command?
You are able to use the fist scripture that he has. In terms of Yao arts, embryonic breathing, spiritual cultivation, and the great and little thousand leaf hands are enough for you.
The worst you have right now is scriptures for Ling power. Embryonic breathing, spiritual cultivation, in the end is still for cultivating the spirit. We need to find you a scripture. Zuo Mo was shocked at his favor. When was Pu Yao ever so concerned with him? Pu Yao sunk into thought as though Zuo Mo did not exist.
Seeing the situation, he perceptibly went about his own business. However, he clearly noted down Pu Yao's words. Zhongru could not be anything but puzzled when he heard the boss had called him. Truthfully, even if he was the only Dhyana Shio in the group, he did not have many outstanding qualities. His strength could only be considered intermediate. The only aspect he was good in was probably defense. In this group of sword shio who didn't seem to know what defense even was, as a Dhyana Shio, his defense was like the crane among the chicken flock. His personality was very steady, so even though he was shocked, he was still composed. When he saw Zuo Mo, he respectfully bowed.
Boss. Zuo Mo couldn't help but praise him inside. In terms of mentality, Sword Xiu could not catch up to Diana Xiu.
The Diana Xiu emphasized mental strength and their samadhi, things like illusory formations were less effective against them.
Zuo Mo didn't mince words, straightforwardly saying, I want your Sky Wave Fist scripture, give me a price.
Zhong Ru shook his head.
Sky Wave Fist scripture isn't a profound scripture. If boss wants it, please go ahead. Zuo Mo waved his hand. This belongs to you. If I want it, I will either buy it or trade for it. Relationships and business are not mixed together. Seeing that Zuo Mo did not seem to be pretending, Zhong Ru was truly shocked this time.
He had followed many people before, and was used to seeing those above demand talismans and scriptures from their subordinates.
Hearing boss's astounding conclusion, the shock he was experiencing could be imagined. However, Zhong Ru was still wary. All up to boss. Seeing Zhong Ru's caution, Zuo Mo felt slightly helpless. He wasn't pretending with his words.
In the sect could not unreasonably take the possessions of the disciples.
If they wanted something, they needed to pay a corresponding price. That was also his attitude.
He thought and then said, you can pick a talisman of the same grade as Skywave Fist Scripture, or, he suddenly had an idea, trade for 3 formations.
3 formations? Zhong Ru was puzzled. I can carve 3 formations on your body.
One is a Ling Gathering formation, one is a Body Tempering formation, one is a Ling Processing formation, Zuo Mo explained. The Ling Gathering formation can constantly help you absorb the Ling energy in the surroundings. The Ling Processing formation is similar to the Black Processing meditation mat, and can filter out the impurities in the Ling energy.
The Body Tempering formation can use Ling power to temper your body. You are a Diana Xiu, these 3 formations are very suitable for you. The usually composed Zhong Ru couldn't help but have an expression of disbelief as he unconsciously gasped, this is not possible. This was not possible. Zhong Ru had walked many places, and had a wide range of knowledge. He had never heard of any formations that could be carved onto a person's body. These 3 formations, if they were truly as boss had described, then was there a need to cultivate at all? Zuo Mo did not argue. You can pick 2 talismans. Zhong Ru's expression changed, his heart conflicted. His reason told him what boss said was impossible. However, he could easily tell that boss had not lied. If it was truly as boss had said, this was a chance that came 1 in 1,000 times. Suddenly, he laughed. What did he have to be afraid of losing? Zuo Mo saw Zhong Ru's expression return to normal and knew that Zhong Ru had made his decision. Zhong Ru raised his head, and said with determination, I choose the 3 formations. In a mountain valley about 300 li from Stone Door Beach. Boss, Xiashan of Stone Door Beach was taken in by someone else. A Xiuzha reported. What are their origins? A Xiuzha with crimson red hair furrowed his brow. He was called Venerable Qi. He had more than 150 subordinates, and was one of the major powers in this area. Haven't found out yet, this Xiuzha said with slightly terror. Seeing the anger on Venerable Qi's face increase, he hurriedly explained, we don't know where this bunch of people came out of. There aren't many, but they aren't weak. When they were taking down Xiashan, there were only a few dozen people. A few dozen? Venerable Qi's expression changed. Xiashan should also have about 60-something people, and isn't Xiashan Ningmai 3rd Stratum? Ningmai 3rd Stratum definitely was first-rate experts in Little Mountain Jia. In battle, the effect of an expert like Xiashan was enormous. He could take on 7 or 8 people by himself. This Xiuzha raised his head to look at his leader. Seeing the anger on leader's face decrease, his heart relaxed slightly. The battle finished very quickly, and did not leave traces. Does this group have some powerful talisman? Venerable Qi pondered. He was clear about Xiashan's strength. He had wanted to conquer Xiashan a long time ago, but he had not acted due to his fear of Xiashan's strength. He had more than 150 people under his command, but not one was Ningmai 3rd Stratum. Suddenly hearing that Xiashan had been defeated, he naturally became wary. Did the group also have Ningmai 3rd Stratum experts? If it was like that, then it was terrible. Adding on Xiashan, it meant the other side had at least 2 Ningmai 3rd Stratum. The other possibility was the group had a powerful talisman so terrifying that even Xiashan had to surrender. No matter which possibility it was not good news to him. If it was possible, he wanted to immediately take his group and leave behind this place. With the power he had, there were not many that dared to target him. However, when he thought about the things inside the cave, he gave up on the thought of escaping. That thing was really too important to him. Venerable Qi was not a person that did not have brains. He was very clear that once the group had digested Xiashan's power, their own strength would quickly increase. The next target would definitely be them.
After thinking for a while, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Call the 3 Kong brothers over." Incredibly awkward, but Buddhist meditation or samadhi is a different concept than the mediation that has been seen previously. Of course, stuff becomes weird here because mediation is a Buddhist practice that became inspiration for cultivation novels, so all cultivators are Buddhist from a certain viewpoint.
Translator ramblings, I see the typos you guys picked out, I just need to find the time to edit them. Thank you for your comments.
Zuo Mo advances, and I thought last chapter's cliffhanger got a terrible conclusion in this chapter.
It is such a letdown, but everything to keep you reading, right? Zuo Mo also get his first human subject for his formations.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 227, Internal Orders. Chapter 227, Internal Orders.
Zuo Mo did not immediately start practicing Sky Wave Fist scripture that he had gotten from Zhongru. Instead, he decided to organize his thoughts first. Just as Pu Yao had said, he knew a variety of things, but upon further inspection of these areas, the ones that were powerful were pitifully few. Presently, the most powerful item in his arsenal was the Yin Fire Bead.
It was extremely damaging as a frontal attack.
However, since Yin Fiend grounds were hard to find at the moment, he could not create Yin beads. So Yin Fire Beads were a limited resource. Also, if the enemy was on their guard, the effectiveness of the Yin Fire Bead was not high. There was also the 5 Essence Sword Set. Even though he did not have the scriptures to progress further with it, the little sword formation originated from the Sword Essence formation and was still astoundingly powerful among the Ningmai Shouja. However, it had not been tested in battle before, and Zuo Mo did not know just how powerful it was. What the 5 Essence Sword Set used was a sword formation. From this perspective, it was more like a formation disc that was forged from 5 flying swords. Over time, he had also managed to get 5 moves of Little Thousand Leaf Hands from Pu Yao. Little Thousand Leaf Hands had many variations and was hard to predict. He could only barely manage to cast the 5 moves, and was still far from being smooth and familiar with them. What Little Thousand Leaf Hands manipulated was the Ling energy of the world.
It had many requirements for the environment and was not easy to cast. But once it could be successfully cast, it would be immensely powerful. After practicing Sky Wave Fist scripture, he would have another move. However, Pu Yao had also said that Sky Wave Fist scripture was not some powerful fist scripture, and the power should not be very shocking. Thinking about it that way, Zuo Mo felt that overall his moves were lackluster. In terms of talismans, Lil Pagoda was a soul-tethered talisman, but it was more skilled in controlling formations. While the other talismans that he possessed were valuable, but he did not have talismans that were at the very top of the grade. No matter the grade, the finest talismans of the grade would have their own special characteristics. A strong feeling of danger arose. Zuo Mo had already decided to use gang fighting against the Jindan expert of Clear Sky Sect, but that did not mean that he did not need the power to protect himself. At the very least, he had to guarantee that he could survive the upcoming gang fight. The best place to cultivate was in the camp. Zuo Mo decided to move to the camp. Having Boss personally come to the camp instantly made everyone alert. They did not dare slack off. Their eyes occasionally floated in the direction of Boss. No matter if it was an old-timer or one of the new members, they all knew one thing: Boss had many good things in his possession. The first person to benefit had been Ma Fan. A 5th-grade movement method, many people had stared at it with red eyes. These days, they personally saw Ma Fan practicing the 5th-grade movement method that he had received. The dazzling images that had been produced before could not even be perceived now. He was like a wraith, suddenly appearing and disappearing. Every Shouja who saw the scene had uncontrollably inhaled sharply. When they thought of Ma Fan's untraceable and powerful, illusory shadowless sword of destruction, together with this silent and untraceable movement method, they knew he was able to kill any of them without a trace. Lil Miss had also given Ma Fan a beast service card. No one dared to underestimate the gray and nondescript butterfly. While Ma Fan made everyone jealous, they had nothing to say. Ma Fan's power was obvious. His cultivation was not as high as Xie Shan, but his effect during battles was not something Xie Shan could compare to. Even Xie Shan would admit it. What was more, the numbers of enemy killed were written in bright red cinnabar and his score not something anyone could hope to match. But Zhongru's encounter had gotten many people thinking. Zhongru was a docile person and could not defend against the probing of these people and had completely admitted to everything. Boss had insisted in trading, and this reassured them all. What dissatisfaction could they have in following such a boss? However, a few days after the inquiry, Zhongru's furious improvement shocked his team members, Nianlu and Lei Peng.
Lil Miss also discovered Zhongru's present situation, and instantly took him out to cultivate on his own. Eventually everyone had found out that Zhongru had 3 formations carved onto his body which had led to such miraculous effects.
Instantly, everyone's heart moved.
5th grade movement method was a reward based on service, and there was no chance to change this. But these 3 formations were something that Zhongru had used a fist scripture to trade for.
In other words, these formations could be traded for. These experienced old-timers, how could they not understand this?
Boss had also came to cultivate at the base. With such a good chance, how could they let it slip past their fingertips?
The first one to try was Lei Peng.
He had been stimulated the most after practicing with Zhongru every day. This guy seemed like a rough man, but in reality, his mind was extremely attentive. He even had managed to get the effects of the 3 formations out of Zhongru. The use of the body cultivation formation was not large for him, but he drooled at the other 2 formations. This guy was extremely daring, and took advantage of a chance to rest to approach Zuo Mo.
This rough man used an extremely ingratiating tone to say, "Boss, can I ask you for something?" Zuo Mo looked with slight surprise at Lei Peng. "What is it?" "And also wants 3 formations carved on the body."
Hearing Boss make a sound of surprise, his heart jumped and he hurriedly said, "And is willing to use Abyss Ghost Saber Scripture to trade."
Zuo Mo instantly understood. Was there any reason to refuse business that came up to the door?
Even more, he was still very unfamiliar with carving formations onto the body. It was rare that there was an experimental subject that came up to him.
Zuo Mo's heart rejoiced. Zuo Mo made a sound and pretended to think. Carving the formations is not so simple. There is a risk.
Lei Peng had already mentally prepared for this point.
There was no free lunch in the world. How could there not be any risk in such a speedy and simple method? However, he asked cautiously, would it harm the cultivation?
No, but it will leave behind scars if it fails.
Because it uses a special Ling liquid, even scar-removing Dan may be unable to remove it.
Lei Peng instantly released in breath and chuckled.
An's a man, so An doesn't need to be so pretty.
The failure of the carving would just be a scar. Which guy that lived off a bloody blade to survive would care about that? Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo said expressionlessly, I don't need a saber scripture.
If you want to trade, you have to use something else.
He had already learned a variety of things, he didn't plan on adding a saber scripture to the mix.
Lei Peng instantly panicked and flung open the 100 treasure pouch on his waist and emptied it. Boss, take what you want, and we'll trade.
Zuo Mo narrowed his eyes and swept across the objects. Suddenly, his gaze slightly froze. He picked out a fist-sized jade rock from a pile of knickknacks and said, this one.
Okay.
Lei Peng was overjoyed. What he was most worried about at the moment was that he didn't have anything that Boss wanted. He seemed to be afraid that Boss would regret his decision, and he hurriedly packed away everything else.
Come with me.
Zuo Mo stood, and after an exchange with Gongsun Cha, he left with Lei Peng.
When Lei Peng joyfully returned in the evening, the camp instantly exploded.
When Lei Peng bared his upper body and showed off the 3 formations that had just been carved, other people drooled.
With an example of success, the crowd started to move. Who didn't have something good on their bodies? Materials, talismans, jade scrolls. Boss traded for everything. Boss was even willing to take some talisman remnants. Also, Boss never demanded an outrageous price. He would only pick one item each time.
Many times, everyone felt that Boss was a businessman full of professionalism. Almost all the Xiuzha decided to carve the formations. Zuo Mo's waiting line had already formed a 20-day backlog. He felt he would be driven insane by what he was gaining this time. After taking down Xieshan, he had 110 people under his command. Other than Zhongru and Lei Peng, everyone else had queued up for getting formations carved. What was more practical and valuable as increasing one's strength? None of them were beginners. Everyone understood the value of these 3 formations. Even if Zuo Mo's condition had been more stringent, the great majority would still have chosen to get them carved. However, Zuo Mo's conduct of picking only one had left an impression of not greedy on the people. If Zuo Mo's facial expression could move, he would definitely be smiling widely. There was not much in terms of talismans that could move his heart, but there were some precious jade scrolls. He had even found the summer flowerling farming jade scroll. He had been searching for this thing for a very long time. The result was that he had picked it out from a pile that appeared to be garbage. What he had gained the most was all kinds of materials. These people all had cultivations in Ningmai, which of them would collect normal materials? Zuo Mo had picked all 4th grade materials. He had the golden crow fire now and could process these materials. Even Pu Yao felt jealous of Zuo Mo's gains, but however, the transaction between them did not include the dividends of the profits Zuo Mo would get from using the formations. If it had been in the past, Pu Yao would have no consideration in taking from Zuo Mo. But right now, Pu Yao was in a position of asking a favor from Zuo Mo, and could not do so. The red-eyed Pu Yao could only use another method to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. You've already familiarized yourself with the Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix. This is the Mo matrix for Golden Wing Great Rock. You should try to analyze it as fast as possible. Pu Yao threw out a jade scroll. The Mo matrix recorded inside the jade scroll was much more complex than the Copper Rhinoceros Mo matrix. After just one look, Zuo Mo felt slightly dizzy. Pu Yao was very smug. In any Emojia, Golden Wing Great Rocks were nobility, and possessed an unique bloodline. They were born abnormal, not needing any technique for their intelligence to be awakened. They had the highest kind of inheritance. After evolving each generation, their bodies gradually became perfected, and the Mo matrix on their bodies was also perfected. Their only weakness was one common to many clans with superb bloodlines: low reproductive ability. Such a complex Mo matrix was far beyond Zuo Mo's abilities. Pu Yao had purposefully given the Golden Wing Great Rock matrix to Zuo Mo to douse Zuo Mo's arrogance. A Mo matrix as perfect as this one held a fatal attraction to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo would uncontrollably be attracted to it, and be tortured by it. When the fire was right, he would then throw a low-level Mo matrix to Zuo Mo. The more Pu Yao thought, the happier he became. For some reason, when he saw Zuo Mo's recent smugness, he was very displeased inside. Just as Pu Yao had imagined, Zuo Mo was completely enchanted by this Mo matrix, deeply enchanted. Pu Yao could clearly detect when Zuo Mo first saw the Golden Wing Great Rock matrix, his breathing had stopped. However, unexpectedly, Zuo Mo had displayed astounding self-control. The first thing he did after his trance was throw the jade scroll into the ring. Then Pu Yao heard Zuo Mo grit out as he carved formations for people, his mouth almost convulsing as he chanted, "Refrain, refrain." There were frequent screams that came out of Zuo Mo's room. Translator ramblings: yes, Zuo Mo has now carved formations onto his group of captive soldiers. Zuo Mo has a very low-level Mo matrix and the three formations are simplified from that, so they are even more basic. It doesn't mean that the three formations aren't advanced, but the Mo matrix has other attributes which Zuo Mo cannot copy onto the formations. It is very funny though that Zuo Mo has managed to win with great benefits. He gets people to feel that it is good to work for him, they will become stronger due to the formations, and he also got paid in materials. The complete archive drop-down box has been moved to the side panel of the website. I think this is the solution that is the greatest time saver. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Ma Fan's Decisiveness. Chapter 228, Ma Fan's Decisiveness. Ma Fan had a separate cultivation area, which Gongsun Cha had specifically drawn out for him. It was a little corner closest to the water. The geography of Stone Door Beach was very wide, next to the mountains and water. Occasionally, white birds would swim by on the water. The cruel conflicts in Little Mountain Jia had not affected them, thus they still lived idle lives. They did not have anything that Xiozhou would scheme after. They were not Ling beasts, and the change in Ling power did not affect them. The remnant rays of the dusk reflected off the water, the white birds dragging their long shadows, the reeds gently waving in the wind. Unconsciously, Ma Fan stopped training, and walked to the water, looking into the distance, his heart peaceful and serene. Suddenly, he lifted his eyelids, wariness flashing through his eyes. Without changing expression, he lowered his arm, the jade card that was tied to his wrist touched his fingertip. A finger-sized gray butterfly silently grasped onto the inside of his middle finger, looking like a nondescript gray ring. Ma Fan's eyes were covered in an imperceptible layer of gray. It looked as though his eyes had become dimmer. Ling pupils. His vision silently changed. The dense reeds gradually became transparent, and a ball of shadow was visible as it hid among them. So that's where they were hiding. The other's position was about 150 zhang away from him. He didn't have the confidence to kill with one blow at this distance. From the position the other had chosen, the other could be considered very careful. If he could not kill with one blow, it would be unlikely to be able to stop the other in this open landscape. Ma Fan guessed that it was a spy from some other faction. This distance was more suited to watch but not an ambush. If this was in the past, Ma Fan would have most likely chosen to disregard it. It was better to not invite trouble, he disliked trouble. But today, the first thought that flashed through his mind was actually to kill the other person. When he managed to respond, he couldn't help but feel shock at his first instinct. However, he didn't waste much time on his emotions. He recalled the reminders Gongsun Cha had said many times to him. The greatest taboo on the battlefield is indecisiveness. You are the core, you must be decisive, you must make the choice in a lightning flash. No matter if the choice is right or wrong. This distance, he wasn't certain of killing with one blow. What should he do? You have to believe in your fellows, don't just go at it alone. What would you do if you don't have a chance? Very simple, you have two choices, you can make chances for your teammates and your teammates can make chances for you. Ma Fan turned around, his expression normal. He saw three fellows. He only recognized one person of the three, the guy that was called Xie Shan. He had been the leader of the group they had captured last time. Supposedly, his cultivation was Ningmai third stratum. In reality, he had hoped that the three people he saw was the Lei Peng team. Even though Xie Shan's power was far stronger than the Lei Peng team, but this team was made of new members and didn't have any familiarity with him. However, he didn't have a better choice. Old Xie, he raised his arm and shouted. Xie Shan stilled and stopped moving, turning his face towards Ma Fan, puzzled on the inside. He naturally recognized Ma Fan, the core of the entire troop. The one with an incomparable position, the most trusted subordinate of Lil Mississippi. But Xie Shan had never spoken one word with him. Hey! Even though he was puzzled, he still responded with a smile. In the troop, he was the newest of the new. Even if his individual power was the highest, to gain Gongsun Cha's trust, it required time. He wasn't so stupid as to offend Ma Fan. Come help me train, let's try my new movement method. Ma Fan's tone was intimate as he shouted. Xie Shan imperceptibly furrowed his brows. He might be a newbie, but he was used to being the leader, no one had dared ask him to assist in training. However, the other's intimate tone did not hold any negativity. What puzzled him even more was that he had never seen Ma Fan find someone to train with him in the past. It was slightly strange. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the palm that Ma Fan had raised up, a finger-sized gray butterfly peacefully grasping his middle finger. His heart suddenly jumped. It had been Gongsun Cha who gave the gray butterfly beast service card to Ma Fan. It was rare to see him use it. If it really was a spar, Ma Fan should not have summoned the gray butterfly. Xie Shan was very experienced. He thought as he smiled and walked towards Ma Fan. Okay. The other two Xiuzha on the team looked at each other and did not speak. They could not afford to offend Xie Shan, much less Ma Fan. The two just stopped to watch. Ma Fan and Xie Shan did not waste words, starting immediately. What Xie Shan cultivated was the Aurora Mirage Sword. This was a rare 5th grade sword scripture. He didn't need to show his flying sword, raising his hands, multicolored sword energies flew out like an extremely beautiful aurora above the snow. An icy presence instantly spread. Under the aurora in the sky, snowflakes danced, sharp as knives. Sword essence. Ma Fan's heart instantly shook. This was sword essence. In the camp, all 110 Xiuzha were all Ningmai, but there wasn't more than 5 people that had comprehended sword essence. As expected of the strongest person of the camp. With this attack, Ma Fan felt the pressure increase. The bright sword essences were like mist and dust, carrying a cold presence. Under the beautiful appearance was fatal killing intent. The slowly spreading sword essence was like countless thin strands that were invisible to the naked eye that would silently trap a person. However, you aren't the only one who comprehended sword essence. Ma Fan's gray eyes slightly narrowed. Xie Shan intended to show his strength. In the previous battle, he had not displayed his strength. Gongsun Cha's 3-section wave killing charge had been too ferocious. It was like an enormous hammer. With one blow, Xie Shan's group had been broken into pieces. Seeing the situation, Xie Shan had immediately surrendered. Up until now, he had not had a chance to showcase his own strength. It was a pity that Gongsun Cha was not at the camp. Xie Shan felt some regret. If he could display his full power in front of Lil Miss, it would be of great aid to increasing his status within the troop. However, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to displaying his strength in front of his fellows. He was quickly surprised by Ma Fan's strength. Theoretically, there was a level of strength between the two. Xie Shan was Ningmai 3rd stratum, and Ma Fan was just Ningmai 2nd stratum. However, from the battle, it did not seem like a battle between two opponents of different power levels. Xie Shan had never seen the confidence and determination that Ma Fan showed in another person. Was this what it was to be the core? Each of Ma Fan's blows would create many fake illusions that dazzled the eyes, but what shocked Xie Shan right after was that the afterimage of each sword energy did not disappear, but howled as they shot towards Xie Shan as though they were tangible. Sword essence. Ma Fan actually also comprehended sword essence. The last thread of underestimation in Xie Shan's heart disappeared. He did not use his full power, but he was also clear the other also had killing moves.
A Ningmai second stratum was able to match him. Xia Shan couldn't help but feel slightly bitter inside.
The multicolored aurora and the intangible sword shadows flew into the sky. There were continuously sounds of explosions but were controlled to an extremely small area, sounding like corn popping. The shoujo in the camp had all stopped, turning their faces up to watch the fight.
Everyone had an excited expression.
One was the definite core of the troop, one was the shoujo with the highest cultivation of the camp.
The battle between the two was the strongest collision.
In the sky, a multicolored ball of light, dozens of zhang appeared. Inside the ball of light, it was tightly packed with multicolored sword energies and illusory sword energies, the figures of Ma Fan and Xie Shan flickering in and out of sight.
Gasps rose at the ground.
The two had displayed extremely high control to have suppressed the sword energies to such a narrow space. Inside the light ball, the Ling power and sword energy density had reached a terrifying level. Any consciousness that wanted to peer in would be torn to shreds. Everyone's hearts reached their throats.
What was the situation like inside?
No one would have thought inside the ball where sword essences were blowing and killing intent was spilling, the two people were chatting and smiling.
What's the situation? Xia Shan said with a smile. Ma Fan praised Xia Shan inside. The two had never cooperated before.
Xia Shan was very strong to be able to detect his intentions.
He didn't waste words. There's a person crouching in the reeds.
Oh.
Xia Shan was very surprised.
He had carefully inspected the surroundings when Ma Fan had asked him for a spar, but had not found anything.
He did not doubt Ma Fan's skill. Gasping on the inside, his expression became serious. What do you plan on doing?
Kill. Ma Fan did not hesitate in saying.
Xia Shan was shocked at Ma Fan's viciousness.
A normal person would first think of capturing the enemy alive in this kind of situation in hopes of obtaining useful knowledge through interrogation. He hadn't expected that Ma Fan didn't think before he said to kill the other. He did not object, and said briskly, "Okay. I'll flee and you'll chase in the direction of the reeds." The people on the ground saw a figure suddenly break through the ball of light, the sword essences that made up the light ball collapsing. Sword energy pieces that could not be countless lost control, and shot into the surroundings. The surrounding crowd jumped in right and took up their flying swords to block these sword energy pieces. These sword energy pieces might look broken and scattered, but in reality, they were extremely sharp and deadly. As the ball of light dissipated, Xie Shan's hands were covered in a five-colored light.
A multicolored sword about half a zhang wide, and 3 zhan long appeared above Xie Shan's head.
Go! Xie Shan's hands suddenly closed together, the enormous aurora sword turning to a thick multicolored light that shot at Ma Fan in the air. As the enormous aurora sword appeared, the expressions of those on the ground changed slightly. The terrifying presence spread by the enormous sword made everyone feel shock. When it turned into a stream of light, the entire sky seemed to change color. Ma Fan was in danger. Just as Ma Fan appeared to have been hit by the flowing light, he suddenly disappeared.
Impossible. The sword essence of the enormous sword was very dense.
If it had locked on, it was an extremely difficult matter to escape. Any kind of movement method would be slowed, no matter how short the pause would be.
But Ma Fan did not show any pause. He disappeared in the air.
Having lost the target, the enormous sword light rushed at the reeds. A gray shadow suddenly shot out of the reeds and moved to escape. The enormous sword made an unexpectedly nimble turn in the air and charged at the gray figure. The gray figure stilled slightly. He felt a bone-aching sword essence pressuring him in from all sides. The enormous sword essence had tightly locked onto him.
Damn it, dot.
Shocked, he channeled all the Ling power in his body towards the flying sword and aimed it at the streaming sword light.
With this attack, his own flying sword would undoubtedly be destroyed. He didn't have the time to mourn.
He suddenly saw a gray flying sword silently appear at his side. His pupils suddenly expanded, his heart dropping in an instant. He ferociously bit through his tongue, a flush of blood flashing on his face as he spat out a bloody arrow. If he could stop this attack, he could escape. The other did not seem to have any intentions of dodging, the second flying sword welcoming the arrow of blood.
A joyous expression came onto his face. This arrow of blood was his secret life-saving method. It was extremely powerful. If the other wanted to meet it head-on, it would definitely stop the enemy for a few moments.
Pia! A clean and crisp collision, the joy on his face froze. Everything in his vision became so slow, he could see it with the utmost clarity. The arrow of blood collided with the flying sword, the expected retreat did not occur. The arrow of blood was turned to a handful of bloody mist, a cloud of dust-sized blood droplets that flashed in front of his eyes as beautiful as a painting. A flying sword emerged from the bloody mist and entered his body. It was as though he was hit with a 30,000 catty hammer. A bloody mist floated out of his body, the surroundings moved backwards with astonishing speed.
A last thought flashed through his mind.
Such a heavy sword.
Translator ramblings, the cast page has been updated but I forgot to include the pets this time. Thank you for your comments. Ma Fan is becoming someone that doesn't find trouble troublesome anymore.
All of this is due to Gongsun Sha, who has really shifted his attitude around.
Ma Fan is obvious as the teacher's pet.
Xie Shan is powerful, and he's trying to find a way to carve his own spot into this group. The events of this chapter are an exercise in teamwork. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 229, Formation Breakthrough. Chapter 229, Formation Breakthrough.
When Lil Pagoda led Zuo Mo into a storeroom, he was dumbstruck. Inside the storeroom, the piles of rotten metal silver were like mountains. Other than the rotten metal silver ore, there was a little pile of ore of various colors.
Where did this come from? Zuo Mo pointed at the little pile and asked Lil Pagoda.
Lil Black shot and climbed up to his hands, furiously waving its pair of antennae.
Zuo Mo instantly understood. So it was Lil Black. He complimented, Lil Black is very smart. He put a lingdan on his palm. Lil Black used its forelimbs to grab the lingdan and cheerfully climbed away. Lil Pagoda was connected in mind with Zuo Mo.
He could feel Lil Pagoda's intentions of wanting credit.
As he saw its round and chubby body swing and tremble, he instantly grinned.
Feeling Zuo Mo's happiness, Lil Pagoda was even more smug, twirling around Zuo Mo, shaking its body so the gourds on the eaves rang. Silly Bird was full of pride, but her eyes were staring greedily at the lingdan that Lil Black was pinching.
Gulp, the throat visibly swallowed.
Zuo Mo coincidentally caught it, and instantly roared with laughter, pointing at Silly Bird and mocking, "You glutton."
Zuo Mo was not angry, and threw 2 lingdan at it.
Silly Bird easily picked them up in her beak, shook the feathers on her body, and, without a trace of shame, proudly left.
After he finished laughing, Zuo Mo looked at the mountainous piles of ore and felt a dilemma.
After making the black processing meditation mats, his need for rotten metal silver had instantly decreased. However, if he didn't use the large amount of ore that was piled up here, then it was such a waste. The grade of the rotten metal silver was not high, but it was a frequently used material. But if it was to be smelted and purified, it wouldn't take just a while to finish with such a large pile. It was not worth it to spend the time.
Zuo Mo quickly thought of a solution to roughly process the ore.
He would make billets of rotten metal silver, and then forge them again when it was time for them to used. Metal billets would not take as much space as raw ore.
Zuo Mo had to consider the amount of space his dimensional ring had.
The other reason was that he could use formations to do rough forging, which saved time. Zuo Mo had never seen formations used specifically for forging, but it did not stop him from making such a decision.
As his comprehension of formations deepened, Zuo Mo's confidence increased.
It was undoubtedly an extremely interesting matter to do something that had never been seen before. He decided to make a large formation that could forge all of the rotten metal silver ore into billets. Rotten metal silver was a third-grade material, and it was not hard to smelt. It did not require golden crow fire.
Zuo Mo did not plan on using golden crow fire.
Golden crow fire might be pure, but there was not enough, especially to smelt so much ore at once. The fire formation Zuo Mo chose was of course not a low-level formation like Li Fire Formation, but a 4th-grade fire formation called Jade Flame Formation. Jade Flame Formation could produce green flames that were more than enough to smelt the rotten metal silver ore. However, it was the first time Zuo Mo was working with so much ore. He needed to carefully consider how to set it up.
Pu Yao and Gongsun Sha were fiercely fighting in war chess.
To let this person and Yao play war chess anywhere, Zuo Mo remade the war chess again. The excuse was to make it a leveling kind of game. Then he threw it to Gongsun Sha.
Gongsun Sha guessed it, but was happy to play stupid.
In any case, he just wanted to play war chess with the mysterious person. Without anything to do, Pu Yao was naturally willing, especially when he saw how smug Zuo Mo was recently. He became very discontent. His Golden Ling Great Rock Matrix did not produce the effect he predicted. Pu Yao vented all his displeasure onto Gongsun Sha. The pitiful Gongsun Sha, having just managed to make an acceptable 3-section wave killing charge, and just as he reached the level of being able to use 10 soldiers to kill 5 of Pu Yao's soldiers, Pu Yao, without a second word, directly put out a new killing move, the interlocking wall-style defense formation that was specially made to defeat the 3-second wave killing charge. Consequently, Gongsun Sha was defeated by Pu Yao so badly he couldn't find which way was north. Gongsun Sha was so abused that he wanted to die. He gritted his teeth with red eyes as he started the game again. Feeling that he had not vented the displeasure inside, Pu Yao did not hesitate in accepting. 12 matches, Pu Yao used 12 different tactics.
Each time, Gongsun Cha's forces were completely obliterated, not one soldier remaining.
Even if Gongsun Cha was extremely hardy and did not falter, he had been killed to the point that his face became green. When he returned to the camp, Gongsun Cha's black face and the terrifying pressure and coldness exuded by him made everyone shudder, their little hearts jumping rapidly. Gongsun Cha slightly raised his head. On his handsome face, there was a small dark smile.
The camp instantly became deathly silent.
At night, Gongsun Cha found Zuo Mo. There was someone spying on us today, he was killed. He looked full of energy, without any of the displeasure and darkness he had during the day.
Did you find who it was? Zuo Mo stopped what he was doing.
A subordinate of someone called Venerable Qi Xieshan recognized him, Gongsun Cha said unconcernedly. Supposedly, he has about 100 people.
They have intentions towards us?
Zuo Mo felt slightly surprised. It was the first time he had encountered someone that had tried to find trouble with them of their own accord. Maybe they feel that we pose a threat, Gongsun Cha pondered as he rubbed his chin.
Why don't we fight? Zuo Mo probed.
He was very surprised. Gongsun Cha was a battle maniac, but speaking up until now, he still hadn't mentioned fighting. The group has progressed very quickly recently. It's best to wait a while longer, Gongsun Cha explained. They had enough Jingshi at the moment, and did not need to rush.
Zuo Mo also understood.
After the formations had been carved, the equilibrium of their bodies had been broken, the growth of Ling power had increased. This situation would continue for a while longer until they reached a new equilibrium. He suddenly thought of a wonderful idea. I have a way for them to quickly increase strength.
Gongsun Cha hurriedly asked, what way?
But there is a possibility of injury.
Zuo Mo hesitated. That isn't a problem.
Gongsun Cha said in a normal tone of voice. Everyone smelled something different when boss came to the camp again. Even though everyone was training hard, but secretly, they were all paying close attention to boss in Lil, Mississippi.
Thinking about the inhuman treatment they had received yesterday afternoon. Even Ma Fan, the core who usually received the best treatment, couldn't help but shake. A nightmarish memory.
They saw boss start to work at a corner of the camp. Pieces of materials appeared in boss hands and then quickly turned to streaks of light that entered the ground. So he was making a formation.
Their hearts landed. Everyone knew that boss was skilled in formations.
Maybe boss felt the camp was not safe enough after the spy had come yesterday. However, many people felt that boss' caution was unwarranted. These recent days, they had detected their improvement. After 2 consecutive victories, 2 victories where they were fewer in number than the enemy, their confidence had exploded.
The effect of the 3 formations were too evident. Many people wanted someone to come to their doors so they could try it out.
Zuo Mo worked for half a day before finally standing up in satisfaction. He took out his 5 essence sword set. The 5 flying swords of different colors spun restlessly in front of him. Looking at the 5 flying swords, he felt something that he didn't know how to describe. After the 5 essence sword set had been completed, he had never used them in battle. Now, he was using them to make a formation. He was using the 5 essence sword set to make a formation as he suddenly recalled the sword essence formation when Gongsun Cha said the group was in a period of increasing strength. The sword essence formation of the sect had many transformations, and had been incredibly effective to the growth of his strength, especially his understanding of sword essence. The group of people under his command were growing their Ling power. If he could give them some pressure, it was beneficial for their progress. When Zuo Mo discovered that only 5 people of the 100 or so had comprehended sword essence, it strengthened his thinking. It had not been hard for Zuo Mo to comprehend sword essence. At Wu Kong Sword Sect, both Wei Shang Xixiang and Luo Li Xixiang had comprehended sword essence. In the sword test conference, the majority of competitors had comprehended sword essence, which had caused Zuo Mo to unconsciously feel that it was not a very difficult matter to comprehend sword essence.
How could one not comprehend sword essence?
With the 5 essence sword set as the core, and adding on some necessary formations, it was the weaker version of the sword essence formation. Other than adding pressure to the people, it could also help them comprehend sword essence.
Sword essence was shapeless, everyone's sword essence was different. Many things could only be understood and could not be passed on in speech.
It was better to throw them into a place full of sword essence. Even if he could not guarantee that they could definitely comprehend sword essence, but it could greatly increase the possibility they could comprehend sword essence. As to injuries, Gongsun Cha, who thought of life like grass, didn't care. How could this bunch that lived so dangerously care? But
the entire formation took up 7 or 8 mu.
When the formation took form, sword essence dominated, and killing intent was dense. In the sky above the formation, a black cloud formed, thunder and lightning occasionally occurring. People's hearts shook. When they saw Gongsun Sha's faint smile, their hearts sank.
Zuo Mo had gained great inspiration from the creation of the sword formation.
When he finished, he ran to the storeroom to start to set up the formation to smelt the ore. He didn't move the ore, using the storeroom as the Dan cauldron, and started to set up formations.
Many of the rules and restrictions now flew away.
He felt free and unrestrained. Spells and materials flowed from his hands, flying into the walls of the storeroom as though they had eyes. He was completely in a trance, his mind open. Every detail of the formation continuously floated up into his mind. It seemed that just as a thought would appear, the spell on his hands would finish. The change of his 10 fingers became increasingly faster, like moving clouds and flowing water. On the walls and the surroundings, profound character patterns spread out with amazing speed. In just 2 hours, the walls, ceiling, and floor of the storeroom was covered completely with characters.
The big formation was finished. Zuo Mo dazedly stood motionlessly at his spot.
His mind was still in that free and unrestrained state.
That feeling was just too wonderful. A beat later, he gradually came back.
When he swept across the complicated characters patterns on the wall, his heart instantly felt full.
However, he quickly came out of this intoxication, shaking his head and smiling.
Then he swept the pile of other ores into his ring. After that, he took out 3 pieces of 4th-grade ginger and put them into the center of the formation.
He didn't even inspect the formation.
He was extremely confident that this formation had no mistakes.
Translator ramblings, some of you are really good at predicting at what Zuo Mo does with his stuff.
I have to admit I was always a step behind and got surprised many times in the story. I'm not very good at predicting what goes on at all. Puyao continues to abuse Gongsun Sha, who is the way to vent his frustrations, so Gongsun Sha gets better at commanding. Then Gongsun Sha vents on everyone else and everyone trains harder so everyone wins, especially Zuo Mo, who caused all this in the first place by irritating Puyao. I can't remember the exact number, but less than 5% of the people in the last chapter had sword essence. They are all Ningmai, and a lot of them probably have higher cultivation than Zuo Mo does. I know Zuo Mo kept on saying how he was a little character and such before, but in this group, he really had a privileged time with Wu Kong Sword Sect. Despite Zuo Mo, Luo Li, and Wei Sheng comprehending sword essence early on and the variety of people from the sword test conference, sword essence isn't grass and the majority of people now do not have it.
This is just for Ningmai and below though. Sword essence isn't essential to progress and become a Jindan.
It's just the harsh environment of Little Mountain Jia, which means that if you know how to fight, you probably won't survive.
Gongsun Sha lucked out in staying with Zuo Mo.
There was an interesting comment on how Gongsun Sha and Zuo Mo would deal with the spy. MJP thought that Xie Shan had the right idea to capture and interrogate, which Zuo Mo would appreciate, while Lil Miss would want the kill. If it was Zuo Mo alone that faced this matter, he may do a live capture, or kill just so he can scalp the person. However, Zuo Mo, as it will be shown in future developments and as he said before, is not an expert in strategy as Gongsun Sha is. He would actually leave the decision to Gongsun Sha on the basis he trusts Gongsun Sha will make a better decision. Zuo Mo is the guy with the main vision, Gongsun Sha is the one that will accomplish what Zuo Mo envisions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, Skyglass Wave. Chapter 230, Skyglass Wave.
Venerable Qi's mood was terrible. For a few continuous days, his subordinates did not dare to even breathe loudly. Big Kong had been killed. When the news had passed to his ears, even he had been suspicious that he had heard it wrong. Big Kong was the most skilled at sneaking and spying, and had never failed before. This time, it was just a spy.
Theoretically, there should have been little danger. He was both shocked and regretful.
His shock was that the strength of the other group was beyond his expectations. His regret was that Big Kong had died. That combined formations that the Kong family had were now halved in power now. He still had a headache over comforting second Kong and third Kong. Their elder brother was killed. How were the two brothers willing to let it go? Just now, he had said all he could to barely manage to persuade the two. If they could hold back for another month.
Zuo Mo stood outside the storeroom.
The storeroom was like an enormous fire cauldron, a warm and serene green fire pouring out of the walls. Within 3 zhang, there was no feeling of burning. The green light was so warm that one could not relate it to fire. This showed that the setup of the formation was very successful. Every thread of firepower was under control.
Zuo Mo was very satisfied.
Even he was slightly surprised that he could reach this level.
Precisely controlling every thread of Ling power was one of the final goals of all those who used formations. However, that was only in theory. It was not possible in reality.
If the Jade Flame formation, fire formation had been perfectly controlled, it only needed one piece of 4th grade Jingshi, not 3 pieces. The fire formation needed to be maintained for 3 days and nights. Luckily, Zuo Mo did not need to stand guard over it. Shrieking like that of pigs being killed could be heard from the faraway camp. Zuo Mo patted his head with some irritation. He forgot to add a sound-blocking formation on the outside of the sword formation. Yet when he thought about it, he did not continue the idea since other than some voices, there was no other disadvantage. It was better for Gongsun Shidi to deal with the matters of the camp. The Skywave Fist scripture had reached his hands for a long time. It took Zuo Mo some effort to cultivate. The difference between fist scriptures and sword scriptures was very large. He had never cultivated one before, and needed to start from the fundamentals. He had called Zhong Ru over again. When Zhong Ru was told that he needed to teach boss how to practice the fist scripture, he instantly became dumbstruck. Most of those that practiced fist scriptures were in Xiankong realm. Kunlun realm was where the sects of sword show were, and boss sword scripture cultivation was not low. Why would he think of cultivating a fist scripture? He didn't ask, but tried to do his best. None of what he learned was some kind of secret. He had cultivated to Ningmai mostly on his exceptional persistence. Yet the speed of boss improvement made him gape in shock. In the span of a few days, the fist scripture took form on boss hands. Even if there were some places that were not perfect, but this speed was really frightening. Skywave Fist Scripture was the spell that he practiced the most and had the deepest comprehension of. This fist scripture was not complex. It was the exact opposite and could be considered simple, but simple did not mean it was easy. It demanded highly of the body of the person who cultivated it, and the path was one of one person defeating 10. There was not much technique. In Xiankong realm, many Dainashio that were of great age did not have the power to cultivate it to a deep level. Behind the fist scripture, there were special chapters which described how to exercise the body and bones. Most beginners needed to start from there. Boss' body was so strong. Zhong Ru was shocked and slightly puzzled. Boss looked very thin, and did not show any signs of strength. It must be that Boss was exceptionally talented, he thought with some admiration inside. Dainashio that had no sect were even fewer in number than roaming Shio, their days were extremely hard. Body cultivation required many Ling medicines. There was a common saying of 7/10 scripture, 3/10 medicine. It could be seen how important resources were. However, Ling medicines were very expensive. The Dainashio of sects were better off with the supplies from the sect. Dainashio with no sect were a tragedy. Before Ningmai, Dainashio had nothing else to show except a body full of physical strength. They could only do things like hard labor. Zhong Ru quickly adjusted his mentality. The scriptures that he practiced were all very average. This caused him to not have any exceptional areas. However, what no one knew was that his samadhi was extremely deep. This was the most important reason he could reach Ningmai. It had to be said that this was the place that Dainashio surpassed all others. Everyone could cultivate samadhi, simple and easy to learn, it did not cost anything to learn. As long as you put the effort in, you could cultivate to Ningmai. Those with extremely deep samadhi would have strong minds and resolute determination. The effect of things like illusory formations were lessened against these people. Zhong Ru did not hide anything. The version of Skywave Fist Scripture that he cultivated was not complete. Many of the unique parts had been discovered by him through his own cultivation. He was also willing to pass it on. Other than the slightly displeasurable aspect of having Jinji put into his body, the time that he had spent under Boss had been the most comfortable days he ever lived. Every day, he only needed to cultivate. In the 2 battles, he didn't need to worry about anything. The division of spoils was also extremely fair. Boss was the most generous of all the leaders he had worked under. But what he really could not resist were the formations. He didn't know what the other people thought, but in his view, these 3 formations were custom-made for Dainashio. Due to his body cultivation level not high enough, he had broken through to Ningmai but still had not formed an abhina. With the 3 formations, he now had the confidence of forming an abhina within a year. Privately, everyone was speculating that Boss had other formations. Zhong Ru did not like conflict, but he was not stupid. With such good benefits, he wouldn't leave even if they threw him out. Not just him, many of the Shouja that had no sect were thought similarly. No one was more clear than they were regarding the difficulties of not having a sect. The world was no longer the same. Previously in Little Mountain Jia, as long as they did not have much ambition, their Ningmai cultivation was enough for them to have an idle life. But now, if they were not in Jindan, then living alone was the same as asking for death. These days, it was not a simple matter to find a good boss. Zuo Mo did not know how many thoughts went through Zhongru's heart. He was fully concentrated on practicing Sky Wave Fist Scripture. Zhongru's understanding of Sky Wave Fist Scripture was deeper than he had imagined. He gained much from the other's guidance on many points. Carefully savoring the change of Ling power inside his body, he understood. Right now, he was in the two-mountain stage. His body looked thin, but in reality, his body was extremely compact and suitable for Sky Wave Fist Scripture. The moves of Sky Wave Fist Scripture were very simple, but had their unique qualities. In one instantly, Sky Wave Fist Scripture was able to use all the Ling power in the body and after revolutions in the arms, expel it with punches. This demanded extremely highly of the user's body. Otherwise, after the Ling power made several revolutions, it was enough to tear the channels and body apart. After the Ling power continued for 5 revolutions in his body, the Ling power vibrated like running thunder. Zuo Mo stood, his legs apart, breathing out as he punched. A jade-green fist energy left his hands. The fist energy expanded dramatically in the air and roared like a tiger. Zhongru's pupils suddenly expanded, shocked inside. This punch had 8/10 of his own full power blow. But compared to how long he had cultivated, and how long Boss had cultivated, Zuo Mo managed to get the feeling. The crux of this fist scripture was not the amount of Ling power, but the number of times it moved forward and in reverse. The more revolutions there was, the longer the preparation time was, the stronger the fist energy. He instantly became excited. Just now, after 5 revolutions, his channels had shuddered, but did not respond in a major way. Maybe he could add a few more revolutions? As his mind worked, the Ling power in his arms started to circulate again. 1 revolution, 2 revolution, 3 revolution. Out of caution, he did not dare to add too many at one time. 8 revolutions. Green light came out of the skin of his arms. Adding on the black-green metallic sheen that his body already carried, what appeared was a black-greenish metallic color. At the side, Zhongru's eyes suddenly widened. This was... Ha! Zuo Mo shouted, and the green fist energy left his hands again. Zhongru was familiar with the bright green watery light that glowed. That was the sheen that would only appear when the fist energy was concentrated to the extreme. The green watery fist energy attracted the water energy in the air as they left the hands, the watery energy furiously heading towards the fist energies. As the fist energies flew past, it left behind a wild trail of mist. Zhongru was stunned. This was so powerful when it just hit empty air. If it hit a person, then what would it look like? His thinking had not been wrong. Zuo Mo was more excited now that he had received motivation. It had been so long since he had felt so excited. 8 times was enough for him to feel pressure, but that was not his limit. Maybe he could see where the limit was? When this idea popped up, it could not be stopped from taking over his entire mind. His hands did not listen to him as they began a new round of preparations. His thin arms suddenly expanded. The bright green sheen that had risen before dimmed instead. Zuo Mo's skin that was exposed to the air became black-green, and seemed to have waves rippling underneath. 12 revolutions. The channels in his arms were in pain from expansion. It was like a bow pulled to the limit. A gentle shake would cause Zuo Mo's arm muscles to tremble. His arms were heavy as though they were made up of lead. He felt extremely burdened. When he raised his arms up, his movements were extremely slow, and occasionally shook, and the big drops of sweat on his forehead all showed that he was using great effort. Zuo Mo's eyes were open wide as though he was going to tear open his eye sockets. Sounds of his teeth grinding came out of his mouth. Break! Using the last of his strength, his fists punched out. There was no wind, no howling. 2 green fists that appeared to be carved out of crisp green glass drew out 2 green light streaks as they landed on a 2-person high rock far away. The 2 fists were extremely detailed, even the joints could be clearly seen. Pew! The moment the fists and the rock collided, it created a cloud of dust, covering the entire rock. Zuo Mo almost collapsed. He could not stop himself from sitting down on the ground. Without the energy to look at the result, he furiously panted. It had been too dangerous just now. The Ling power in his arms had almost gone out of control. If he lost control, then his arms would have exploded. Thankfully, he still felt fear. A gust of wind blew and the dust scattered. Where the rock had been, there was nothing except a half-jung deep hole. There was no scattering rock, no explosive force, no shocking sound. The rock had turned to dust in an instant. Zongru, whose mind had always been strong and composed, paled, his eyes terrified. That was the killing move of Skywave Fist Scripture, Skyglass Wave.
Translator ramblings, the people are definitely enjoying the sword essence formation. Danger comes from Venerable Qi and we get a glimpse of Diana cultivation from Zongru.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 231, Warning. Chapter 231, Warning. Miss. The middle-aged person said respectfully, we've just received a message from Jean Darren.
They were attacked by an unknown force. 7 dead, 16 wounded. Jean Darren was also lightly wounded. Oh, Mushi's expression changed. Who did it?
A female, origins unknown.
Jean Donran's subordinates have already started a search, but there has been no success up until now.
One person?
Mushi was slightly shocked. She had not interacted much with Jean Bozhan, but the few times were enough for her to conclude he was an experienced and calm person. With the protection of an entire corps, yet he was still wounded by a single female. She naturally was shocked.
A Jean Dan?
The situation is not clear.
The middle-aged man clearly was puzzled as well. However, the female is said to also be seriously wounded.
Jean Darren hopes that Miss can keep this person in mind. I hadn't thought that a measly Sky Moonjia still had crouching dragons and hiding tigers.
Mushi sighed and then said, you can keep the incident in mind.
If we encounter her, do not let her go. The threat of a Jean Dan is extremely high to us, however, our energy should be mostly spent on the original plan. This subordinate understands, the middle-aged man responded. He hesitated before saying, this subordinate does not understand. If it really is a Darren, then why would they not try to get in contact with us? There are many possibilities. Maybe the Darren is not in a good situation, or maybe he does not want to see us. Mushi said unconcernedly, that has nothing to do with us. Our job is to find that Darren, even if it is just a trace. There naturally will be other people to deal with the remaining matters. Yes, this subordinate has asked too much. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Mushi waved her hand. There's no need to be so careful.
I have not been commanding for long.
I still need to borrow your experience. It is this subordinate's honor. Seeing the respect on her subordinate's face, Mushi was helpless. She suddenly recalled something.
Have we found the Moon Imo Brigadier?
No, the other is very careful, and did not leave behind many traces, the middle-aged man said. Oh, be careful. Mushi thought and then said, if you find the trail, do not enter into a conflict with the other. This battle will be long, and will not end so quickly.
Yao and Mo should be allies, not enemies.
This subordinate understands. Zuo Mo had also started cultivating in this period of time. No matter if it was Ling power, spiritual power, or body cultivation, he was in a period of rapid progression. This was the golden time to cultivate. He didn't dare slack off. During the day, he cultivated Ling power in his body. At night, he cultivated his consciousness. He even temporarily pushed his studies into formations to the side. Formations were the core, but it was a labor of time. In the short term, it could not increase his strength, but cultivation could. Skywave Fist Scripture was just a very normal scripture, but with the mountain physique the great strength produced motivated Zuo Mo. Especially the Skyglass Wave, it was even more powerful than Ma Fan's illusory shadowless sword of destruction. What Zuo Mo needed to do now was to compress the amount of time needed to prepare the attack, to complete 12 revolutions in a shorter period of time. This was not impossible. Zuo Mo was already skilled in controlling Ling power, but shortening the preparation time would dramatically increase the burden on his Ling channels. Zuo Mo had to increase his level of body cultivation, he had to in order to tolerate the greater load, and enable this killing move to have practical value. Otherwise, such a strong killing move would be greatly discounted by having an overly lengthy preparation time. Luckily, he was in the middle of a period of rapid improvement. As long as he did not slack off, after cultivating for a while longer, his body should be able to tolerate him using this killing move. Of course, this also meant that other than going forward step by step, he did not have any other methods. In the camp, howls would occasionally be heard from the sword formation. Over the last few days, people had gradually gotten used to them. Every person that went into the sword formation would shout and yell like so, but once they crawled out of the sword formation, they would immediately enter seclusion. Up until now, the remaining people that had not entered the sword formation did not even know how scary the inside was. They only knew it was very scary, very very scary. But they also knew there were many benefits. Compared to those shoujo who felt a mix of terror and anticipation, Zuo Mo did not have any discomfort at all. He was already used to these howls. When he had carved the formations onto them, a howling that had started up under his hands was no less than the present one's. Suddenly, the beast service card at Zuo Mo's waist suddenly shook. Zuo Mo's mind moved, and he unconsciously stopped his actions. This was the first time the beast service card had done this.
He hurriedly summoned the rainbow butterfly.
The rainbow-marked butterfly flew out, made a nimble turn and started to fly towards outside the camp.
There was a situation.
Suddenly thinking about how someone had been spying a few days ago, Zuo Mo was extra cautious, and beckoned at Zhong Ru's unit which was closest to him, indicating for them to follow.
The three exchanged looks and hurriedly followed.
Those that noticed this from far away all had admiring gazes.
Zhong Ru's little unit really had the best luck. Boss trusted them.
Those with experience all knew that familiarizing their face with the boss was directly related to future benefits. However, even though Lil Miss was not at camp, no one dared to stop their cultivation without boss orders.
Gongsun Cha's eyes were red as he stared deathly at the enemy which seemed like a tide.
He had already lost this match, but the other side did not have any intentions of stopping, pushing him into a little corner to proceed with the last massacre. It was not the first time he had encountered this kind of situation.
Once he showed a weakness, what awaited him was retreat after retreat.
The other was like a dog with a bone, biting on tightly. What followed after was fierce attacks. Any little crack would be hammered into large gaps in a very short period of time. Gongsun Cha was already used to the other pursuing and beating him.
However, he decided to give the other a little surprise this time. Zuo Mo led the little team and followed tightly behind the rainbow-marked butterfly. He rarely used this third-grade Ling butterfly.
From the grade, this was a very fine top of third grade, but all three of its spells were related to poison.
Zuo Mo rarely interacted with poison, so he never used this rainbow-marked butterfly unless he was feeding it. It was the first time that Zuo Mo had encountered the beast service card actively giving a warning. Zuo Mo was very curious.
Lei Pang and the other two had similar ideas and formed a perimeter with Zuo Mo in the middle. No matter what time, protecting boss was their first job.
Compared to Zuo Mo's curiosity, the three appeared as though they were facing a great enemy. The rainbow butterfly flew extremely quickly as though someone was attracting it.
The mountain valley that Zuo Mo had headed to was in the mountains near the water. The mountain valley curved through the mountains, and the mouth of the valley directly faced Stone Door Beach. The mountain valley was very deep. Zuo Mo had not sent anyone to explore since they had only come here for rotten metal silver and did not plan on staying here for a long time.
Right now, the amount of rotten metal silver billets on Zuo Mo's hands formed a mountainous stack.
He guessed that it was about time to depart from Stone Door Beach. Zuo Mo decided to wait for the group to all go through the sword formation before they left Stone Door Beach.
Even more, Zuo Mo had set down formations at the important places.
Even though it was not a large formation like the Skyring Moonshine formation on the Desolate Wood Reef, but these small formations were not easy to overcome either.
Zuo Mo did not put any formations on Stone Door Beach.
The camp was constructed on the patch of sand. The view was wide from there, and everything could be seen at a glance. After the spying incident last time, the guard by the water had become even heavier.
Was there some worldly treasure that was attracting the rainbow-marked butterfly? Zuo Mo felt that it was not possible.
This had been the site of a sect before. If there had been some treasure, it would not have been left for him to find. Suspicious, he tightly followed behind the rainbow-marked butterfly. After twisting and turning, the mountain valley became much steeper, and the humidity from the plants and trees grew.
The wariness on Lei Pang and the others' faces grew even heavier.
Suddenly, the rainbow-marked butterfly at the front furiously started to flap its wings. In the blink of an eye, with it as the center, a very small whirlpool formed.
What was going on? Zuo Mo stopped moving, even more puzzled.
There clearly was nothing in the surroundings. He suddenly thought of the specialty of the rainbow-marked butterfly, poison.
Was there some poisonous object?
His mind moved and let the rainbow-marked butterfly cast a spell on him. The rainbow-marked butterfly gently flapped its wings, and a five-colored light emerged from Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo's eyes were instantly covered in a layer of five-colored light.
Zuo Mo instantly jumped in fright.
In front of his eyes, threads of black mist were being attracted by the rainbow-marked butterfly's whirlpool, and surged into the whirlpool. This was poison.
Zuo Mo suddenly realized and hurriedly pulled back the three people beside him.
If it wasn't for the rainbow pupils, he wouldn't have been able to find this kind of poison.
Even though he did not know how poisonous it was, Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel fear.
A tasteless, colorless, and undetectable poison was more than scary enough. Even more, with the rainbow pupils, the threads of black mist made Zuo Mo's hairs stand on end.
Was there some terrifying poisonous organism nearby? That wasn't right.
If there was something so poisonous, Xie Shan and the others who had lived here before should have already been turned to a pile of bones. The joy the rainbow-marked butterfly passed on to Zuo Mo did not make him happy, but made him felt as though he had fell into ice. His entire body went cold. He had recalled the other spell of the rainbow-marked butterfly, poison change.
The rainbow-marked butterfly could absorb all kinds of poisons to transform.
The happier it was, the more deadly this poison was. Poison was something the great majority of shoujo were wary of.
Some great poisons could even directly kill a Jindan.
They were extremely strange. Some poisons could be merged with the Ling energy in the air, and could not be detected. Some poisons could pass through Ling shields. There were all kinds of weird and wondrous poisons. Without a doubt, this one was an extremely terrifying poison.
Someone was scheming against them.
No matter how stupid he was, Zuo Mo instantly realized it. Other than fear, killing intent uncontrollably rose. The three people besides Zuo Mo could not see the deadly poison in the air, but were sensitive enough to catch the killing intent that spilled out of their boss.
Their hearts shook.
Zuo Mo did not speak, and made a hand movement. After watching Lei Peng and the others work together for so long, he knew some of the simpler hand movements. Then, he started to fly up along the walls of the valley, using the rainbow-marked butterfly as the border. The other side of the boundary was filled with black threads of poison.
Zuo Mo decided to make a circle to avoid the poison. He wanted to see who was scheming against them. Translator ramblings, Chun Yu Cheng's pets are in the spotlight again. Remember the water butterfly back when they were on the boat and the gray one Ma Fan had a few chapters ago?
Chun Yu Cheng is the silent contributor. He works behind the scene, or is it behind the words? Gongsun Sha is busy in war chess, and everyone else is roaring to go into the sword essence formation.
We also get a little peek at what the Yao soldiers are doing.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 232, Gongsun Sha's Insane War Tactics. Chapter 232, Gongsun Sha's Insane War Tactics. Pu Yao felt very good. He felt a certain kind of satisfaction each time he trampled Gongsun Sha, especially after he was defeated by Zuo Mo. That guy was getting more and more clever over time, and was not so easily tricked. The price he paid with each transaction was increasing. If the conditions were not what Zuo Mo wanted, it was basically impossible to persuade him.
What made Pu Yao so irritated about Zuo Mo was that if he felt it was not good, he would just ignore the deal, and not be swayed no matter how Pu Yao provoked and willed. Many times, Pu Yao felt he was a mouse pulling Zuo Mo, the turtle, and had no other solution. Compared to the hard-headedness of Zuo Mo, Gongsun Sha was like a girl with her arms open, allowing him to do as he wished. Every time he was blocked off by Zuo Mo, Pu Yao would find pleasure from Gongsun Sha's body. This time, the battle situation was not different from any previous time. He had built an advantage very early on. What came after was more of a game of cat and mouse. Pu Yao had more than enough skill to be proud, especially in the area of directing battle. In his eyes, Gongsun Sha was just a slightly talented youth. This kind of talent was not enough for him to be shocked. Through the 1,000-year war, he had seen too many young genius battle generals. This kind of talent, maybe he could only be the head of a little squad. It was a pity Zuo Mo was not interested in becoming a battle general.
Pu Yao smacked his lips with regret. If that was possible, it would be so satisfying to abuse him. Pu Yao yearned for the scene of Zuo Mo being totally defeated by him. He had no interest in teaching Zuo Mo to become a battle general, but Zuo Mo clearly had no interest in playing with him, so facing Gongsun Sha became his only choice. It was so boring recently, Pu Yao sighed inside. He propped up his chin, his bloody pupil filled with an empty loneliness. After spending thousands of years in the Yao Forging Tower, his soul had been seriously damaged. Cultivation was not very useful to him at present. Previously, the secret method that he had been placing his hopes on did not bring the benefits that he had imagined. Right now, he could only pin his hopes onto Zuo Mo. But that hope looked so infinitesimally small. Maybe, very soon, he would dissipate like smoke. He smiled. He thought of the gravestone, and the loneliness in his eye decreased. When he swept across the battleground from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but still. An ambush? A middle-sized troop of little edge mantis Mo suddenly appeared at the side of his main army. Pu Yao knew a great deal about any kind of Yama. Little edge mantis Mo was not an exception. Little edge mantis Mo was a low-level Mo, the same level as white-scaled attendants. However, its offensive power was 3 times that of a white-scaled attendant. In low-level Mo, the offensive power of little edge mantis Mo was able to rank 3rd. Most mantis Mo lived in the forests.
They were natural blade wielders in the forest. After their intelligence was awakened, the pair of blade-like raptorial forelegs would detach, and become their best Mo blades. At the same time, their instincts would also wake. Compared to those high-level Mantis Mo, Little Edge Mantis Mo was one of the lowest Mantis Mo, but even so, their strong offense was enough for them to be famed among low-level Mo. However, compared to their powerful offense and Grand Blade Mo skills, their defensive power was pitifully low. The thin Mo armor on their bodies was like paper, and almost could not stop any attack. This was also the weakness of almost all the Mantis Mo. Due to the characteristic of the Little Edge Mantis Mo, they were frequently used to fill battle technique units, not main attack units. Gongsun Sha had actually used an ambush of a troop of Little Edge Mantis Mo, and there was a lot of them. There was no time for him to think more. The black blade lights were like a tide crashing against the shore, layer building upon layer. The entire troop was like a burning hot blade easily slicing through butter. Little Edge Mantis Mo's attack power that was beyond its power level was completely shown at this time. Pu Yao's army was cut apart at the waist. This group of Little Edge Mantis Mo was also damaged, with not even half remaining. The troops that had been pushed to the corner of the battlefield attacked at the same time, like a spring that had been compressed to the limit and exploded with all its power. The troop formation changed from an orb formation to a column formation. The two troops attacking from the left and right towards the two sides of Pu Yao's forces, a furious counterattack. Pu Yao saw the sudden change in the battle but was not panicked. The other's counterattack was sharp and furious, but it was just the last vestiges of strength. He did not hesitate in pressing his forces forward. The perimeter did not attack, but stuck to the enemy, keeping a mid-range distance. He furiously calculated inside. He was waiting for the other to run out of power. Once the other was fully expended, it would be time for him to counterattack. The middle of his forces had already prepared. The following attack would be like lightning and quickly destroy the enemy. He believed that the other's troops would soon collapse. This had already happened multiple times previously. He did not worry at all about the remainder of the troop of Little Edge Mantis Mo. The fragile defense of the Little Edge Mantis Mo meant that they only had one chance to attack in such a crowded battlefield. No matter how high their attack strength was, they would quickly be killed. The two troops that had broken through towards his flanks, which were guarded by his troops, so they had no chance of escape. Pu Yao smiled coldly inside. Gongsun Sha's commander definitely would be in one of the troops. In the wargame, a loss would only be set when the highest-ranking general was killed. Gongsun Sha's highest commander definitely was hiding in one of the two troops that had tried to break away. Yet suddenly, something shocking happened. The Little Edge Mantis Mo, of which half had been just killed, divided into two little groups that charged straight into the back of Pu Yao's forces. What was he doing? Pu Yao was slightly puzzled. Two little groups, each group had less than 20 people. This kind of Little Edge Mantis Mo troop basically had no use. Little Edge Mantis Mo troops were frequently used to ambush, but their fragile defense determined their extremely short lifespans on the battlefield. If the other's formation was dense, in order to complete the breakthrough, there needed to be a certain number. The reason that the group of Little Edge Mantis Mo had been able to so easily cut through his forces had been due to how thick the troop had been. It was like a blade made from ice. It might be sharp, but it would quickly melt. Such a small troop, other than causing some fatalities, they basically could not affect the battlefield at all. Suddenly, a blinding light suddenly lit up at the head of the Little Edge Mantis Mo troop at the very front. That was not right. Those were not Little Edge Mantis Mo. Pu Yao's bloody pupil widened, his face full of disbelief. Boom boom boom. A string of powerful explosions. A gigantic gap appeared in Pu Yao's forces in the back half that had been cut away. This light. Pu Yao recognized it. Balloon Fish Mo's suicide detonation. Pu Yao instantly realized what had happened. Those two groups hadn't been Little Edge Mantis Mo at all, but were all balloon fish that used illusions, water mist illusions. That was correct. If it was him, he would also have chosen water mist illusions. The illusions that were made up of countless threads of water mist would tightly wrap around the person it was cast on. Most importantly, the water mists could provide rich moisture to the balloon fish Mo. Balloon fish Mo was something no one willingly provoked. They had hundreds of little sacs on their bodies. Those sacs contained the water element power that they absorbed from the endless ocean. If they encountered an enemy, these pure water element power would become their weapon to attack their enemies. No one dared to provoke them, not because they were strong, but due to their suicide detonation. This was the last move of the balloon fish Mo to kill themselves and their enemies. The suicide detonation of the balloon fish Mo was extremely terrifying. Even Mo of higher levels would not be able to easily deal with it. Adding on that their intelligence was not very high, and they were not afraid of death if they were provoked, what waited was serious damage to both sides. But Pu Yao's reaction was a bit too slow. The second group of balloon fish Mo burrowed into the hole that had just been carved out by the explosions. Another fierce string of explosions. Pu Yao's expression was extremely bad. His rear forces had been very dense. The suicide detonation of the two groups of balloon fish Mo instantly increased his losses greatly. However, he released a small breath inside. The battlefield this time only had some small-sized ponds. There would not be high numbers of balloon fish Mo. Gongsun Cha should not have any more balloon fish Mo. Wait. Pu Yao's face changed again. He suddenly realized that he had missed an important question. The suicide detonation of the balloon fish Mo was powerful, but it was rarely used because there was a rule in war chess. In the regulations of the war chess, the suicide detonation of the balloon fish Mo was only possible under one condition. His eyes suddenly turned towards the two groups that were trying to break away. The two groups that should have been furiously trying to break through, in Pu Yao's eyes, looked somewhat loose. That was right. The bloody pupil suddenly shrunk. Pu Yao's gaze was sharp and fierce. Gongsun Cha's highest commander was not in these two groups, but his gaze landed on the remaining little edge mantissimo that was located at the rear of his forces. There. At this time, Pu Yao finally comprehended Gongsun Cha's intentions. The forces that had been forced to retreat back into the corner was bait. The ambush forces were the true attack force. This had been a trap, an extremely convincing trap. Just as Pu Yao realized that it was the suicide detonation of the balloon fish Mo, he could not react in time. No one had used this kind of tactic before. In war chess, the setup for the balloon fish Mo had been they would only agree to detonate only under the direct orders of the highest commander. In the past, the balloon fish Mo had always acted as the last barrier in front of the highest commander. Gongsun Cha's intention had not been to break away, but to kill Pu Yao's highest commander. For some unknown reason, Pu Yao felt a burst of coldness rise into his heart. The entire battlefield, all the forces, they were all sacrifices. No, they were all cannon fodder. The two troops needed to attract the attention of the front forces, so they had to get the other to move closer, and fight for time for their own middle forces. What waited for these two groups was only complete fatalities. As to the ambushers? There was only one outcome, death. Even if Gongsun Cha managed to kill his highest commander, he could not charge out of such a thick encirclement. To not attract Pu Yao's attention, the personal guard was disguised as Little Edge Mantis Mo. There could not be many people, and the outcome was naturally fated. In other words, Gongsun Cha had never thought of winning this battle. He only had one thought, to die together. This madman. Pu Yao muttered, his eyes unfocused. Translator ramblings. Fong Xiang has left all of us hanging on Zuo Mo's situation, but we see what Gongsun Cha gets to do. To clarify, what Pu Yao and Gongsun Cha are playing isn't one battle with a fixed army, they are going through a whole battle campaign each time. So starting from making the army, taking territory to setting up defensive lines. For the balloon fish Mo, I don't know what to say. They seem to be great bombs, but if you think of them as people, then they are the most expendable troop on the battlefield. If they go onto the battlefield, their only use is to explode, so it must be terrible to fight if you are a balloon fish Mo. The only benefit is that your commander is going to help out your clan, if what Pu Yao said holds. The tags are there for the benefit of you guys. So if you just want to read Zuo Mo's part, or Wei Shang's, or Pu Yao, for the comedy, it is easy to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Bloody Horned Great Serpent. Chapter 233, Bloody Horned Great Serpent. Zuo Mo suppressed the killing intent flooding his chest, silently flying along the walls of the valley like a thread of smoke. In his rainbow pupil's vision, the black and forbidding mist turned. It was already a patch of death. Even though the rainbow-marked butterfly was doing its best to absorb the poison, but the poisonous mist in the valley was too abundant and it did not make a difference. Lei Peng and the others could not see the poison, and did not understand. However, the three were not stupid. They instantly guessed that boss had found something. They were both wary and shocked. It was the first time they had seen boss full of killing intent. The wooden face without any expression, even his gaze, which did not seem to change, but the killing intent that occasionally flashed past made even the air around him solidify. Boss did not make a sound as he flew at quick speed, making them unconsciously think of Ma Fan. However, compared to Ma Fan, who disguised himself as harmless and unnoticeable, the boss may be silent, but he was like a black sword that could absorb light. Under concealment, each body part was an edge. At the other end of the mountain valley,
Third Kong looked with fear at the black gourd far away, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this going to work?" The black gourd was entirely glossy black, the mouth of the gourd open.
Second Kong stared at the black gourd and was slightly smug, but in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a hint of terror.
"Don't worry. Wind will rise in this valley every night."
"This wind is very strange, it will only blow along the valley, but not outside it." The 6 poison black gourd was hard to forge. "I spent a lot getting it out of Shorty Who's hands."
He immediately said, "When we get revenge for Big Brother, we'll leave here immediately."
"Where?"
Third Kong asked. "We'll discuss after we leave here. This poison is extremely strange, colorless and odorless.
If one is poisoned, it is hard to detect at the beginning, yet nothing can save them."
Second Kong was slightly regretful.
"This 6 poison black gourd is powerful, but it can only be used once."
And Third Kong nodded in response and said with fury, "Venerable Chi is too dishonorable. We 3 had put our lives on the line for him for so long. Big Brother's bones haven't even cooled, yet he actually does not want to get revenge for Big Brother." Exactly." A thread of hate came into Second Kong's eyes. "It's a pity that there is just one 6 poison black gourd. Otherwise, I definitely will also let him have a taste." His eyelids suddenly jumped, his expression changing. "Careful." His suddenly jumped up. A flying sword silently brushed past his waist. His body suddenly lit up, a set of silver Ling armor appearing. Third Kong was instantly shocked, and then flashed towards the side. Light flashed over his body, and a red Ling armor covered him. 4 figures silently appeared, surrounding the two. They had been surrounded. The 2 people's hearts instantly sank. Lei Pang and the other 2 had not previously understood the situation, but when they saw the 2 people and the black gourd, they instantly understood. Zuo Mo was very dissatisfied with the sword strike he had used in ambush. However, he didn't have any good methods.
When he had been in Wukong Mountain, he was only in Juji, Li Water Sword Scripture had been enough for him. However, in Little Mountain Jia, where only Ningmai remained, the power of Li Water Sword Scripture was somewhat unacceptable.
He lacked an ambush move. Zuo Mo knew that.
He started to examine the 2 people. The style of the silver Ling armor was very unique. It was made of thousands of fingernail-sized silver scales.
A dark and cold serpent could be seen coiling inside and moving freely.
Having managed to block Zuo Mo's strike, the Ling armor was unharmed. It could be seen how strong it was. The Ling armor of the other person was unordinary as well. Entirely deep red, it was possible to smell the tang of blood from far away.
Zuo Mo was slightly shocked.
This Ling armor had been forged with a rare blood method. In Zuo Mo's eyes, however, this Ling armor was a half failure.
If it was properly made, it definitely would not have such a heavy odor of blood. But the majority of his attention was on the black gourd not far away. In the vision of the rainbow pupils, the black mist was continuously flowing out of this gourd. This black gourd was extraordinary. Zuo Mo did not hesitate despite his shock, shouting, "Kill!" Lei Pang and the others instantly attacked.
Lei Pang's Abyss Ghost Saber Scripture, Zhongru's Skywave Fist Scripture, and Nian Lu's Lotus Sword Scripture were all cast. The 3 had worked together for a long time, and cooperated very well. In the camp, they were one of the strongest teams. Second Kong and Third Kong reacted rapidly.
Second Kong's hands cast a spell.
A circle of light appeared beside the 2. At the same time, Third Kong flicked his finger, and a dot of light perfectly landed in the circle of light. The circle of light brightened, and exploded. Lei Pang's saber energy, Zhongru's fist energy, and Nian Lu's sword energy instantly shattered when they encountered the spreading light.
The broken energies that had not lost all their momentum headed at them like a wave. These people were prickly.
Zuo Mo didn't dare to slack off, his right hand coming together and drawing in the air. With a light hiss, countless electrical energies suddenly light up, and gathered at the arid Zuo Mo's fingertips like numerous silver snakes.
A goose-sized lightning bomb formed, its body flashing with a slightly red light. Yang Fiend Hard Lightning.
The faces of Second Kong and Third Kong suddenly changed.
Hard lightning. It was actually hard lightning.
Even Lei Pang and the others couldn't help but inhale sharply, their faces shocked and fearful as they stared at the little lightning ball at Zuo Mo's fingertips.
Hard lightning. Lei Pang and the others had never seen boss fight before.
In their eyes, the existence of this boss was far too weak. Most of the time, boss usually took the role of the quartermaster, which caused Lei Pang and the others to be less afraid of Zuo Mo than they were of Gongsun Sha. Seeing boss show such an amazing hand at this moment, the shock of Lei Pang and the others could be imagined. The one most composed of the 3 was probably Zhongru, because he had personally saw boss use Skyglass Fist. However, at this time, he also could not keep his composure. Hard lightning was not commonly seen, but there were occasionally people who used it. They would not pale because they saw hard lightning.
What amazed them was the strength of control Boss had over hard lightning.
They could not even feel the unique presence of hard lightning, the destructive, extremely yang and powerful presence.
This meant one thing. Boss control of the hard lightning was amazing high.
Xiaojia deeply loved the power of hard lightning, but accordingly, the difficulty of using it was to a degree that most could only look with yearning. This little lightning bomb had none of the presence of hard lightning, but no one doubted its power. Second Kong and Third Kong knew its power and didn't dare to underestimate it. Second Kong reached and slapped his Ling armor, a large serpent flying out of the silver Ling armor, growing in the air. In an instantly, this large serpent had expanded to 10 zhan long, its body as thick as a water barrel, inspiring fear in those who looked upon it. Third Kong started chanting at the same time, reaching out and pointing at the big serpent. A bloody light flew from his fingertip and entered the body of the big serpent. The big serpent flickered out with its forked tongue, a pained expression floating into its icy eyes. 2 bumps suddenly appeared on its forehead, the bumps quickly growing as though something was going to grow out. Pew! 2 fresh coral red horns pierced through the bumps and grew out. Hiss! The pain in the big serpent's eyes retreated, the icy snake pupils tightly looking at Zuo Mo.
Zuo Mo's eyes did not move as though he had not seen the enormous bloody horn serpent.
He carefully controlled the lightning bomb on his fingertip.
Yang Fiend Hard Lightning was one of the strongest killing moves in his arsenal. Zuo Mo had spent a lot of effort on it.
Pu Yao had not been sparse in his teachings. Zuo Mo had managed to make some variations on this one move of Yang Fiend Hard Lightning.
This lightning bomb was one of them.
There were more variations, but the difficulty of controlling hard lightning did not decrease in the slightest. Yang Fiend Hard Lightning was not like the other kinds of hard lightning Xiaojia used. The hard lightning this move used was the hard lightning that existed naturally in the world. The power to manipulate the power of the world, this was the core of Little Thousand Leaf Hands.
This also meant that Zuo Mo needed to be extremely attentive with his control.
His consciousness was still not large enough, there would be a clear time where his lightning bomb would form. If his consciousness was large enough, he could take in all the hard lightning from a 100 li radius area. But right now, the area he could control was only 20 zhang in radius.
Finished. The last thread of hard lightning was absorbed into the lightning bomb. Zuo Mo did not hesitate and flicked his finger.
The lightning bomb turned into a burning stream of light tinted with red as it charged at the 2 people. Nothing could compare to the speed of lightning. The lightning bomb reached the 2 people just after it left Zuo Mo's hands. The bloody horn serpent saw that he could not move to their aid in time, so an unexpected scene occurred. The lightning bomb flew to a distance 3 zhang from the 2 people, and could not move in any further.
The swirling lightning bomb was forcefully blocked by an invisible wall. The hearts of Lei Peng and the others shook.
A space shield.
5th grade.
This bloody horn great serpent was actually a 5th grade Ling beast.
How was it possible?
5th grade Ling beasts definitely were not something an Ningmai could deal with, but at the same time, a 5th grade Ling beast was not something an Ningmai could control.
But what was happening in front of them was not an illusion.
The invisible wall that stopped the lightning bomb was a space shield that only 5th grade Ling beasts could have. The space surrounding any 5th grade Ling beast would naturally form an invisible defensive area, like it was a wall of energy, which people called a space shield.
This was a space shield. Zuo Mo also recognized it was a space shield.
He didn't have time to think further, the spell on his hands changing with the flow.
Pia. Like an egg being cracked, the lightning bomb instantly shattered. Boom.
The compressed hard lightning inside the lightning ball suddenly exploded like an ancient Yao beast waking up from its dream.
A destructive presence suddenly expanded.
In an instant, a thread of fear came into the icy snake eyes of the bloody horn serpent.
Countless electrical snakes rampaged within the space shield.
The thick body of the bloody horn serpent suddenly started to twist. Second Kong and Third Kong were flicked into the air like bags of sand.
Bastard! Beast!
Second Kong and Third Kong were full of anger and fear. They had never thought that the bloody horn serpent would not be under their control. The 2 of them exchanged a look and did not hesitate in turning and fleeing. Lei Peng and the other 2 seemed to wake up from their dreams. They knew it was not the time for their minds to wander. If they were not careful, with this ferocious Ling beast in front of them, everyone would die here today.
Sky Wave Fist. Abyss Beast Soul Consuming Saber. Lotus Flower Fall.
3 figures crossed as they charged at the bloody horn serpent.
Zuo Mo tightly followed the furiously twisting bloody horn serpent.
Strangely, he did not feel any terror. There was a space shield over every part of the bloody horn serpent. The Een fire bead could not penetrate the space shield and be fully effective. Zuo Mo's face was expressionless, his eyes as deep and serene as water, his two hands slowly rising. His slow movements, in this frantic battle, was abnormally attention-catching.
Translator ramblings, we are back to Zuo Mo in this chapter.
The plot barely moves along, just action. I have a bit of a throbbing headache that's continued for 2 days. I don't actually remember how I edited this chapter, so sorry if you see any weird mistakes or typos. Also, someone noticed a typo in my last chapter title. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 234, Fury and Killing Intent. Chapter 234, Fury and Killing Intent. Lei Pang and the others attacked at the same time. At this time, they felt the taste of what it was like for Boss Lightning Bomb to not be able to move forward. It was like there was an invisible ball of energy in front of them. The flying swords and sabers in their hands were forcibly blocked. Destructive Ling power flooded in, but there was no response, like mud cows entering the ocean. The three were very shocked. Before they were able to retreat, a force suddenly came. They were not able to control their bodies. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The barrel-thick body of the bloody horned great serpent twisted and turned. Like 3 sandbags, the 3 people were thrown about. Zuo Mo did not raise his head. Every stray thought in his mind had flown away at this time. The arms that he had raised slightly wavered, the movements soft like the ethereal willow branches in the spring. Hiss. The bloody horned great serpent opened its bloody maw, revealing the arm-thick fangs covered in saliva. A nasty odor spread everywhere. When the venomous saliva dripped on the ground, it would create a bloom of smoke. The almond yellow eyes of the snake were empty, so cold there was no warmth, only the most instinctive desire to kill. It stared at Zuo Mo, the killing desire in its eyes became even heavier. Just having suffered from the lightning bomb, the bloody horned great serpent was full of hate towards Zuo Mo. Hiss hiss hiss, dot. The snaketail covered in fine silver scales was like a quickly vibrating rattle, giving out a soul-shocking sound as it shot towards Zuo Mo like an arrow. The space shield around the snaketail also vibrated at high speed. Everywhere it passed, the air was cut up into pieces. The souls of Lei Pang and the others who were still in the air almost left their bodies. They could only see the snaketail. They were only able to see a ball of shadow, a shattered figure like a school of fish made from many little fishes. All 3 of them were battle-hardened, yet an instinctive terror uncontrollably spread into every corner of their body. Even if Boss had a Ling shield, he definitely could not stop this attack. The attack of the bloody horned great serpent was close to the peak of physical power. There were countless methods in the world, but no matter which kind of power, when they reached the peak, all paths ended up at the same place. The 3 felt as though they were in a glacier, the blood in their bodies freezing in an instant. If Boss died, all of them would not be able to survive. The Jinji on their bodies would restrict their souls instantly. Suppressing the soreness of his body, Zhongru forcefully bit his tongue. A thick tang spread in his mouth. Of the 3, only he had a thread of energy. He had not wasted his training in this recent while. In blocking this kind of physical attack, Diana Xiao had a natural advantage. Ling power furiously circulated through his body, moving without regard for the consequences. He was like a piece of lead, suddenly dropping down. Bam! A figure shot out of the dirt. He suddenly appeared in front of Zuo Mo, the scattered afterimages at the center of his vision. The frightening rattles did not have any effect on him now. His mind was empty, focused on one aim, no shock, no joy, no fear, no anger, carefree, but... A string of wooden Buddhist beads on his wrist slowly lit up, a warm and deep yellow light covering his entire body. Inside the light, Buddhist sounds rang, and countless flashing sutra characters swam. Pew! The snaketail forcefully whipped the golden light on Zhongru's body. The golden light instantly dimmed, and wavered uncertainly like a candle flame lingering in the wind. The bloody horned great serpent felt as though it had whipped a burning piece of metal, and hissed painfully, the thick serpent body furiously twisting. Paying. Each bone was in pain, pain that reached the marrow. Pia pia pia. The wooden Buddhist beads on Zhongru's wrist simultaneously exploded into dust, the yellow light extinguishing. Zhongru uncontrollably spat out blood and fell backwards. Before he fell unconscious, he seemed to see 2 glass-like lights flash. Sky Glass Fist. 14 Revolution, Sky Glass Fist, dot. The fists that appeared like glass were so detailed that every line could be seen, just the same as Zuo Mo's fists. Fear finally slipped into the emotionless yellow eyes of the bloody horned great serpent. Yet the 2 fists that were so detailed they looked like toys moved silently, but seemed to have a deadly attraction.
It could not muster up a thought of dodging.
Bam bam!
The two fists hit its space shield. There was no earth-shattering sound. Its space shield, which had been so strong and never had been penetrated before, was like a bubble which had been gently poked. Impossible. This was impossible. For the first time, its body was exposed to the outside. Terror had not even spread through its heart when a nondescript little bead impacted its enormous body. The almond-yellow eyes became blank. A pale coldness furiously spread along its body with astonishing speed. Hiss, dot. The bloody horned great serpent made a sound as though it was being carved by a knife, yet the whale seemed to have been gripped and cut off by something else. It felt darkness flood it and drown it. Zuo Mo's mind was ringing. He could only hear the sound of his heartbeat, his eyes a-blurred. Everything on the outside seemed so illusory, like they were shadows without any feeling of realism. Compared to the illusion of the outside, his body was extremely detailed in his vision. He was able to see the clearly defined channels of various sizes, the blood vessels which were like tree trunks, the strangely constructed muscles, and the ling power spread through his marrow and tendons, and the earth energy that was repairing his body. Lei Peng and Nian Lu saw the remaining half-section of the bloody horned great serpent, and couldn't help but gulp, their eyes full of disbelief. 5th grade. This was a 5th grade Ling beast. Boss was able to kill a 5th grade Ling beast, dot. The bloody horned great serpent had become an ice sculpture, motionless, its entire body was a pale white.
Lei Peng and Nian Lu's eyes suddenly shrank.
The two stared with terror at the horns of the bloody horned great serpent. It was withering away. Withering away at a rate possible to be seen with the naked eye. Lei Peng did not know how many fights he had experienced, but the terror caused by the strange scene in front of him was uncontrollable, especially since it was a 5th grade Ling beast. He used all the energy in his body to turn his gaze away. He didn't dare to watch. It was a kind of pale white that was lifeless. It had a strange and abnormal powers. He was afraid he would lose the last of his courage. When his gaze moved to the other side, he instantly became alarmed. Boss. Boss was still maintaining his stance after the punch. A bad feeling suddenly rose. Lei Peng furiously flew towards Boss. After Lei Peng's shout, Nian Lu also woke up. When he saw that Boss was unmoving, his expression changed dramatically. Crash! Like a piece of wood, Zuo Mo collapsed head first. The two flew towards Zuo Mo. The Jinji on their bodies had not acted. The two felt slightly reassured. That meant that Boss was not fatally wounded. They could not attend to the bloody horned great serpent that was withering. One of them grabbed Zuo Mo and the other grabbed Zhongru before they flew quickly towards the camp. The two didn't dare to go through the valley. That black gourd had not looked as though it was a harmless object. The two of them were filled with fear. Who could have thought that two Ningmai could summon a 5th grade Ling beast? A 5th grade Ling beast and a 4th grade were just separated by 1 grade, but the difference between the two was a deep abyss that could not be crossed. The space shield was just one of the major differences. Ling beasts 5th grade and above were completely protected in the space shield. In reality, a space shield was just an area with Ling power, a Ling power area controlled by the Ling beast and had many abilities. 5th grade Ling beasts were existences that only Jindan could touch. Overtaking their fear was a furiously burning anger, one that burned to every corner of their hearts. When Gongsun Sha returned to the camp, his face was as dark and heavy as water. He had lost the round. He had killed all the way to 50 paces from the commander of the enemy. Only 50 paces. He was extremely furious. If he only had another small troop of balloon fishimo, he could pull the other into the ground with him. Gongsun Sha did not feel happy at all. It was his first time he made the mysterious person enter such a sorry state, and yet his plan had not succeeded. Even though he would lose every match, even though he should be used to defeat, but even so, he hated failure, had an unparalleled hatred, even if the other was stronger than him, more powerful than him, but... This battle definitely had given the mysterious person a shock, but so what? No matter how great the shock was, but it was a defeat. To him, there was no meaning. Damn it! Gongsun Sha appeared in the camp with a dark face, and the atmosphere at the camp instantly decreased. Everyone knew they could not provoke Lil Miss at this time. Just at this time, when Gongsun Sha saw Lei Peng and Nian Lu stumble back with Zhongru, he felt all the blood in his body freeze. Clang! He felt that his head was hammered and there was a period of blankness. When the camp saw the wounded boss and Zhongru, the camp exploded, everyone's expressions changing. Damn it! Wasn't this taking their lives as well? If boss died, everyone here would not survive. Everyone's heart was beating frantically, their complexions terrible. Who ****************************************************** did this? Kill them. Gongsun Sha woke up from his daze. He took a deep breath. The energy in his body that had just left came back in a flood. The blood which had just frozen seemed to have suddenly started burning, and rose up. A blush came onto his face as though the delicate face could drip blood. "All of you, shut up." The anger in his head was like the eruption of a volcano, the burning blood turning to a shout. The tendons in his forehead, at the corner of his eyes, and his neck bulged like they were earthworms, extremely fierce when paired with his ruddy face. All the noise in the camp suddenly stopped, and entered a deathly sentence. Everyone was frightened by the fierce Lil Mississippi. What happened? Gongsun Sha suppressed the boiling fury inside, his voice rough and controlled, like a black cloud covering everyone's hearts. The deliberate calm of Lil Miss made everyone's heart uncontrollably shudder. Lei Pang and Nian Lu hurriedly narrated everything that had happened in detail. When they heard that the two Xiozha had summoned a 5th-grade Ling Beast, the camp was full of gasps, and when they heard that Boss had killed this 5th-grade bloody horned great serpent, everyone gasped. In the deathly silent camp, everyone dazedly listened to Lei Peng's trembling voice as he described how the serpent turned a terrifying pale white and then broke down into dust. "It's the Kong brothers under Venerable Qi's command. Of the same group as the guy who spied on us last time," Xie Shan opened. "Boss isn't seriously harmed, Zhong Ru has much heavier wounds, and needs to rest for a while. His cultivation was the highest, his eyes the keenest and able to accurately judge the wounds." His words caused everyone to relax. Gongsun Cha's expression did not turn even the slightest bit better. He generally understood the situation of the rainbow-marked butterfly. If Shixiang really met an unexpected occurrence, then he himself. He fisted his hands, unaware that his fingernails had cut into his flesh. He definitely would not forgive himself. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He relaxed his fist and the fingernails came out of the flesh. Organize and depart. Translator ramblings, Gongsun Cha lost all of his virtual army and still didn't manage to kill Pu Yao. Now Zuo Mo's state is pouring fuel onto the fire. Thank you guys for your comments. Wandering Yumi of Doom was super and revised a whole bunch of past chapters. I'm just slow at going through them after he is done, but they will be posted. I feel like if I do not have it down in writing, I won't do it, which is why the revisions of my first translation have been sitting on my computer for months. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, The Butcher's 3-section wave killing charge. Chapter 235, The Butcher's 3-section wave killing charge. Zuo Mo laid on the ground, the 3 golden armor guards by his side. His body was like a sponge, continuously absorbing earth energy from the ground. 14 revolutions of Ling power was over his body's limit. The terrifying Ling power had almost destroyed his arms. The uncontrolled Ling power traveled everywhere inside his body. The earth energy was like paramedics, trying their best to repair Zuo Mo's body. Destruction, repair, destruction again, repair again. Zuo Mo's body was like a battlefield, the ferocity of battle almost unimaginable. His limbs occasionally convulsed, which looked extremely strange. No one noticed that as his body was repeatedly damaged, the impurities in his flesh and blood would be tempered immediately. The earth energy that came after was like glue that was full of life, reconstructing the broken flesh. This was just the start. The golden crow fire was also rampaging. When it was completely free from suppression, it silently spread, merging with the Ling power and started a new round of damage of even greater magnitude. The 5-element glass bead detected danger, and automatically turned, absorbing Ling power from the surroundings. At the same time, threads of pure 5-element base source were released. They mixed with the earth energy, and repaired Zuo Mo's body. The MO matrix on Zuo Mo's body flickered on and off. The 3 golden armor guards by his side did not move. They were like statues, standing with their swords, motionless. Suddenly, Zuo Mo's frozen and wooden face started to boil like boiling porridge, appearing extremely frightening. The golden crow fire and the Ling power had entered his face, and started to rampage and destroy. The earth energy and 5-element base source arrived at their tail, and the two sides started a new skirmish on his face. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's expression was heavy. The present situation's complexity was far beyond his predictions, and was outside of his limits to deal with. His blade-like narrow lips did not have any of the usual scorn and mockery, only a deep bitterness and helplessness. After he had escaped the Yao Forging Tower, his strength had started to slip away. Even though he had predicted it beforehand, but he had not thought that the power would slip away so quickly. His present power was not even a quarter of what it had been when he had first met Zuo Mo. This bit of strength was not enough to support him, to choose another person to hold his soul. His expression was unparalleled in its ugliness, ferocity flashing through his eyes. The hatred in his heart had no place to vent. He could only try to think and recall if there was any spell or secret method that was suitable for Zuo Mo's present situation. Pew pew pew. Zuo Mo's face suddenly exploded, blood and gore flying. His face had been forcibly changed by someone before. There were many blood clots and flesh tumors below his skin. That was the true cause of his paralyzed and wooden face. The Golden Crow fire and Ling power mixed together into a destructive force that swept away these blood clots and tumors. The earth energy with the 5-element base source was like a loyal bodyguard. Everywhere it passed, the exposed flesh stopped bleeding, and new flesh grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. The same battle was happening on every corner of Zuo Mo's body. Flesh continuously exploded, and then regrew. Gradually, the blood scabs on Zuo Mo's body became increasingly thicker. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao was slightly panicked. A thought flashed through his head. When he recalled a previous situation on Wukong Mountains, he suddenly turned around his face and started to swear at the gravestone. "What are you waiting for?" The gravestone shrouded in the black clouds suddenly sucked the surrounding black clouds into it. The black gravestone became even more deep and dark. The surface of the gravestone was black but was as shiny as a mirror. Suddenly, there seemed to be a shadow moving on the gravestone. Gradually, the shadow became clear on the gravestone. It seemed like the shadow of a person. The figure was very indistinct, and the features were not clear. As the figure appeared, a vast presence suddenly appeared. Pu Yao dazedly looked at the indistinct yet familiar figure on the gravestone. It was as though a body paralysis curse had been cast upon him. He was motionless. The mountain valley 20 li ahead is Venerable Qi's base. Xie Shan was very familiar and naturally knew because he had been in conflict with Venerable Qi for a long time. He was also full of fear. If something really had gone wrong with Boss, he would have died without an explanation. Gongsun Cha did not hesitate, and said darkly, "Kill." As his voice landed, the chisel-shaped attack formation of the moving group instantly changed. The two wings spread out like two gigantic claws that viciously pushed forward. Such a ruckus, the other side naturally was prepared. 7 Xiuzha flew up and welcomed them. One of the people opened and inquired, "You kill?" Gongsun Cha did not have the interest in chatting with the other and interrupted him. 3 little teams were like 3 bolts of lightning. Without a word, they leapt at the 7 enemies. The 7 Xiuzha evidently had not expected that Gongsun Cha would not even give a greeting before starting the fight, and instantly panicked. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. One of the Xiuzha had learned a spell similar to Sky Thunder Sound. When he shouted, it echoed through the mountains. The enemy had came brimming with killing intent. The 7 people quickly worked together in defense. This place was their base. If they could hold the other side back for a moment, their reinforcements would arrive. All of the Xiuzha that could survive in Little Mountain Jie were old-timers experienced in fighting. Everyone knew what they had to do, and what they should not do. Form the formation. The leader shouted. The other 6 moved into position, their flying swords and talismans out. But right after, the expressions of the 7 changed. A little team from the other side charged at them with no signs of slowing down, but the 3 people were like a little chisel, their flying swords in their hands pressed to the maximum, each spitting with long sword energies. The 3 sword energies crossed and merged, forming a terrifying sword energy 2 zhang wide, and 10 zhang long. Woo woo woo. The sound of the enormous sword energy tearing the air shook their souls. The 7 people had never expected the enemy to attack with such determination, without holding anything back. That was insane. While this kind of attack would be powerful, but it meant sacrificing any variation. If the enemy was able to dodge or bear it, these 3 people would become calves waiting for slaughter. The 7 people unconsciously chose to dodge. It was unwise to face such a ferocious attack head-on. The 7 people that scattered did not realize the formation they had just formed instantly crumbled. The 3 people holding the gigantic sword energy were like an enormous and sharp sword, and could easily slice through the 7 people. The 2 other little teams that followed tightly after were like panthers that smelled blood, and silently followed. The 7 people that had been scattered were quickly divided into several groups. At this time, there were Xiuzha continuously flying from the valley into the sky. Without Gongsun Cha needing to order, the teams on the 2 flanks started to attack. 3-section wave killing charge. With the little team as in unit, one wave charged forth after another as though there was no end. Each team would not linger in battle with each charge, and would leave the space for the team behind them. The 3-section wave killing charge was the first battle tactic that Gongsun Cha had learned. Up until now, it was the tactic he was most familiar with using. Compared to the past, it really had completely transformed, and was in a completely different style than Pu Yao's 3-section wave killing charge. Pu Yao's 3-section wave killing charge emphasized strength. It was like a heavy hammer 30,000 caddies heavy, using force to break technique.
Gongsun Cha's 3-section wave killing charge emphasized transformations. It was especially skilled at dicing and dismembering the enemy.
If Pu Yao's 3-section wave killing charge was a large hammer, Gongsun Cha's 3-section wave killing charge was like a little hammer and a little knife. He first used the knife to dismember the enemy, then used the little hammer to smash the pieces. In terms of brute power, his 3-section wave killing charge was far from Pu Yao's, and many places were raw and in need of perfecting, but in terms of efficiency, he had reached a certain standard. Several little teams continuously charged and killed among the ranks of the enemy like sharp daggers. Dismemberment, it was the work butchers were most skilled at. The former butcher coldly stared at the chaotic battlefield like he was looking at the corpse of a ling beast. The pathways for each slice was so clear in his eyes.
He continued to pass down orders of minor adjustments through the same heart necklace. He had left the golden armor guards behind to protect Shixiang.
The target of the same heart necklace had therefore switched to the little teams. Under Gongsun Cha's continuous adjustments, the entire team was like a fine-tuned machine, working faster and cooperating better. Compared to the scattering and looseness of the enemy, the Xiuzha under his command maintained 3-people battle units. This caused them to always have the advantage of numbers in battle. After a while, Gongsun Cha stopped his adjustments, looking at the battlefield without a word. They had securely taken control of the battle. No matter if it was in terms of battle tactics or in strength, the Xiuzha under his command held the advantage. This recent while had been a period of rapid growth for those Xiuzha. With large supplies of Jingshi, the black processing meditation mat, and the engraved formations, each person's strength had received a certain degree of improvement. With the fury of almost having died without knowing, with Lil Miss Dark stare like a blade at their backs, every team went crazy.
No one dared to keep anything back, and no one would do so.
Xie Shan stood guard next to Gongsun Cha. As the person with the highest cultivation in the camp, he had been promoted to Lil Miss bodyguard. If it had been in the past, for the life of him, he would not have believed that he would act as someone's bodyguard one day.
Much less a person who was so young and only of Zhuji cultivation.
However, he felt no discontent right now. Looking at the Xiuzha to his side that was in control of the battlefield and the dazzling battle tactics, he sighed in admiration.
This was skill. Skill that he definitely could not possess.
In this chaotic time, individual power was so insignificant. This kind of skill meant true power. He looked with slight sympathy at the Xiuzha who were working to resist on the battlefield. Xiuzha dropped frequently from the sky like kites who had their strings suddenly cut.
Falling down from such a high elevation, unless it was a Diana Xiu skilled in body cultivation, other Xiuzha had no chance of survival.
Venerable Qi raised his head to look at the sky, his face ashen.
Just a few more days.
He had not expected the other to have attacked them at their base at such a crucial time, and had not expected the other to be so powerful, and for his own subordinates to not even stand up to one attack.
He recognized Xie Shan who was far away, but his gaze landed more on the young person standing next to Xie Shan.
He knew that he had no chance of flipping the situation.
Let us surrender.
Venerable Qi said 3 words that he didn't dare believe he said.
Translator Ramings, Pu Yao finally admits some things to himself.
I hope this explains some of his actions. With Lil Miss and the rest in such a fury, this battle does not require more than 1 chapter. Their training really shows in this chapter compared to the untrained people.
Zuo Mo is undergoing another transformation.
I feel the rate of his growth is actually growing faster, which is true to what Fong Xiang wrote in another chapter, but I'm so unused to it.
We also get an explanation for why his zombie face is so wooden and paralyzed. It's all scar tissue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, New Life? Chapter 236, New Life? Surrender was a very normal matter in Little Mountain Jie.
It was extremely hard to survive here. The result of fighting to the end was injuring both sides. Once a group's power was damaged, they would quickly be swallowed up by another group.
Surrender became an implicit agreement between the factions in Little Mountain Jie. Those that did not understand how to surrender died quickly. Those that did not accept surrender also died quickly. Fight and surrender was the bread and butter of life.
There were all kinds of people under Venerable Qi's command. In Little Mountain Jie, anything like loyalty was an illusion, no one would speak of it. Seeing the situation was not to their benefit, it was normal to him that the remaining people would surrender.
Xie Shan suddenly went next to Gongsun Cha's ear and said something in a low voice. He was very joyful inside. He hadn't expected Venerable Qi to have something as good as this. Gongsun Cha's face was dark as he listened to the end without saying a word.
Just at this time, the surrounding Xiuzhi suddenly shifted restlessly. Noticing the shock and fear on everyone's eyes, Gongsun Sha raised his head to follow their gaze.
His pupils suddenly shrunk, his dark face changing instantly.
At some unknown time, the blue sky where the sun was shining brightly was filled with stars of various sizes. There was none of the brightness of the stars at night time, but every single one was extremely distinct.
Even the blinding sunlight could not steal their light.
Gongsun Sha felt a bone-piercing cold rise from the bottom of his feet.
So strange. Why would stars appear in the daylight? Someone asked with puzzlement. Dunno. It's an apparition, probably not anything good. The person responding was full of worry.
Everyone discussed in low voices. Even those Xiuzhi who had surrendered and were tied up put their attention on the sky above their heads.
Gongsun Sha did not say anything.
His entire body felt cold, his limbs numb. It was like there was a heavy rock on his chest.
Stars in daytime.
He did not know what its appearance really meant, but he clearly remembered the first time he saw the stars in daytime in Sky Moonjia, the nightmarish terror that made his bones tremble. Now, Little Mountain Jia had a repeat of stars in daytime. For some unknown reason, terror took over Gongsun Sha's body. He forced himself to lower his head, tearing his gaze away from the strange sky.
After a while, his feelings calmed. Such a strange apparition definitely had nothing to do with him, why should he care?
His attention landed back on the Xiuzhi who had surrendered. The other Xiuzhi had calmed down after than Gongsun Sha did. In their minds, even the strangest apparitions could not compare to the enormous change in Little Mountain Jia. Seeing Gongsun Sha's attention land back on the Xiuzhi, Xia Shan hurriedly asked, "What to do with these people?"
"Kill them." Gongsun Sha's expression was calm as he lightly said. "Kill all of them?"
Xia Shan was startled and asked instinctively.
"What?"
Gongsun Sha tilted his head to look at Xia Shan. Meeting Lil Miss' calm and slightly delicate gaze, Xia Shan's heart froze as he unconsciously avoided the gaze.
Gongsun Sha's orders were loyally carried out.
However, everyone's faces were slightly unnatural. They were shocked at Lil Miss' viciousness.
Killing was extremely normal to them. Who hadn't killed? But massacring captives.
But when they saw the calmness on Gongsun Sha's face, no one dared to speak. From beginning to end, Gongsun Sha personally watched as all the captives were killed, his eyes not even blinking.
That was truly killing without blinking. Xia Shan's scalp felt numb.
The faint and bashful smile on Lil Miss' face made him only have one thought: run. Suppressing the urge to turn and run, he was full of regret. Why had he showed off? Now, he was Lil Miss' personal body.
Xia Shan's mouth felt bitter.
Gongsun Sha clapped, the usual shy smile on his face.
Everyone performed well today. No one made a sound. 5 teams stay in guard here. Everyone else, return to camp, now.
He did not look at the corpses on the ground, turning and leaving. Clear Sky Sect was built on top of a snowy mountain. The Jia River roared past here as it entered Skywater Jia. Among the white snow, tall towers stood, all of them built from second-grade snow crystals, extremely extravagant. 6,000 steps of ice stairs curved down the mountain. At the bottom end of the ice stairs was a crystal tablet made from a whole piece of snow crystal 7 zhang tall. Written on it in cinnabar ink were 2 bright words: Clear Sky.
At this time, Clear Sky Sect was a mess. What happened? I don't know. Old Forefather rang the warning bell. Then something major definitely happened. Stop wasting effort guessing. Let's move faster. We'll be punished if we are late.
Disciples of various ages hurried to the big hall. In a short while, all the disciples had gathered, an entire patch of silent black. The sect leader and others were standing on the side. On the meditation mat at the very front was a Xiuzhi whose hair was loose. He was wearing a snowy white robe, appearing about 40 or so. He was Clear Sky Old Forefather. The remaining and only Jindan of the Clear Sky Sect. Clear Sky Old Forefather slowly started to speak, his voice clear. Just now, there was a worldly apparition. Stars in daytime, it is an inauspicious omen. Once the words came out, the crowd fell into a fervor. Many people had seen the stars in daytime just now, but no one had expected that even the Old Forefather was also alarmed.
Send someone to investigate.
Clear Sky Old Forefather said, his words absolute.
Yes.
The sect leader lowered his head in compliance.
How are the recent supplies?
Clear Sky Old Forefather asked, have the Ling grains from 100 Flower Alliance been delivered on schedule? The sect leader said respectfully, they have been delivered at the scheduled time. They hope that they can trade for some 3rd and 4th grade gold element materials, and have given extremely generous prices. They are willing to use a batch of 3rd and 4th grade talismans to trade. They are also willing to give Old Forefather a 6th grade begonia lantern in tribute. Clear Sky Old Forefather said in a deep voice, 100 Flower Alliance are skilled in entering the path through flowers. I have heard of their begonia lantern before, it's not a bad talisman.
However, they want gold element materials, not wood element materials?
Yes, this disciple does not understand, but they are truly purchasing gold element materials, the sect leader responded.
Clear Sky Old Forefather thought and then said, send them a reply. Find a place inside the Jia to open a market and sell Ling grains. Get 100 Flower Alliance to send a group of Xiao slaves. We will sell them to other people, and use Ling grains to purchase materials.
Old Forefather is wise, the sect leader flattered.
How many Ningmai disciples does our sect have?
Old Forefather, there is 120 people.
Too little.
Clear Sky Old Forefather shook his head, go recruit a group of Ningmai and make them the outer hall. Their job is to take care of the affairs of the Jia.
Yes. You shall personally go to Sky Water Jia.
Clear Sky Old Forefather thought and then said, you are to do 2 things on this trip. The first matter is to see if there is a chance to meet and ally with other factions. The other is to buy a secret paradise to become another home for the sect. Disciples of the sect who show promise shall all go to the second home to cultivate.
If our sect can have a few more Jindan, this little mountain Jia will become our backyard. This disciple understands. The sect leader was full of admiration. Old Forefather was a visionary.
If these matters could be accomplished, Clear Sky Sect's rule of Little Mountain Jia could not be shaken. The Ling energy of Little Mountain Jia had withered, but the mines had not been exhausted. It was more than enough for this one Jia to support Clear Sky Sect.
Do not worry. I will stay in guard for you.
Old Forefather waved his hand. Zuo Mo's vision was completely black, a rank odor continuously burrowing into his nose.
Where was this? Had he died? That wasn't right, he hadn't died.
After thinking for a while, he finally recalled fighting with the bloody horned great serpent. That big guy was truly strong.
Fear still lingered. Impulsiveness was really a flaw. Why had he not managed to control himself?
He made a deep self-reflection, and built his resolution that he would turn and run the next time he met something like this. It had seemed as though that he had killed the big guy, he thought back uncertainly.
Many of the memories were blurry.
After thinking for a while, he had not discovered anything. Itchiness occurred all over his body, pulling him from his memories. His attention came back to the question of where he was. He did not move, but controlled his consciousness. After he started practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it had become his habit to always use the consciousness to investigate when he encountered something.
Why was it like this?
If he did not clearly know that this was his body, he definitely would not believe the body in front of him had any connection to him.
It was full of vitality. Extremely dense vitality.
The earth energy inside his body was so thick it was almost in liquid form, and flowed through every corner of his body.
A blooming vitality, strong life force. Zuo Mo could clearly feel that intoxicating feeling. What shocked him anymore was that he could not find any bit of familiarity with the body. Blood, flesh, sinew, bone. It was completely unfamiliar. It was like a brand new body, a new and perfect body. At the same time, he found the shell that was tightly covering his body. So strange, why would he be inside a shell? He reflexively pushed out.
Pia, the shell cracked.
Light streamed through the crack. It was slightly blinding.
Fresh air flowed into the shell.
Zuo Mo felt it was unspeakable pleasurable.
He greedily breathed in and pushed out.
Bam.
The shell instantly shattered into pieces and flew in all directions.
Zuo Mo stood naked in the air.
The fresh air, the bright light, it made him feel like he was reborn.
It really was comfortable.
He could not help but breathe in deeply. At this time, he finally noticed the golden armor guards standing nearby with their swords. So he had came back to camp. His heart relaxed. Suddenly, he detected many people were flying near on the outside. It was Gongsun Shitty. He bent his head and scanned his bare body, instantly paling.
Who took off Ji's clothes?
He hurriedly found a set of Ling armor inside the ring and rapidly put it on.
Just as he finished dressing, the door opened with a bang. Gongsun Sha rushed in with a group of people.
Gongsun Sha narrowed his eyes.
Who are you? Zuo Mo stilled, his heart discontent. Shitty, you don't even recognize me? Gongsun Sha's expression froze on his face.
The other people also had strange expressions like they had seen a ghost.
The response from everyone made Zuo Mo realize something.
He unconsciously reached to touch his face. It was like his hand had been bitten by a snake, shrinking back lightning fast.
His expression changed dramatically. This feeling was not right.
Without another word, his hand flipped, and a ball of mist floated at the center of his palm, quickly turning to a smooth water mirror.
Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Translator ramblings, I didn't realize so many of you were interested in Zuo Mo's face. Feng Xiang slips in more information about life in Little Mountain Jia. It is not a good life right now. Winning is very important.
We also meet Clear Sky Forefather, the Jin Dan that Zuo Mo has to defeat in order to leave this Jia.
The Clear Sky Sect has its own plans.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 237, Reconstructing the Body. Chapter 237, Reconstructing the Body.
On the water mirror was an unfamiliar face.
What the?
Zuo Mo jumped in fright, and then rubbed his face in curiosity before turning and inspecting in the mirror. After a long look, he made a final conclusion: alright, much better than before. His heart felt slightly reassured.
A rock in his heart landed.
This face was not handsome, but at least, his nose was a nose, his mouth was a mouth.
Truthfully, this face was slightly average, almost immature.
Bald head, thick brows, and thick lips. His body was also thicker than before.
He looked like a nice and obedient child. Was this what he had really looked like originally?
He was puzzled, and then saw a puzzled expression on the face in the water mirror. He felt slightly unnatural. He had become accustomed in the past years to that zombie face that could never have an expression, and used to hiding his thoughts under that zombie face. Now, his expressions had become more varied. The emotions inside naturally could be expressed on his face. He felt it was extremely strange.
With curiosity and novelty, he stared at the unfamiliar yet vivid face in the water mirror. He decided to ask Pu Yao if this was his original appearance. This question was extremely important to him.
Gongsun Sha looked at Zuo Mo's hand, and when he saw the several dimensional rings, he released a breath. It really was Shi Xiang. Seeing Shi Xiang's appearance, he also knew that something had happened. At this time, Shi Xiang needed quiet. He made a silent gesture, and took everyone else to retreat out.
Changing appearances was not a rare matter for Xiuzhe. Once everyone left, Zuo Mo entered the sea of consciousness and found Pu Yao. What happened? How come I look like this? Pu Yao glanced at him, and sneered, don't pretend in front of him. I had not expected the two of you to team up and scheme against me.
Team up?
Scheme? Zuo Mo was confused. I do admire you. You really have guts. Reconstructing the body, even those great Mo may not dare to try. You really have the guts. I had underestimated you before. Reconstruct the body? Zuo Mo's confusion grew.
I had found it strange before why you would so easily agree to the drawing of earth energy so easily. Pu Yao narrowed his bloody pupil, speaking to himself, I should have thought of this earlier.
How could you not know that my injuries needed earth energy? You were waiting for me here a long time ago. You are as cunning as you always were. Zuo Mo was able to hear that Pu Yao's last two sentences evidently were not directed at him. He was not dumb. Listening to Pu Yao's words, he got a general understanding. Pu Yao's you should be the gravestone.
The more he listened, the colder his heart became. He suddenly recalled the do as he asks.
He had a feeling that Pu Yao's speculation was not unbased. Neither the Yao or the Steel were good people.
But when he thought deeper, he quickly realized it. If it was not for this Yao and Steel, he would not have reached the level he was at now.
He probably would not having even successfully entered Juji. It was like doing business. Each side had their own aims. Even the smallest of benefits would not drop down from the sky. As to risk, what business had no risk? I get the general gist of reconstructing the body, Zuo Mo directly asked, is this my original appearance?
His words not having the effect he intended, shock flashed across Pu Yao's mind.
Didn't this guy hate being used the most? However, he did not linger on this question.
It would cause the opposite effect if he said too much.
Of course not, Pu Yao's answer was very definite.
After reconstruction of the body, all of your appearance would change.
The greatest cause of danger in this kind of emo skill is here.
All the bone, blood, and flesh of your body would be broken up, processed and then reformed, making up for your natural deficiencies, making a powerful body.
Zuo Mo pointed at his face and said, in other words, this face now has no tincture of a connection with my previous one? Exactly.
Pu Yao was slightly cheerful at the misfortune. Not just not having a connection at all, your entire body has been broken, all the remaining traces have completely been destroyed.
In other words, the clues from before are gone now. Zuo Mo stilled. You had 3 clues in your hands.
Changing features and erasing the mind would leave behind 2 clues, one was on your face, the other is on your spirit.
There is one more, the 5-element glass bead in your body.
Oh, you only have 2 clues now, Bot. Zuo Mo's expression was very strange, completely different than what Pu Yao had expected.
He couldn't help but ask, are you not unhappy that you have one less clue? I'm alright. Zuo Mo's tone was slightly complicated.
He shrugged his shoulders.
At least, I'm alive.
This business is not unprofitable since I kept my little life.
Pu Yao was speechless. What are the benefits of this body? Zuo Mo quickly came out of his emotions and asked with anticipation.
Having heard the scarce words of Pu Yao, it seemed the new body was very powerful.
Pu Yao's expression froze.
He could not suppress it any longer, furiously shouting, I didn't do this, it's none of my business.
Before turning and leaving. Zuo Mo stilled, and then roared with laughter.
He felt good about getting one over Pu Yao, the lingering depression in his heart sweeping away. Leaving the sea of consciousness in a good mood, he suddenly thought of Zhong Ru. He remembered that Zhong Ru had fended off the last attack for him. If not for that shield, he would have been heavily injured. He hurriedly found Gongsun Shidi, and asked about Zhong Ru's injuries and then rushed over. Zhong Ru sat with his legs crossed, his face white as paper, his presence extremely low.
Lei Pang and Nian Lu were worriedly sitting beside him. Seeing Zuo Mo come, the two of them hurriedly stood up. How are the injuries? Zuo Mo abruptly asked.
Nian Lu grimaced, his channels were injured. It would take a period of time to recover. To heal channels, this is 3rd grade Spring Du Dan, specifically for channel injuries. Oh, 3rd grade Primary Energy Dan, not bad for recovering energies.
3rd grade Primary Replenishing Dan, restoring the body. Nian Lu and Lei Ping gaped at the pile of Ling Dan.
After seeing Zhong Ru, Zuo Mo remembered the rainbow mark butterfly that he had forgotten in the mountain valley.
He called for the rainbow mark butterfly through the beast service card, but to his disappointment, the rainbow mark butterfly did not reply.
If the energy of the rainbow mark butterfly was not still present, he would have assumed that the rainbow mark butterfly had died of poison. Since the rainbow mark butterfly was still alive, he felt slightly reassured. Without the use of rainbow pupil, the black poisonous mist inside the mountain valley was enough to take his little life. He instantly discarded the thought of going to inspect the mountain valley. He burrowed back into his room, and started to investigate his new body. There was a question that puzzled Gongsun Sha. The 5th grade Ling Beast was in the hands of the Tuning Mai. It had to be said that 5th grade Ling Beasts were able to enter the ranks of high-level Ling Beasts. They were not something that Ningmai could command.
How could it not be a puzzle how one appeared in the hands of Tuning Mai? He was extremely attentive, and called Nian Lu and Lei Peng over to ask for the details.
It's the Kong brothers. Luckily, he had Xie Shan who was familiar with Venerable Qi's base.
He explained.
The Kong brothers had managed to discover a secret technique from somewhere. If the 3 work together, they can summon a 5th grade bloody horn serpent. They were the strongest helpers of Venerable Qi supposedly. The secret technique they found was not complete. The 5th grade Ling Beast they summon is not truly 5th grade, and can only be considered a quasi-5th grade beast. The reason that the bloody horn serpent escaped control might be related to us having killed Big Kong. Even Xie Shan would never have thought that his speculations perfectly matched what had actually happened.
Gongsun Sha felt that it was plausible. To say of nothing else, the power of a 5th grade Ling Beast definitely was higher than 3 Ningmai Xiuzha.
If this secret technique did not have any flaw, no one would have survived.
Suddenly, someone hurriedly ran in.
Head.
The subordinates usually called Gongsun Sha head, and Zuo Mo boss. What is it? Gongsun Sha asked. He wondered inside, did something else happen? A female Xiu was floating in the river, the brothers pulled her out. Female Xiu? Gongsun Sha stilled.
It took a long time for him to react. After leaving Wukong Mountain, he had not encountered female Xiu again. In cultivation, there was no difference between female and male.
Many sects even took only female disciples.
The only type of cultivation that had a difference was probably the Diana Xiu, which cultivated their bodies. Females loved beauty, liked their skin snowy white, and had no interest in bronzed skin and hard bones. Supposedly, Little Mountain Jia had female-only factions. Let's go see, Gongsun Sha did not hesitate in saying. When Gongsun Sha hurried to the camp, he quickly saw this female Xiu.
More accurately, it was a wounded female Xiu.
I say, she is just a bit too ugly. Gong Sun Sha did not realize how malicious his words were as he said in shock.
Really? Xia Shan agreed empathetically, nodding his head.
The unconscious female Xiao was seriously injured, the hair flowing free, her entire body giving off a nasty smell. Her face was full of crusted scabies. She was dressed in a torn and white robe, not much different from a beggar. Her feet were bare, her legs patched in bruises. Zuo Mo had hurried over when he heard the news. His expression was serious due to Pu Yao's words. She's been infected with Yao poison.
Yao poison. Zuo Mo's expression became slightly ugly. You mean that she was wounded by the Yao? Exactly.
Pu Yao, who had felt that his status had become threatened lately, did not hold anything back anymore, not forgetting to show off at any time.
This is a very common Yao poison, made from greenthorn vine.
They used this thousands of years ago. I hadn't thought they would still use it. At the end, he did not forget to review like he usually did.
Did they live 1,000 years more for nothing? Zuo Mo did not pay attention to Pu Yao.
He suddenly raised his head.
Where did she float from?
Xia Shan stilled and then ran to ask the Xiuzha who had discovered the female first. After a while, he pointed at a direction on the river.
Floated from there.
Gong Sun Sha also reacted at this time. The two of them exchanged a look.
Sky Moon Jie. That direction, it was the direction of Sky Moon Jie.
This female Xiao had escaped from Sky Moon Jie. The two of them were extremely shocked.
Their present position was not far from the Jie River.
However, this female Xiao was the first person that they had found who had escaped from Sky Moon Jie. Without a doubt, the Yao army had locked down the Jie River. It was not hard to accomplish. They only needed to send a troop to occupy Desolate Wood Reef, and then they could secure the Jie River. This female Xiao was very strong.
Zuo Mo and Gong Sun Sha exchanged another look with the same idea, getting the other on their side.
To say of nothing else, this female Xiao's power was not of a normal Ningmai to be able to break through the blockade. Even more, all of them came from Sky Moon Jie. This made the two people feel slightly closer to her.
Having made a decision, Zuo Mo asked Pu Yao, how do you neutralize the poison? Translator ramblings, if you are reading this, it means that I haven't found internet access in the last 24 hours. This is a scheduled post, so sorry for not responding to your comments for the last chapter. I'll most likely be actually with internet before the next chapter. To disappoint some of you, Zuo Mo did not become a handsome person. Isn't Pu Yao and Gong Sun Sha eye candy enough?
In other news, Zuo Mo has been the piece of meat that Pu Yao and the gravestone have been fighting over. Pu Yao just lost a bit due to his desire for earth energy to recover, which the gravestone took advantage of. 1 stars in daytime later, and Zuo Mo now has a new body.
Zuo Mo obviously cannot do anything to control these two beings, so being accepting is actually the best response.
The two of them are definitely not done yet.
Xia Shan shows his usefulness.
As someone mentioned, if Zuo Mo can defeat a 5th grade Ling Beast, and that is equal to a Jin Dan, he should be able to beat a Jin Dan. He can't because that wasn't a true 5th grade. But now he shows some hope of being able to do so with help from others. We get a female character again, other than Silly Bird.
Sex ratios are really skewed sometimes in fantasy novels.
A common trend is that the males are opponents of the main character while the females are companions. Up to this point, Fang Xiang's character gender ratio is not too bad. It is still not 50-50 despite what he said in this chapter about differences between the sexes, but there are some developed female characters. What is a mystery to me is where the female Xiao and Little Mountain Jie all gone to. All the people we've encountered in Little Mountain Jie so far are male, except the one in this chapter. I'm not sure if they all died off, or they evacuated quickly and had the money to pay to cross the Jie River. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 238, Sonic Lightning Walnut. Chapter 238, Sonic Lightning Walnut. How is it? Gong Sun Sha looked into the room, and then sat next to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo shook his head. I don't know.
She has been seriously wounded before, not just this once.
It is a miracle that she is alive right now. He had some admiration for her.
When he had inspected the female, he had been stunned by the dense layers of hidden wounds inside her body.
Was this woman like Wei Shang Shixiang, and also a battle maniac?
It would be better if she looked prettier. Gong Sun Sha smacked his lips.
Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Do you want to find a female Xiao?
No, that's not it, Gong Sun Sha explained, his face serious.
To be easy on the eyes. Tell me, what's so good about women? Why does everyone like them? Zuo Mo recalled the paper crane female's illusory formation that made blood rise. Shi Xiong, you don't know this? Gongsun Sha looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo. Gongsun Sha covered his forehead and sighed. He then adjusted his attitude to that of an experienced person, and began to lecture Zuo Mo in a heavy voice. Shi Xiong, I may not be as good as you in cultivation. But if we are talking about the understanding of women, this little brother has a little bit of skill. Zuo Mo's mind became alert. He hurriedly said, tell me. Women, the most important part is beauty, beauty like jade, voice like the wind, with a tantalizing fragrance that one cannot pull themselves away. Gongsun Sha's face was intoxicated, but he quickly said in a heavy voice, but, Shi Xiong, you have to remember, you should just look at women. My master said that you can only look at women, but cannot touch them. We shall just look at them. Oh, so it's like that, Zuo Mo nodded, still confused. It really is wonderful to meet someone from Sky Moonjia. Gongsun Sha sighed, there is only the three of us. It's better to have one more person. Zuo Mo was silent as he thought of previous matters. After a while, he asked, where's Chung Shidi? Where else could he be? He's always at the beast pool. Soon, he will accomplish his goal and cultivate into a ling beast. He, Gongsun Sha mocked. It's good as long as he likes it. It might have been the string of occurrences recently, but Zuo Mo had a much more open perspective on many matters. Gongsun Sha nodded. It would not be outrageous to say that their situation was a precarious one. They might have won a few victories, but these 100-something people could not rank up there in the entire little mountain Jia. What they were doing right now, was it not what they liked? The deepest impression he had after learning how to command was that he had wasted his days before. He suddenly thought of an urgent matter. Shi Xiong, where do you think this Yao army came from? Came from? Zuo Mo was stilled, struck silent by Gongsun Sha's question. He thought and said, probably Sky Water Jia, Little Mountain Jia only has 2 Jia rivers, they could only have come from Sky Water Jia. Gongsun Sha's handsome face was full of worry. But if they came from Sky Water Jia, would the Yao army have let go of Clear Sky Sect? When we were at Desolate Wood Reef, they didn't even say a thing before attacking. That was right. If the Yao army really came into Little Mountain Jia from Sky Water Jia, any power that would have been guarding the Jia River would have been destroyed. Zuo Mo didn't believe that the Yao army would make an exception for Clear Sky Sect. Maybe Clear Sky Sect had captured the Jia River entrance after the Yao army passed? Zuo Mo thought of a possibility. I had asked Xieshan and the others, but the Clear Sky Sect has always guarded that place, Gongsun Sha said. Zuo Mo felt a wave of cold seep up from the bottom of his feet. Is there another entrance to Little Mountain Jia? I don't know. Gongsun Sha shook his head. This question was extremely important. Zuo Mo immediately went to find Pu Yao. Pu Yao said in a deep voice, the Yao army should have entered from a chaos rift. Chaos rift? What is that? Each Jia would have several entrances. The most frequently seen are the Jia rivers. But other than those passageways, there usually would be some very small rifts, these are chaos rifts. However, most Jia masters, after they have taken control of the Jia, would find these chaos rifts and seal them to prevent others from taking advantage of them. Pu Yao was very familiar with this kind of knowledge. Are there many chaos rifts? Zuo Mo's expression was slightly ugly. If it really was a chaos rift, then that meant the Yao army could appear at any time. I don't know, Pu Yao said, each Jia is different. However, there is one point. The reason that chaos rifts have the appellation of chaos is that the laws inside the rifts are chaotic and non-existent. The higher the level of cultivator, the greater the effect it has on them. Little Mountain Jia is one of the smallest kinds of Jia. If it really has a chaos rift, it probably could only allow Ningmai Xiuzha to pass through. Yao Mo will be similarity constrained. Hearing this, Zuo Mo was completely certain the Yao army had entered Little Mountain Jia from a chaos rift. He had found it strange before that the Yao army's average cultivation had not been high despite the organization it showed. The individual strength had been comparable to Ningmai. So it was not that they did not want to send experts, but they could not send them. How do you find a chaos rift? Can we block it off? Zuo Mo asked with fear in his voice. A danger that was known but could not be seen was the easiest ones to cause terror. The surroundings of a chaos rift will usually have some attributes. Due to chaos which is not divided into yin and yang, not into the 5 elements. There would not be any earth energy, nor ling power. Xiao, Yao, and Imo will all be suppressed under chaos. Oh, it would also be empty and barren. No beast can survive in the area around a chaos rift, there will be no plants or animals, nothing living, Pu Yao streamed on. At the end, he added, there are also some secret methods that can detect them, but I don't know them. Zuo Mo left the sea of consciousness. He narrated what Pu Yao had said.
Gongsun Sha was very calm. This answer was not far from his own speculations.
He only asked a question: is the area around the Chaos Rift suitable for ambush? Theoretically, it is very suitable. Pu Yao responded of his own initiative. However, he could only speak to Zuo Mo, but tell him to end the thought. Even the most exhausted lion is not one sheep can defeat.
What he commands are the sheep of the sheep.
Zuo Mo was speechless.
However, he still tactfully passed on Pu Yao's words.
Gongsun Cha's expression was slightly ugly, but he also knew this was the truth.
He was very clear about what the people under his command were like. Even though they had formed the beginnings of an army under his training, but it was far from being able to compete with a fully mature army like the Yao army.
Zuo Mo also had no solutions for this problem.
However, this also increased the determination of the two people to quickly defeat Clear Sky Sect's blockade. That was the only ray of hope for survival.
Is there any news of Yin Fiend grounds? Zuo Mo asked.
The power of the Yin fire bead was greater than he had imagined. Such a big monster as the bloody horn serpent had been turned to dust upon impact. It really was out of Zuo Mo's expectations, and increased his desire to find Yin Fiend lands. The strength of 5th grade Ling beasts were on the same level as Jin Dan. Even though the bloody horn serpent was only semi-5th level, but a power that could kill it would have some effect on a Jin Dan. Gongsun Sha was also clear about the power of the Yin fire bead, and had been extremely attentive to this matter.
He said, nothing yet, but I will focus on it.
Right, after getting rid of Venerable Cheese Bunch, we got something good.
What's something good? Zuo Mo's mind became alert as he asked. A maturing 4th grade Sonic Lightning Walnut Tree. The fruit is almost mature.
Venerable Chi had been guarding it all this time, but it landed in our hands. Gongsun Sha smiled shyly.
Sonic Lightning Walnut.
4th grade.
Zuo Mo's eyes widened as he gasped. Seeing Shixiang drooling, Gongsun Sha giggled, yes. Shixiang's expression was so vivid now. Gongsun Sha wanted to laugh. Zuo Mo rushed into Venerable Chi's mountain cave.
The place was heavily guarded at the moment. Gongsun Sha was also clear about the value of a 4th grade Sonic Lightning Walnut. It was a treasure beyond any price. A stalk of a nondescript walnut tree twice the height of a person. The crown was filled with green fruits, the skin of which was covered in silver dots.
There was no thick Ling energy, no blinding light. This tree looked extremely normal.
It was hard for people to relate this tree to a 4th grade Sonic Lightning Walnut tree.
This Venerable Chi has some good eyesight. Normal people won't have recognized it. Zuo Mo greedily stared at the sparkling green fruits on the tree. Now, it is all ours.
Gongsun Sha did not have a good understanding of the value of the Sonic Lightning Walnut.
He only knew that this tree was somewhat rare and very expensive.
Zuo Shixiang always was bursting with interest towards anything that was rare and could be sold for a good price. He himself was also very happy. He knew better than anyone else the expenses that was spent on the training he had ordered. He felt it was a good beginning that he could create revenue for Shixiang.
Having had a sweet taste, Gongsun Sha wondered if it was time to speed up the steps to create revenue.
Pia, a mature fruit fell off the branch. Zuo Mo hurriedly put out a hand, the fruit flying into his grasp. He gently brushed with his hand and the skin and flesh was taken off, revealing the silvery sparkling walnut on the inside.
This was the famed Sonic Lightning Walnut.
Zuo Mo's eyes was intoxicated as he pulled the Sonic Lightning Walnut in front of him.
This Sonic Lightning Walnut was slightly smaller than a normal walnut, appearing to have been made of pure silver.
It was extremely heavy, the abundant creasing on the surface released the occasional spark of lightning. Zuo Mo's hand was covered in a thin layer of Ling power. Otherwise, he would be injured by the lightning of the Sonic Lightning Walnut. So this is the Sonic Lightning Walnut? It's pretty beautiful.
Gongsun Sha crowded over. This can probably sell for a good price.
Sell?
In a reversal of his usual attitude, Zuo Mo furiously shook his head. We aren't going to sell even one. This is something that you can't even buy if you had the Jingxi.
His consciousness scanned the sparkling silvery Sonic Lightning Walnut in his hand as he sighed inside. The Sonic Lightning Walnut naturally contained abundant amounts of hard lightning.
It was a natural talisman that could be used immediately. At present, Zuo Mo was lacking high attack power moves. These Sonic Lightning Walnuts had come at the perfect time. With his thrifty and prudent personality, he naturally was not so stupid as to use the Sonic Lightning Walnuts directly. He also quickly discovered that, while the Sonic Lightning Walnut contained abundant hard lightning, but the kernel inside the hard husk could contain even more hard lightning.
If hard lightning was used to continuously temper it, the power of the sonic lightning walnut would continuously increase. For other people, it would not be easy to find hard lightning, but it was as simple for Zuo Mo as raising his hand. Yang Fiend Hard Lightning, a 4th grade hard lightning, was perfect for tempering the sonic lightning walnuts. Zuo Mo looked at the branches drooping with green fruits, and the strong feeling of happiness made him dizzy.
Mine. All mine.
The cave echoed with the balderdash of a miser.
Translator ramblings, Gongsun Cha and Zuo Mo are the blind leading the blind in this particular matter.
A reason why no powerful great Yao have come is given, as well as why going to Sky Water Jia is actually a safe choice. Gongsun Cha is stuck very firmly in the mindset of a strategist.
Anything that can be used should be used for his advantage.
I'm a little surprised that there were not more of you that commented on Gongsun Cha's order to massacre Venerable Cheese Group.
Is it because he seemed like a person who could do such a thing, the situation made it acceptable, or just that everyone is used to killing in fantasy novels?
I'm super curious because I was really surprised when I read that part, because slaughter on a mass scale hasn't been brought into focus in the novel before, and killing was always limited to just a few people with Zuo Mo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 239, Yao visiting Wu Kong. Chapter 239, Yao visiting Wu Kong.
Compared to the past Wu Kong Mountain, if one went there now, weeds grew all over the mountain, the ling fields were barren. Occasionally, little wild animals poked their heads out from the weeds. It is in this area. Listening to the report from her subordinate, Mushi stepped on the overgrown path as she walked up the mountain.
Which sect used to possess this site?
She asked. It is a sword-practicing sect called Wu Kong Sword Sect. The middle-aged man had clearly done large amounts of work, introducing in great detail. Wu Kong Sword Sect is one of the most accomplished sects of Sky Moon Jia. They became extremely famous in the last 2 years. At the beginning, they had 4 Jindan of unordinary power. Oh, such a little place, it is really abnormal to have 4 Jindan, Mushi said in surprise. Yan Feng sneered unconcernedly. Mushi ignored him, and said to the middle-aged man, continue. These 2 years, they have expanded extremely quickly. Presently, they have almost 10 Jindan in the sect. Surprise flashed through Mushi's eyes.
Almost 10 Jindan?
This time, surprise was also on Yanfeng's face. They were only the forward guard. Almost 10 Jindan would be enough to be a threat to them. He was arrogant, but having successfully came out of a Yao art house, he naturally was not stupid. Other than this, their second-generation disciples are extremely outstanding, dominating Sky Moon Jia. The eldest disciple Wei Sheng entered Ningmai at 20, and his talent at the sword is even more astounding,
having already reached the step of sword essence manifestation. Second disciple Zuo Mo is extremely skilled in formations.
Third disciple Luo Li has also reached Ningmai, and created his own sword scripture, self-separation.
A very strong sect.
Mushi's expression changed. In the past years, the Yao had increased their understanding of the Xiuzha. It would not be surprising for this information contained in the report to be referring to an intermediate-sized sect. But it really was astounding for it to be reported from a little sect in such a little and backwater Jia. Yan Feng also had a shocked expression.
He had always been proud of his genius.
He had been dealt a great blow by the news that someone had reached Ningmai when they were 20 years old, and had reached the level of sword essence manifestation. They walked to a lonely little wooden house.
This little wooden house was extremely eye-catching.
As they had walked up, weeds had covered everything. But the empty ground around this little wooden house was bare and had no weeds. Such an eye-catching and strange place naturally could not escape their eyes. Mushi stared at the little wooden house for a while, standing motionlessly at her spot. The other people saw that Mushi did not move, and did not dare to more either. Seeing the situation, Yan Feng snorted coldly, and did not hesitate to walk towards the wooden house.
The middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Mushi with a questioning expression.
Mushi waved her hand with a faint smile. When Yan Feng's right foot stepped onto the empty ground, his head rang, all the hairs on his body standing up on end. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. That normal-looking wooden house suddenly broke, everything in the surrounding space seemed to collapse, an invisible force seemed to pull him downwards, countless sharp and intimidating sword essences pushing at him from all directions. He paled, then his eyes turned bright red, flames erupting all over his body. He gathered all the energy in his body, and pulled his body out to retreat. As he left the empty ground, the frightening scene disappeared. The invisible force, the sword essences, they were like illusions. Yan Feng swallowed in terror, not daring to put away the flames on his body as he looked with fear at the lonely little wooden house.
This is the site of cultivation for a very powerful sword shio.
Mushi slowly walked beside him and opened. Every bit of the ground here has been permeated with sword essence for a long time. It is vicious and sharp, nothing can grow here. Each step that you take forward, the sword essence grows stronger. At the end, there is only two endings. One is that you are torn to pieces by the sword essences, the other is all the sword essences have been destroyed by you. Yanfeng's complexion was pale. Since they had entered Little Mountain Jia from the Chaos Rift, it had been smooth sailing, and he had not encountered any proper resistance, causing him to have a low opinion of Shouja, assuming that the Shouja were just so. Only now did he suddenly realize, to his shock, that the strong masters of the Shouja were so terrifying. Yanfeng's unusual silence greatly satisfied Mushi. She did not do this just because of Yanfeng. She had discovered a mood of underestimating the enemy invading the ranks earlier. This was fatal to a vanguard that had entered the deep of the enemy. Her subordinates looked with shock at the barren ground and the wooden house. She turned and saw the pride in her subordinates' eyes had faded greatly before she asked the middle-aged man expressionlessly, "Are there any potential targets?" The middle-aged man said respectfully, "From the time of the stars and daytime, the time that Darren had came to Wu Kong Sword Sect should have been before Wu Kong Sword Sect's expansion. Before their expansion, there were not many people in Wu Kong Sword Sect. Since Darren had caused the stars and daytime, this Darren probably was seriously wounded. With that, it is unlikely that Darren had taken over a Jindan's body. What is more likely are the second-generation disciples." Mushi did not interrupt. After he finished, she thought and then asked, "Who do you feel is most suspicious?" "Wei Sheng." The middle-aged man did not hesitate. "Why? Wei Sheng is the most talented, and can give Darren the greatest aid." Mushi shook her head. "I do not think so. If you are wounded and have to hide in someone's body, what would you consider?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man became silent for a moment before saying, "In this subordinate's view, the first is safety, the second is to speedily recover." "You are not wrong," Mushi said, then continued, "Wei Sheng's talent is the greatest, and the primary target of the sect's attention. It is easy to slip up if one is not careful. Therefore, residing in his body is not a wise choice. If it was me, I would choose Zuo Mo or Luo Li. They are not as attention-catching as Wei Sheng, yet they also received good support. It is also certain that the attention they receive is less than Wei Sheng. No matter if the goal is either to control or to tempt, it is much easier." The middle-aged man was full of admiration. "Darren is wise. Where is Wu Kong Sword Sect now? Supposedly, they have already moved to Bright Wave Jia," the middle-aged man answered. He had an expression of difficulty while he spoke. "With our strength, it is unlikely that we can take down Bright Wave Jia." Mushi was not angry, smiling and saying, "Bright Wave Jia is an intermediate Jia. Of course, we cannot conquer it. Our mission has almost been completed. Take the information you have gathered, and our speculations to make a report. Just send it back. There will be people who will naturally take care of the rest." "Yes," the middle-aged person said respectfully. Yanfeng's expression had recovered. When he heard Mushi's words, he was still somewhat discontent. "Then what are we doing here?" "Us?" Mushi smiled. "After working for so long, it's time for a vacation." Yanfeng was speechless. Zuo Mo's body was filled with strength. This new body gave him too many unfamiliar surprises and feelings. It progressed extremely rapidly in body cultivation. Without too much effort, he had entered the stage of 3 mountains. As he moved, he felt his entire body was filled by a bountiful power. It was an extremely pleasurable feeling. What surprised him the most was the Mo matrix Pu Yao had carved into his body had completely disappeared when his body had been reconstructed this time. However, for some unknown reason, there were some new formation-like patterns on his body. These patterns were not as complex or as strange as the Mo matrix appeared, but was filled with a kind of man-made formation beauty. However, Zuo Mo was still uncertain as to whether these patterns were formations. They required time to study. Other than his body cultivation that reached 3 mountains, the other breakthrough was his abhina, which had not formed for a long time. His abhina was related to his eyes. This had not changed when he had changed into a new body. Ling Eye. The only ability of Ling Eye was to detect the flow of Ling energy. He was not able to use Ling Eye for a very long time at the moment, because his eyes would become extremely dry and sore. But even so, Ling Eye was a great surprise to him. Maybe other people would not care about Ling Eye, but for him, Ling Eye was perfect. It was a great boon to him to be able to see the flow of Ling energy when he studied formations. There were many explanations for the abhina. Diana Xiao thought that it was wisdom from Samadhi, the abhina was wisdom. Pu Yao scorned this explanation. He thought it was the awakening of the base source of power of the flesh. But there was a point that both sides were in a strange consensus on, and Abhina would grow.
However, no matter if it was Zhongru or Pu Yao, they did not know how to cultivate an Abhina. Zuo Mo was not in a rush.
He still had the simplest and stupidest method, learning through familiarity. When he had the time, he would use the Ling Eye, and only stop when it was too sore to bear. The reconstruction of his body had given him improvement in all areas. Other than body cultivation and the Abhina, the improvement in all other areas were extraordinary. The new Ling channels were even stronger, and grown wider by half of what they were before. The bones were like jade, strong as steel. The muscles were like metal, hardness concealed within the flexibility. Every time he inspected his new body, Zuo Mo could not help but sigh. Strangely, he felt awe towards the gravestone. Such an astonishing method, it could be called uncanny craftsmanship, like stealing the sky and changing the sun.
He could not think of what kind of person could have such ability.
This ability completely destroyed all he knew. However, he put this awe deep into his heart. He cultivated without rest or food. Right now, he had such good conditions. If he wasted it, it would be so unprofitable. The talent that this new body had was something he could not imagine before. Just as Zuo Mo was furiously cultivating, Gongsun Sha took the group of Xiuzha and started a similarly furious expansion. In 3 months, Gongsun Sha took the group of Xiuzha and went through 4 hard battles. In the hardest battle, even Ma Fan and Xie Shan were wounded. Even Gongsun Sha was almost killed. But this battle had completely awoken the madness under Gongsun Sha's shy and delicate appearance. Just as everyone's wounds had healed, he took 15 battle units, chased for 800 li, conquered a faction, and captured 80 Xiuzha.
After 4 fierce battles, the number of Xiuzha on Gongsun Sha's hands quickly grew to an unprecedented 450 people.
With one step, they became the biggest power within 3,000 li. Lil Miss's infamy quickly spread.
The strong offensive power displayed by this faction of mysterious origins made people look.
After a string of dazzling fights, everyone understood this troop was not a friendly one. In an area 3,000 li in diameter, all the scattered Xiuzha had been swept away by Gongsun Sha, and he did not leave behind one. In other words, in this enormous area, other than Gongsun Sha and the others, there was no one in any other place. However, after a succession of victories, Gongsun Sha's mood was extremely terrible because he heard a piece of news.
Translator ramblings, a little update on Wu Kong Sword Sect, who has done pretty well for themselves. Zuo Mo had an easier time getting to the hut because Xin Yen was actually present. It's not that Yin Feng is weaker than Zuo Mo. To answer a comment, Zuo Mo's Mo matrix has changed and what has happened will be developed. His Abhina is finally revealed.
A very simple but useful ability.
3,000 li, that's the size of a country.
But this really isn't much in terms of the total area of Little Mountain Jia, and Little Mountain Jia is only a small one while Bright Wave is an intermediate Jia. I want to say that Mu Shi and the other Yao are overthinking it, but the conclusions they come to are correct even when the events that they think led to what had happened are incorrect.
Mu Shi is a very smart person. Yes, the person you are searching for does not want to be found, and actively hides away.
But they did overestimate just how well Pu Yao was and thought he would have a choice of host. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 240, What was going on? Chapter 240, What was going on?
Gongsun Sha found Zuo Mo and faithfully told him the news he had received. The further he listened, the uglier Zuo Mo's expression became. This Clear Sky sect is truly too evil.
They want to use all of Little Mountain Jia to feed only them. Zuo Mo was extremely furious, but he quickly calmed down. We need to move faster.
The longer it takes, the harder the days will get. When this outer hall of theirs truly stabilizes, they would have many fighters. If we want to charge out, it would be much harder.
Gongsun Sha nodded his head heavily, a flash of anger in his eyes. Clear Sky Sect's actions was equal to farming the Xiuzha of Little Mountain Jia as though they were ling beasts.
When it was time, they would be no different than those show slaves. I have a solution, Zuo Mo said after some thought.
What solution? Gongsun Sha asked hurriedly. They sell ling grains, we'll sell black processing meditation mats. Gongsun Sha was slightly puzzled and spoke, wouldn't it be too much of a waste if we sell the black processing meditation mats to them? At that time, the price of Jingxi in Little Mountain Jia would inflate dramatically. Sell.
Zuo Mo said hatefully, we won't just sell, we'll sell in large quantities.
As long as the black processing meditation mats are sold, the noose on everyone's necks would not be so tight.
If Clear Sky Sect cannot finish establishing the status quo, all of their past effort would be for nothing. When Clear Sky Sect discovers that it is us who ruined their business, they would definitely come to our doors.
Wait at leisure while the enemy labors, this way, we can set a trap for them. A strong dragon does not suppress the local snakehead.
On our territory, it isn't up to them how things are done.
Gongsun Cha's eyes instantly lit up.
The two of them discussed for a long time inside the room, dark snickers occasionally passing out of the room. Lei Peng, Xieshan, and the others found to their surprise that Head's mood today was very good. The shadow on his face seemed to have been swept away. Usually, when Lil Miss' mood was good, everyone had easier days. However, before they had time to be happy, they heard Lil Miss announce that, from today onward, training was multiplied.
Wails rang out into the landscape.
Fortunately, the Shouja who made it through the cruel battles were not resistant to harsh cultivation. Truthfully, what everyone wanted the most was access to that sword formation. Every Shouja that came out of the formation would go into seclusion. Up until now, several had comprehended sword essence after entering the sword formation. Something this good that went against the common knowledge was naturally very tempting to many.
However, there were too many monks yet not enough porridge. The sword formation only allowed for one person to cultivate at a time.
Gongsun Cha had a headache over the matter and could only use it as a part of the rewards for service.
Seeing the busy camp, Gongsun Cha sighed.
If there was more time, he would definitely have made a true elite force. It was a pity what they lacked the most was time. When they charged out of Little Mountain Jia, he would find Shixiang and make a true troop. Having tasted what it was like to be a battle general, it would be really bland if he had to do something else.
However, what was going to happen next really filled him with anticipation.
After giving many matters to Gongsun Shidi, the amount of matters Zuo Mo had to attend to made his scalp prickle. The crux of this plan was black processing meditation mats, and large amounts of them. It was not difficult to make black processing meditation mats, but the volume was too large. In the recent while, Zuo Mo had used up all the spare time he had outside out of cultivation to make black processing meditation mats. The amount needed now was much higher, and he did not have an assistant. He needed to complete all of the work by himself. This clearly was not realistic. He decided to pick some Shouja who had the basics of forging from the camp to help him. What surprised him was that there were more than 50 people of the 450 who knew the fundamentals of forging.
Zuo Mo only understood after he asked. These Shouja mostly had no sect, and after they entered Ningmai, they naturally had good days.
However, before they entered Ningmai, they were no different than any other low-level Shouja.
Basically, everyone had a skill.
Ling farming, animal husbandry, forging, etc.
Zuo Mo and Gongsun Cha gaped at the variety.
However, even though most of them had learned the basics and had spent longer on forging than Zuo Mo had, but due to the lack of a systematic education, they had only done some very basic jobs. After Ningmai, they had not done much. There were two who were exceptions. One of them was called Ji Wei, the other Sun Bao. The two had made a living from forging before the change in Little Mountain Jia. Their skill in forging was much higher than Zuo Mo's. Zuo Mo treasured the two of them when he found them. He even managed to take out the golden crow fire and allowed the two of them to absorb it. It was like the two of them had been hit with Jingshi from the sky. They were so happy they almost fainted.
Golden crow fire.
This was golden crow fire. The two had schemed and made countless efforts, but had never found a fire seed that could satisfy them. So when Zuo Mo threw each of them a mini box and told them that a thread of golden crow fire was sealed inside, their hands shook so much they almost dropped the boxes. Other than happiness, the two deeply felt the importance boss placed on them. It was not a joke. This was golden crow fire.
4th grade fire seed.
The fire seed that any person in forging or dan making dreamed about. Yet before the two of them were able to feel smug, they saw Zuo Mo pick out 10 more people with the highest skill in forging, and give each of them a mini box. Ji Wei and Sun Bao were dumbstruck, their expressions as though they had seen a ghost. It was not just them. When the 10 people had been picked out, they had been looking with admiration at the two. Now, they were holding the mini box, a stunned expression on their faces, their minds completely blank. The remaining Shouja were also completely stunned.
The temperature of the room rose dramatically. Work hard. Zuo Mo waved his hand like a show-off.
Taking in everyone's gazes, it was like he had eaten ginseng fruit, his entire body unspeakably comfortable. There was no way around it, GE just has a lot of golden crow fire. This group of Shouja that had been dissatisfied at having been transferred over to a new troop started to furiously work as though they had been shot with chicken blood. Their enthusiasm with work made Zuo Mo jump in fright.
They wouldn't die from working this hard, right? Zuo Mo taught the formations of the black processing meditation mat to Ji Wei and Sun Bao. When Zuo Mo finished teaching them, the two were motionless as though they were two pieces of rock.
From then on, the two had truly been convinced. Zuo Mo concentrated solely on his work. When he raised his head in rest, he noticed that a person was standing in the doorway. He gave a surprised expression and stopped what he was doing.
You woke up? Asked Zuo Mo. The other person was just standing there.
He didn't know how long it had gone on. This female Shio stood there woodenly as though she had not heard him speak.
Had she become stupid due to her injuries? Zuo Mo muttered inside.
What are you called?
He probed. The female Shio did not respond. Did your injuries really turn you stupid? Zuo Mo rubbed his chin as he thought. He decided to try one more time. Are you hungry? The female Shio still did not react.
Seeing the female Shio's face that was full of scabies, Zuo Mo was suddenly filled with empathy. He remembered his past zombie face. When she had been unconscious, Zuo Mo had checked. Her face did not have any disguise. The scabies on her face were caused by a certain kind of poison inside her body. Adding on the new and old inner wounds that could not be counted, Zuo Mo felt it was a miracle she was still alive.
After the last try had failed, Zuo Mo had a bit of headache and could only give up. Do whatever you want.
He didn't feel the other understood, but right now, he had too many things to do. Even though the creation of the black processing meditation mat had been basically given to other people, but he still had other work. Any complete plan was constructed of many conditions. He decided to do his own work. When he turned to leave, he heard footsteps behind him. This female Shio followed behind him without a word.
Zuo Mo instantly felt his temples start to hurt. Hey, there's no jinxure you can earn by following me.
I don't have the time to play with you, go play by yourself.
There really is no jinxure to be earned.
I'm warning you, if you don't stay far away, I won't be polite to you.
Zuo Mo pretended to cast a spell.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the female Shio's movement, and his pupils suddenly expanded. The other had also raised a hand. A light flashed at her fingertip, the air in the surroundings suddenly became sticky.
Mother asterisk. Zuo Mo's soul almost ran out of his body.
He hurriedly released the Ling power in his hands, hurriedly saying, let's just talk. The female Shio still did not say a word, but followed Zuo Mo, the light at her fingertip dissipating. As she lowered her arm, the air in the surroundings returned to normal. Such a powerful little girl. Puyao's shocked sigh sounded in Zuo Mo's mind, but when Zuo Mo heard it, it clearly had a hint of laughing at his misfortunes.
Zuo Mo had no solution. He basically could not communicate with this female Shio. As to attacking?
When he thought of that terrifying light, Zuo Mo's heart shook. The last bit of hope was destroyed. If you want to follow, then follow. At the end of his rope, Zuo Mo muttered.
Ha 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 ha.
Puyao's roaring laughter and the silence from the female Shio made Zuo Mo suddenly feel that life was dark. The Shioja in the surrounding all looked with fear at the female Shio behind Zuo Mo. The strength that the female Shio had just displayed made everyone jump. Zuo Mo perceptibly noticed that in these people's eyes, other than terror and fear, there was a hint of disgust.
Zuo Mo suddenly felt uncomfortable inside.
But he also knew this was a normal response. When he had first seen the female Shio, he had also been frightened by the scabies on her face. He randomly picked out a black ore from the pile of material and summoned the golden crow fire before throwing the ore inside. The burning golden crow fire instantly melted the ore into a puddle of red metal liquid. Zuo Mo's mind moved, and it appeared as there was an invisible force that pulled the metal liquid. The metal liquid slowly changed shape. The female Shio stared at the golden crow fire and metal liquid. After a while, a mask appeared on Zuo Mo's hands. The black mask was very plain. There were no patterns or decorations. What was most strange was the ratio was slightly off, the right and left sides of the mask were not symmetrical.
Zuo Mo instantly felt slightly embarrassed. Oh, first time making a mask, my hand was raw. Oh, let's redo it. He was just going to remake one when a great force passed into his hands from the mask and then the mask flew into the hands of the female Shio. The female Shio put on the mask.
Oh, let's remake that one, Zuo Mo rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly.
The right and left sides really were not symmetrical. Heavens!
He had made such an elementary mistake. Looking at the strange looks from the subordinates and the surroundings, he wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. This was a great embarrassment. The female Shio did not say a word, and seemed to not have any intentions of taking off the mask.
Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo perceptibly gave up on his plan of making another one.
He tried to do his own work and found the female Shio did not disturb him. She only stood there like a person made out of wood.
Zuo Mo gradually became used to her. However, there was a question that was swirling in his mind. What was going on? Translator ramblings, yes, they are selling black processing meditation mats like a lot of you predicted.
There's an interesting economy going on right now where the mainstream currency is food and not ginsher.
Zuo Mo has learned a great skill in this chapter, delegation.
He didn't really need it before and he did delegate to Gongsun Cha, but this is delegating an area that he is skilled in a way so he can create a factory for black processing meditation mat.
No symmetry.
I keep imagining one of those masks with one half smiling and the other half frowning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 241, City Construction. Chapter 241, City Construction. Nanshang Village.
The damaged walls had been reconstructed and it only took a span of a few months for this place to recover its prosperity. Large numbers of Xiozha had been transported over. This place also purchased all kinds of ore and other materials, but most importantly, this place sold ling grains, but it was limited. Just this was enough to cause all of Little Mountain Jie to shake. Just as all of Little Mountain Jie's eyes were on Nanshang Village, a crowd of people appeared soundlessly in a mountain valley.
We've searched. There are 2 Jingsher mines here.
The Jingsher produced here is not high, only 3rd grade.
This area used to belong to Skystar Sect. Skystar Sect did not manage to avoid the calamity, and there were heavy fatalities. The other people have disappeared.
Other than Jingsher mines, there are 3 more mines in this area. They do not produce much. The primary product is bright flash rock, black ling stone bead, and green water stone. The primary producer of green water stone comes from that pond right there. It is called Skystar Lake. Xiashan had done a large amount of work to research all of this.
Zuo Mo gave a satisfied expression. Let's choose this place. He then asked, what about the surrounding powers? Have they been investigated?
Gongsun Cha smiled shyly and timidly. They have all been destroyed, but... It was not the first time he saw Gongsun Cha smile shyly like a teenage boy, but the coldness in Xiashan's heart still could not be controlled. Gongsun Cha's trademark timid smile was called Lil Miss Slight Smile in the camp, and all of them were afraid of it as though it was a snake or scorpion.
The female Shio wearing the black mask stood behind Zuo Mo. This female Shio that had suddenly appeared had attracted everyone's attention. However, no one dared to challenge her.
Even Xiashan was intimidated by her powerful strength. Xiashan, whose cultivation had reached Ningmai 3rd statum and was a step away from Jin Dan, but even he did not have the courage to face the mysterious female Shio.
Many people had been secretly speculating if the female Shio was a Jin Dan.
No one dared to ask, even Boss could not get her to speak. No one believed their face was bigger than Boss. Looking at the female Shio that was always steps from the Boss, they felt that his was pretty good. With such a powerful guard, Boss wouldn't encounter any danger. This meant they did not have to worry that Boss would accidentally die, and they would collectively die as well.
Dying without understanding why was an extremely depressing thought. Zuo Mo did not have a solution to her following him. The female Shio was of unknown origins, and Zuo Mo naturally did not want her to overhear such secret information. But there was no way around it.
The difference between their strengths was too large, his resistance was not effective. Even someone like Pu Yao praised her with powerful. Her martial strength quickly rose in Zuo Mo's mind to an unprecedented level. In his memory, Pu Yao had never called someone powerful. Unable to communicate and not daring to attack, this was like the mouse pulling the turtle, unable to do a thing.
Zuo Mo decided to let it go, pretending that she was air, as he went about his own business.
The only thing worth celebrating was that she did not speak, nor make a fuss. Other than being slightly creepy, there were no other inconveniences. He found it strange. He didn't believe that she was going to help him for the rest of her life because he had saved her. But no matter how puzzled he was, it was clear that he would not find out the truth at the moment, so he could only go with the flow. If the other held malicious aims against him, no one in the camp could stop her.
Zuo Mo could only comfort himself like so.
He decided to put his attention on what was in front of him.
In other words, this is ours now?
Gongsun Cha nodded his head, and then added, no one to compete with us.
At the side, Xiashan almost choked on air.
That was a waste of words, of course no one was competing with them. Gongsun Cha had taken the group and conquered an area 2,000 li in circumference. All of the powers had been plucked out one by one like they were nails. Even the Xiozha who were hiding in the caves had not been let off. Lil Miss had sent out many small teams that combed the entire area.
Great! Zuo Mo's eyebrows danced.
The people around him that were used to seeing his zombie face felt extremely unadjusted. Boss' face was more and more lively. As they muttered inside, Xie Shan and the others waited for Boss' next words. After Lil Miss had left Boss' place last time, the series of signs had shown that Boss was going to do something big. It had to be said that Gongsun Cha had been very successful in his transformation of this group of lawless ruffians. The string of victories had increased their confidence, and the harder battles had tempered them and helped them complete the transformation. This troop, having been affected by a battle maniac like Gongsun Cha, always showed great offensive strength and desire for battle. Having guessed that there was something big coming up, this group of people were full of anticipation, but reality proved their speculation was correct. Lil Miss had personally led the troops and carried out a blitzkrieg operation. All the powers in the area 2,000 li in circumference around Skystar Mountain were almost all taken out in the span of one night. This was exhilarating for this group of battle maniacs. The series of performance rewards, especially the spots for the sword formation, caused everyone to yearn about finding another eyesore and having a big battle. Then let's build a city, Zuo Mo sent down the order, but Xie Shan and the others stared at each other.
Boss, you said to build a city? Xie Shan probed. Yes. Build a big city.
We are going to stay here for a while, Zuo Mo said in a matter-of-fact voice.
But we don't know how to build a city. Xie Shan frowned. Zuo Mo rubbed his chin. Oh, that is a problem.
Very quickly, the camp received a second round of skill selection. With the example of the first round of selection before them, the qualifying round this time filled many people with anticipation since the reward from the first round had been a very enviable one. 4th grade Golden Crow Fire. But quickly, everyone exchanged looks in silence.
Build a city? The ending was, no one knew how. A headache instantly started.
He knew how to make formations, but setting up formations and building a city were two different things. If the plan failed now, he would not be satisfied. He said to Gongsun Cha, send some people out to investigate where there are Xiuzha who know how to build cities.
If they find one, no matter the method, they have to get the person back here.
The first thing Gongsun Cha did after returning was to gather everyone together. Who knows where there would be Xiuzha that know how to build cities? After continuous battle, the number of Xiuzha in the camp had rolled like a snowball and reached 730 people. However, the true core of power, and the ones with highest attack power were the 100 or 200 people that had been there since the beginning.
The remaining Xiuzha needed time in order to become offensive fighters. The benefit of more people was more information. As expected, several people provided some related information.
Gongsun Cha instantly sent people out to investigate immediately. The cataclysm in Little Mountain Jia had been very severe. Much of the information that had been provided were things they had known from before.
Many were useless information that needed to be further investigated.
Just as Zuo Mo and the others were in a panic, Nanshang village had opened. He Xiang looked at the waves of people on the street with ambition. He felt his future prospects were a road of light. When he had heard that Clear Sky Sect had been hiring for the outer hall, he had went over at the first possible time. After having survived so laboriously in Little Mountain Jia for so long, no one knew better than he did what the Xiuzha here needed, and were willing to pay for it. He had especially provided large amounts of suggestions to the sect, and received a good appraisal from the old forefather. He had personally been appointed by the old forefather as the chief elder and became one of the most important people in Little Mountain Jia in one step. He had not failed old forefather's hopes. He worked hard and diligently. His contribution in helping reconstruct Nanshang village in just a few months could not be erased. A few days ago, they had tried to sell Ling grains.
However, that was just the beginning. What would come next were the interactions with the different factions.
That was the most important part of this battle, which had no death. As long as he could handle these interactions cleanly, no one could shake his position as chief elder of the outer hall. With the great weapon of Ling grains in his hand, he was full of confidence about the upcoming battle.
Sky Moon Jia, a nondescript mountain valley, was abnormally silent.
A figure landed from the sky. In a blink, it disappeared into the mountain valley. This Xiuzha then appeared at the bottom of the valley. The bottom was covered in dense layers of jinji that would make people's scalp prickle. It continued on for a long distance, and it was possible to see that the person who set down the jinji was an expert. It was not possible to see a hint from outside the valley. This Xiuzha made his practiced way through the alarming jinji without even looking. With a few twists and turns, he headed straight to a cliff face. The cliff face rippled and the person disappeared.
The scene instantly changed inside. A seemingly borderless grass plain, a winding river.
No one would have ever thought that such a large grass plain could be hidden in a mountain valley.
Secret realm.
If someone saw such a strange place, they would have shouted in shock. This was a secret realm. Entering the secret realm, this Xiuxia's expression instantly lightened. The thick Ling power made him feel unspeakably comfortable. He flew straight towards the big river. There was a camp there. A few Xiuxia flew out of the camp in welcome. "Ah, you came back." The Xiuxia in the welcoming entourage smiled as he gave a greeting. "Must have been difficult." "No way about it." The Xiuxia who had just flown in said helplessly. "Got stuck with this mission." "You guys have it easy, it seems you have made pretty good progress." "Ha ha." All of the Xiuxia had proud expressions. "In the time you were gone, another 2 people entered Ningmai. The Ling energy here is just too thick." "That's so good." This Xiuxia was somewhat jealous. "After this mission, you don't have to worry and can just cultivate." Hee, that's true." "Quick, leader is waiting for the news." The people instantly increased their speed as they flew towards the camp. After landing, this Xiuxia instantly went to a tent. "Come in." A deep male voice. He hurriedly walked into the tent and respectfully bowed to the male inside. "Darren, I have come back. It must have been great trouble for you." The male inside the tent raised his face and said in a warm tone. If Zuo Mo saw this person, he would definitely recognize who it was. Bo Feng, the mysterious competitor that had appeared at the sword test conference, a person of mysterious power. It had been him who had bought the location of the secret sect from Zuo Mo. He had actually stayed behind in Sky Moon Jie. Translator ramblings, so a new character arrives and has great plans for Little Mountain Jie. If Clear Sky Sect can have a village, why can't Zuo Mo build a city? Another peek back to Sky Moon Jie. Bo Feng is still alive and pops back in after almost 100 chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 242, Baoyi. Chapter 242, Baoyi. When did Nanshang village become this prosperous?
Lei Peng looked around, full of curiosity.
It was not just him. The other people were also looking around with curiosity.
The news that Clear Sky Sect was opening a market at Nanshang village had passed through Little Mountain Jie already.
The intentions of Clear Sky Sect was clear in everyone's minds. However, the situation was stronger than the people, and resistance would be ineffective.
Large numbers of Xiuxia flooded Nanshang village, causing Nanshang village to become the most prosperous area of Little Mountain Jie. This was of great help to Lei Peng and his procession.
From every angle, their procession was not too eye-catching. The leader was Xie Shan.
Xie Shan had past experience as a leader, and he was skilled in creating relationships with people. Gong Sun Cha had appointed him as the leader of the troop for this mission. After seeing the many wonders of Boss and Head, and after multiple bloody battles, Xie Shan's mentality had changed greatly. The little thoughts that he had before had faded. He was clear that even if he was the leader, he could not reach the present level of success. Lei Peng and the others were willing to follow Zuo Mo not because they had been conquered by Zuo Mo's dominating aura, but because they found that their present lives were better than before. For the great majority of people, this was enough. The procession was 15 people. The person with the highest cultivation was Xie Shan, Ningmai 3rd stratum. The person with the lowest cultivation was Nian Lu, Ningmai 2nd stratum. At a glance, this group did not show any signs of power. But Xie Shan was full of confidence in the mission this time. All 15 people were old-timers of the camp and were very good at teamwork. But what made him so confident was that all 15 people, including him, had comprehended essence. Xie Shan had led many Xiuxia before, and had never encountered such a strong group. No, he had never even heard of one. There wouldn't be so many Xiuxia that had comprehended essence in Clear Sky Sect's disciples. 15 Xiuxia that had comprehended essence, this was definitely a terrifying amount of power. He felt strangely excited every time he thought that he was leading such a group. Before the appearance of the sword formation, there had only been 5 Xiuxia in the camp that had comprehended sword essence. Up until now, there had been 30 people that had gone into the sword formation, and 9 that had comprehended essence. Of the 9, 8 had comprehended sword essence, and Lei Peng, who practiced a saber scripture, comprehended a saber essence. The one with the most unique situation was Zhong Ru. Zhong Ru had recovered from his previous wounds, and naturally comprehended fist essence. He was the only person of the group who had comprehended essence without going through the sword formation. This was another reason why these people were willing to follow Zuo Mo. Nothing could be more persuasive to these people than the increase in strength. Why did they join big sects? It was to increase their strength and breakthrough at an earlier time. Due to personality issues, most of these people had negative experiences with other sections. They were very clear of the scheming and plotting that occurred inside the bigger sections. In the camp, as long as you put your best in to train, and were not afraid of death when you fought, you would receive a corresponding reward. With spells, talismans, the sword formation, and formations, everyone's strength was flying ahead. These 15 Xiuzha who had comprehended essence were the elite fighters of the camp. Xia Shan believed that as long as they did not encounter a Jindan, their safety was guaranteed.
Xia Shan did not worry about the problem of safety at all.
What he was thinking about was if he could finish the mission more beautifully. But before that, he planned on visiting a familiar acquaintance of his. This old acquaintance of his was called Baoyi, who was a black market businessman that could buy anything. Before, he could always get some ling grains, and was famed in the profession.
Boss Bao, Xia Shan cheerfully gave a greeting. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, he had come alone. Baoyi was both thin and tall like a stick of bamboo. When he saw Xia Shan, his eyes instantly lit up as he said in a warm voice, "Head Xia, what wind blew you here? Come in, please sit. Please sit." He had made a few transactions with Xia Shan before. The two of them were quite familiar with each other. He knew that Xia Shan had about 100 people under his command. Customers like this were primary targets of attention. However, it had been quite a long time since Xia Shan had come. He had actually feeling that it was a pity since he had assumed that Xia Shan had been killed. He hadn't expected the other man to still be alive. For him, this was a good matter. Why is it so empty here?
As Xia Shan walked in, he looked around and asked in puzzlement.
Bao Yi's face instantly wrinkled. Oh, there's nothing to do.
Now that Clear Sky Sect has come to directly trade, the business of us little people have become harder.
Oh, isn't the Clear Sky Sect doing large business?
Baoyi explained, Clear Sky Sect only does transactions with big factions, but it isn't possible for anyone to do business with small groups. Without jade discs, it is impossible to buy ling grains.
With Boss Bao's skill, getting a few jade discs should be easy.
Now, Xia Shan was really puzzled.
Bao Yi's network was extremely complex and broad.
He had ties with people from all levels of society. It should not be hard for him to get a few jade discs.
Bao Yi grimaced, when a person is unlucky, they will even choke on water.
The chief, elder of Clear Sky Sect Outer Hall, he Xiang, and I had a little conflict in the past.
Xia Shan finally understood. He acted to frown. So it's like that. Then this won't be easy to do.
Yes, exactly. Bao Yi's face was mournful as he sighed. I had come to Nanshang to see if there were any good opportunities. It's a coincidence that Boss Xia is also here.
After 2 more days, I'm leaving.
He managed to rouse his spirits.
Does Boss Xia want to buy something?
I have a bit left, not too much, but the quality isn't bad.
If Boss Xia is interested, I can give a price and you can take the lot.
Xia Shan's mouth continued to talk as his mind whirled furiously.
If Boss wanted to build a city, then he wanted to do something big. He was not ignorant. He knew that it was not so easy to build a city.
This Baoyi might be a bit black-hearted, but he was an expert at business who also had hate towards Clear Sky Sect. It was the first time Xia Shan had been given an important task. Naturally, he wanted to perform well. If he could accomplish a great service, Boss probably would not refuse him if he went and asked for a thread of golden crow fire.
The mission this time was to find Xiuzha that knew how to build a city, but if he could find some more talents, wouldn't his service be greater? He had been a leader for a period of time, and naturally understood more as to how to think of problems from the perspective of a leader. Seeing Xia Shan did not seem to be interested in his wares, Bao Yi's heart became even more bitter. This recent while, the matter of He Xiang and he having previously had a conflict had somehow passed around. His business had instantly dropped and no one came to his doors. How could he not know what had gone on in the shadows? If this place does not want to keep ye, there naturally are places that can keep ye. Old Bao, there's nothing to be said about your abilities. We've made more than one transaction before, and we know each other very well. What about it? Do you have any interest in helping this brother? Xia Shan smiled cheerfully as he looked at Baoyi. Baoyi gazed with slight shock at Xia Shan. Xia Shan had spoken so plainly that he knew what it meant. But it was that bluntness that shocked him. Xia Shan might have 100 people, but in Little Mountain Jia, that was only a little faction. Right now, his tone was so grand, had Xia Shan struck it rich? He was very familiar with Xia Shan and knew that Xia Shan was not an arrogant and irrational person. As he thought inside, Baoyi asked in return, does Boss Xia not care about worsening your relationship with Clear Sky Sect? Xia Shan chuckled. Old Bao, don't probe.
I dare to say this because I have some certainty.
Bao Yi's expression became slightly wary. If this little brother goes, what will I do?
Of course it is to do your old occupation, business.
Xie Shan thought for a beat before saying, however, I don't dare to promise you. It depends on what boss is going to say. Boss. Bao Yi was shocked.
There was someone else behind Xie Shan. It definitely would not be a weak power if it had managed to take in Xie Shan.
He examined Xie Shan and saw the confidence that naturally spilled out when Xie Shan mentioned his boss.
Also, this power did not seem to be very afraid of Clear Sky Sect. This puzzled him. He could not think of any power in Little Mountain Jie that was not afraid of Clear Sky Sect.
Xie Shan was a clever person.
Seeing Bao Yi, he knew what the other was thinking, and roared with laughter, using his words to enlighten Bao Yi.
Why is Boss Bao wavering?
I cannot think of any situation that is worse than the present one.
Bao Yi thought, that was right, what could be worse than his present situation?
Since the other already knew he was on bad terms with Clear Sky Sect yet still dared to hire him, then he had to have some form of support. He had some savings, but everyone knew how that he and Clear Sky Sect were on bad terms.
They probably had already started scheming against him.
Clear Sky Sect might restrict fighting in Nanshang village, but if he was robbed, it was very likely that Clear Sky Sect had been acting against him up in the shadows. After thinking it through, he did not hesitate any longer. Since Boss Xia holds Bao Yi in such esteem, I'm not one to not recognize what is good for me.
From now on, please take good care of me. Ha ha. That's fine, fine. Xie Shan's mood instantly rose. Bao Yi smiled. We didn't come here this time for the Ling grains, right? The word we instantly tightened the distance between the two people. Xie Shan was very satisfied that Bao Yi had entered his role so quickly. He raised a thumb up at Bao Yi. Old Bao is so smart.
Boss heard that many shoujo were gathering in Nanshang village, and told me to come to see if we can hire some talents.
He decided to reveal some information to Bao Yi.
He had come to see Bao Yi originally to find some information, but out of consideration for safety, he had not directly said that he was looking into the shoujo of the village.
Bao Yi said in a deep voice, what kind of talent does our boss want to hire?
This little brother has stayed for a while at Nanshang village and might know something.
Xie Shan's eye lit up. Anyone that has one skill. Bao Yi had a general understanding.
This boss that he had never met before had an extremely strong base, and his ambitions were not small. These days, in Little Mountain Jie, the days of any kind of shoujo other than combat show were extremely difficult. Since he had decided to enter the other's group, Bao Yi decided he needed to perform well. In any organization, in order to be recognized, the simplest method was to let the boss see your abilities and understand your value.
Do we have enough manpower? He asked. Enough. Xie Shan was full of confidence.
If it is like that, Bao Yi's heart rose, and he said hatefully, then we shall do something big.
Translator ramblings, the mystery female is not Xiao Gui or any other female previously seen in the story.
Xiao Gui is not so talented that she could become more powerful than Zuo Mo is at present. She's not a genius like Wei Shang, and she cannot advance so rapidly that she could break through the Yao blockade herself.
Not much Zuo Mo, but he is the focus of everything. Xie Shan really wants to get a good position in Lil Miss Zuo Mo's army.
Also, 15 people that comprehended essence. In the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples, there were only the 3 weirdo monsters. So Zuo Mo is now commanding Wu Kong Sword Sect *5, but he has no Jindan, so Wu Kong Sword Sect will win in a face-off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 243, Jade Scroll. Chapter 243, Jade Scroll.
In the secret realm, his subordinate shoujo were giving their reports. The Yao army has established their base in the Wukong Mountains. It is very heavily guarded.
Our people do not dare to go close. Bo Fong nodded.
Do not alert them, but keep an eye on them.
If they make any unusual movements, report immediately.
Yes.
Bo Fong asked some more questions about the details before letting the shoujo leave. When the shoujo left the tent, 2 figures suddenly appeared inside the tent. Bo Fong did not seem to be surprised. What are you really looking for? Gue Fong asked in a rough voice.
At his side, Chang Heng's expression was indifferent, as though he did not care about this question.
Haha, you'll know when it is time. Bo Fong smiled.
Chang Heng was not interested in this matter. He stared at Bo Fong.
Give the other half of the scripture to me. Bo Fong said easily, no problem. Gue Feng's expression changed. He seemed to be thinking. Zuo Mo carefully looked at the black butterfly in front of him.
Chun Yu-chang was at his side, his eyes blazing as he observed the black butterfly.
Zuo Mo's mind had received a notice that the rainbow-marked butterfly had broken through its cocoon. Zuo Mo had hurriedly pulled Chun Yu-chang with him.
When Chun Yu-chang heard that the rainbow-marked butterfly had finished its metamorphosis, it instantly stirred his interest and he took a rare absence from his beast pool. The rainbow-marked butterfly had completely changed. The rainbow colors that had covered its entire body had disappeared. Now, its body was completely black, contrasting against a pair of lively eyes.
Can the spell still be used? Chun Yu-chang asked.
Still usable, and there now seems to be one more spell.
Zuo Mo closed his eyes and carefully communicated with the black butterfly.
When he started his communication, he instantly felt a difference compared to the past. Before, he could only feel some pieces of what the rainbow-marked butterfly could feel. Presently, he could clearly feel the emotions of the butterfly. The black butterfly had become more intelligent than before. So it leveled up. Chun Yu-chang said with excitement.
Previously, it was just a third-grade ling beast. Now, it should be a fourth-grade ling beast. No wonder it has another spell. Have you discovered what kind of spell it is? A very weird spell. Zuo Mo's expression was slightly weird. What spell? Chun Yu-chang asked impatiently. Poison Ling. Poison Ling? What kind of spell is that?
Chun Yu-chang was puzzled. He had never heard of this kind of spell.
It is unclear. Zuo Mo shook his head. He was also ignorant.
The two people looked at each other, with their faces confused. However, they did find out that the rainbow-marked butterfly had leveled up to 4th grade.
Due to the black color of its body, Zuo Mo decided to change its name to Black Butterfly.
He would have to slowly investigate what this poison ling was. It would be great if it could level up to become a 5th-grade ling beast.
Zuo Mo drooled as he dreamed. He decided that he would definitely feed anything poisonous to the black butterfly if he found them in the future.
He had personally experienced how powerful a 5th-grade ling beast was. If the black butterfly could level up to 5th grade, it could definitely beat down the bloody horn serpent. Of course, he quickly wiped clean his drool. It had been so difficult to level up to 4th grade from 3rd grade. He could only dream about leveling up to 5th grade. He picked up the gourd as well. The poison inside the gourd had all dissipated. It was a pretty good container-type talisman, especially for containing substances that were intangible. He was not polite in picking it up. Chun Yu-chang saw that he could not discover anything else, so he rushed back to the beast pool.
Right after Chun Yu-chang left, Gongsun Cha approached him immediately after. Zuo Mo saw that the other's expression was slightly strange and asked, "What? Did something happen? Take a look."
Gongsun Cha handed over a jade scroll.
Zuo Mo took the jade scroll and skimmed it.
He jumped in fright.
Holy moly, they're crazy. I was frightened too. Gongsun Cha grimaced. However, these people are pretty good. The last sentence revealed his true thoughts. It really is very good. Zuo Mo couldn't stop himself from reading further. The more the read, the wider his mouth grew. Shi Xiang, do you think we will take? Yes. Zuo Mo shook like a basin of cold water had been poured over his head on a hot summer day. His energy then swelled up. Holding his neck in an arch, he shouted, "Of course, we'll take them. All of them. Every single one. Do not leave one behind." Ji Wei, Sun Bao, and the other people that had been forging were frightened by the insanity that Zuo Mo displayed. Only the female Xiao that was standing nearby was unaffected, as though she had not heard it. In the camp, everyone was busy cultivating. The new members needed large amounts of training before they could join the combat system. Before this, they had all been normal Xiaojia, and were too unfamiliar with things like battle formations. It is so boring. A Xiaojia sighed. When he glanced at the group of people who were training laboriously, he felt a burst of dullness. After the number of people grew, it was not suitable anymore to divide into small teams. Gongsun Cha reorganized the teams into 6 companies. Each company had 122 people, who were then divided into 6 platoons. They were led by a company leader and a vice-company leader. Each platoon had 6 squads that were commanded by the platoon leader, who was assisted by the vice-platoon leader. Each squad had 3 people, one of which was the squad leader. Due to the large number of new members, to help the new members quickly enter their roles, these old-timers that were now the company leaders had all taken up positions as instructors. However, to them, teaching the new people was an extremely boring task. When they saw the raw cooperation between the new members and their awkward movements, they were usually speechless. Even though they clearly knew that they had been no better when they first started, but they thirsted for battle.
Gongsun Sha was like a successful wolf tamer. The sheep under his command had been slowly transformed into wolves. They had started to thirst for battle. Many people had admired Xie Shan and the others who had gone to carry out a mission. While they held admiration, they could only stay and stare. Those people were stronger than they were. They also understood that the stronger they were, the more likely it was that they would carry out more difficult missions, and had a chance to earn more merit. Even Gongsun Sha had never expected his unintentional actions had caused the sword formation to become the most attractive prize. Comprehending sword essence was the best path to increasing power. A person said without strength, the earlier that we finish training these greenhorns, the earlier we get to rest. Lousy will never do this ever again. One of the people said furious, this group of trash. They can't even perform the simplest 3-talent formation after all this time, they are so stupid. Please. Someone else beside him sneered, hey Z, you talk as though you were so skilled at the beginning. We weren't much better than them at the beginning. Oh, when can we go out on a mission? Lousy is so idle that my tastes have turned vegetarian. Hey Z wailed, his expression dejected. Yes, these days are too boring. People beside him also sighed. Whoosh whoosh. A humming sound suddenly sounded above the formation without any warning. The two people stilled, looked at each other, and shook simultaneously before they jumped up from the ground like lightning. Hazy looked at the two new members that were still motionless and swore, what are you doing sitting there? Move faster, this is the emergency signal. Finishing, he leaped into the air, the two new members hurriedly following behind him. Moving figures could be seen in the sky above the camp. The shouts of the company and platoon leaders ran out frequently. Faster, faster. What are you procrastinating for? Keep up. Find your position. Don't move around. A tense atmosphere covered the entire camp. All the Xiuzha quickly gathered together. Within 30 breaths, all the Xiuzha in the camp had flew into the air, and the ranks had finished assembling. The old-timers who saw Lil Miss staring at them became excited. There was going to be something to do, a big thing. Gongsun Sha did not waste words. Seeing the troop had finished assembling, he waved his hand lightly. Everyone, move out, dot. More than 700 Xiuzha silently flowed like a soundless flood across the sky. Nanshang Village, Great Wind Merchant House. Little Wei, calculate the accounts for today. The storekeeper slowly savored the Ling tea and lightly ordered. Yes, Wei Changbin instinctively answered. The storekeeper detected Wei Changbin's inattentiveness, his face instantly darkening. What? You worried about something? Do you feel dissatisfied with the work? It was like Wei Changbin had been woken up from a dream. When he saw the storekeeper's dark face, he knew that it was not good. He gave a smile, no. This one has just met a bit of a problem in my cultivation. Humph. The storekeeper snorted coldly. Cultivation? I hadn't seen before that little Wei has great ambitions. You want to reach Jindan? To live, you have to be reliable. Do you know how many people are trying to get your ration of 50 caddies of ling grains per month? Cultivation? Don't waste this old man's ling grains. Wei Changbin's face flushed entirely red. The storekeeper glanced at him and drawled, one has to know their own limits. Little Mountain Jia has not had cultivation in a long time ago. 2/10 off this month's wage of ling grains. When he finished, he strode away. Wei Changbin's head was bent, and he did not make a sound. Unknowingly, his fists were so tight that they had turned white. After the storekeeper had gone far away, he relaxed his fists. In his hand was a jade scroll. This was a jade scroll he had received 2 days ago. It was an announcement for hiring. The other had learned from somewhere that he had a skill at illusory formations and came to headhunt him. They promised 200 caddies of ling grains per month. Wei Changbin had come from a sect, and his best skill was some little illusory formations. He could make extremely exquisite mirage formations. However, this great skill had not provided him with any benefit in a situation such as the present one. He had asked around everywhere, almost spending all his savings to beg to get a job like this. Accounting, hard labor, cleaning, he did everything. Compared to those Xiuzha that worried for ling grains, he was much luckier. Rationally, he could settle down, but when he received this jade scroll, his heart uncontrollably started to jump. He did not know how many times the Shixiam had mocked him for playing with those little formations. In many people's eyes, he was the classical example of someone who only played around. The sect elders had thought of him as one who did not treasure their talent, especially after he had cultivated Teningmai, and had treated him coldly. This job might let him scrape by, but he didn't know how many eye rolls he had gotten. The enormous store, other than the storekeeper, he was the only one remaining. he had to do all the work. For some reason, the sneer and disdain of the storekeeper flashed in front of his eyes.
Impulsiveness was the demon, impulsiveness was the demon.
He continuously told himself, but his feet uncontrollably started to walk towards the outside.
What are you doing? You idiot! I raised a trash like you for nothing. You don't have to come tomorrow.
The storekeeper's bellows came from behind him. Wei Changbin suddenly felt his body was unspeakably light, his steps increasing speed. In the dark, his eyes were as bright as jewels.
Translator ramblings, thank you all for commenting and pointing out the typos.
What happened to the poison and the butterfly is finally resolved in this chapter. Lil Miss Army is taking form.
Chang Hong and Gue Feng show up again. Chang Hong seems much smarter than Gue Feng.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 244, Consensus. Chapter 244, Consensus. In Little Mountain Jia, no one would pay attention to the flow of Xiuzha.
What everyone was attentive to was the flow of Ling grains. As for Xiuzha, who would care? Wei Changbin found the place according to the address on the Jade Scroll. His heart was slightly insecure. He should have first confirmed it. If this Jade Scroll was a joke that someone played on him, then it would be terrible. This was the place. Two lifelike authoritative and ferocious stone lion-type auspicious beasts were standing by the two sides of the gate.
He had some experience and knew these were mechanized golem beasts.
They usually were motionless, but if one dared to attack, then they would attack at the first possible moment.
The black metal gate was tightly shut.
The light of Jinji occasionally flashed by.
He was slightly reassured.
Families that had this kind of house in Nanshang village should have at least some power. He put his palm on the copper bell diagram carved on the door and channeled Ling power.
Ding dong!
The bell sound was clear and ethereal. A moment later, the metal door slowly opened. A brawny man with a face full of scruff examined him, his gaze as sharp as a knife.
Wei Changbin felt his body tighten. He might be in Ningmai, but his combat abilities were very low.
He had broken through to Ningmai due to a moment of enlightenment after working with illusory formations.
He nervously swallowed.
The brutal aura exuded by the large man in front of him created fear in him.
I
am Wei Changbin. 2 days ago, I received a Jade Scroll, it said. Hearing Wei Changbin stammer on for a long time yet unable to clearly state his meaning, Lei Peng lost his patience and interrupted, okay. This is the place, you didn't go to the wrong place. Finishing, he raised Wei Changbin with one hand as though he was picking up a little chicken, and flew inside. Wei Changbin closed his eyes in fright, his entire body shaking. Lei Peng rolled his eyes inside. He didn't know who had suggested that he should be the one to welcome this group of people. Every single one person in this group was as cowardly as mice, and shook whenever they saw him.
This compound was just one of Bao Yi's secret properties.
As cunning as a rabbit, he had backups upon backups. That was his usual conduct.
Another one came.
The Ling power on Lei Peng's hand spat slightly, and Wei Changbin was stunned into unconsciousness. He carelessly threw him on the ground.
And there's already 8 in this batch.
With him, we only need one more before we can send them off, Xiashan said with satisfaction. He had exceeded his mission this time. According to Bao Yi's intelligence, they had found 3 Xiuzha skilled in building cities. Without an exception, none of the 3 were able to resist the temptation of 200 caddies of Ling grains per month.
He couldn't help but sigh.
If they were anywhere outside of Little Mountain Jia, no matter where they went, they would be treated courteously. But in Little Mountain Jia, where life was worth as much as grass, just 200 caddies of Ling grains was enough to buy a Xiuzha's life.
As a Xiuzha, Xiashan couldn't not help but marvel. Bao Yi was off to the side.
He was rejoicing that he had made the right choice. Even though he had not seen the boss yet, but he had been successively shocked by boss strength. Up until now, more than 60 people had been sent away. The people that had been delivered outside seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There definitely were people who were cooperating with them outside of the city, and that number would not be small. This group of people really were daring to act so boldly under Clear Sky Sect's nose. However, he felt very good secretly at being able to dig at Clear Sky Sect walls. He really had his action of throwing in the lot beautiful. He Xiang looked down at the leaders of the different factions, the feeling of accomplishment in his heart reaching the peak in an instant. Previously, when he met any of the people seated here, he would have to nod his head and bend his waist, but right now, he could clearly capture the fear they had of him in the deepest part of their eyes.
This feeling was really good. He quickly pulled himself back. He was very clear what his mission was.
A warm and careful smile piled onto his face. His voice was very light like the clouds high up in the sky.
My thanks to everyone here for waiting so long, then we shall now begin. 70 people, it should be enough. How about it? Let's stop.
Lei Pang said impatiently.
They had been guarding here every day.
That Clear Sky sect was really trash.
They hadn't reacted in the slightest.
In the beginning, he had thought that this time would be a big mission.
Who knew that it was so boring and tasteless? He just wanted to return to camp now. Xie Shan did not pay attention to him. He looked at the list and frowned. Why did the remaining people not come? Hearing this, Baoi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We used Ling grains to attract them.
In the end, it is like business, you and I have to both be willing. The remainder probably are living quite well now, and do not want to move.
Then we will just leave them? Xie Shan was slightly discontent.
He did not want to leave any regrets in the first mission he was leading.
Baoi spread his hands. Then what? It's not like we can kidnap them. Kidnap them. Xie Shan's eyes lit up as he clapped in excitement. This idea is great. How come I didn't think of it?
Hearing this, Lei Pang, who was at so much leisure that he felt restless, was also excited and furiously nodded.
Not bad, not bad. We'll kidnap all of them. We won't leave one behind.
The other people snickered as they exchanged looks.
Zhongru helplessly raised his eyelids. His samhati had been interrupted once again. Baoi paled. No way. No way. It is very lucky that our recent actions had not attracted Clear Sky Sect's attention.
If we go to kidnap people, we would certainly alarm Clear Sky Sect, then it would be great trouble.
We're not afraid. Lei Peng twisted his mouth and said scornfully. Baoi hurriedly looked at the other people.
When he saw the anticipatory expressions on their faces, he felt his vision darken.
He thought of Zhongru. In his mind, Zhongru had always been calm and reliable. He definitely would not approve of this course of action. But before he could look at Zhongru, he heard Zhongru say in a voice filled with helplessness, "Should we do it now? Let's go, let's finish so I can go back sooner to train my samadhi." Baoi felt his head instantly sink into stillness. All 15 people agreed to the kidnapping.
From the suggestions to passing the motion, it hadn't taken more than a minute. To be able to plan such a large kidnapping under the mighty Clear Sky Sect's eyes, it was enough to make everyone except Baoi feel their blood boil. Only this way would they not have wasted their journey here. Since they had decided, everyone quickly started to finalize the plan. After following Lil Miss for so long, they had started to learn how to make a plan, and the beginnings of being professional brutes. Bao Yi's face was pale as he listened from the side. He decided he would definitely stay far away from this group of madmen in the future. Especially Zhongru. Only now did he know how wrong he had been. Zhongru usually indifferent, but when he spoke, malicious and evil ideas were lightly thrown out. With one word from one and another from the other, a simple and rough plan was quickly born. When Wei Changbin woke up, he found that he was on someone's back. The sound of wind that occasionally sounded around him let him know that he was flying at high speed through the air. He did not dare to move. He knew the limits of his own abilities. Up until now, he did not make a sound. He slightly turned his head, and warily scanned the surroundings. Not 10 zhang away from him, there was a Xiuzha. He was also carrying a person on his back. When he clearly saw the surroundings, he was greatly shocked. There were more than 100 Xiuzha around him. Of those, only 20 of the Xiuzha were carrying people. The other Xiuzha had placed them at the very center. Wei Changbin finally thought of what had occurred before he had become unconscious. Which faction did this group of people belong to? They really looked like a big faction. Even though he did not know his own future, but he was full of anticipation. It was very clear that this was an extremely well thought out plan. More than 100 Xiuzha were protecting and transporting the 20 of them. It could be seen how importantly they were being treated. The other side had spent such effort, so what they aimed for definitely would not be small. Notice your rhythm. Control the output of Ling power. Preserve the flexibility of the ranks. Combat units at the outermost layer, be on your guard. Try to avoid the clouds. He could hear endless shouts of scolding. What Wei Changbin found wondrous was that the Xiuzha in the surroundings did not make a sound as they continuously adjusted their position. For some unknown reason, the stern silence this group of Xiuzha maintained made Wei Changbin to feel a different kind of power. He couldn't help but make a closer examination. The troop that was in front of his eyes were different than any other troop he had seen before. More than 100 people were flying, but the ranks were so organized it was as though they had been drawn out with a ruler. The elites that he had seen before had been more relaxed and spread out. In front of this group, they seemed more like a random group of soldiers. He could occasionally see Shouja in groups of 3 or 5 moving far away. Those were probably sentries. The more he saw, the greater his shock was. The power that this troop displayed surpassed the limits of his imagination. Wei Ran's mind was tightly alert. He was the division leader of the 2nd Division, but before this, he had never led a group larger than 30 people. He was worried that he would not do a good job, and thus he was extremely attentive. He also worked hard at his cultivation. This was the first mission he was undergoing as a division leader. The mission that Gongsun Sha had given him was not difficult: move forward along a predetermined path, and transport the 20 people back to the camp. When he had first heard the mission, he had released a breath, but when he saw the path, his expression became unnatural. This path drew out an extremely large curve. It was akin to having traveled in a circle before returning to the camp. He did not understand why Lil Miss would make such a complex and roundabout path. What worried him the most was this path would take him through the territories of multiple factions. This meant that they could be attacked at any time. However, when he saw the unnatural expressions of the other division leaders, he instantly understood. This was a mission, but it was also a test. Lil Miss was testing whether they had the abilities to be a division leader. Up until now, they had not encountered any dangers. However, they had encountered several Shouja yesterday that had skirted around them before leaving. Wei Ran was experienced in battle and understood that people had locked onto his group. On the entire way, he had constantly maintained the troop formations for combat. Seeing the increasingly practiced display from the Shouja under him, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, true combat would temper a person. The improvement they had made in the last few days surpassed the improvement they had made in the previous month. A blinding red light suddenly exploded in the sky in front of them. Wei Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. It had come. That was the warning spell that their sentries had cast. He tried to compose himself, his mind furiously thinking back to what Lil Miss usually did. He raised his right hand to copy the aloofness of Lil Miss, his voice coming out abnormally cold. Prepare for battle. Translator ramblings. Gongsun Sha's insanity was awakened by Pu Yao and has spread to other people. Headhunting talented people, no problem. Kidnapping people under the eyes of a faction multiple times your size, that's a great idea. Taking those people and then making a huge circle so everyone sees and attacks you, let's do it. I like how Baoyi thought that Zhong Ru was the sanest person of the bunch. Don't be fooled by his appearance and his type of cultivation. The guy was crazy enough to get carved on by a guy who was just Ningmai and the equivalent to a low-class worker in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, First Battle. Chapter 245, First Battle. The sentries that had been swimming at the edges started to spread out. Their job was not to engage in battle, but to observe the direction of the entire battlefield. Wei Ran's expression was cold, his lips tightly pressed together. There were about 200 people in the enemy that were full of murderous intent as they charged. Wei Ran straightened his back like a sharp and upright spear. He slightly floated in the air, the shouts of the platoon leaders as they shouted at maximum passing into his ears. All of you, be alert. Notice your position. What is in front of you is a pile of trash. Kill them. Kill them all. Later, don't think of anything. Where I go, charge after me. Whoever F***King lingers behind, watch how I'll take care of him later. Follow what you usually do during training. The platoon leaders were doing their last adjustments before the battle. Most of the people under their command were greenhorns. They all had above-average individual power, but in this kind of battle tactic style that demanded rigor, so cooperation was the crux of victory. The rough, serious, or relaxed mobilizations burrowed into Wei Ran's ears. He uncontrollably started to heat up. He did not notice that a smear of red had appeared in his eyes. This really made a person's blood boil. Watching as the other side neared, Wei Ran raised his right hand again. All the noise disappeared. All 122 Shouja were completely silent. The entire troop was like a great bow that had been fully drawn. Everyone's nerves were tense to their limits, especially the Shouja at the front. The Ling power in their body vibrated, their presence continuously rising. However, their feet seemed to be nailed to their spot. Wei Changbin unconsciously stopped breathing, his mind a patch of blankness. He had never experienced such a shocking battle. This patch of silence was like an invisible noose that wrapped around him and slowly tightened, choking his throat shut. It was slightly suffocating. He opened his mouth to pant heavily. He widened his eyes and instinctively stared at the Xiuzha at the front raise his right hand. His entire body started to unconsciously shake. He didn't know if it was in terror or excitement. Wei Ran coldly watched as the enemy entered the range of attack, the raised right hand suddenly chopping down. Kill! Pia! The air exploded crisply like a firework. The furiously rampaging Ling power of the 20 Xiuzha that were at the front platoon suddenly lost their restraints and exploded. 20 figures suddenly disappeared into the air. Pia! It was another soul-shaking explosion. 20 Xiuzha from the second platoon also disappeared into the air. Pia! The third platoon quickly followed behind. The trademark 3-section wave killing charge. Each little troop carried a gigantic sword energy 20 zhang above their heads. This was an attack created by the merging of 3 Xiuzha's power. This kind of Ling merging technique could only be activated when the 3-talent formation reached a certain skill level. The gigantic sword energies tore through the air and howled. On the entire battlefield, all the other sword energies and spells lost color in comparison. In front of the gigantic sword energy, individual sword energies were as fragile as chopsticks, breaking upon impact. As fast as lightning. One platoon had 6 teams. It was as though 6 staggered blades cut right to the middle of the enemy. Blood rained through the sky. 6 deep bloody marks appeared in the ranks of the enemy. Anywhere they passed, if one was just brushed, it meant either cutting off the limbs or breaking the spine. With destructive force, they penetrated through the enemy formation. The enemy leaders' eyes bulged out of their sockets. Drag them down. Their later power. Just as he had spoken halfway, the ghostly whale-like howl of the gigantic sword energy sounded again. The second platoon had arrived. 6 gigantic sword essences cut from a small angle on the right as they curved into the enemy formation. Pew pew pew. After a string of alarming sounds of cut of limbs and broken bones, the 6 gigantic sword essences plowed out 6 broad bloody groves. Wails passed into everyone's ears. The third platoon attacked from the opposite angle. Just as the second platoon had finished passing through the enemy formation, the third platoon had coincidentally entered the center of the enemy formation. Wei Ran pressed his lips tightly together. The power of the 3-section wave killing charge was evident. The courage of the enemy had been stolen, their morale plummeted, and they had no more desire to battle. What he needed to do next was lay down the last straw that would break the camel's back. The 4th and 5th platoons suddenly attacked. The enemy, whose courage had already been stolen, panicked when they saw the 4th and 5th platoons press forward. In an instant, they broke formation and their lines collapsed as they scattered in all directions. Wei Ran's body finally relaxed. The battle had been settled. The 3-section wave killing charge was peerless in its killing power, but it was not as though it did not have weaknesses. Its biggest weakness was that it was weak in its follow-up. If the enemy could stop the first few cycles of attacks, then they would be the ones in danger. The giant sword energies could defend, but the Ling power consumed was extremely terrifying. Gathering up all the Ling power before the charge was not just a posture. Wei Ran released a breath. This battle was much smoother than he had imagined. It now had no meaning. The leaders of the platoons directed the little teams to continuously move and cut. If there was a small gathering of people at one location, they were like sharks that tasted blood and would leap over. The fearful enemy fighters did not hesitate when they saw the situation, all of them turning and fleeing. Wei Ran hurriedly sent an order to not pursue. Their mission was to safely reach the camp, not to kill enemies. However, when he noticed some scattered Xiuzha that had been watching from far away, he guessed that those were scouts from other factions. This battle should have intimidated many people, he pondered inside. The enemy had completely fled in a short while Wei Ran ordered some Xiuzha to clean up the spoils, and everyone else landed to set up camp. The Xiuzha that had just come out of battle all had excited expressions lingering on their faces, but they still meticulously completed their orders. All the platoon leaders all released a breath of relief. This kind of battle was just a minor matter to them, but they had still been worried about the new members under their command. In total, no major incidents had occurred, but combat had exposed many problems. Some squads had not performed to their training standards when they had sent out the gigantic sword energy in the fight, and almost were not able to penetrate the ranks of the enemy. If they could not penetrate the ranks, and were bogged down in the enemy formation, the enemy would immediately have swarmed and torn them to pieces. These platoon leaders still felt fear when they thought of it. Wei Ran did not interfere with the platoon leaders lecturing the Xiuzha who had made mistakes. He silently patrolled the camp. A while later, the Xiuzha that finished cleaning up returned. The spoils of victory were given to the vice division later, who would give them to Lil Miss when they returned, and then divided according to contributions. Wei Changbin gaped. The swiftness in which the battle had finished with had surpassed his imagination. When he heard the platoon leaders swear at their subordinations, he couldn't believe it. Was this not enough? Such crisp and clean combat, such strong subordinates, then why were they being sworn at? He was not skilled at battle, but that did not mean he did not have good eyes. He could generally see the traces of the skill of a troop. In his view, this completely unfamiliar and unique troop was the strongest that he had ever seen without exception.
They were too demanding. Wei Changbin was unable to understand.
This victory was great motivation to the Xiuzha who were being transported.
Their anticipation towards their destination rose.
In the chaotic little mountain Jia, martial strength was the most effective guarantee of survival.
Nanshang Village.
He Xiang looked at the fake smiles on the faces in front of him. His temple throbbed. The negotiations were more difficult than he had imaged. These factions seemed to have reached a certain agreement in secret, their positions were at a strange consensus. Even the leaders that he had a good relationship with before had reversed their attitudes and remained silent. He knew that these people just wanted to bargain, but for him who wanted to show his accomplishments, his abilities would only be displayed if he could push the price to the bottom. There were more than a few that were scheming after his position.
He did not want to give them an opportunity. He smiled, not showing his thoughts. Everyone is tired today, let's take a rest.
This one has prepared a banquet especially for this, please, everyone come attend. The leaders exchanged looks with each other, rose, and said they were tired and wanted to rest. He Xiang did not force them, smiling as he sent them out the door. When the last leader left, his dark expression could not be disguised any longer. He needed a way to divide them, he thought inside. Just as he turned to leave, he coincidentally caught the mirth in the eyes of one of the other elders and his mood instantly became even more terrible.
Is everyone sure of their target? Xia Shan asked as he looked at everyone. Everyone nodded. Lei Peng rumbled, Mother *****, lousy even had to watch him as he went to the bathroom, it really is unlucky. Everyone laughed lightly.
To guarantee they would succeed with one blow, everyone had rehearsed before. They had divided the 10 targets among them. We will move in 2 hours, Xia Shan did not waste words.
All 15 people had their own techniques.
He might have the highest cultivation, but he did not dare to posture. Fortunately, everyone was rule-abiding and did not need him to nag. 15 people silently spread out in all directions.
Lei Peng's target was a guy skilled in dan-making.
Even the Ling materials were now in short supply in Little Mountain Jia, but some businesses still had some in stock. Due to this person had found a pretty good job. Consequently, when he had received the Jade Scroll, he had weighed his options and decided to stay with his current employer. Especially since his current employer was good to him and the Jade Scroll was of unknown origins.
He was not willing to take the risk.
For some reason, he felt the willies today as though something was going to happen. This caused him to be unable to focus. Every time he had this feeling, there never was anything good. He raised his head to look at the sky.
The clouds were very low in the air, dense and suffocating. Medicine Master the owner is calling you.
The busboy hurriedly rushed over.
Oh, I'm going now. He refocused and hurriedly moved.
There was probably another job for him to do. He had just passed through into the backyard when he suddenly felt pain at the back of his head. His vision darkened, and he did not know anything else. Lei Peng held him with one hand and looked around. Looking around to see if he had alarmed any other people, he grinned silently before disappearing into the air.
However, not everyone had the same good fortune as him. For example, Nian Lu.
Nian Lu looked with panic at his target. A female Xiu skilled with livestock. She was presently teaching the other people how to put together feed for Ling beasts. These apprentices were extremely respectful and listened carefully. The time to act had arrived. Seeing that the target would definitely not be leaving soon, Nian Lu gritted his teeth and decided to move. His figure was like a ghost that appeared behind the female Xiu. His hand gently chopped, his left hand raising and grasping. The unconscious female Xiu was on his back. His movements were clean and crisp. Only when he had disappeared through the door did the apprentices finally react, yelling in fear. The guards of the store were instantly alerted and flew into the air. The same situation, at the same time, occurred at different places in Nanshang Village.
Nanshang Village instantly became a mess. Translator ramblings, do you want to win? Do you want to learn creativity in battle? Do you want trusted teammates and to be employed after graduation? Look no further.
Lil Miss Boot Camp will provide you with all you need for cultivation and shelter. All you have to pay is to allow a Jinji to be put inside your body. Let these graduates of the Lil Miss Boot Camp show you what they have learned. One problem of posting a translation before it is complete is that terms can be modified and changed, but people get used to the terms already in use and there are a lot of chapters that are posted already. Making an announcement that a term has changed and then doing nothing about the posted chapters annoys me, and I feel it is irresponsible of me because changing terms leads to reader confusion. Editing and keeping terms consistent is a hard task, so please go thank Wandering Yumi of Doom even if you might not read the revised chapters, because he is amazing at keeping object names and other things consistent from the earlier chapters to these present ones. Also, the humongous sword energy is about 66 meters, which is bigger than the wingspan of a Boeing 777.
Imagine that charging at you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, Ambush. Chapter 246, Ambush. The camp. Zuo Mo looked at the female Shio and scratched his head. You need a name. This way, we can call each other.
After changing his body, his hair had become short. When he scratched, he felt the hair was prickly like metal wire.
So strange. How could his hair be this hard? The female Shio did not seem to hear him.
When Zuo Mo had inspected her injuries last time, he found that there was a strange and icy power inside her body. The reason the alarming injuries inside her body had not worsened was due to this strange power. This unknown power was like strong spider silk that reached into every corner of her body. Zuo Mo would think sometimes that if the strange power did not exist, her body would shatter into pieces. The reason her presence caused fear in others should also be caused by this unknown power, Zuo Mo thought to himself.
No one dared to go near her.
Even Silly Bird, the silly big sister, did not dare to go within 3 zhang of her, not to mention the cowardly pair of Lil Pagoda and Lil Black. Seeing the female Shio's lack of response, Zuo Mo put his attention back on the wiry hair on his scalp.
He wouldn't be turning into a Yao beast, right? He thought inside.
The 3 golden armor guards stood nearby with their swords. They also seemed to be slightly afraid of the female Shio.
Weren't the golden armor guards golems? Why would they be afraid of a person? The female Shio was a puzzle. It seemed like there would be no result today. Zuo Mo shook his head.
He had persisted in chatting with the female Shio every day to deepen their connection, but up until now, there was no result. She was like a stone statue that stood there motionlessly. Zuo Mo had never even heard her speak.
Was she mute? Zuo Mo thought uncertainly.
In his mind, this female did not seem to have come from a big sect, because she was truly too unclean and ugly. Behind the disheveled appearance was a mess of dense lichen-like scabies. The only part untouched was the pair of bare feet.
In reality, Zuo Mo had never seen such beautiful feet. Symmetrical and white like jade and porcelain.
There were no flaws. They were warm and delicate, exquisite like nothing else. When Zuo Mo had been inspecting her injuries, and when he had seen this pair of bare feet for the first time, his mind had blanked for a moment. They seemed to hold a fatal attraction that made one unable to move their gaze aside. It was a pity that scabies covered everything above the knees.
She wore the mask and a loose hemp robe.
Her bare feet were in the mud. The snowy white and fine bare feet and the black mud made a strong contrast. Every time Zuo Mo saw it, he would uncontrollably stop breathing. What followed after would be pity. It was very pitiful for a woman to be covered in scabies.
He sighed inside. He didn't know what he was sighing about. He flew onto a mountain peak.
Looking into the distance, the sky was tourmaline and the white clouds were like silk. The wind was gentle and refreshing. At the base of the mountain, the Sky Star Lake was like a clear jewel embedded among the mountain peaks.
Zuo Mo's mood instantly opened up.
Little Mountain Gem might have lost its ling energy, but there was not much of a difference to these flora and wild beasts.
Due to the lack of activity of Xiozha, the mountains were even more green.
In order to construct the city, he moved the camp to Sky Star Mountain. He suddenly thought of the unwillingness on Chun Yucheng's face. He grinned. Chun Shidi was really a maniac about livestock. Jiwei and Sun Bao led their subordinates and furiously rushed about. The amount of materials needed to construct a city was an exceedingly terrifying number.
For example, the bricks. Most of them had to be cut from the mountain.
Each piece had to be processed and carved with formations. It was not hard for Xiozha to cut rocks, but processing them was not as easy. To increase the speed, Zuo Mo had set up a large formation to gather large amounts of golden crow fire again.
Each person received a portion.
The Xiozha naturally were overjoyed and worked harder.
Each piece of bluestone was 3 zhang long, 1 zhang wide, and 1 zhang high.
After the golden armor guards mined it, the Xiozha would start to process it. What caused Zuo Mo to have a headache was the grade of the golden crow fire was too high.
If they were the slightest bit inattentive, these second-grade bluestones would turn into a pile of molten rocks.
Later, the problem was finally solved when they decided to first carve the formations before they processed with the golden crow fire.
However, during the entire processing method, the bluestone bricks would shrink to more than half its original size and turn to a blue-gold color.
The quality was extremely dense and hard.
Zuo Mo had experimented.
Even if he chopped with a flying sword, sparks would fly but the brick would not be damaged.
Only when Zuo Mo channeled all the Ling power in his body would the sword cut halfway into the brick.
Such a material would not be enough to use to make Ling armor, but it was more than sufficient to use for city walls.
50 Xiuzhe were all tasked with processing bluestone bricks. Zuo Mo himself was busy with surveying the geography. The newly constructed city had to have formations.
The formations he set up this time were to face a Jindan.
This was an unprecedented test for Zuo Mo.
The large formations he had set up before, including the large formation on Desolate Wood Reef, were not enough to stop a Jindan. He had seen Jindan before, but had never fought against one before. He did not know how powerful they are, but he knew they were definitely more powerful than he could imagine.
There was an innate difference in terms of comprehension of Ling power between Ningmai and Jindan.
He did not know how great this innate difference was. He could only do as much as he was able. The path was dangerous.
Looking at the mountains in the distance, Zuo Mo's eyes were black and deep.
Nian Lu was carrying a person on his back while the scenery flashed by. His speed had not been impeded at all. If one looked closely, they would find that a white lotus was under his feet. With the white robes, the tender white lotus flower, he looked unspeakably handsome as he flew in the wind. The eyes of many young females along his path lit up.
Whoa! So handsome!
The shrieks of the female Xiu were endless. The Xiuzhe that were pursuing him heard the exclamations, causing their expressions to become even uglier. Nian Lu did not use any disguise at this time. He picked the most straightforward path, a straight line. Not just him, the other 9 people had also picked straight lines. From different places within the village, they all sprinted towards the village gate of Nanshang Village. If one looked down from above Nanshang Village, they would see 10 figures drawing out 10 straight lines that were going to intersect at the village gate. Behind them, there were between 50 and 60 Xiuzhe who seemed to be attracted and pulled towards the village gate.
Many Xiuzhe flew into the sky.
They were watching the spectacle.
Inside, they were very shocked. Who dared to be so presumptuous in Clear Sky Sect's territory?
Lei Peng was the first to reach the village gate. He even had the leisure to look back at his fellows that were sprinting towards him. Giving a smug grin, he then turned and slowly went through the village gate. The other 9 people simultaneously saw the smug expression on Lei Peng's face, and they all rolled their eyes at the same time. Without needed to exchange a word, they snorted, and moved faster. Ear-piercing howling instantly roared through Nanshang Village. The 9 figures were like 9 sharp arrows that howled as they headed straight for the village gates. The gate of Nanshang Village was just a symbolic construction. He Xiang had never expected people to dare to scheme against Clear Sky Sect. Who would dare to rampage on Clear Sky Sect's territory? Only if that person did not want to keep living in Little Mountain Jia. Due to this, the defenses of Nanshang Village were pitifully weak. The 9 figures flashed past at high speeds. The pitiful gates were torn to pieces by the knife-like tailwinds. Dust and wood flew at the village gates. The Xiuzhe in pursuit directly ran into it. Seeing the situation, they did not slow down. A light flashed across their Ling armor and their Ling shields were opened as they prepared to directly go through the village gate. I just knew that these people want us to eat their dust. Inside the dust, someone complained. Countless sword energies suddenly shot out of the dust like bats hiding in the dark that showed their vampiric teeth. There's an ambush. The pursuing Xiuzhe all paled. Pew pew pew, dot. The Xiuzhe at the very front basically had no time to react. Their Ling armor was instantly penetrated like it was made of papier-mâché. Several bloody holes appeared on the body of this Xiuzhe. The expression of this Xiuzhe instantly froze, his body losing control and falling into the dirt like a bag of sand. It was not just him alone. Several of the Xiuzhe in the front did not survive. Sword essence. The Xiuzhe at the back paled. Such destructive sword energies, there was only one possibility, sword essence. Only Sword Xiu that comprehended sword essence could release such a terrifying sword energy which could so easily penetrate Ling armor and kill with one strike. There were not many sword energies, but they were of different colors. It was clear they had been released by different Sword Xiu. There wasn't just one Sword Xiu who had comprehended sword essence. The expressions of this group of Xiuzhe changed drastically. Sword Xiu who comprehended sword essence were rare. 1 in 100 of Ningmai Sword Shio comprehending sword essence was considered a rare event.
Why did Sword Shio always persist in trying to comprehend sword essence?
That was because the power of the sword energies were much greater if one comprehended sword essence. This kind of increase depended on the individual and the sword scripture, but it was certain that Sword Shio who comprehend sword essence were much scarier than Sword Shio of the same cultivation who had not comprehended sword essence. 7 Sword Shio died in the first encounter. Other than fear, the other people rejoiced inside that they had not been so close in their pursuit. What made them even happier was that the collision between the two sides had swept away the scattered dust. The other side also showed themselves. 5 people. There were only 5 people. Their hearts were slightly reassured. Even if these 5 people all comprehended sword essence, but the number was too small. There were 50 to 60 on their side. Zongru stood on the street with his eyes closed, his hand holding the four-flanged Vajragata. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart. His beaded bracelet had been destroyed in the battle with the bloody horned serpent.
Zuo Mo had felt especially guilty and had the idea of finding a talisman for Zongru. However, Zongru was a rare Diana Shio. Diana talismans were even harder to find.
Zuo Mo had suddenly recalled that he had a damaged four-flanged Vajragata in his ring.
That four-flanged Vajragata was a true Diana Shio talisman.
When Zongru had used his full power with his bracelet, Zuo Mo had caught a thread of the mysteries of Diana talismans. He had put in great thought and reforged the four-flanged Vajragata before giving it to Zongru.
When this four-flanged Vajragata came into Zongru's hands, Zongru instantly knew this wasn't a Diana talisman of a low grade. The Gata itself contained extremely abundant Buddhist mindfulness. He did not know which great elder had carried this Gata along his path of enlightenment. Over time, this four-flanged Vajragata had accumulated large amounts of Buddhist mindfulness. The power that this four-flanged Vajragata could express in Zuo Mo's hands wasn't even 1% of what it could be in Zongru's hands. The Buddhist mindfulness resting in the Gata itself was extremely beneficial to Zongru's cultivation. What was most valuable was that there were many scenes of the comprehensions that the elder had experienced in Buddhist fixity. Zongru, who had been troubled due to his lack of a teacher, progressed quickly upon receiving such a treasure. Other than his fist essence, even his abhina which he had thought he would never form in this lifetime had unintentionally formed. He felt the warm and cold presence that came from the four-flanged Vajragata just before the sword energies disappeared. Zongru suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. Translator ramblings, yeah, so? Zuo Mo doesn't get women, but, cough cough.
After a long time, something that Zuo Mo traded for is used. I know that Fong Xiang is good at foreshadowing and putting down threads to a plot, but this time, I really think that Zuo Mo was forgetful. So there is a lot going on, but he is seriously forgetful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
247, Rainbow Mirage Light. Chapter 247, Rainbow Mirage Light.
Zongru's gaze was indifferent, his left hand held the four-flanged Vajragata, his right hand formed a seal.
Duo!
His voice resounded like a vast bell.
It was not high and exciting, but it could be heard throughout Nanshang village. With him as the center, an invisible hurricane swept outwards. The faces of the Xiuzha all changed. The Ling armors they were wearing were already activated, but this shout seemed to have sounded from the bottom of their hearts. Their Ling shields were not effective at all. What shocked them even more was all the Ling power in their bodies suddenly froze for a moment. Abhina, truth speech. The other 4 people took the opportunity to jump off the ground. Lightning fast, they were like 4 flying swords that thrust into the crowd. Ma Fan only took a quick glance and the battlefield was imprinted in his mind. After being the core for so long, his grasp of the entire battle situation was unparalleled in the camp. He had undergone the greatest change in the camp, or rather, he had improved the most, especially the presence he now had. When he had been made the core, his performance had been very inexperienced. After gradually adjusting, a presence appeared on his body, one that was extremely authoritative. He had previously been an eternally roaming wolf that always gave people the sense of danger. The present him was less attention-catching. His features were ordinary. In a crowd, it was now harder to pick him out. Illusory Shadowless Sword of Destruction was the killing move he had used the most in the past, but as his understanding of sword essence and battle had deepened, he started to experiment with simpler sword moves. Gradually, the number of times he used Illusory Shadowless Sword of Destruction had decreased, and his edges had gradually been hidden. After he learned the 5th grade Void Movement method, which lacked the dazzle of his previous Illusory Movement method, the threat he posed increased rather than decreased. In a chaotic battle, it was difficult for the enemy to even detect his existence.
Ma Fan's stealth was wonderfully displayed at this time. He was like an unnoticeable thread of light smoke floating among this crowd. There were no grand sword moves. Even his sword energies were just several CUN long. He was like a little swordfish, but no one other than Xie Shan could rival his efficiency. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated 7 or 8 people. Many people had not even found they had been attacked before he had disappeared without a shadow. Compared to Ma Fan's clean and high-efficiency killing intent that was concealed, Xie Shan was a completely different style. Keen. As keen as a sword. He was like an unsheathed sword. Countless 5-colored sword essences swam around him like rainbow flying swords. The pressuring sword essences intercrossed, extremely beautiful, and full of killing intent. Xie Shan was a clever person. He knew his strengths and weaknesses. In Little Mountain Jia, those with Ningmai 3rd stratum cultivation could be counted on the fingers. In the stage of Ningmai 3rd stratum, the lowest amount of Ling power in the body was 90 Jing. No one knew that the Ling power in Xie Shan's body had reached an astounding 180 Jing. There was a saying that if a person could get the Ling power in their body to contain more than 200 Jing, they could enter Jing Dan. This kind of saying was not reliable, but it showed just how strong Xie Shan was. He had almost reached the peak of Ningmai. The benefit of deep cultivation was that those killing moves that came at great cost were not significant to him. He rarely used killing moves. His comprehension of sword essence meant that he could easily face other enemies. However, Ma Fan had provoked his competitiveness today. The pure Ling power in his body were instantly channeled. The multicolored sword energies around his body brightened and vibrated. A light flashed through his eyes. His fingers came together, and he pointed at the crowd of Xiuzhi. 5-colored light rose in the sky above his head in layers like an aurora curtain. The sun in the sky lost color at this moment. As his fingers pointed into the air, the aurora in the sky suddenly broke, and countless broken sword essences howled as they turned to streaming 5-colored lights that shot down. Killing intent rose with the rain of light. It was a 5-colored rainstorm. However, no one had the energy to spare to watch it. The sound of air tearing made everyone's scalp prickle. What shocked the surrounding spectators was that Xie Shan's move had covered all the Xiuzhi that had been pursuing them. Rainbow Mirage Light. This beautiful and ethereal name was a terrifying killing move. The Ling power it consumed was even more astonishing. 150 Jing of Ling power. It was more than the total Ling power that the great majority of Ningmai contained in their bodies. Ma Fan's expression changed and he did not hesitate in pulling out and retreating. He was not the only one. The other 2 Xiuzhi who had charged forward also changed expressions, turning and then running back. This madman. They were extremely shocked. They knew that no one in the camp could compare to Xie Shan's cultivation, but they had never expected that he was this powerful. Ma Fan could not calm his heart. He had always assumed that while Xie Shan's cultivation was high, but they were equal in their strength. Due to the incorrect assumptions, he never placed much emphasis on his own cultivation. However, this scene today totally destroyed his worldview. They had escaped from this move because the sword essence in the sky had not locked onto them. Otherwise, it would have been as though they had sunk into quicksand and would be unable to take a single step. Xie Shan used this move to show them that Xiuzhi of deep cultivation were terrifying. The Xiuzhi that were covered by the rainbow rain were in tragic states. Other than sharpness, the 5-colored sword energies also had a strange corroding power. The Ling shield would only hold up to several blows before it would break. The Xiuzhi that had been struck by the 5-colored streams of light were not able to even make a sound before their bodies rapidly changed into a puddle of soft 5-colored mud. Lei Pang and the other 9 that had ran away stopped at this time. They stared with their mouths wide open in shock as they looked in the direction of Nanshang village to see that patch of terrifying rainbow rain. Before they could sigh, they saw the 5 people flying over. Everyone's gaze as they looked at Xie Shan had changed. Xie Shan was not very smug. He only had 30 Jing of Ling power left in his body. It would not be good if a battle occurred again. Move quickly. He did not hesitate as he passed by the others and threw out the 2 words. The others woke and hurriedly channeled their Ling power as they fled for their lives. Everyone knew that they had gone overboard. The killing move that consumed 150 Jing of Ling power had startled all the Xiuzhi in Nanshang village. In the blink of an eye, all the Xiuzhi in Nanshang village flew into the sky. The sky was covered. Their expressions were strangely similar, extremely shocked. Even the few Ningmai 3rd stratum Xiuzhi had paled. 150 Jing of Ling power, that was more than all the Ling power in their bodies. Not one Xiuzhi was standing in the area covered by the rainbow rain. Ling armor, talismans and flying swords covered the ground. At this time, no one dared to go and pick them up. The rainbow liquid that was flowing everywhere was like a beautiful yet fatal poison. He Xiang gaped as he looked at this scene, his mind blank. It was over. Having stayed at the camp, Zuo Mo did not know at all that the affair had become so large. He was busy settling in the first batch of Xiuzha that had arrived. The Xiuzha that were skilled in city building had been delivered to Sky Star Mountain with the quickest possible speed. Seeing the patch of wild mountains and a crude camp, many people had disappointed expressions.
Zuo Mo did not attend to these people.
He went straight to the Xiuzha who were skilled in city construction and spoke of his demands.
Build a city?
The three people looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief.
Did he assume that building a city was just putting a pile of rocks together and that was it? Is there a problem? Zuo Mo looked at the three with slight displeasure. The three people were not dumb.
They knew that it was impossible for them to return now that they had arrived here. If they immediately offended the boss, they could not think about having a good future.
How big of a city does boss want to construct? Asked one of them.
Following the flow of this mountain range, it needs to include these peaks, able to defend against the attacks of a Jindan, able to.
The three all collectively sank to inertness. The expense will be a bit high, another person probed. No problem, we have enough Jingshi.
Zuo Mo's attitude was like that of a nouveau riche. We need lots of manpower.
Oh, 700 Xiuzha, is that enough? I can also make some puppets.
Zuo Mo rubbed his chin and said to himself, it seems that I need to let Gongsun Shitty get some more people. These words made the three feel a malicious intent.
Was this person a Xiu slave trader?
However, the three had seen the combat abilities of this group on the way here.
They did not believe Xiu slave traders would have such a strong troop.
The three saw Zuo Mo was serious and started to also seriously focus on surveying the landscape. A few days later, 2nd Division had smoothly arrived back at camp. When Wei Changbin came to the crude campsite, he was also very disappointed. However, before he could recover from the disappointment, the Xiuzha who had been hired were led in front of a person. Ji Wei looked down at the crowd of Xiuzha that had recoiled slightly and shouted, those that know forging, come out. A while later, they looked at each other, but no one dared to walk out. Ji Wei had expected the situation and followed up with, those that know forging can start work immediately. Let me tell you, this place pays wages on a unit basis.
If you are late and the positions are taken, don't blame other people. Just as he finished, people instantly reacted. I know. I know too. Ji Wei was not picky. He waved his hands, all of you, come with me. 8 people followed Ji Wei, Wei Changbin was among them.
Because he had studied small illusory formations, he had put in quite a bit of effort on forging. He was not good at forging big pieces, but was very good at making small ones. They were taken to a mountain cave. The mountain cave clearly had been just carved out, and the person who dug it seemed to have no intentions of decoration. The walls were bare stone and mud. When they walked to the end of the mountain cave, they found that the area was extremely wide. However, it was all empty. There was nothing. Someone could not resist. Where's the fire pool for forging? The gold steel drills? Without those things, how can we forge? Ji Wei looked with dissatisfaction at the person and bellowed, shut up. You don't have any conduct. Seeing the person shrink back in fear, he snorted coldly and did not look at the person any longer. Starting from today, you will be working here. The other people had expressions of bewilderment, but did not speak. Ji Wei was very satisfied. As to the things you mentioned, this place has none of them, Jia Wei said proudly. Starting from today, you need to adjust to a new kind of forging method. At this time, the Xiuzha beside Ji Wei started to distribute jade boxes to everyone. Wei Changbin took the jade book with puzzlement. The jade box was very light in his hands. What it contained was very small. He looked cautiously at Ji Wei. Seeing the other did not seem to object to them opening the jade box, he carefully opened the jade box. His eyes suddenly widened, his mind blank. Golden Crow Fire. Translator ramblings, oops, Xiashan. Way too eager to show his worth. I always have a weird thought when I read stories where there is time traveling or being reborn. How do they deal with muscle memory? Even if it was the body of a character's past, they shouldn't be so familiar with it. Most of their bodies should have been those of teenagers, so there are many physical differences to a fully grown body. I can accept something having great knowledge and tricks to speed things up like cultivation and dan making, even playing chess, but when it moves to the physical stuff like making a difficult dan with complex finger moves, I'm wondering how that's even possible. I have trouble typing properly if I don't do it for a week. How do they overcome physical limitations? I can accept someone being the most amazing songwriter after they travel back in time, but how can they sing so well?
Even the best voices need at least some practice.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 248, The Problem of Settlement. Chapter 248, The Problem of Settlement. When Lei Peng and the others returned, Zuo Mo was discussing the construction plans of the city with the three people.
Never having participated in building a city before, Zuo Mo was extremely interested. Also, the newly built city was of extremely important in his plan. To the three people, a strong village that could defend against a Jindan was something they had never done before.
They were extremely interested. As to the feasibility of the plans due to the high difficulty? That was boss problem.
They were only in charge of designing it.
What is the use of this beacon tower? Zuo Mo pointed at the plans and asked.
It is primarily to give warning to allies. Other than that, it can contain 20 Xiuzha. Its Ling shield can protect Xiuzha. Xiuzha standing on the top do not have to worry about the attacks of the enemy.
But don't you think it is too small?
It can hold 20 people, it is not small.
Small, it's too small.
At the very least, it needs to be able to hold 50 Xiuzha.
That way, it has offensive power.
Also, we don't need that fire altar.
We only have one city, we don't need to give anyone warnings. Without the fire altar, is it still a beacon tower? We can give it another name. What about Sword Pavilion, how do you guys feel about it? Zuo Mo asked with interest.
The three were wordless.
Zuo Mo clearly had not finished speaking his thoughts.
Your plans are pretty good, but it is too conservative.
Pure defense cannot stop the attacks of the enemy. Jindan recover Ling power faster than us. If he can't defeat us the first day, he'll come back the second day. If he continues to attack for a dozen days or a month, do you feel we can stop him?
The three were speechless again. One person argued, if a Jindan attacks a city, there's no city in Little Mountain Jie that can stop him.
There wasn't one before, but there will be one soon. Zuo Mo looked at the other, and then added, if there isn't one when it's time, we will all die. The three instantly started to sweat, feeling hopelessness. Heavens, who had boss offended? Wait. Jindan.
A person flashed across their minds, Clear Sky Old Forefather. There was only one Jindan Xiuzha in Little Mountain Jie.
Clear Sky Old Forefather? A person asked in a trembling voice. Zuo Mo smiled and said, your guess is so accurate.
The three's faces turned ashy.
Zuo Mo's smile was so evil in their eyes, more evil than a demon.
They were extremely regretful. Before, their lives were poor, but at least they wouldn't be at risk for losing their little lives.
Okay, everyone, Zuo Mo clapped his hands, cheer up. I know you are the same as me, you don't want to die. So cheer up. Use your strongest imagination and give the most plausible plan. One person looked soulless, but he managed to keep his composure. Boss, you can't defend against a Jindan. Then what do we do? Zuo Mo spread his hands and asked. This person bit out, if we can't defend, maybe we can try to kill him. You're crazy. The other two people yelled. Continue. Zuo Mo was shocked inside, and gave a surprised expression.
This person's face was white, but this eyes flashed with an insane light.
Jindan might be strong, but they do have weaknesses.
They are too proud, they believe too much in their own strength. They would not care about things that look very dangerous to us.
We can make a trap using the city as bait. He may fall for it. It's not possible.
He will see through our disguise.
You cannot kill a Jindan.
The other two muttered as though they were dreaming.
Zuo Mo scanned this person and asked, what's your name?
Yuan Jiang, boss, the person answered respectfully. From today on, you are the leader of the three of you, Zuo Mo then said to the other two, you two will be his assistants. If someone doesn't listen, humph. You won't live if you rebel against a Jindan, but if you rebel against me, you won't have a life now.
The two people's faces instantly whitened again, and fell silent. Make a new plan, Zuo Mo said to Yuan Jiang. Yes, boss.
Yuan Jiang said respectfully. He knew that if he was able to grasp this chance, his future prospects were limitless. Gong Sun Sha listened to the people report. Xia Shan stood at the side with an ashamed expression.
He knew that he had gone overboard this time.
He had exposed himself too early in front of the public.
It was not a good thing for them. Oh, so it's like that.
Gong Sun Sha raised his head and gave a shy smile. He said warmly, no problem.
Xia Shan's heart loosened slightly. However, Xia Shan's heart suddenly rose again.
Since you guys caused this problem, then you need to wipe your own butts. Gongsun Sha then seemed to say to himself, oh, this is a pretty good chance, can't waste it. No one understood what Lil Miss meant in his words to himself. Right now, Clear Sky Sect is definitely searching for you. Even though you have covered your tracks very well, but they probably will not have to try so hard to find this place. Your present mission is to stop and disrupt their pursuit. Everyone instantly had an excited expression. Wasn't this another chance to fight? The corner of Gongsun Cha's mouth rose in an imperceptible curve. All of you will lead a platoon in this disruption mission. Ah. We also need to take those new people? The people who had just been so excited instantly withered. They finally reacted. What disruption mission? It was a babysitting mission. Thinking about taking along a large group of newbies that didn't know a thing, everyone, including Zhongru, had a grimace on their face. They were very willing to kill. But not one of them was willing to be a babysitter. What, you aren't willing? Gongsun Cha smiled, showing his teeth. Everyone's hearts suddenly froze. They simultaneously shook their heads. Willing, how can we not be willing? Leading a group of people, it will be very imposing, haha. Lei Peng's laughter was like sobbing. Very willing, very willing. Nian Lu hurried to agree, afraid if he wasn't careful, Lil Miss would fix onto him. Then it really would be getting a strip torn off his hide. Ma Fan saw Lil Miss' eyes float towards him and hurriedly jumped out. This subordinate is willing to be the first to fight. The other people instantly were upset. How come they hadn't been the first to declare themselves? Ma Fan's mind was getting better and better. He hadn't been the core for nothing. Instantly, everyone asked to fight. Gongsun Sha gave a shy and bashful smile, and said softly, you have to be careful. Hearing this, it was as though everyone had been pardoned, and they scattered, rushing to go pick people. Zuo Mo suddenly felt he was much busier. All the Xiuzha that had been brought over had at least one skill. He had to personally make arrangements for many people. However, before this, the first person he had to meet was the one who had planned all this, Bowie. Boss. Bowie respectfully bowed. When he first saw Zuo Mo, he was extremely shocked. From any angle, this boss looked like a youth that did not seem to have even entered his 20s. The more amazed he was, the less he dared to slight boss. To be able to gather together such a large group of people at such an age, his abilities were definitely not something that a little businessman like him could underestimate. After he took a tour around the camp, the amazement in his heart increased. Maybe this camp was extremely crude in other people's eyes, but in the eyes of someone as experienced as Bowie, there were too many places here that were not normal. That date seed ship was a rare Jingshi talisman. The female show beside boss and the 3 metal guards enveloped in golden armor were unable to be quantified. The first mission he received was to organize the stores. He was very attentive to this mission. The stores could, to a certain degree, reflect the wealth of boss. The storeroom was a mountain cave. It was heavily guarded with 2 whole platoons of Xiuzha. When he entered the deep cavern, and saw the mountainous pile of talismans, he was dumbstruck. In an instant, he felt all the blood in his body suddenly flood into his head. Heavens! It was the first time he had seen talismans piled up in heaps like they were trash. No one to care and repair them. Bowie's first thought was, wastrel, they were wastrels. After that, he started to organize through day and night. He organized and sorted the talismans according to type and grade. When Zuo Mo entered the store and saw the reborn storeroom, he was very satisfied. You must have worked very hard, Zuo Mo said. This is this subordinate's duty, Bowie hurriedly said. This guy really had abilities, Zuo Mo thought inside. Even though he was full of interest towards business, but it was clear that he definitely would not have the time in the future. You are going to be in charge of the store and be the quartermaster for the troop. Zuo Mo reassured him. As the number of people increased, Zuo Mo felt it was increasingly difficult to manage them all. The training and combat of the Xiuzha in the camp belonged to Gongsun Shidi, but there was a lot of work in supplying resources. It had been a headache for him and Gongsun Shidi. As to Chun Shidi, that maniac could not be relied on. Bao Yi was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Quartermaster and in charge of the stores, that was a rich job. What he thought more of was the importance of this job. After this, he did not need to worry about his status in this group. Work hard. Zuo Mo encouraged and quickly left the storeroom. Bao Yi's job was very easy to arrange because no one other than him could do the job. However, Zuo Mo felt it was very difficult to arrange the other people. They were skilled in a variety of areas, some of which were very obscure. Zuo Mo still had no idea what to do with them. The only person he could ask for help was Pu Yao.
this problem.
Pu Yao thought, and then said, maybe you can borrow some methods from our Yao art houses.
What methods?
Zuo Mo's mind became alert. In the bigger Yao art houses, they would take out a portion of resources and monies each year to support those Yao with unique ideas to study new Yao arts.
Pu Yao said, of course, you cannot avoid the necessary examinations and assessments. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. That was a good idea.
If he didn't know how to organize these people, it was better to let them work it out, and he could save effort. As to resources, it would be within the limits of their abilities.
What Zuo Mo needed the most at the moment was the least effort-consuming method.
If it continued like this, he felt that definitely would have no time to cultivate.
These days, it wasn't easy being the boss. Translator ramblings, the crazier the person, the more they get promoted in Zuo Mo's camp, and the higher the status.
The best example is, of course, Gongsun Sha.
Gongsun Sha making an army is a long-term process he is going through that is showing preliminary results. Chun Yu Cheng is also doing the same thing. He's had preliminary results, and now he just needs more time. If he was useless, Fong Xiang wouldn't have wrote him in and kept mentioning him in all these chapters. Some of you have really good theories for what is going on with the mystery female.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.